Lin Chen was alone, with one sword, killing the four great emperors back and forth again and again. Even they themselves did not believe that they had lived for such a long time, and they would be beaten all the way by a younger generation. The four emperors became more and more frightened when they fought each other. Lin Chen's every combat skill was perfect, even more perfect than the old battle emperors who had lived for tens of thousands of years. There were almost no flaws. What's even more frightening is that Lin Chen has briefly stepped into the highest realm of purple and golden pupils, golden pupil twins. For the movements and every move of the four war emperors, he can predict their movements in advance through the changes in the space folds and the fluctuations of the war aura. Coupled with Lin Chen's terrifying movement speed when he launched the ultimate moment, the battle is completely one-sided. Lin Chen was pressing the four emperors to fight. They couldn't even separate their bodies, and they couldn't adjust the lineup. Lin Chen, who launched the Godslayer, has been able to confront the four of them head-on, and now he has entered the final moment. The rune energy can also support Lin Chen to launch 4 times the power of attacking combat skills in a limited opportunity. No matter what fighting style the four emperors adopted, Lin Chen, who joined forces to fight against each other, continued the ultimate moment, and the talent of the Godslayer had a rechargeable rune, and the power of his combat skills quadrupled, which he did not possess at all. Using the method of harassing and wandering, or carrying out auxiliary strong attacks around the cultivation base of Baiyushing in the late second stages. Completely unworkable. Because Lin Chen has a million dragon power, his spiritual realm has transformed to a realm above the realm of law. Lingzhou, Hall of 8 Desolations. Many powerhouses are caught in a melee. At this time, the 8 Desolate Palace is being suppressed by the army led by the Bai family, but it is strongly resisted. Grandmas, the bastards in the 8 Desolate Palace are really difficult to deal with. A half-step battle emperor of the Bai family was shaken back dozens of steps by the elders of the 8 Desolate Hall, and said, cursing. Suddenly, there was a rumbling sound in the sky, and the half-step battle emperor of the Bai family raised his head, and several streams of light crisscrossed, and he found his own elder, Baiyu. Elder Baiyu. You're here, it's great, but also trouble Baiyu to suppress. The 8 Desolate Palace. Boom. Boom. A beam of extreme water and moon sword light shot out like a meteor falling into the world, and the half-step war emperor saw with his own eyes the indomitable emperor-rank powerhouse, Elder Baiyu, being blasted thousands of miles away by the sword light. The afterglow of the sword light shakes the Bafeng Mountains and flattens thousands of miles of mountains and rivers. What? This sword shocked many of the powerhouses above the 8 Desolate Halls, too. Stopped the battle in their hands, and looked at a few figures flying fast from the east in awe. There are 5 ways of destroying the sky and destroying the earth, and the aura of the Emperor of War swept the nebula, and 5 people crisscrossed each other, and one of them was one enemy 5, and he did not lose the wind at all. It even suppressed the other 4 head-on. His silver robe is like snow, and the sword in one hand radiates endless sword light. One-handed swordsmanship came into the world like a dark night. When the sword came out, all the heavens fell into darkness and absorbed the sharpness of the blade. The other 4 battle emperors surrounded him and attacked wildly, but he was killed again and again. Lin Chen pulled the Yongya war saber and slashed out angrily, and the dark blade marks slashed out in anger, absorbing and crushing all the surrounding space. Baiyushing slashed back with a sword, slashed horizontally, and the blue sword light shook out countless dark fighting spirits. The sword edge swung down, and after the sword chi was vertical and horizontal, it suddenly drew a water robbery sword light that divided the world, like a stream of light on the horizontal plane flashed by. Ling Zhao's palms turned into claws and angrily walked away. When the eagle's giant claws forcibly took Lin Chen's sword light, Ling Qing flashed past, facing Lin Chen's Tianling Gai with an angry fist, and the fist light suppressed the world. There are 10,000 Buddhas and Sanskrit chanting. At the moment when the charging rune was activated, Lin Chen's figure swirled. In the sky like lightning, the gods and winds displayed their legs, and the dragon's power exploded like 10,000 dragons shaking the sea. The wind robbery that cut through the void smashed away like a tornado, and collided with Ling Qing's fist light. A golden light exploded, and Lin Qing was repelled away. The cold and gloomy ghost hand turned into a blazing giant python and grabbed Lin Chen. His eyes were as sharp as lightning flashes. Shatter, Baiyu sneak. Attack. The 5 figures crisscrossed each other, and the 4 emperors could not attack, so they switched to delaying tactics, but they were attacked by Lin Chen's soul slaying, combined with the quick attack of Zihuangwing and treading gang movement, and they retreated steadily. At a distance of 70,000 to 80,000 miles, the powerhouses such as the 8 Desolate Palace and the Bai family were stunned and their scalps were numb. Hey! One hit 4? Ling Qing and Ling Xiao, the 2 kings of the Ling family, are these 2 old monsters also born? Actually suppressed, the elder Bai Yun. What the hell is this immortal? That's not right. Isn't that Lin Chen, who has won the 4th consecutive championship on the Tianling list? What a joke. That's 4 goddamn war emperors? Didn't you say that kid is Yuan Zuanjing? Whether it is the 8 Desolate Palace or the Bai family and other powerhouses, they are all gasping for air. A battle of the 4 emperors? The world is crazy. A few months ago, Lin Chen beat up 4 purple-ranked 8 Desolate Hall powerhouses like crazy and fled. Damn, this kid's Yuan Zuanjing is about to be turned upside down. He has to be able to fight the Emperor of War, and the 8 Desolate Palace will be leveled by him within minutes. When the pupils of the Golden Eye twins turned, Lin Chen noticed the many scattered Yuan Zunjings in the sky above the 8 Desolate Hall, and there was a smile on the corner of his mouth. His figure turned abruptly, and the earth robbery and fighting spirit surged forth, like a storm of yellow sand swept across the 8 deserts. Soul Light 1,000 deserts. The eternal night sword slashed into the void, and the earth tribulation saber chi shot away from the tip of the blade, extending across thousands of miles, turning into a bunch of yellow sand saber chi storm and strangling away. The terrifying yellow sand blade chi swept across the world, and every grain of sand that turned had the terrifying power to easily penetrate the defense of the 9th level peak of Yuan Zuanjing. The wind and sand scattered the heavens, piercing through the Bai family and many other Yuan Zun realm powerhouses, and even the half-step emperors were also sucked into the tornado and were strangled to death. Almost 90% of the coalition forces that attacked the 8 Desolate Halls were directly destroyed by this move. There is the burning light of the holy fire in their bodies, and Lin Chen can easily distinguish who is the enemy. Although this knife is powerful, it leveled the 8 Desolate Halls, but it did not hurt any of them. Wanzai Zuanqinglong, who escaped into the state of Qinglong's shadow, repelling, once again swept the battlefield, and the dragon's veins rose wildly. The sword chi evaded Ling Qing, and the sword gang killed by Yusheng. indiscriminately, but Lin Chen's eyes froze. In the face of the four of us, you dare to be distracted and deal with other people, and you still show your flaws. The earth robbery just condensed into the one you Xianzhen Jia, when Ling Jiao's sneer sounded, he brazenly crushed and slapped Lin Chen's back. Sigh. Boom. Click. Click. Lin Chen's Wanhua Xianzhen Jia was shattered on the spot, and the claw marks wounded Lin Chen's body. Heavy suffocating energy penetrated into his body, causing blood from the corner of Lin Chen's mouth. Before falling to the ground, he held the sword in both hands and spun at high speed in the air. Turning into a whirlwind of knife light fell into the void. Just when Ling Xiao was about to pursue his victory, his face suddenly became extremely pale. His legs are gone. Lin Chen, who fell to the ground, had a faint sneer on the corner of his mouth. Damn it, what kind of freak is this kid? How could he predict this level? Ling Xiao is about to get his legs back. As long as he is a man of cultivation, as long as he recovers his wounds immediately and uses his fighting spirit, there is still a higher chance of getting his legs back. Boom. Gengjin's sword energy alone destroyed the stars, and when it shot out, it pierced through nothingness and annihilated Ling Xiao's legs that had fallen into nothingness. Make his face even paler. I'm not that easy to deal with. Are the four war emperors very strong? Today, I, Lin Chen, want to kill the emperor. Our 8 desolate palace. The accumulation of tens of thousands of years has turned into nothingness. But those people seem to be almost dead? It seems that Lin Chen seems to have saved us. Those powerhouses in the 8 desolate halls who had successfully escaped were trembling with fear. From the knife just now, Lin Chen seemed to know which camp their men belonged to. Above tens of thousands of feet in the sky at the other end, Ling Xiao, whose legs were chopped off, looked slightly pale, and his body quickly retreated. Lin Chen urged the water robbery and the wood robbery to fight, and quickly ran the wood spirit essence and true water returning Yuan Ju, and quickly healed due to the injuries on his body. The internal injuries he suffered were repairing at a speed visible to the naked eye. At this time, the top of Lin Chen's head immediately suppressed a powerful sword of energy that was tens of thousands of meters high and fell from the sky. This energy giant sword, there are countless ghost-shaped battle auras all over. The fierce energy is like a tide, like the ancient Tianpeng. Lin Chen, just relying on your injury, how can you resist our joint strike? Today is your day of death. When Bai Yun was drinking coldly, this was almost a powerful blow that condensed the 3 war emperors. Even the battle emperor, with triple cultivation, can shake it. Who dies and doesn't know? Lin Chen sneered. When the million dragon power was condensed, the rune energy was reduced by 18,000 points. Running the special meridian route of soul slaying, urging the most powerful one. Soul Destroyer, Slaughter Emperor / A stunning red golden saber light flashed out from the blade of the eternal Night Sword. The blade gas is soaring into the sky, and all the space crystal wall trajectories turn into nothingness under this blade light. All living beings in a radius of hundreds of thousands of miles, whether they are humans or beasts, all felt the instinctive fear of life by the breath of death revealed by this knife. This knife is poignant and beautiful, like a fall before the twilight withers. The red golden blade is 100,000 zhang wide, blooming with the suction power of swallowing the stars and the moon. Wherever he passed, the space collapsed. Yin and yang were chaotic, all vitality withered, and was drained by the breath of the sword. Boom. The sword light cut off the energy giant sword, annihilated all the energy of the battle energy, and swallowed it up. The 4 battle emperors were involved, and there was no chance to escape. Click click. The sky splits hundreds of li-long space crystal wall cracks, and the aftertaste of the knife lingers around, rushing through all the clouds in the sky. Immediately afterwards, faint blood-colored clouds condensed, blood-colored rainwater rose from the sky, and a whimpering wind wailed. This is the heaven and earth vision of the fall of the emperor. The many elders of the 8 desolate halls couldn't help but sighed, their hearts trembling with fear. They never thought that there would be this day, and they actually witnessed the fall of the Emperor of War. Every battle emperor is a top figure among the infinite geniuses in the world. And he also has the will and courage to live to death to break the bottleneck of the emperor. You must know, to become a war emperor, you must first destroy your own war energy and fu, shatter it all, and if you fail, you will fall. How many ancient wizards and ancient evildoers have stopped at this step? How many arrogances have been eclipsed by the bottleneck of the Emperor of War, and they have stopped moving forward? To give birth to a war emperor, how difficult it is for heaven and earth. However, today they were fortunate enough to witness the fall of the legendary Emperor of War. Everyone stared blankly at the silver-robed boy in the sky. To Wang, what kind of style and domineering that is. Lin Chen couldn't contain the ecstasy in his heart. He almost used all his strength with this knife, and even used the penetrating rune. Their bodies. In the void, countless attribute light spheres are scattered all over, and several dazzling treasure chests are suspended. In addition, there are 2 serene bodies suspended in the void. Their vitality is completely destroyed, which makes Lin Chen excited. The body of the War Emperor. That is the body of the Emperor of War. If Qinglong can devour the body of the War Emperor, maybe it can reach the 6th Order peak or even half the 7th Order, and it is also possible to have more than 900,000 dragon power. Moreover, the nailing rings on them are even more treasures among treasures. Lin Chen used his tread to move in an instant, and slammed into the bodies of the 2 war emperors. Tear. Unexpectedly, a space jade slip was torn apart, listing the golden space passage. By Yuxing and one grabbed the 2 corpses of the Emperor of War. Ling Xiao followed closely, and entered the golden space passage, like lightning. Want to escape? Lin Chen drew another knife like lightning. However, there was a severe throbbing sensation in the meridians in the body, and before the sword chi was released, Lin Chen's expression showed a slight pain. This moment of hesitation caused the 2 to escape completely with the corpse. Before leaving, a vicious curse came from Bai Yunxing. Damn little devil, one day, the Emperor will come to take your dog's life. At that time, you will know that in front of adults, you are not even an ant. As soon as the voice fell, the golden space channel was reduced to nothingness and disappeared. Grass. Damn, almost. My 2 battle emperors. Lin Chen was furious, and cursed. The battle energy consumed in the final moment state is too much. He has reached the limit, and because of that moment of hesitation, he missed the opportunity for Qinglong to break through. With the record of killing the 2 emperors, it is time for the Godslayer talent to activate. It is almost unrealistic to want to replicate this record unless he steps into the realm of the Emperor of War, but one can imagine how much Lin Chen regretted it. In fact, Lin Chen is enough to be proud of Kyushu when he can kill the 2 emperors. Every battle emperor has survived for tens of thousands of years. And they don't know how many trump cards and backgrounds they have. accumulated. If the four of them had not insisted on confronting Lin Chen this time, they would have been able to escape for fear that Lin Chen would become their biggest threat after escaping. Even the worst can escape 3, and it will never end with such a bleak result. The duration of the God-Killer talent is almost over. Now is not the time to hesitate and regret. Feeling that the fluctuations of the fighting spirit in the body were weakening, Lin Chen put aside all his emotions. If he returned to normal state, let alone the Emperor of War, any 9th level of Yuan Zuanjing would make him unable to eat and walk around. Lin Chen took out the blue dragon and took away all the attribute light balls in the void at this time. These attribute light balls can all be dropped by the 4 war emperors, and most of them are dropped after the fall of the 2 war emperors. All of them are the 4 attributes of martial art spirit, rune energy, heaven value, and talent point. The high quality is the first time Lin Chen has seen it. Ignoring the screen of attribute values that popped up frantically from the system, he stretched out his hand and grabbed it, taking away the multiple treasure chests floating in the void. The host opens the amethyst treasure chest and obtains an active talent. Ultimate return. It can consume specified talent points, and in a very short period of time, it can replenish all the consumed battle energy, mental power, flesh shell status, and required talent points for the host. The host opens the amethyst treasure chest and obtains a passive talent. Emperor Destroyer. If the host launches an attack with killing intent, there will be a 0.1% chance to trigger the instant kill mechanism, which allows the host to kill the opponent directly in seconds, which is suitable for the holy realm of all living beings. In Lin Chen's heart, the previous regret and annoyance were instantly overwhelmed by huge ecstasy. The first is the ultimate return talent, which is almost the talent he lacks the most. After having the ultimate moment, Lin Chen is always in a state of insufficient fighting spirit. As long as the offensive is a little more violent, the fighting spirit will bottom out immediately. And that passive talent, Emperor Destroyer, it's a bit vague as fuck. For Lin Chen, this talent can only be expected, not relied upon. The 0.1% chance of the Emperor Destroyer is 1 in 1,000. According to the apparent chance, 1 in 1,000 attacks will trigger the spike mechanism. But let me ask, if Lin Chen in normal state faced a battle Emperor level powerhouse, who would attack him 1,000 times? Don't say it 1,000 times, once is a problem. Even getting close is a problem. Forget it, this talent will at least make my life not completely hopeless. Lin Chen shook his head and laughed. After the God Killer is lifted, this talent is the only way Lin Chen can threaten the Emperor of War. Suddenly, Lin Chen's eyes froze, and a beautiful woman who was staring at him not far away showed an expression of pain and struggle. Hey, it's her? Lin Chen was a little surprised. This woman was Murong Qingxue, who Lin Chen once saved. In the eyes she stared at her, there was pain, but also strong killing intent. And hatred, as well as a trace of desperate struggle. The will of the holy fire seed is controlling her? Lin Chen was startled, his body moved slightly, and flashed to Murong Qingxue's side, his palm rested on the beauty's snow-white jade forehead, releasing his fighting spirit to ease her pain. At the same time, Lin Chen's fighting spirit quickly shuttled into her body, located in her spiritual consciousness, burning a ray of red fire. The seeds of fire spread out with net-like lines, connecting Murong Qingxue's spiritual seeds and even her will. Is that the damn thing? Break it up for me. Lin Chen revolved 8 kinds of heavenly tribulation battle auras, condensed a stream of light, and blasted away. The crimson fire squeaked, like a mouse seeing a cat, and quickly receded. The 8 kinds of heavenly tribulation war energy merged into a big net, and suddenly rushed over to cover and annihilate the red fire. Well. Morong Qingshua's struggling and painful expression flashed, replaced by the usual agility and doubts? You recovered? How are you feeling? Morong Qingxue was both shocked and puzzled when she saw the young man in front of her clearly and recalled her previous memories. I seem to be under control. It seems that the entire Morong family is under control. Lin Chen, are you actually the Emperor of War? Lin Chen shrugged. Hey, it's not so defiant, it's just as handsome once, and it'll change back later. But, you saved me again. Morong Qingxue clenched her teeth, perhaps the most complicated existence in her life for the teenager who saved her time and time again. When he quietly entered his heart, he found that he was the one he hated. But he is so unique. Time and time again, the Tianling ranking has won 4 consecutive championships, and even the 4 famous battle emperors are not his opponents. Such a peerless style. How many people are there in ancient and modern times? Lin Chen is not a fool. He shook his head and smiled. Why do you wrong yourself? Why don't you live for yourself? Why do you have to let the grievances of your family or others bind you? Hearing this, Morong Qingxue was startled. Feeling the gradually weakening fighting spirit in his body, Lin Chen's expression became solemn and said seriously, let's go back to the academy first, and now the entire Lingzhou has been turned upside down. I'm afraid things are far from that simple. Maybe as the four guys said, Lingzhou has been revolutionized by them. Well. The beauty nodded obediently, her eyes twinkling. Lin Chen pulled Morong Qingxue, ripped apart the void, stepped into the crack of the space, and disappeared into the void, leaving only the marveled powerhouses outside the 8 desolate halls. Lin Chen, who escaped into the void, walked forward while assisting the Wanzai Xian Qinglong to refine the majestic energy in the source of the Qinglong. This time, he devoured so many Yuan Zuanjing 9th, 8th, half-step emperors, and several more. Hundreds of Yuan Zuanjing bodies, its dragon veins have penetrated to 20,000. 20,000. That is 200,000 dragon power. The value has more than doubled from before. But it is far more than double the lethality. In terms of pure power alone, Wanzai Zuanqinglong already has a destructive power comparable to that in the middle stage of the 6th stage. With its many magical powers, it can also fight against it in the later stage of the 7th stage. However, at this time, the dragon veins are still constantly opening. Lin Chen can't imagine the end of Qinglong's growth this time. According to Lin Chen's guess, this war reform may have a decisive relationship with the Bai family, and they can call out the remaining will of the Holy Fire Seed. The will of the Holy Fire Seed is stored in the depths of the spirit. If it accumulates over time, it must know the body of the host like the back of the hand. Once it rebounds, the consequences may be unimaginable. Those powerhouses who have refined the seeds of holy fire may all be controlled. The most important thing is that those who used to refine the seeds of the holy fire were not like Lin Chen. They had such mysterious exercises as the Taisher Bible and the 9 tribulations of creation to protect the body. If this is the case, then the current Lingzhou may have set off a war that is unique in history. Judging from the history of the hundreds of thousands of Lingzhou, those powerhouses who have absorbed the seeds of holy fire are simply countless. The seeds of holy fire are almost one of the most important resources for cultivating young talents, saints and daughters of ancient families. From the top of the ancient family to the young saints, I am afraid they will all be controlled. I am afraid that Tiange Academy will not be able to escape the poisonous hand. I don't know if I can survive this catastrophe. It turns out that the mystery I deduced at the Tianling ranking calculator conference was actually this catastrophe. According to the timeline predicted at the time, at least. It needs to be. It will take about 20 years for it to erupt. What is the reason for this catastrophe to come to Lingzhou ahead of schedule? Lin Chen, who was moving at a high speed, had many thoughts in his mind. At this time, his fighting spirit began to abruptly diminish. Startled, Lin Chen hurriedly exited the void and sneaked. The battle chi turned from the limbs and bones into 9 battle chi yuanfu. The pure strength of the whole body began to decrease continuously, and the spiritual power also kept shrinking, as if going back in time. It was very miraculous. Finally, the War Chi Yuan Palace was slowly reduced to 3, returning to Lin Chen's original Yuan Zuanjing triple cultivation base. Godslayer talent has come to an end. As expected of the strongest talent in the current version of the system. Even if the state is lifted, I don't have any burdened weakness. When Lin Chen exclaimed, he unfolded his purple phoenix wings. At this time, he had reached the territory tens of thousands of miles away from the academy. Not far from the academy. Tiange Academy, the whole academy has already fallen into a panic. Of course, more elders are still in a calm state. The hundreds of thousands of ethnic groups of the Yan family have migrated here, avoiding the disaster of genocide. At the same time, the ethnicities of the Yan family and the Han family were also transferred together with the students of Tiange Academy. The Yan family also revealed to Tiange Academy that the secret of the holy fire seed shocked the academy. At least half of the academy's working level supreme elders have refined holy fire seeds. Once the fight begins, it will immediately be dealt with by outside enemies. Therefore, the vice president personally sits in the academy and gathers all the senior elders who have absorbed the seeds of the holy fire. Once they have any abnormality, they will immediately be suppressed by the vice president in person, not even self-destruction. But if the vice president wants to suppress all the elders who have refined the seeds of the holy fire, they cannot participate in the battle. Without her combat power, it can be said to be a fatal blow to the current situation. On the other hand, what was even more shocking was that Lin Chen's condition was passed back to the academy. You just came back like this. What about Lin Chen? Why didn't you bring him back? The 4 war emperors of the Bai and Ling families appeared in the Han family. Wait, what did you just say? Was Lin Chen covering you up to retreat? He is a Yuan Zun realm to cover your exit. In the secret room of the high-level academy, when those high-level officials who had never absorbed the seeds of the holy fire gathered together, they were completely shocked when they heard the reports from the ancestors of the Han family, Meng Qianma and others. Yan Qianyun and other senior members of the Yan family were also among them. When they heard about this situation, those senior mathematicians who had seen so many monsters and geniuses also took a deep breath. One stopped the 4 emperors? A young man of Yuan Zuanjing was able to cover the entire Han family to escape from the hands of 4 war emperors and hundreds of Yuan Zunjing? I dare not write this fucking novel like this. If it wasn't for the ancestor of the Han family sitting here in person, everyone would not even believe the 1 in 10,000 possibility. After obtaining multiple proofs, the answer of the entire Han family is the same. Only the senior management of the academy reluctantly believed and accepted this fact. But, I still can't think of how one Yuanzun realm can fight for battle. Emperors. The corners of several academy executives trembled as they unconsciously muttered to themselves. Don't imagine, my strength is directly proportional to my appearance. The door of the secret room was suddenly pushed open, and Lin Chen walked into the secret room and laughed. Lin Chen? Damn it. Are you really all right, kid? Can you really fight the 4 war emperors? My God, this is too ridiculous. We have practiced for so many years, and we have practiced in the belly of a dog. Brother, what happened to the 4 war emperors? Many high-level executives flocked to see Lin Chen's return. Idiot. How can you be so reckless? Yan Qianyun threw herself on Lin Chen even more anxiously, checking back and forth whether there were any flaws in his body, but after realizing her gaffe, she immediately took a few steps back. Lin Chen scratched his head and said shyly, I killed 2, maimed 1, and seriously injured 1. It's a pity that I couldn't take away their nailing ring and body in the end. Damn, I feel like I've lost billions when I talk about this. Lin Chen couldn't help cursing, seeing his extremely regretful expression. It didn't look like he was lying at all. It's very much like the Lin Chen who didn't even want to suffer a small loss in the past. On the field, from the high-level elders to the academy tutors, they all stared at Lin Chen with a ghost-like expression. Killing 2 war emperors and maiming 2 with the cultivation base of Yuan Zuanjing? Do you still want to take everyone's old bottom over? Is this still human? Is this still human? Seeing everyone's completely confused appearance, Lin Chen laughed a few times, and then said seriously, Elders, you don't need to care about these things. To be honest, I was able to challenge the 4 war emperors because of some of my personal secrets, and this is the only chance in my life. I am still a cultivator of the 3rd level of Yuan Zuanjing 4, any 9th level of Yuan Zuanjing can take care of me. Lin Chen lifted the 10,000 layers of fire net art and deliberately revealed his cultivation base to let everyone know his details. Otherwise, everyone thought he could challenge the Emperor of War, and he would have to turn it over when he encountered a strong warrior of the Emperor of War. Skin. Water. Even so, everyone was still unable to calm down for a long time. Judging from Lin Chen's spirit, he didn't seem to have been injured or paid a price similar to his lifespan. That is to say, he got the strength to challenge the Emperor of War at almost nothing. This is too nonsense. By the way, what will the Academy do next? Where is the Deputy Dean? Seeing that the atmosphere was no longer so tense, Lin Chen stopped joking and asked seriously. Meng Qianma said solemnly, the Vice President is in the spaceplane near the gate of the secret realm of Purgatory, and controls all the elders who have absorbed the seeds of the holy fire. The college plans to completely migrate to Tianzhou and Mingzhou. The college is in Tianzhou. It has a branch itself, which can be transferred immediately. Control all the elders who have absorbed the seeds of holy fire. Lin Chen's eyes lit up, and he immediately recalled that his mind of the 9 tribulations of creation could dispel the will of the holy fire seeds. It's just that I don't know if it's still useful to the current elders. Lin Chen, now that you have returned, we are all at ease. It's time to evacuate. This incident in Lingzhou is no trivial matter. The Vice President has ordered the entire hospital to evacuate. Transfer to Tianzhou those who Stay here, life and death uncertain. All the high-level officials said in unison. Lin Chen nodded. I know, but I still have things to do before I leave. The entrance to the giant gate of the Purgatory secret realm, in the secret realm space. You mean, this little guy killed 2 war emperors and injured by Yunsheng and Ling Xiao of the Ling family? When the deputy dean heard the reports of many elders, he was slightly moved. Yes, although we haven't seen it with our own eyes, but from the reports of the Han family and the 3 elder mentors, it should be true. Several elders shook their heads in amazement, which made the vice president's eyes gleam with splendor. Looking at Lin Chen in the enclosed space again, who was running the minds of many supreme elders, the vice president couldn't help shaking his head in amazement. She never thought that Lin Chen could achieve the achievement of Emperor too, at the age of 20. Before the deputy dean could finish his amazement, the surprises came one after another. The elders who were controlled by the will of the holy fire seeds began to gradually regain their sanity. Hey, what happened to me before? I just wanted to attack everyone in the academy. It's terrifying, the old mind seems to have received an order. I just want to destroy the academy. Strange, this old man has never encountered such a thing in 10,000 years of cultivation. More and more elders and high-level leaders regained their senses. Lin Chen sweated like rain. Every time he put his palm on the foreheads of the elders, he quietly operated the 9 tribulations of creation. When entering their bodies, find that will, from the depths of the spirit. When the fighting spirit fluctuated, it shattered their deep will in one fell swoop. Nailed it. Lin Chen sat on the ground with the buttocks, and many supreme elders and high-level mentors were grateful to him, and the deputy dean was even more amazed. What a miraculous mind technique! It is indeed a mysterious technique that can create several types of robbery battle bodies. I am afraid that the rank has surpassed the advanced purple rank. This son is really shocked. Sure enough, Wei Qianyun, this girl, has not misunderstood the person. He is indeed the star of hope in our Lingzhou. At this moment, a gentle and elegant middle-aged man in white walked into the enclosed space, as well as 2 smiling old men in sackcloth beside him. These 3 are the Yan family patriarch and the 2nd and 3rd elders in charge of the Supreme Elder Council. Hee. Although the catastrophe was 20 years ahead of schedule, there is now a legend in our hospital, and it is still unknown who will kill the deer. The vice president laughed lightly, and with a soft flick of his sleeves, a brand new gentle fighting spirit was injected into Lin Chen's body, making his consumption completely filled, and there were even signs of surpassing the heyday. Vice Dean, how about I stay and fight with the academy? Lin Chen licked his tongue and said excitedly. The attribute value he gained after the battle with the Emperor of War really made him want to stop. And most importantly, he can now help those war emperors who are controlled by the will of the Holy Fire Seed to regain their sanity. This is a vital fighter. No. You have to leave. As long as you are still alive, we have hope. Don't think that you can stay here if you can get rid of the will of the Holy Fire. This battle in Lingzhou is far beyond your imagination. Our current battle, the strength of the enemy is completely unknown. We have not even figured out who the enemy is. You must not stay. The deputy dean's expression was so serious that even some of the college's supreme elders were moved by it. They had never seen the deputy dean show such an expression. The corners of his mouth twitched slightly, and Lin Chen sighed inwardly. At this moment, the vice principal spread out the snow-white and delicate palm. And a faint orange brilliance appeared. Boom! In all areas of Tiange Academy, you can clearly see an orange beam of light blooming in the high sky of the academy. The elders, mentors, and students who were migrating away gradually turned their heads and stared at the orange beam of light. More than a year ago, the birth of the academy's Zsun class was such a vision, but this orange beam of light was much more dazzling than the Zsun class. The beam of light shines a million miles away, all the affiliated forces, cities and countless people who were once Tiange Academy's affiliates, and countless people who are in panic, all stared at the orange light in the direction of Tiange Academy. This is orange rank. You can't go wrong, this is the light of Tiange Academy's birth of the orange rank. This is the first time in the history of Tiange Academy that there is an orange honor student. Who is it? Who is qualified to get the orange honor rank? It's definitely him. Lin Chen. No one is more qualified than him. The old man once remembered that Yun Tiange, the founder of Tiange Academy, said that if Tiange Academy has an orange rank one day, it will definitely be a figure who will shake the entire Kyushu and rule forever. We, Lingzhou, are not in despair yet. With Tiange Academy as the center, all the forces and people in the midst of the war are working hard to ignite their fighting spirit and hope. In the extreme southern area of Lingzhou, the emperors are alive. Thousands of Yuan Zuanjing, and even dozens of war emperors, turn to the direction of Tiange Academy at the same time. The orange rank of Tiange Academy has been born. It seems that there are a lot of changes this time. You can kill 2 of our war emperors at a young age. This orange rank has endless troubles. The old foxes from the Yan family actually hid in Tiange Academy. Unexpectedly, we should let them figure out our move first. Anyway, let's go and destroy Tiange Academy. The clouds move in the 10 directions, and the emperors are born. Goal, Tiange Academy. In the secret space, Lin Chen stunned and looked at the beautiful cheeks of the vice president with a smile and said incredulously, is this the Orange Order medal? Yes. I originally planned to give it to you when you arrived at the 9th level of Yuan Zuanjing. Although it is still a little early, it will belong to you sooner or later. Lin Chen, you will be the first and perhaps the last in the history of our Tiange Academy. The Orange Honor. I believe that no one will disagree with this decision, and no one is more suitable for it than you. When the Vice Dean smiled lightly, all the elders of the academies present rubbed their beards and smiled. This son deserves this name. Seeing that the vice principal had made up his mind, Lin Chen took the orange medal, and when he trembled slightly, there was a spirituality attached to his chest robe. When the orange medal recognized Lin Chen, a new memory suddenly appeared in his mind. My name is Yun Tiange. I am the first-generation dean and founder of the academy. If you get this medal, it proves that you already have the height I expect. The younger generation only remembers that the Kyushu continent was created by the 100 saints of my human race. Outside of Kyushu, there are countless human race worlds of the Kyushu continent, higher ones, and the legendary Holy Realm, the God Realm. The Holy Realm, that is a group of saints shining brightly. The space is the peak of the origin of my human race martial arts. And there are gods in charge of the holy world. And the realm of the gods is the time and space where the gods are in charge of chaos. In the past, hundreds of millions of years ago, a shocking change occurred in the holy realm. There were souls that shook the gods to find allies and destroyed the 10 most terrifying things in the holy realm. 9. Layer Holy Prison. In the holy prison, all are the most ferocious and vicious people in the holy realm. After they escaped from the holy prison, they mixed into the endless human race territory, proclaimed themselves gods, enslaved the human race continent, and provided them with nourishment to restore the holy body. Among them, there was a group of holy prisoners from the 18th to 19th holy prisons. Staring at them. Kyushu continent. After they tried hard to get nowhere, they maliciously provoked a war between the demon race and the human race, started a full-scale battle in Kyushu, and led to the fall of the 100 saints. Descendants, your mission is to rush them before they repair the broken holy body. Completely destroy all the false gods. Once they are allowed to completely repair the holy body, with their strength close to the peak of the holy realm, the Kyushu continent will be completely reduced to hell. That quaint and heavy spiritual voice shocked Lin Chen for a long time, unable to calm down. Thinking of this, Lin did something that stunned everyone. I saw, he solemnly took off the orange metal on his chest, and put it back in the palm of the vice president's palm very politely and well-behaved. Sorry, Vice President, someone from Lin, has been under pressure that I shouldn't have due to my appearance. You should send me a Zsen grade, or you can simply not send it. Lin Chen smirked and scratched his head, which shocked many high-level officials and elders. Is this kid out of his mind? How many top purple honors in the past smashed their scalps and wanted to become orange honors, but this kid doesn't want it? Are you going back on your own initiative? Poochie, ha ha ha. The vice president was completely amused by Lin Chen. She has always been extraordinary and worldly. When she saw Lin Chen's well-behaved and even twitching face, she laughed wildly. For someone Lin, is it possible not to go back? He never thought of being a savior from the beginning to the end. He just wants to be at ease, do things he loves, and flirt with girls. Who the hell is going to save the world at every turn? He's not an Ultraman. Besides, he even brought a lollipop and milk to someone who cheated on a child, a loli or something, and then gave him a broken medal and asked him to kill all those false gods who coveted Kyushu? Does this regard him as a living Bodhisattva or Our Lady of the Savior? The big deal is that Kyushu ruined him, and he took some of his beautiful young ladies and everyone from class 66 and dragged his family to other human continents, right? Why go to death? The vice dean laughed for a while before wiping the corners of his eyes, and said with a smile, don't worry, I know what you think, we will naturally not let you do this unprepared, but now you only have Yuan Zuanjing cultivation base, what we have prepared, you can't even control a slightly stronger 7th order weapon. I don't care. Anyway, Lin, don't want to be a good person, let alone a savior. I'll show it off. I don't accept drawing cakes. I choose to return it. I can't afford this orange medal, I can't afford it. Choose to be a man who has nothing but handsome, thank you. Lin Chen's serious showdown caused all the senior elders to hold their foreheads and have a headache. This is really a wonderful work of all ages. Can this be returned? This little friend Lin Chen is really a strange person, we have opened our eyes today. The head of the Yen family shook his head and laughed, he glanced at the two elders and couldn't help but smile. Okay, I'll keep this orange honor medal for you first. When you come back next time, you can decide whether to become an orange honor student or not. This is the head office. The ironic vice president shook his head and put away the orange medal. This is probably the worst day in the history of Tiange Academy. The Vice President personally awarded the first Orange Honor in history and was returned by this kid? Lin Chen, it's time for you to set off. Suddenly, the expressions of the deputy dean and the elders suddenly became solemn, and they seemed to have sensed that a large number of powerhouses had already attacked Tiange Academy. How is the evacuation of the academy doing? The deputy dean asked a battle emperor-level elder who had just entered the secret space. The students have been completely transferred, except for a few students who insisted on returning to their family and left only the inheritance of combat skills and some things from the treasure pavilion could not be transferred. It doesn't matter, the treasures of the treasure pavilion will be our next strategic preparation resources. The changes and future trends of Lingzhou cannot be determined by 1 or 2 battles. They will recruit people one after another, and we will also. I am anxious for the elders who have traveled to Kyushu to return. Then, the vice president looked at Lin Chen and said seriously, Lin Chen, you are different from everyone evacuating to Tianzhou. Your goal this time is the Tsang Tower of Shenzhou. The journey is long and difficult. Right now we don't have many weapons to help you in danger, and a lot of resources will be used. In the next battle, I only have this one thing, which can help you get out of the crisis 3 times, you remember, it will be destroyed when you use it up, don't rely on it. Suspended in the void, the green jade ring was suspended in front of Lin Chen. From the outside, it seemed to be just an ordinary ring, not even a nailing ring. This thing is the Blue Sea Aurora ring, which I have accumulated over thousands of years. It can break out 3 attacks, comparable to the second stage of the second stage of the War Emperor's realm. It can help you get rid of difficulties at critical moments, but it depends on you. Own. Lin Chen took the Beihai ring and clasped his fists, thanks to the vice president for giving the ring, this reward is actually much more. I will. Be careful. Come on, time waits for no one. With a flick of his sleeves, the vice president teleported Lin Chen and other younger generations away, and all the war emperors fled to the outside world. Immediately. Tiange Academy, number 97, Sky Island. Class 66 and Lin Chen gathered here as the last group. Except for the elders and mentors who stayed to fight, the ones who gathered at the moment were the last ones who left. Lin Chen found Yuan Lao in the crowd, rushed over immediately, and handed a pill to Yuan Lao. Old Yuan, this medicinal pill was specially refined for you. It can bring your battle chi cultivation base back to its peak, and it can also repair old wounds in your body. At the moment of separation, Lin Chen was very serious, and Yuan Lao sighed. Good boy, I really didn't see the wrong person in my life. To restore his original cultivation base and repair old injuries, Yuan Lao naturally knew that it was a problem for the top 6th order alchemy masters. This kid can be so caring, and it is not worth his painstaking efforts to him. Squad leader, are you going to Tianzhou with us? Everyone from class 66 gathered, and Ying Liang asked first. No, I'm going to the Sky Tower in Shenzhou. There, I can find the fastest way to grow. There was a strange light in Lin Chen's eyes. He still had to look for the inheritance of the Saint's Edict. Shen Xianlong number 47 left in Shenzhou. Shenzhou, he had to go. Lin Lang, are we going to part again? Yun Manqing hugged Lin Chen reluctantly. He smiled and comforted, don't worry, everything is only temporary. Besides, with the sacred fire seeds I left you, you will definitely be able to enter the Yuanzun realm as quickly as possible. You have to take care of your body too. Ling Yueqi held Lin Chen's palm, her cold and beautiful cheeks revealed a faint worry. She knows that although she has entered the realm of Yuanzun now, staying by Lin Chen's side will only become a burden to him. If not, she will definitely choose to follow Lin Chen to Tianzhou with her temperament. The female students in class 66 and Han Ziyun on the side all summoned up their courage and hugged and said goodbye to Lin Chen. Morong Qingxue looked at them with envy and confusion. The male students looked at each other and said nothing. Lin Chen, I want to find an old man in Mingzhou, and then I will go to Shenzhou. At that time, we will join hands and sweep all the geniuses in Shenzhou. Yan Qianyun smiled sweetly. Lin Chen felt a sense of pride in his heart, and laughed. That's natural. With this drastic change in Lingzhou, everyone in class 66 came from a barren area, so don't worry for the time being. Unless the Battle of Lingzhou is decided, the marginal areas such as the 24 areas will not be in danger. Ning Qingshuan's Ning family is sheltered by the so-called God, which is actually one of the many false gods who covet Kyushu. Even if the Lingzhou war breaks out, don't worry for the time being. The only thing Lin Chen is worried about is Bai Ruoyan. Sister Ruoyan has been silent since the last battle between Lin Chen and Bai Tianqi. Now that such a terrible war has broken out in Lingzhou, how can she easily be alone? Let's go. We are the last to leave the academy. A battle emperor-level elder who was responsible for escorting the trainees and mentors suddenly shouted coldly, and a space light rose in the center of the Sky Island, which turned into a space channel, and everyone entered together. The light was reversed, and everyone disappeared. As soon as Lin Chen and others left, the aura of many powerful emperors swept across the sky and ruled the world. The vice president led many battle emperor-level powerhouses to levitate to a height above 100,000 zhang, staring directly at the blurry shadows in the distance. Huh? You actually have access to the power of will of the adults? What a Tianga Academy! I didn't expect to be able to do such absurd things as removing the power of will. Sure enough, it should have wiped out you as soon as possible. From the high altitude of the Tianga Academy, an unprecedented battle of emperors has been launched. What Lin Chen didn't know before he left was that it was his sister Ruoyan who led the Lingzhou emperors to start the war this time. Tianzhou, Yunfu Pavilion, straight to Shaohan. There are several figures standing on the top of the pavilion, and the breath is as strong as a king. Unexpectedly, the catastrophe in Lingzhou has come ahead of time. How long has it been since the Heavenly Spirit Ranking Conference was held, and Lingzhou has fallen into chaos? Should I step in? No. The upheaval in Lingzhou is no trivial matter. One party has united the power of many ancient families. Even if we rely on the strength of our Tianzhou, we must unite most of the forces to deal with it. Do you think we have this energy? Watching the changes is the best choice. The five figures were discussing and chatting, but one of the white-haired old men stared flatly in the direction of Lingzhou. 3 days later, the space channel transports everyone to the edge of Lingzhou, which is tens of millions of miles away from Tianga Academy. This place is the Tianshan Wanlinghai. The Wanlinghai is the largest ocean in our Lingzhou, and the end of the Linghai is a space boundary point. It is said that the boundary point is an infinitely distorted space that will swallow everything up. However, as long as we need to cross the Tianshan Mountains, we can reach the junction of Tianzhou and Lingzhou. The leader of the battle emperor-level elder sighed slightly, which immediately caught Lin Chen's eyes. Yan Qianyun is here to separate, she is going to Mingzhou, and she is going to take a different road. You all go first, I still have things to do. After I finish, I will leave. Lin Chen left a sentence and suddenly swept in the direction of Wanlinghai. Everyone looked at each other, feeling helpless. No one could guess Lin Chen's thoughts. However, they didn't need to worry. Now that they have reached the area on the edge of Lingzhou, the battle of the battle emperor powerhouses is not so easy to extend here. Lin Chen swept straight into the sea of 10,000 spirits. The ocean is infinite, even if Lin Chen pushed the full speed and jumped thousands of miles. In just a split second, he only saw a dark space after exhausting Lin Chen's fighting spirit. Black line. At the end of the ocean, there is a black line of space falling straight into the sky, which is very strange. It is only about 40 meters away from the sea level. The starting point of the black line in space is an extremely small vortex. All the space at the starting point is collapsed and twisted, completely unable to repair itself, and is always in a curved state. Sure enough, space boundary point is exactly what I expected. Someone Lin's eyes lit up. This space boundary point is somewhat similar to the black hole recognized by the Earth where he is, which is a principle. However, it is much smaller than a black hole, but its principle is similar to that of a black hole. It is an infinitely twisted and curved spacetime. Every time the internal rotation of the space boundary point, it will release strong energy fluctuations, such as ripples passing through, setting off violent waves in the ocean. If you get too close, even the strength of the battle emperor will be absorbed in, and it will even be difficult to escape. But at this time, Lin Chen began to slowly brew a shocking plan in his heart. It seems that before I leave this time, I have to prepare a big gift for those who started the Lingzhou War. Lin Chen chuckled, then turned around and left. A day later, in the Guanqihai in the northern region, inside the bottom of the sea, a young man punched repeatedly, shaking the sea and breaking through a hard tunnel on the cliffs, by the sea. 3 days later, in the earth and underworld, a similar situation continued to unfold. In just 10 days, Lin Chen destroyed the coasts of more than a dozen sea areas. These sea areas are the main sea areas of Lingzhou, and 80% of the water sources come from these sea areas. He changed the direction of the sea water, so that all the sea water in these sea areas flowed to the Wanling Sea. When the sea began to rise and the sea flooded the starting point of the space boundary, suddenly the space trembled. The seawater of Wanlinghai began to be sucked into the interior by the space boundary, forming a space vortex, which continuously absorbed all the seawater. With the influx of seawater, the space boundary began to sink gradually, sinking to the bottom of the sea compared to its original position. As a result, the entire ocean was gradually lost and swallowed. However, Wanlinghai is the largest sea area in Lingzhou, and its seawater is more than several trillion billion tons, which is not something that can be seen for a while. The most that can be seen is that in the Wanling Sea, there is an additional sea vortex. And this vortex, in time, will become the first gift that Lin Chen gave the enemy when he returned. 1 month later, Danzhou, one of the 9 continents. Danzhou Shuyang City is a giant city with hundreds of millions of people. In the past few days, in Shuyang City, a small Dan meeting is about to be held. And the crowd is full of people, bringing together many powerful heroes and powerful people of Yuanzun level from all walks of life. At this time, Shuyang City was also full of high-level pharmacists, including many heavyweight pharmacists such as 6th Order Intermediate and Advanced. Qingyun Street, Shuyang City, is a special area where many pharmacists exchange heaven and earth treasures, barter or exchange medicinal pills and medicinal formulas. A corner of Qingyun Street has attracted the attention of many strong people. On the soft bench lies a silver-robed youth wearing black sunglasses. Next to it is a bottle of jade bottle engraved with the words Fila in 1982. He was very comfortable, his hands resting on his head, and the faint wood type fighting spirit held up a book of Single Machine King's Secrets of Pretending hanging in front of him out of thin air, reading it carefully. What's more interesting is the sign next to the silver-robed youth, which attracts the passers-by. King-level refining, by a large number of natural treasures above the 6th rank, accept on-site refining, and replace all the medicinal herbs below the 7th rank, no problem. More. A simple and straightforward sentence made all passing powerhouses stop for it. Substitute for refining all medicinal pills below the 7th rank. How arrogant it must be to say such a thing. The success rate of the 6th Order top-level medicine masters in refining the 6th Order top-level medicinal herbs is generally not more than 50%. Could it be that this kid is still a 6th Order peak alchemy master at a young age? This child's aura is very young. Although he conceals his cultivation and age, the old man estimates that he is not more than 100 years old. Hey! It hasn't even been 100 years, how can this be the master of alchemy at the peak of the 6th Order? Looking at Danzhou's 100 years old, there are only a handful of Tianjiao who can reach the level of 6th Order peak medicine refining, and there are no more than 5 people in Danzhou's ancient family level. This condition is too harsh. It takes only 100 years of cultivation to reach this level, and the talent is more than 100 times stronger than that of many alchemists. Boy, can you help me concoct alchemy? I, Xiaoqing, want to see and learn today. In the crowd of onlookers, an arrogant brocade-clothed fat man stepped out, flicked his stout palm, and threw out a few nailing rings and a roll of pill recipes. Oh? Is there business so soon? The young man in silver robe put away his secret tips, took off his sunglasses and smiled indifferently. This young man is naturally the disguised Lin Chen. It took him more than a month to finally cross the borders of the 3 major states of Lingzhou, Tianzhou, and Shuizhou and arrive at Danzhou. Going south from Danzhou is Shenzhou. The Kyushu continent does not know how vast it is, even if the warrior emperor wants to go around the edge of the Kyushu continent, he does not know how old it is. Lin Chen still used the Eye of 9 tribulations to travel through many high-level space passages in the space, and made some connections before arriving in Danzhou. In the past month or so, Lin Chen's fighting spirit has improved slightly, defeated many high-level beasts, and advanced to the middle stage of the 3rd level cultivation. On the other hand, the Wanzai Zuanqinglong has completed its transformation in more than a month, reaching the sky in one step. It has skyrocketed from the previous 10,200 dragon veins to 68,000 dragon veins, and its pure power has reached 680,000 dragon power. The previous wave devoured a large number of the bodies of Yuan Zuanjing powerhouses, allowing Lin Chen's Qinglong to leap from the middle stage of the 6th Order to the top stage of the 6th Order. In terms of pure power alone, the destructive power is comparable to that of the Yuanzuan realm in the early stage of the 8th layer. With many supernatural powers and the characteristics of the dragon race of the Wanzai. Zhuangqinglong, even the powerhouses in the early stage of the 9 layers can break their wrists. Triple fire ring pill? It's only a 6th order intermediate level high grade medicine pill. This is too unchallenging. Also, the medicinal materials in your 3 nailing rings are not enough as a reward. Add 3 10,000 years. Blood ginseng, 2 6th order intermediate level fire type beast cores, and 5 terrestrial essence lotuses. I will help you refine it to the best quality. How about it? After reading Fatty Zhao's pill recipe, Lin Chen waved his hand domineeringly. And Xiaoqing sneered, no problem, if you can really refine it to the best quality, then it's up to you. But if you can't refine it, it's up to you. Well, you have to pay in full for my losses. Xiaoqing is a veteran of the 6th level Yuanzuan realm in Danzhou. He doesn't think that Lin Chen can refine it successfully. His actions this time are completely intended to extort Lin Chen. After all, only the 6th order high-level alchemy masters have enough confidence in the 6th order intermediate level high-grade medicinal herbs. This kind of person is too difficult to attract. Hey! That's what you said. With a wave of Lin Chen's hand, a light blue 6th order top-level pill furnace appeared on the ground. This was the trophy of his beheading the half-step war emperor when he activated the God-Killer state. Without further ado, Lin Chen opened the 3 nailing rings thrown by Xiaoqing, and accurately picked out the herbs he needed. When Lin Chen was using his spiritual power, he slapped the pill furnace with both hands in the air, and all the medicinal materials flew into the pill furnace in an instant. What? He refines these medicinal materials at the same time? Impossible. Does he really have the 6th order top level of refining medicine? Before waiting for the onlookers to be surprised, more shocking scenes continued to emerge. Thunder Tribulation War Qi jumps with mental power, and the fingertips dance. When the Madra is formed, the thunder light bursts out. When the 5 fingers of the right hand condense the imprint, the 8 layers of fire seals circle around the pill furnace layer by layer. I'm stupid. Am I right? He's using 2 alchemy handprints at the same time. It's so fast. The 8 layers of fire seals condense the fighting energy to make the temperature of each layer in the pill furnace different, and the thunder-type pill concocting fingerprints make the medicinal materials take shape faster than ever. The division of labor is clear, and the flow of water. Many strong men gasped, and that fatty Xiao who wanted to cheat Lin Chen was even more stunned. Boom! In less than a quarter of an hour, Dan Xiaoning was actually Dan Yun. Then there was thunder in the Dan cloud, and the Dan lay exploded. The clouds moved in all directions, and the powerhouses on the entire street looked towards the direction of the condensed pills. They couldn't help but wonder. The 6th order intermediate and above pills were born. Which pill master is refining pills? Dan Lei, you pick it up yourself. I'm not free to bear someone. When Qingdan was about to be born, Lin Chen raised his eyebrows at Xiaoqing, who clasped his fists in ecstasy, after a little stunned. No problem. Xiaoqing stepped into the air, and faced the surging Dan Lei with a punch. After smashing the first Dan Lei, his fist turned into a claw, and all kinds of high-level combat skills came in his hands. When the Dan cloud dissipated and the Dan really came out, the splendid and clear Dan light reflected the horrified faces of all the onlookers. This, a quarter of an hour? In less than a quarter of an hour, he refined a 6th order intermediate level high-grade medicine pill? A real medicine refining wizard. There is no doubt that he must be a wizard. Who is comparable to the most powerful medicine refining monsters in Danzhou? Master. Dare to ask Gao's name. Xiaoqing hurriedly put away the medicinal herbs, and when he offered the agreed medicinal herbs with both hands, he stared at Lin Chen with admiration. My surname is Xiong, and my name is Chimo. Lin Chen said calmly. The disguised young man's face looked cold and proud, unfathomable. Xiong Chimo. Good name. Master Xiong Chimo, and me. I want to train on my behalf. I am me too. Many powerhouses rushed up, madly rushing to sign up for Lin Chen to concoct alchemy. In the next 3 days, a legend circulated throughout Shuyang City. A young master of the 6th order peak alchemy was born on Qingyun Street. He refines all medicinal pills below the 7th rank, and all medicinal pills can be made in his hands in just a moment. The success rate is infinitely close to 100%. So far, he has never failed once. The Dan Yun and Dan Lei that emerged from Qingyun Street again and again confirmed the authenticity of this legend. Some people even calculated that the highest number of times appeared 26 times a day. Is this fucking human? Refining 26 6th order pills in one day? What? A fairy. For a time, even the city lord's mansion of Shuyang City was alarmed. Qingyun Street, the 4th day. The booming business of a certain Lin has allowed him to gain an unknown amount of 6th order heaven and earth treasures, filled with more than a dozen high-end nailing rings, and earning a lot of money. Lin Chen has already obtained a large number of advanced pill recipes. After destroying hundreds of Yuanzun realm in Lingzhou, Lin Chen harvested a lot of spiritual crystals and exercises, but he still lacked a lot of cultivation resources, which condensed the 8 kinds of heavenly robbery fighting spirit Yuanfu needs. It still needs countless cultivation resources to be able to hit the important watershed of the 4th level of Yuanzuanjing. I'm Lin. Oh no, Xiong is not practicing today, and I have collected enough materials. Everyone, go back to your own home and find your own mother. There will be no plans in the future. Lin Chen closed the booth and got up, causing the countless onlookers to be anxious and quickly persuaded. Don't. Master, practice it again. I'll point to this pill to break through the 7th level of Yuanzuanjing. Master, I am willing to produce 40 kinds of 6th order high-grade medicinal materials. As long as you name it, I will get it for you. Please. Make another shot for this Jiufeng Bihuang pill. Lin Chen waved his hand impatiently. I said that the stall has been closed. I'll be welcome if I commit it again. City Lord's Mansion Yang Qinger, please ask the master to refine the medicinal pill again? The lithe and elegant voice resounded gracefully, and everyone was shocked too. Get out of the way. The beautiful women came, with long hair and waist-length, beautiful face. Pure temperament like hibiscus, exquisite body, a pair of delicate peach eyes. Secretly looking at Lin Chen, at the same time, her cherry lips lightly smiled. And said Qinger would like to ask the master, can you do it again? Her voice is very graceful and beautiful, and it is easy to indulge in it. With a smoky voice. Men and seniors who are as strong as Yuanzuanjing are like a spring breeze, and without exception, they show a comfortable look. However, what attracted Lin Chen at first sight was not her voice or appearance, but the light above her head. Yes, that is the radiance of the attribute light sphere. A golden amethyst treasure chest. This girl is a bit interesting. The items in the amethyst treasure chest are Generally not simple things. You have to find a way to touch her head and leave. When someone Lin was tinkering with his little thoughts in his heart, he suddenly narrowed his eyes and raised the corners of his mouth slightly. It turned out to be a big family, and there are 2 secret protection of the 9th level of Yuan Zuanjing next to it. This is a bit tricky. Not only Lin Chen, but also Yang Qing'er was surprised. The young man didn't pay attention to himself at first sight, and was not convinced by his own charm at all. Why does he keep staring at Qing'er's head? Could it be that there is something on top of Qing'er's head? He's really a weird guy, he muttered in his heart, and someone in front of Lin said seriously, I said I don't practice, but I don't practice, girl, please come back. Seeing Lin Chen's refusal, Yang Qing'er smiled sweetly. Master, don't worry. Qing'er was born in Shuyang City Lord's mansion. As long as the master can refine the medicinal herbs that Qing'er wants, and whatever herbs the master wants, Qing'er can provide. Oh, City Lord's mansion? Lin Chen's heart moved, and he laughed jokingly. I don't want the medicinal herbs. If you insist on asking me to do it, you can. I only have one condition, let me touch your head. Hearing this condition, not only the beauties, but also the many powerhouses on the scene were stunned. Why are you touching people's heads? If this is trying to do something wrong, it's another part, right? Master, help me refine the medicine. I'll touch it. A fat man, Yuan Zuanjing, rushed out excitedly, and someone Lin kicked him and flew him. Who wants to touch your dog's head? How about it, little girl, do you agree to my condition? If you don't agree, I can leave. Bold. The young lady is the body of all gold. How can you tolerate the blasphemy of a nameless junior like you? The 2 gray-robed old men scolded Lin Chen in a cold voice, and suddenly stood up. The space around them was twisted, and many strong men stepped back. One after another, their pupils shrinking. The powerful sense of oppression of fighting spirit surrounded Lin Chen. You can't be sincere, little girl. Lin Chen sneered indifferently, and Yang Qing'er hurriedly waved her hand. 2 uncles, don't be impulsive. Miss, if you have any mistakes, we can't explain to the city master. The second elder advised that the oppression of Lin Chen's fighting spirit was reduced a bit, and Yang Qing'er said very seriously, Master's condition, Qing'er can't meet for the time being. If the master can meet our conditions and complete another thing for Qing'er, Qing'er can give you touch. At this time, Yang Qing'er secretly transmitted a voice to Lin Chen, and at the end of her words, a blush smeared her cheeks. The beautiful woman's blurred and pleasant voice scratched someone Lin's ears. For a while, then he calmly said, What conditions? Play the Xiaodan Club for Shuyang City for me, and get the top 3. No problem. At night, the city lord's mansion. There was a lot of discussion in the entire city lord's mansion. Miss Qing'er, who has always had little contact with the opposite sex, would take the initiative to bring a man of the same age back to the mansion. In Keqing's room, it is quaint and fragrant, simple and elegant. Lin Chen sat cross-legged and opened the system bar. Tian Dao Pickup System version 4.0. Host, Lin Chen. Cultivation, the middle stage of Yuan Zuanjing 3-layer. Ultimate strength, 69,000 dragon power. Intermediate blood energy, 218,700 points. Intermediate battle spirit essence, 205,500 points. Intermediate spiritual power, 17 points, mid-stage of the law phase. Intermediate cultivation essence, 53,450 points. Intermediate runic power, 170,655 points. Tiandao value, 240,550 points. Talent points, 255,880 points. Intermediate element energy, fire 59 points, earth 50 points, wood 54 points. Gold 55 points, water 46 points. Lightning 58 points, wind 64 points, light 5 points, dark 88 points. Exercise status bar, open or not, bloodline status bar, open or not. Passive talents, reinforced iron bone 15%, health increases 50%, Emperor. Destroyer. Active talent, the ultimate moment, the ultimate return. Trait runes, slow rune level 4, penetration rune level 4, charge rune level 4. Phantom rune level 4. Treasures, 18,750 kinds of 6th order medicinal materials, 13 kinds of 6th order medicinal herbs, 89 kinds of 7th order medicinal materials, 14 kinds of 7th order rare minerals, 229 kinds of blue rank intermediate combat skills, 582 kinds of blue rank advanced combat skills, and blue rank top battle skills, 190 kinds of skills, 59 kinds of advanced 6th order weapons, 18 kinds of 6th order top level weapons, 9 kinds of half purple combat skills, 17 kinds of incomplete purple order combat skills, 2 kinds of purple rank low-level combat skills. Lin Chen skills, rune energy, talent points, and even the attributes of Heaven's Dao value are all outrageously high. Although the talent of Godslayer will reduce the drop of attribute light balls, but he killed hundreds of Yuanzuan outside +7 or 8 half-step Emperors and a battle emperor. The drop of non-growth type attribute value is still fear. This high attribute value is one of Lin Chen's capitals in China. As long as you can't meet the real Emperor of War, a slow rune with thousands of rune energy will be shot out, and the half-step Emperor will have to be restrained by Lin Chen and smashed to crippled. No matter how powerful the enemy is, this attribute value, Lin Chen cannot surpass in the short term. Once it is used up, it is impossible to replenish it in a short time. But Lin Chen in normal state, if it wasn't for the life-saving blue sea ring left to him by the vice president, he wouldn't be able to take even a single move of the battle emperor in a frontal battle, let alone kill him. System, I want to strengthen the reinforced iron bones and life growth talent to the highest level. The system receives, strengthen the steel and iron bone talent to 30%. Increase the life by 100%, consume 25,000 talent points, and the rest. An electric current-like numbness came from his limbs, and his shell defense was raised to a new level. Would Spirit Essence Yuanfa plus life growth, as long as it is not attacked by the 9th level of Yuanzhenjing, it is not enough to cause fatal damage to someone in Talon. Lin Chen hesitated again and again in front of the fusion function, but chose to give up. After he obtained many Yuanzhenjing nailing rings, he found a lot of advanced exercises, but he never activated the fusion function. From the previous last wave of fusion, Lin Chen already knew that it is very difficult to advance each level of cultivation techniques above the purple rank, and the handed-down collections such as the intermediate and advanced purple rank are not so easy to fuse. And even if you can fuse a middle-level purple level exercise method now, you can't be sure that it is what you need. Therefore, after accumulating a large number of exercises, he needs to fuse them together in one breath to ensure that he can obtain enough opportunities to improve his combat power after consuming a large amount of Heavenly Dao value. At this time, there was a knock on the door. Master Xiong, have you rested? Qing'er has something to confirm with you. Not yet, please come in. The door of the room was pushed open, Lin Chen closed the system bar, and it was Yang Qing'er who entered the room. It's so late, Miss Qing'er shouldn't come to me to talk about her dreams, and study the structure of the human body? Lin Chen suddenly smiled. Behind Yang Qing'er was a middle-aged young woman in palace dress. Her strength was even stronger than the previous two old men. With a wave of her hand, the young woman in the palace dress covered the room with her fighting spirit, blocking all sounds. When someone Lin saw this, he folded his hands on his chest and looked terrified. It's also silenced. What do they want? I am still a child. Please increase your efforts. Oh no, please be civilized. Master, I don't know if you have heard of the recent upheaval in Lingzhou in the Kyushu mainland? There is also Lin Chen in Lingzhou. A hint of slyness appeared on Yang Qing'er's sweet and charming face. Lin Chen's eyelids trembled slightly, and he slapped. Ahaha, I heard a little. I heard that this Lin Chen is very handsome. I don't know why Miss Qing'er made such a statement. Master, you are Lin Chen. Suddenly, Yang Qing'er spoke astonishingly. Even the 9th level of Yuan Xuanjing and even the half-step emperor couldn't recognize Lin Chen's disguise. But this girl saw through it. Lin Chen took a deep look at her. At this time, the beautiful woman in the palace dress was beside him, and there were also strong guards outside the room. If Lin Chen forcibly took action, he would not be able to capture the treasure chest and then escape from the city lord's mansion. After thinking for a while, he calmed down and smiled indifferently. I don't know what Miss Qing'er said. I don't understand it. Young Master Lin Chen, stop pretending. I have recognized you from the time you replaced the alchemy medicine. You can switch between several alchemy handprints. You can use 2 alchemy handprints at the same time. You are good at disguise, and the style of medicine refining is not rigid. Yang Qing'er covered her mouth and chuckled lightly with her eyebrows curved. Young Master Lin Chen, after all, you have an alchemy master who has no pretense of alchemy skills. He is still so young, and there are not many in the entire Kyushu. Depend on feelings. Someone, Lin, thought that he was recognized without putting on a bad face like other alchemists. Hey, in the final analysis, it is still too good-tempered. This bad habit must be changed. It must be changed. Hey, it's really annoying to be handsome, and everyone will recognize you when you come to Danzhou. So, what do you want to do, little beauty? Lin Chen shrugged and simply admitted his identity. Beneath this girl's pure and beautiful appearance, there seemed to be some cunning hidden. Seeing Lin Chen's admission, the beautiful woman in the palace dress can't help but tremble. As one of the few big cities and medicine refining families in Danzhou, their news is very well informed, but they heard that this young man named Lin Chen is possessed the strength to kill the Emperor of War. After acknowledging his identity, it seemed that the powerhouses in the outside world had also moved, and they were very close to Lin Chen's room, forming a silent encirclement. However, Lin Chen was calm, and he was confident enough to escape from the city lord's mansion. I want to add another condition to the original conditions. Of course, we will have enough remuneration to pay young Master Lin Chen, but we also invite young Master to win the championship at the Xiaodan meeting. This time, Xiaodan will have another one. The medicine refining Tianjiao of the ancient family participated, and his medicine refining level can be ranked in the top 10 in the contemporary era throughout the entire Danzhou. If young Master can win, the city lord's mansion can provide 800 kinds of 6th order high-grade medicinal materials and 10 7th order medicinal Materials for young master Lin Chen to choose and take away. Yang Qing'er said sincerely, the richness of this reward really made us certain. Lin's heart move. Okay, no problem, although this is no different from what I originally wanted to do. I have one more favor. If the young master is willing to help us, then the reward promised to the young master will be doubled, that is. When Yang Qing'er put forward the third condition, someone Lin was instantly happy. Okay. I'm good at bragging, I've got the double reward. Shuyang City, the scene of the Xiaodan meeting, this is the preparation for the selection of top pharmacists in various places in Danzhou, and it is to prepare for the future Dan meeting ceremony. There are a total of 500 pharmacists participating in the election of the Xiaodan Association, and the top 50 will be eligible to participate in the Alchemy Association. Today, many strong people rushed to the scene, because this time, the most mysterious Master Xiong Chumo in Qingyun Street participated in the competition on behalf of the Yang family city lord's mansion. However, today's Master Xiong played on behalf of the Yang family and specially changed his name. In the Danhui scene, the vast number 233 medicine refining arena, a white-clothed boy with a sword-brow star stared at the person in front of Lin, and the corner of his mouth twitched slightly. You are the representative of the Yang family? Qing'er doesn't go into battle herself. What kind of crooked melon and cracked date is this faction? These days, some cats and dogs can also come to the stage and stand with my son Ning K. Ning K sneered and shook his head, looking at Lin Chen as if he had seen some rare beasts. Yo, crooked melon and cracked jujube? You are looking down on me, Yang Ding Feng. Lin Chen raised his brows, and said with a joking smile, he was no stranger to such a thing. Oh. You are not qualified to talk to this young master. I don't care whether you are Yang Dingfeng or a ghost and a ghost, after winning the championship. Miss Qing'er will agree to this young master's request for marriage. It's the same for anyone who comes. I would rather be short this time. It will surely sweep away the alchemists from all directions. Seeing his arrogant face, someone Lin was amused, and at this moment, sound transmission spread throughout the venue. The Xiaodan will officially start, and the pills will be prepared by yourself. The time limit is 20 days. The person with the highest level of refining pills will win. Bang! 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 Numerous pill furnaces came down one after another, and pharmacists from all over the world raced against time to start refining medicine. As soon as Ning K made his move, he was a pill furnace at the peak of the sixth order, which shocked 4 people. But at the next moment, many pharmacists in the audience, including all the judges and even the high-level officials of the Yang family city lords mansion, suddenly stood up. There was a look of astonishment and disbelief. Not because of Ning K, but because of the silver-robed youth in the field. Yang Dingfeng. There is only one pill furnace in front of each alchemist, but Yang Fengfeng. He actually took out 9 pill furnaces in one breath. What does he want to do? This is not a fucking stir-fry. What the hell did he do with so many pill furnaces? I saw that the young man in silver robe fluttered his bangs, and a frantic smile appeared on his ordinary and stern face. Since I've made a move, let me, Lin's legend, start from Danzhou. Medicine refining is popular in Danzhou, so it has attracted countless strong people to come here. The medicine refining competition is more exciting and fierce than each other. The alchemist Tianjiao is like a crucian carp crossing the river. There are countless forces here to discover the sect forces that the alchemist worshipped and returned to their own homes. The Xiaodan meeting is an important screening link before the Dan meeting, and it is very important. At this time, millions of spectators have gathered at the Xiaodan meeting venue in Xiyang City. There are Tianganging, Yuanzunjing, and some hidden people. The old monsters, all born, arrived at the scene to watch. In the venue, thousands of magic eye stones were carefully arranged to project to countless people, so that everyone could watch it. It was a feast that almost all the people were paying attention to. This is a feast, but there is an unprecedented and unheard of situation. That is, there is a pharmacist who took out 9 pill furnaces? Some of the referees in the audience felt their scalps go numb and cast doubtful eyes on the Yang family, and even some strong people thought that the Yang family was here to disrupt the venue. The representative of the Yang family, Yang Dingfeng, is crazy, right? 9 pill furnaces, is there something wrong with your brain? Medicine. Refining is not based on the number of pill furnaces. Could it be to make trouble? The judges were unreasonable, and the forces of all parties were questioned. And the dozens of senior officials of the Yang family were suddenly on pins and needles. Even if their Yang family is powerful, they wouldn't dare to make jokes on such an occasion. Qinger, what kind of person are you looking for to represent our Yang family in the competition? If this causes sanctions from the top of the pill society, our Yang family can't afford it. Why don't you let this guy down and get someone else up? Some of the Yang family's supreme elders kept holding Yang Qinger accountable, and the beauty at this time was also a little flustered. She didn't expect Lin Chen to come to their Yang family like this. It doesn't matter, there is no need to change people, we just wait and see. At this time, the head of the Yang family, Yang Fengyun, a middle-aged man with a green crown and a white robe, smiled lightly, and when he looked at Lin Chen, there was a gleam in his eyes. Ning Ke in the venue, holding his own pill stove with one hand, almost died of laughter. Ha 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 ha. 9 Dan furnaces? Why don't you play juggling? It's a pity that people like you don't do performances. Alchemy is an activity that involves the whole body and mind. There are many steps in battle: qi, spiritual power, alchemy fingerprints, and medicinal materials. Any error in the process will lead to a total loss. Manipulating 9 alchemy furnaces to make alchemy, then even a 7th order pharmacist, can't do it. Hey, others laugh at me for being crazy, and I laugh at others who can't see through. You won't understand the loneliness of being the most handsome and a genius. Someone young put away the single machine king, pretends secret tips in his hand, silently lit a homemade cigarette, and looked up at the sky, lonely and melancholy. Well, I don't understand if I don't understand. After all, I came to the competition this time, just by the way. Young Master Yang Dingfeng shook his head in disappointment, and Ning Ke glanced at him. By the way? Indeed, in terms of the opening performance, you are indeed more amazing than this young master. You are a qualified clown. After speaking, Ning Ke sat cross-legged in the air, and with a wave of his palm wearing the nailing ring, hundreds of rare medicinal materials were suspended in the air. When he was running the alchemy madra, one after another, bright fire shone on the palms of his hands, dazzling, as if he had become the protagonist of the entire venue. This is the blue-rank top-level alchemy handprint of the Ning family in Danzhou, 1,000 bright flames. What a mysterious handprint. This is the strength of the strongest Qianjiao of the Ning family. It seems that the champion this time should be him. Judging from the medicinal materials he refined, it should be the 6th order, top-level medicinal pill. Some young and beautiful women even stared at Ning Ke with peach blossoms in their eyes. Just as everyone's attention was shifted to Ning Ke, some individual hidden masters of medicine refining came from the auditorium with the voices of air conditioning. Their eyes were fixed on Yang Dingfeng in the field. I saw that 2 figures emerged from the sky, and 2 people who looked exactly like Yang Fengfeng appeared in the venue, awe-inspiring. The 3 of them lined up in a row, their hands spread out, and their spiritual power emerged like a sea. The momentum was like the sun and the sky. The entire venue was filled with a vortex formed by his spiritual power. It's a clone technique. Turn decay into a magical clone technique. What does he want? Does he really want to use 9 pill furnaces to refine pills at the same time? Impossible. This is not a battle. How can the clone achieve the same precise alchemy as the main body? Just as the strong men were shocked and lost their voices, the 3 people in the field spread their palms, and 10 high-level nailing rings appeared and threw them into the sky at the same time. Boom! 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 The nailing ring exploded. There are various energy fluctuations between the heaven and the earth: gold, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, light and darkness, many medicinal materials with different attributes and energy, and the core of beasts are suspended and condensed into a river of energy, which is more than 2,000 feet long, and a dazzling array traverses the void. There are tens of thousands of 6th-order heaven and earth treasures. This simply stunned everyone. Boom! The terrifying mental fluctuations are accompanied by the movement of the alchemy handprint. The handprint of the silver-robed youth is extremely fast. The left hand is soft and watery, and the right hand is full of fire marks, and it is displayed like lightning. Massive treasures of heaven and earth, fish and dragons penetrate into 9 6th-order pill furnaces, and the order in which each one enters the pill furnace is perfect, orderly, and not chaotic. In the pill furnace, a mighty fighting spirit suddenly rolled around, and the rushing mental power controlled every medicinal herb into the pill furnace. Remove impurities, deprive the essence of medicinal materials, extract energy to transform into spirits, refine them into liquids, and melt them into solid crystals. Every step has gone wrong. Skilled to the pinnacle, superb. This young Fengfeng is not bluffing at all. He can really use 9 pill furnaces to refine pills, and he is completely in control, without any burden. This can no longer be described with the word crazy. This is really about to subvert the refining world. Use 2 alchemy handprints at the same time? My God! And it's still a one-handed seal. His realm is too terrifying. What level of medicine refining level is this? Just as there were waves of heated discussions and waves in the venue, some of the famous alchemists for a long time were trembling at the corners of their mouths, and they discovered even more terrifying anomalies. The medicinal materials in the 9 pill furnaces are matched, and each pill furnace is completely different. That is to say, the elixir in the 9 elixir furnaces refined by this sun is different for each furnace. The refining rhythm, level of sophistication, and level of mental manipulation of each pill furnace are completely different. It is equivalent to 9 alchemy masters concocting alchemy in the venue. Control 9 pill furnaces to refine medicine at the same time. Don't say You've seen such a thing, you can't even think about it. Ning Ke, who was on the side, looked at the sky, and when many medicinal herbs fell into the pill furnace, he suddenly froze in place, and his throat made an owl-like cooing sound. He can really control 9 pill furnaces? I really didn't see the wrong person. At this moment, Yang Qinger's beautiful eyes flashed with brilliance, and her heart trembled slightly. The 3 young figures standing in the hall, with the word pin, attracted everyone's attention, and they couldn't leave for a long time. Sanqing Ling Shui, 8 desolate Xuanhua, Lei Shun Qianin, Wan Shun Lei Shou, and several alchemy handprints are displayed superbly on Lin Chen and the 2 phantom clones, which is simply dizzying. Advanced alchemy handprints are more subtle, but the consumption of spiritual power is also rising, and different alchemy handprints have different properties, and the subtle nuances they bring to the medicine will also determine the final quality of the medicine. Everyone was silent in Lin Chen's alchemy, getting carried away, and even forgot to breathe. Forgot that you were watching a game. Not only the audience at the scene, but also the people of Shuyang City who watched the game through the magic eye stone. They were all silent in Lin Chen's alchemy. Under the control of a variety of alchemy handprints that change rapidly, a dazzling array of heaven and earth treasures fall into the 9 alchemy furnaces like autumn wind and rain. Everything is so smooth, perfect and seamless. It seems that this is not alchemy at all, but an artistic performance of flowing clouds and flowing water. There are no flaws, no shortcomings, the audience in the field or the audience watching the magic eye stone, whether it is a pharmacist or a layman, can feel the ultimate medicine refining skills. This is not the technique of refining medicine, this is the art of refining medicine. Only his personal art show. Tens of thousands of medicinal materials and more than 9 kinds of medicinal herbs are mixed together to be perfectly distinguished, and at the same time to refine every medicinal pill perfectly, even the 7th order alchemy giant can't do it. There is no doubt that this moment is the most historic and breakthrough moment in the history of medicine refining in Danzhou and even in Kyushu. According to common sense, this is indeed impossible, but Lin Chen's Taisher Bible can be divided into multiple spiritual wills to control. This is because Lin Chen's spiritual power has always been stronger than the spiritual will of the same level, and he used to refine medicine so quick for the sake of it. And when this feature is applied to refining medicine, it can show terrifying power. When others were preparing for the 2nd and 3rd steps of refining medicine, Lin Chen had already prepared for the 30th and 40th steps at the same time, so that the extremely incredible thing of controlling 2 or 3 pill furnaces at the same time is not a problem for Lin Chen at all. Combined with his phantom runes, the power of the main body can be perfectly reproduced. 9 pill furnaces are not the limit of someone's talent. However, driving several pill stoves at the same time means that Lin Chen's mental concentration is all used to control multiple pill stoves, then the speed of refining medicine will be reduced to the normal level, and the speed of pill production depends on the fingerprint of pill refining rank and experience in refining medicine. If the mental power is compared to arms, the mental power of an ordinary person only has 2 arms, but someone from Terran's Taisher Bible allows his mental power to have 8 or even 10 arms. The efficiency of the 2 is not an order of magnitude at all. Ning Ke gritted his teeth fiercely. Damn, what if you can control 9 pill furnaces? This time, Xiaodan will compare the results of refining 1 pill at the level of medicine. Even if you refine 9 pills, you won't be able to. How? one less pill can suppress all your pills. Ning Ke began to refine the medicine like a madman, all kinds of sixth order, high level, top level, and even several seventh order medicinal materials were thrown into it as if they were desperate, and they were refining wildly. Time passed by minute, but for those who were silent in the process of Lin Chen refining medicine, it seemed that only a moment, half a month had passed. On the 16th day, Dan Yun was sensational, and the situation changed. Suddenly, the strong Danxia energy is colorful and splendid, rising continuously from the 9 Danxia furnaces of the contestant Yang Dingfeng. When the Danxia is released, many talents come back to their senses, and it has been half a month. In a blink of an eye. Because his medicine refining is so wonderful, almost 90% of the people are silent in it, forgetting the passage of time. When all the audience stared straight at the 9 pill furnaces, they couldn't help trembling at the corners of their mouths. He actually succeeded. 9 kinds of sixth-order medicinal herbs were born, and none of them failed. All the medicinal pills in the 9 pill furnaces were successfully refined. It's amazing. This is completely the latest Peerless talent in Danzhou. This is a historic moment. How many people have been able to refine 9 sixth-order pills at the same time? No, don't be too happy. The evaluation result of this pill meeting is the grade and quality of a single pill, and the competition is for quality rather than quantity. Just as everyone was amazed, several elders of the referee said in a deep voice, which woke everyone up. Yes, if Lin Chen's single pill is too low level, it will be of no use. At this time, Danxia condensed and surged into countless Danyun. The colorful and splendid Danyun has condensed to a huge size of more than 100,000 zhang, and it continues to condense. The Dan cloud is getting bigger and bigger, and it is getting more and more vast, which makes some referee elders and medicine refining masters have a sense of sight that is still lingering. Boom! The deafening sound of Dan Lei shook the world, such as the imposing momentum of a major disaster, and a sense of oppression was blowing. It's not right. How can this Danyun be so terrifying? It's not like a sixth order pill cloud at all. Hey! Look at Yang Dingfeng's 9 pill furnaces, there are more than 9 pills. When everyone looked at them intently, there were a full 27 Dan Kai Shugwang in the 9 Dan furnaces. There are 3 finished sixth-order pills in each pill furnace. Moreover, at a cursory glance at the quality of these medicinal pills, none of them are lower than the sixth-order advanced. That is to say, this sun controlled 9 pill furnaces at the same time to refine 27 pills above the sixth-order advanced level? Even the masters of medicine refining who have been refining medicine for thousands of years or even thousands of years can't help but stay in place. Is this fucking human? This medicine refining is as simple as eating and drinking. That is not a 4th order or 5th order medicinal pill. It is a genuine 6th order medicinal pill. Still a 6th order advanced. Every pill is invaluable, a level that even the 6th and 7th tiers of Yuan Zuanjing would snatch for it. While many alchemy masters and referee elders were shocked by the number and grades of medicinal pills in the 9 pill furnaces, some sharp-eyed audience members exclaimed in amazement. Look, what is that in Danyun? Okay, it seems to be a word. Everyone looked attentively, only to see the vast and surging Danxia, the colorful and splendid Danxia energy. Each Danxia was a different color, clearly swiped, and finally condensed into a huge show, suspended in the sky. Show? Heaven, Tianxiao? I saw, young Master Yang's silver robe was rolled up in the venue, and the avatar next to him took out a soft chair. He lay down very leisurely, put on his homemade sunglasses, rested his hands on the back of his head, and muttered to himself in a leisurely manner. Road. Who's pretending? It's so dazzling. Fortunately, I made a pair of sunglasses. Otherwise I'd be blind. Dozens of Dan lay condensed into one piece, and the power increased sharply. The terrifying Dan cloud shook the space crystal wall of the sky without, breaking open cracks like giant pythons. The power of this Dan lay shocked many elders to strengthen the space enchantment before they were relieved. Ning Ke, who was entering the step of condensing pills, glanced at Lin Chen and said with a sneer, even if you create history, what if this pill is condensed so terribly today? You have refined so many high-level pills, this I don't believe how much spare energy you have to survive this Stanley catastrophe. This is indeed the case. Now many people are worried that Lin Chen will not be able to take such a terrifying Dan lay. After many Dan clouds condensed, the power of this Dan lay is not even dared to underestimate the 9th stage of Yuan Zuanjing. In fact, this is indeed the case. Lin Chen has consumed a lot of mental power and battle energy to refine so many high-level medicinal pills, which consume nearly 80%. It is very difficult to face this pill in this state. Dan lay is not giving him time to recover, it only takes a moment to usher in a terrifying offensive. If you put it in the past, this thing is indeed quite troublesome, but now. Lin Chen smiled indifferently, while thinking about it, his talent points consumed 1,000 points. The host has activated the ultimate return talent and is recovering for the host. When the light screen of the system was listed, Lin Chen released a faint orange light all over his body, embellished and circulated like a firefly. Reborn, as if it were in the state of its heyday. He waved his hand, the majestic rage-like fighting spirit injected into his 2 phantom avatars. The avatar's handprints changed sharply, and he performed the 5 transformations of Shura Jiuhuang transformation. The War Qi Yuanfu quickly condensed, and it increased to the 5th War Qi Yuanfu like lightning. The first 5 stages. Lin Chen's 2 avatars have all transformed into the early stage of the 5th level. The 2 avatars hold Wanfeng Yuan Ming and Linghuan Extreme K swords, each of which occupies one side. The azure light flashed, and the 10,000 years Xian Qinglong was born. And the Xian Qinglong, whose size was reduced to 1,000 feet long, roared in the sky. Seeing a living 6th-order top-level Wanzai Zuanqinglong sprang out of Lin Chen's body, many audience members were shocked, and their mouths opened in surprise. Sigh. Boom. The sturdy thunder and lightning mixed with red and blue rays of light were as huge as 10 feet, and their momentum was unstoppable, causing the space in the venue to vibrate violently. Choke. Roar. The sword light and sword shadow flashed by, and the blue dragon-shaped breath condensed into a blue dragon domain, which instantly weakened Dan Lei's offensive in half. The shot is broken into stars in the sky. No matter how much the Dan Lei bombed the sky, Lin Chen's 2 avatars and Qinglong were all accepted, and they were not afraid at all. That Dan Lei, which was enough to make Yuan Zuanjing 9th level early stage dread, only lasted for less than half an hour and disappeared. What made many people stunned and twitched at the corners of their mouths was that during this period, young Master Yang Dingfeng even slept in a little. Late? Why are you here for a game, not a vacation? When the Danlei dissipated, all the medicinal pills in the 9-pill furnaces were suspended, like 27 light groups transformed into the sun and the moon, glowing with colorful rays of light, which is pleasing to the eye and breathtaking. What an honor to be able to witness 27 6th-order high-level pills at the same time. Calling it a witness to history is definitely not an exaggeration. These 27 medicinal pills include Lin Chen's next battle chi training resources and individual life-saving medicinal pills with extremely effective curative effects, as well as the body-refining medicinal pills that he needs to refine the pure power of the flesh shell. The highest grade elixir actually has the 6th rank top grade low grade medicinal herbs. This child can refine so many high-grade medicinal pills at the same time during this period of time, and can also refine 3/6 grade top-grade medicinal pills, which is really surprising. God! Some of the referee elders were amazed and surprised, and the Yang family in the city lord's mansion was both pleasantly surprised and sad. The joy is because their young family was able to make friends with such a powerful alchemist. Even though they are from a pharmacy family, this son is obviously better. However, the worry is because Lin Chen's highest grade medicine pill is only the 6th rank top grade low grade medicine. This elixir is already very powerful on weekdays, and even Yang Qinger, the most outstanding contemporary of the Yang family, is difficult to refine. The success rate of refining such elixir is less than 20%. But in the face of Ning Ke, this rank medicinal pill can't be said to be a sure win. There are only 4.5 days left, and there is not enough time to refining the medicine pill. Ning Ke's young pill has been completely formed. He can't fail to make pills. With his strength, participating in the small pill will definitely show the real background. I am afraid that his pills are also above the 6th order top. It's a pity. If this little guy concentrates on refining a medicinal pill, he will definitely be able to outperform Ning Ke. Maybe this little guy's 3 medicinal pills have excellent quality and effect, and it is not necessarily that he can beat him. After all, the success rate of Ning Ke's refining of medicinal pills above the 6th order top and lower grades is also extremely low. He has only refined the top middle grade level. I just hope that he will not perform perfectly this time. As soon as the voices of several high-level officials of the Yang family fell, the eyes of the Yang family's patriarch suddenly became solemn, and Ning Ke's Dan furnace rushed a purple dawnxia. Qi rushes to the sky, and the candle shines on the sky. Purple dawnxia began to merge into lavender danyun. The situation changed suddenly, Danlei surging across. This energy fluctuation. Could it be? All the senior members of the Yang family have changed color. Can't be wrong. This is the energy fluctuation that only the 6th order top middle grade has. Ning Ke surpassed. Danlei moved together, and the wind was raging. Ning Ke looked up to the sky and laughed wildly, his arrogant gaze turned to Yang Dingfeng on the other side. He snapped his nails and sneered with great satisfaction. I see, the real champion is still me, Ning Ke. A cat and a dog should stand aside. This proud Ning Ke has aroused the resentment of many older generation alchemists, and even higher-level pharmacists can see that if Yang Fengfeng focuses on refining a medicinal pill, then the result is very likely it is his medicine pill that is even better. This Ning Ke is obviously not as skilled as others, and has to be shy in front of others. He is really a narrow-minded person. However, in terms of the requirements and regulations of the competition, he was indeed the first in the Dan meeting competition. This is a fact, and no one refuted it. Lin Chen turned to look at Yang Qing'er from the Yang family, and smiled. Proudly, Qing'er, as agreed between our two families, this time Xiaodan will be me winning the championship, and a month later, I will order my Ning family 8 to raise the eldest. The sedan chair will come to the Yang family too. Pick you up. Yang Qing'er's pretty face was a little pale. She didn't expect that after finally inviting a legendary pharmacist like Lin Chen, she still lost. At this moment, Yang Dingfeng, someone next to him, plucked out his ears and said with a relaxed smile, "Isn't it 4.5 days before the game ends? What's the hurry?" Lin Chen got up, took away 27 sixth-order pills, and then walked to the first pill furnace. I participated in the game, just by the way, so don't think too much. I didn't regard you as an opponent. Of course, winning you is just a very casual and boring thing. A smile appeared on the ordinary face of the young man, and he waved his hand. And thousands of medicinal herbs reappeared, as well as 10 completely different 7th-order medicinal herbs. Everyone was stunned. When they saw Lin Chen's large amount of medicinal materials, everyone was stunned. What does he want to do? There are only about 4.5 days left in the game now. Does he still want to make another medicinal pill? But if you want to surpass Lin Chen, it will be too late in time. Boom. But this time, what was completely different was that Lin Chen's 2 phantom clones stood on the left and right of him, and the alchemy handprint was suddenly activated. When the spiritual power emerged, a large amount of medicinal materials poured into the alchemy furnace. What? It's an auxiliary pharmacist. His clone is an auxiliary pharmacist, and he is the main pharmacist, so that the speed of refining medicine can be doubled. But isn't this a foul? What kind of foul is this? He didn't ask others to help refine the medicine. It is their own ability to use the technique of avatar to assist in refining medicine. Difficulty and pressure are the same. If this is a foul, what do you think of us? Already? Lin Chen's deity personally sits in the position of the master refining pharmacist, with the assistance of the 2 avatars, and his refining speed is terrifying. The pair of middle fingers were bent, the thumbs were connected, and the spiritual power poured out violently, transforming into streaks of vertical flashes of lightning and pure water, soft and warlike, and involved in many medicinal materials. The medicinal materials in the pill furnace are constantly changing with the changes of the handprints, and the medicinal materials are continuously melted at a speed visible to the naked eye as soon as they enter the medicinal pill. Immediately afterwards, the handprint became heavy and the fire seal compressed, crushing hundreds of medicinal materials to extract their essence. Lightning blasted into a beast core. The lightning flashed, and one after another thunder smashed into the pill furnace, removing the impurity energy in the core of the fierce beast-like lightning. This medicine refining speed is simply a monster. 100 steps can be divided into 3 parts at the same time, and Lin Chen's refining speed and experience are invincible in the same realm, and the refining of thousands of herbs is at a speed visible to the naked eye. Not to mention laymen, at this time, the alchemy masters and judges in the venue were dazzled, and they could not even tell which step they had reached. Because Lin Chen's refining speed is too fast. In general multi-person refining, the main refining pharmacist and the auxiliary refining pharmacist still need some short-term communication and cooperation, but Lin Chen and his 2 avatars do not need to communicate at all. Always keep your mind comprehend and be in a seamless state. Lin Chen's deity needs to enter which step in advance, which medicinal material to smelt, and which alchemy fingerprint to use in order to perfectly exert the characteristics of the medicinal material or the next combination. And so on. These steps do not require communication at all, and the three of them are like a one-piece refining, flowing smoothly. Are you kidding me? Does he really plan to refine a pill that surpasses me in such a short period of time? Ning Kei's pupils were trembling with fear. He could feel that if he continued at this speed, it was entirely possible that Yang Fengfeng would be able to refine a sixth-order top-level low-grade medicine pill in the next few days. Not daring to have any extra thoughts, Ning Kei took the lead in turning to the Danlei facing him. He could deal with the power of the Danlei with all his strength. As time passes, 3 days have passed in a blink of an eye. During these 3 days, many contestants came out one after another, but none of them were able to reach the top level of the sixth order. But everyone's attention was almost on the 3 young figures standing together in the venue. He is the highlight of this Xiaodan meeting. When the 4th day has not yet come, Lin Chen's pill furnace is filled with powerful energy fluctuations. All the old and hot alchemy masters suddenly looked shocked, and the young Dan was successfully condensed. This has almost an 80% success rate to refine the medicine pill. He really succeeded in refining. No way. Ning Kei gritted his teeth, and secretly transmitted a voice to Lin Chen from a distance. This friend, please give me Ning Kei a face and give up the pill. Afterwards, my Ning family can come up with 2 sixth-order top-grade pills to compensate you. This match is very important to my Ning Quebec. I also hope that my friends will sell face. Someone Lin, who was condensing pills, was a little surprised, okay. Recklessly found that he couldn't beat him, and actually began to want to bribe himself. Yang Dingfeng, a certain Yang, smiled jokingly, without any scruples, nor wrapped his voice with fighting spirit, and laughed openly and honestly. What kind of stinky shit are you, Ning Kei? Are you still selling your Ning family's face? Young master still doesn't look down on your medicine pills. As I said, this competition is just a passing event. Lin Chen's words suddenly surprised many strong people, and experienced veterans can naturally know what happened between the two. Damn it. Shame on the face. Ning Kei's face suddenly turned the color of pig liver, and he gritted his teeth. Then, Lin Chen suddenly slapped the pill furnace with his palm. Sun Tianhe's red Danxia energy shot straight into the sky, lingering in the void. The gust of wind danced, the silver robe screeched, and between the scrolls, the corner of the youth's mouth revealed a sinister and maddening smile. Of course, winning you and winning the championship is just by the way. Boom. Danlei thundered, and Lin Chen punched away. With the 2 avatars, I personally take action against this Danlei. Seeing that Danlei, who was afraid of the 9th stage of Yuan Zuanjing, was broken again and again in the fist of the youth, and was shaken back again and again. At the moment when Dan Yun finally fought back, the sky was clear, and the sun shone on the silver-robed youth in the venue. The slightly ordinary face reflected in the sunlight, except for the pair of spiritual eyes, there was no surprise. But it is so attractive at this time. Like a peerless divine sword, the edge is introverted in the scabbard, and the sword's edge is out of the scabbard, and it will definitely move the world. He smiled lightly when he took the Qixia pill that was suspended from the pill stove. The top grade of the 6th order, calcining fire pills for 10 calamities. Using fire robbery energy to train the body can make the body refine or break. Through a big realm, if the fire-type fighting spirit takes it, it can also absorb the fire robbery energy to break through the realm. For those below the 8th level of the Venerable Realm, there is an 80% chance of breaking through a big realm, and for those below the 9th level, there is a 50% chance. It was an understatement, but it made everyone in the audience take a sigh of relief. The 6th order top-notch? 50% probability of breaking through the realm? This is already a 6th order peak level medicinal pill. Quasi 7th order pills and 7th order pills have not been released, and there is no opponent at all. The 6th order top level, and the 6th order top level middle level sounds seem to be only two small level distances, but in fact there is a very obvious gap. Just like the late 8th stage of Yuan Zuanjing and the late stage of 9th stage, none of the 4 late stages of 8th stage is an opponent of the late stage of 9th stage. The gap between the two can be seen at a glance. The cultivation of the 9th level of Yuan Zuanjing, even a small realm, can take hundreds or even thousands of years to improve, and a single pill can save thousands or even thousands of years of cultivation. This is what many people dream of. You must know, the lifespan of the 9th layer of Yuan Zuanjing is only about 15,000 years, and the limiter is only 20,000 years, and advancing to a higher realm earlier means more time to accumulate the background of the battle. Emperor. This elixir is enough to make all the 9th level Yuan Zuanjing practitioners who practice fire-type exercises go crazy. It is very normal to even come to your door to beg for medicine refining. At this moment, the elders of the Ning family and the powerhouses of the senior Ning family who were watching the game were extremely pale, the corners of their mouths were trembling, and their pupils were trembling with fear. As if some precious treasures were lost. This result completely exceeded their Ning family's original expectations. Because they are also one of the sponsoring families of this pill guild competition, their Ning family also sponsored the treasures rewarded by the competition. Everyone stood up one after another, and the audience screamed for it. Yang Dingfeng. Yang Dingfeng. Yang Dingfeng is the champion of this Xiaodan club. Yang Dingfeng is the strongest. Too strong. It took 4 days to refine the 6th order peak level pills, and before the competition, 27 high-level 6th order pills were refined in one breath. I now seriously suspect that this kid is a 7th order medicine refining giant, ha ha ha. Blue is better than blue. The history of medicine refining in Danzhou is about to record a new page. Many alchemy masters caressed their beards with relief and smiled. When he really won. Yang Qing'er burst into tears with joy. She covered her red lips with her jade hand. This Xiaodan meeting could be said to determine her lifelong event. The ancestors of the Yang family and the Ning family had a marriage, and they used to be married, but Yang Qing'er didn't want to marry Ning Ke at all. Only the two parties can agree to decide the outcome by refining medicine. Although Yang Qing'er's talent for refining medicine is high, she is still young, not as good as Ning Quebec. So this time at the Dan meeting, she put all her lifelong happiness on Lin Chen. At this moment, someone Lin turned to look at Ning Ke, who was gnashing his teeth in anger, shrugged his shoulders, and laughed jokingly. Don't be so handsome. Who is that? Although you don't look as handsome as me, you still have a chance. After all, I won the championship this time just by the way. Don't worry, you will never meet me again in the future. Puff. As soon as this sentence came out, many strong people in the audience were both funny and angry. Winning a championship is just a matter of convenience? Listen, is this human? Are you not good at being an individual? The most annoying thing is that he is really just passing by. It can be seen from the beginning of his refining of 27 sixth-order medicinal herbs that he won the championship with ease. He is not bragging after the fact, he is just expounding the facts. It just sounds like it's so badass. This sentence almost didn't make Ming K angry, and if it wasn't for the acceptance of medicinal pills and rankings later, he even wanted to leave. Hearing the cheers from the audience, Lin Chen suddenly raised his hand. All the voices slowly fell silent, staring straight at him, as if he had something to say. I saw that with a wave of Yang Dingfeng's robe, he pointed his finger at all the audience and the magic eye stone in a smart and handsome manner, earnestly speaking. Champion? The strongest? No. What you see is just how handsome I am when I shine, but you have never seen my hardship 7 times a night. You have the inheritance of medicine refining in Danzhou, but I can only insist on my choice. Medicine refining is lonely and arrogant. This journey will be full of hardships, but there is a choice, always by your side, the champion's choice, Yang Family Pharmacy. I am Yang Ding, representing Yang Family Pharmacy. Want to know why I am so hung up? Then go to Yang Family Pharmacy. I put everything in the world there. Look for Yang Home Pharmacy. Let's start the era of the great refining pharmacist. At this moment, the whole place is silent. The magic eye stone conveyed Lin Chen's words to the outside world, and to the hearts of everyone who watched the Xiaodan Club. Everyone's heart ran through countless grass and mud horses, the corners of their mouths twitched wildly, and the unfathomable and unapproachable image of Yang Fengfeng suddenly collapsed in their hearts. Neuropathy. The top management of the Yang family was both surprised and delighted. This propaganda effect is not a cover. After today, it is estimated that the popularity of Yangjia Pharmacy will skyrocket, everyone knows it. Many audience members fell back and forth with laughter, and almost died of laughter at the scene. Pucci. Yang Qing'er's tears turned into a smile, her eyebrows were curved, like 100 flowers in full bloom, 100 charming and 1,000 charming. Indescribable amorous feelings. The last condition that she originally agreed with Lin Chen, after winning the championship, give a little bit of information about the Yang family's pharmacy. She didn't expect it to be so successful, far beyond her expectations. Ignoring everyone's gaze, Lin Chen took out the mirror, touched his chin, looked at the slightly ordinary face in the mirror, and said to himself in amazement, "Why, you cover up your handsome face and discard your vulgar appearance, but you still look so handsome. Maybe this is the charm of the #1 handsome boy in the Kyushu mainland." In this way, the most ups and downs, the most shocking, the most outrageous, and the most unbelievable Xiaodan meeting in history came to an end with the words of Comrade Yang Dingfeng, opening the era of great alchemists. Those sixth-order alchemy masters who were also famous in many places in Danzhou participated in the Xiaodan meeting this time, and almost no sense of existence, because everyone went to Yang Fengfeng. In this regard, those contestants are also helpless. Just because his 27 sixth-order high-level medicinal pills were born at the same time, he could kill everyone present in seconds. There is no comparison at all. After winning the championship, the reward for the first place was actually a roll of the top blue-level purple-gold Tongxian Yin alchemy handprint, which almost made Lin Chen's jaw drop. The blue level top alchemy handprint. This is especially at the level of the treasures of the ancient family. Even if this is Danzhou, where the refining of medicine is most popular, to use this thing as a prize is too much of a loser, isn't it? The elder referee who gave Lin Chen the award almost broke his teeth, because Yang Dingfeng's victory was completely beyond their expectations. In this regard, many senior members of the Yang family snickered secretly. Seeing the Ning family slumped, they were all relieved. They knew that this was a special trick of the Ning family who sponsored the Xiaodan Association. This blue-rank top-level alchemy handprint was originally prepared for Ning Ke, who was scheduled to win the championship, in order to show the strength of the Ning family. Except for Yang Fengfeng, none of the pharmacists present could refine the sixth-order, top-level medicinal pills. In the original plan, it was impossible for the Xiaodan Club in Shuyang City to have a pharmacist that could rival Ning Ke. But what everyone never expected was that Yang Dingfeng would be killed in the middle, suppressing Ning Ke to oblique. Completely incomparable. But the registered fingerprints are like water that has been poured out, and it is impossible to get them back. If you want to blame them, you can only blame the Ning family for killing themselves, and their skills are not as good as others. At night, a wedding banquet was held in the city lord's mansion to celebrate the victory. But it is a pity that the protagonist Yang Dingfeng did not appear in the wedding banquet, which makes people feel very sorry. The city lord's mansion, on the top of an attic, the young man leaned against the window-sill, stared into the distance with some hope, and poured himself a drink. I don't know what happened to Sister Ruoyan. Lin Chen muttered to himself. When he went to Danzhou, he struggled for a while and wanted to return to Lingzhou to find Bai Ruoyan. Countless forces were involved in the Battle of Lingzhou. If Bai Ruoyan was in a casual battle, he probably wouldn't be able to survive alone. But Lin Chen also knew that he had now lost the powerful trump card of Godslayer talent. Even if he killed Lingzhou, it would be useless. Even to fight against the powerful warriors, he had to rely on the trump card left to him by the vice president. When I have the strength of a battle emperor, I will find an opportunity to return to Lingzhou. Sister Ruoyan, you must be safe and sound. Lin Chen sighed in his heart, and the graceful and elegant voice of the beauty came from behind him. What's wrong? As the protagonist of the wedding banquet, the cold wind is blowing here. Yang Qing'er smiled sweetly and sat beside Lin Chen. He took a sip of wine and smiled. Why, come to me alone. Are you not afraid that I will plot against you? Don't be afraid. I thank young Master Lin for not being such a person. With the breeze blowing, Yang Qing'er stroked her blue silk and smiled charmingly. That's not necessarily. People are separated from each other. Who knows, I'm not a good person. At least Qing'er has never seen an unpretentious alchemy master like you. The price of the alchemy medicine is so low. When I secretly returned to the city lord's mansion, I even gave 2 fifth-order elixirs to the passing old man. Yang Qing'er pursed her lips and smiled, and someone Lin reluctantly shook her head. Next time you help the old and young, you have to hide. What should others think that I am a good man? I want to be the most handsome man in Kyushu. Ling Gongzi, can you let Qing'er see your true face? Clinique's blue eyes flowed. Yang Qing'er stared straight at Lin Chen, and suddenly said, Don't be obsessed with brother. Brother is just a legend. Lin Chen blinked, but after saying that, his phantom cloak released the camouflage function and slowly revealed his true face. The stars reflected on the boy's face. Yang Qing'er was stunned. The evening wind blew. It was a very young fair face, the eyes slightly hidden. By the bangs were very deep, and the pupils seemed to revolve like the moon, which was very spiritual. His brows were sharp and restrained, just looking at his brows, he was a young man who had just matured. However, the corners of his mouth were slightly raised from the beginning to the end, with a confident arc, a handsome nose, spiritual eyes, and a confident smile, which seemed very charming and a hint of insolence. When Yang Qing'er could see it, Lin Chen lifted it up and touched the end of the beauty's green silk hair. The golden amethyst treasure chest floating on top of her head turned into a stream of light and disappeared into Lin Chen's palm. The host opens the amethyst treasure chest and obtains passive talent, 0% for divine power. The talent increases the pure power of the host up to 100%. Divine powers can be strengthened through talent points, up to a maximum of 10 million dragon power. More than 10 million dragon power is invalid. Note, the talent of the gods is only applicable to the host itself. This brand new talent immediately caught Lin Chen's eyes. This is a passive enhancement talent similar to reinforced iron bones and life growth, and it can be enhanced up to 100%. That is to say, at the most, Lin Chen can have double the power. If the main body Lin Chen has 100,000 dragon power, he can bless to 200,000 dragon power if he strengthens it to the highest level. Is this your true face? Yang Qing'er recovered from her absence. Her face was crimson red. With her pure face and blurred and moving voice, she looked like a budding flower. Charming and attractive. Since ancient times, heroes have loved beauties, and beauties have also loved heroes. Regardless of whether many of Lin Chen's legends are true, his performance at the Xiaodan meeting is enough to capture the hearts of countless women and beauties. Yang Qing'er is no exception, not to mention that she is so unique and mysterious as before her, and her whole body is full of attractive charm. Yeah, it's like a fake replacement. Lin Chen patted the jade pillar with one hand, making a standard wall dong. Very close to Yang Qing'er, with his fingers on her delicate chin, he smiled evilly. I just came to pass Donjo by the way, met you by the way, won a championship by the way, and stole your heart by the way. Someone Lin blew a breath in his ear. For the first time, Yang Qing'er, who had always been extremely reluctant to give birth to men, did not reject him. She even had a vague expectation in her heart, and closed her eyes with a trembling body. But the next moment, the young man pulled back, and the camouflage function of the phantom cloak was reactivated, returning to the ordinary appearance. Before, he smiled. By the way, does your Yang family have the fastest way to go to Shenzhou? Lin Chen stopped. Yang Qing'er felt a sense of loss in her heart, glanced at him with resentment, and replied softly, well, we have a special space channel to go to Shenzhou. That's just right, I'm going to Shenzhou. Lin Chen smiled in surprise, and left with the jug. Yang Qing'er wanted to say something, and he raised his hand. I have already received your payment, thank you. After speaking, Lin Chen jumped up and left the platform, leaving behind a beautiful woman with an empty heart. Seeing that Lin Chen left without doing anything, the man surnamed Shan, who was lurking and peeking at the side, raised his pants angrily. In the secret room of the guest room, Lin Chen turned on the system. System, I want to spend 50,000 talent points to strengthen the divine power. The system has received and has strengthened the talent of the host diviner to 25%. This result surprised Lin Chen. 50,000 talent points were only strengthened by 25%? Only 25,000 talent points are consumed for the increase of life and the strengthening of steel and iron bones from half to perfection. This divine power only consumes 25% of the 50,000 points. It seems that this powerful talent is more difficult to strengthen than the other two. Brand new energy poured into Lin Chen's body like a daigo, and the pure power contained in his limbs became stronger, as if it grew naturally, without any discomfort and gaps. At this stage, Lin Chen has 69,000 dragon power, and after the increase of the divine power, it has reached 86,250 dragon power. A full quarter more. The strengthening of passive talents becomes more difficult in the later stages. The early stage is already so expensive. It seems that it is not that simple to strengthen it to 100%. Glancing at the talent points left with only 209,880, Lin Chen took a deep breath, not daring to use it too much, in case of unforeseen circumstances. With the two trump cards of ultimate return and ultimate moment, he may consume thousands of talent points at any time, and if he does not save 200,000 points, he will soon bottom out. Moreover, Lin Chen also discovered a problem: the increase of divine power can only apply to himself and the phantom clone, not to Wanzai Qinglong. That is to say, in extreme battles, he still has to rely on the pure power possessed by the Azure Dragon, unless his pure power can surpass the Azure Dragon with the enhancement of the divine power. It seems that no amount of top talent is just the icing on the cake. Right now, it is still the most important thing to improve your strength as quickly as possible. With one hand, two azure-colored 6th order, high-level pills flashed from the pill in the nailing ring. Lin Chen swallowed it, and quickly started to practice the handprint. The energy of the elixir was transformed into the pure and majestic battle qi. Into the battle qi yuanfu, which not only increased the essence of Lin Chen's battle qi, but also increased his intermediate water energy. Lin Chen had previously refined 28 high-level 6th order medicinal herbs, all of which were used for cultivation. These high-quality medicinal herbs consumed 80% of the 6th order medicinal materials and half of the 7th rank medicinal materials he had saved earlier. He intends to improve his cultivation and the strength of the 8 types of Heavenly Tribulation battle body and the field of body refinement. After the night passed, the Yang family took out the number of high-level medicinal herbs promised to Lin Chen according to the agreement, and prepared them according to the list of medicinal herbs listed in advance by Lin Chen. And because of Lin Chen's excellent publicity effect, the remuneration provided by the Yang family pharmacy was twice as much as the original agreement, a total of 2,400 6th order medicinal materials and 30 7th order medicinal materials, all of which were it is a 7th order low level. After getting paid, Lin Chen set off immediately, and no one could stop him. In the end, Yang Qinger, who had mixed tastes, personally took Lin Chen and carried the Yang family to the space channel of Shenzhou. Those flying into the space channel need to use specific space treasures. In order to make space treasures, they must at least have a cultivation level above the 7th level of Yuan Zuanjing, and the production process is very complicated. A total of 50 people traveled with the space treasure to Shenzhou this time. Every time they used the space channel, there was a special Yang family to follow, and everyone who entered the space channel had to pay a lot of taxes. Because this thing is not an ordinary powerhouse. Affordable. Lin Chen, who was kind to the Yang family, was exempted from paying a large amount of space channel usage fee. Before leaving, Yang Qinger told Lin Chen that their Yang family was promoted To the Peakdan Club, because he won the championship at the Shaodan Club. The Yang family hoped that when the Peak Pill meeting was held, Lin Chen would be able to go back and forth to Danzhou again to participate in a Peak Pill meeting. With his medicine refining skills, he would definitely be able to achieve quite dazzling results. The Peak Pill meeting is a feast at the top of Danzhou's medicine refining. It is equivalent to the gathering of all the prestigious pharmacists in Danzhou to stage the most exciting alchemy duel. This is the highest standard medicine refining competition in Danzhou. It gathers many famous medicine refining masters in Kyushu. There is no age limit, and it is also the highest standard medicine refining conference in Kyushu. Comparing the rewards of the Xiaodan Club, Lin Chen knew that if there was a chance for this kind of conference, he would naturally participate. In the space passage, a spaceship shining with silver-white space light glides at extreme speed, resisting the turbulent flow of space, and flying towards the other end of the space passage. Lin Chen, who was sitting in the designated secret room of the spaceship, suddenly opened his eyes. The light of purple golden pupils flowed in his eyes, and he showed an inexplicable smile. It seems that some people are following this handsome man, and they have murderous intentions. Hee, since you sent me to the door, I'm welcome. Lin Chen could probably guess who was following him, but he was not afraid of it, and the soldiers came to block him. In this space channel, if the opponent dares to make a move, it will fall into the space gap, and it will be extremely dangerous without the strength of the Battle Emperor. Lin Chen concluded that the other party did not dare to do anything here. Lin Chen took out 2 more fire-red elixir and took them in one. At the same time that the energy of the intermediate fire element increased, the prototype of the 4th battle Qi Yuanfu began to slowly condense from the body. The space channel was created by 2 Battle Emperor level powerhouses, and was routinely maintained by the 9th layer of Yuan Zuanjing. Lin Chen retreated and practiced in the spaceship for less than 4 days. When the fighting spirit finally broke into the 3rd stage, the pure power climbed to 80,000 dragon power. With the increase of divine power, it is just 100,000 dragon power. On the 4th day, an aurora shone in, and the spaceship flew out of the space passage and arrived in a barren city. The moment Lin Chen just left the spaceship, he could feel the obvious difference. The space here is several grades stronger than that of Danzhou, Lingzhou and other big states, and his weight has also increased slightly. The space is very stable. Here is it, Shenzhou. After leaving the spaceship, there is a primitive wasteland outside the barren city, and there is no obstacle at all. This place is the stronghold of the Yang family. Outside the barren city, the Yang family is not responsible for issues such as life and death. 80,000 miles away from the barren city, in the high altitude of a Rift Valley, Lin Chen suddenly stopped flying. Everyone, although I know I'm handsome, you don't have to follow me. I'm not interested in homosexuality. Someone Lin suddenly rushed to the void behind him with a smile, and 5 figures floated between the space distortions. This lineup made Lin Chen raise his brows, 3 in the early stage of the 9th level, and 2 in the middle stage of the 9th level. In the ancient family, they all belonged to the first-class Xian lineup. The 5 figures flickered, surrounded all of Lin Chen's retreats, and the old man in green robe in the middle stage of the 9th layer said grimly and hoarsely, "Boy, hand over the alchemy fingerprints, and let go of your arms, spare you from dying. Otherwise, die." This is the price for Lin Chen, to never become an alchemist. In order to recover the alchemy fingerprints that Lin Chen obtained when he Won the championship, the Ning family made a lot of money. Hee, boy, the Yang family doesn't care about the region here, even if you call for help, don't think that others will come to save you. Another man in the middle stage of the 9-layer blood robe sneered, with strong killing intent. Lin Chen shook his head and laughed, the murderous intent in his eyes flashed past. You probably don't know, it's you who should call for help now. Boom. The dragon's light broke through the air, and the Shanqing dragon domain of the dragon energy shrouded 3 of them in the early stage of the 9 layers. One after another, the battle gas of the heavenly robbery suddenly detonated in Lin Chen's body, and his whole body shone with azure brilliance, the ultimate moment plus the 5-fold transformation of Jiuhuang transformation, which was displayed in an instant. The 3rd stage cultivation base temporarily advanced to the peak of the 5th stage early stage. The energy of the rune is suddenly reduced by 2,000 points, and the 4 runes are activated together. A gray-white talisman that appeared out of nowhere suddenly suppressed the 2 mid-level 9s. Tear. Thousands of 1,000-year-old Xuanwang blades, containing 680,000 dragon powers turned the sharpness and heaviness of cutting the stars, and turned into violent winds and rains to destroy the 3 early stages of the 9th level. 3 silhouettes suddenly flashed, and the terrifying water tower sword light and dark sword gang burst out, extending 3,000 miles across. The 3 avatars focused all their offensives on attacking the middle stage of the 9 layers. Brilliant demon sacrifice heaven, Shura's wrath. Lin Chen's body was holding the 5 Dragon Dynasty Emperor spear, his shoulders shook suddenly, and he was furious. At the moment when the spiritual shock of the mountains and rivers was destroyed, his dragon power galloped and condensed, and he turned into a brilliant demon to pierce the world of dark light and fire dragons. Gun-ons, across the sky. This kind of offensive that looked down upon the world instantly changed the expressions of the 5 members of the Ning family at the 9th level of the Yuanzuan realm. From the 5-layer transformation and the ultimate moment to the activation of the 4 runes of recharge, penetration, slowness, and phantom, the rate of the mysterious blue dragon of 10,000 years, everything only happened in an instant. In an instant, the positions of the prey and the hunter are instantly reversed. Tianqing demon armor. The Vientian screaming hand. Bigfen Luoyin palm. When many offensives were being launched, they collided with the offensive that Lin Chen was brewing in an instant. The 3 early stage 9s parried Wanzai Zuenqinglong's offensive, but the 2 middle stage 9s were not so simple. The 1,400-point slow rune in their body solidifies the space, and this is the first time they have seen this strange and unpredictable method. Brilliant demon sacrifice heaven's peerless shot, the terrifying spiritual shock contains penetrating characteristics. 20% of the spiritual shock rushes into their minds so that they have not had time to break the shackles of the slow rune, and they fell into a spiritual consciousness fracture status. What kind of attack is this? It can not only block the freezing space, but also penetrate the old man's defense and mental power. The earth-shaking tingling and dizziness came from his mind, and the old man in green robe couldn't believe it. The energy storm rolled away for thousands of miles, and when the stepping gang moved to approach, the 5 Dragon Dynasty Emperor spear stabbed angrily. And the 1,000-demon piercing heart was cast, and the penetrating and charging runes were launched one after another. When the 100,000 dragon power erupted, the spear technique continued in a series, like a pear blossom in a storm, piercing the old man in green robe on the spot. I don't even know how I died. The methods of this young man are far beyond their imagination. The blue-robed old man burst into a dazzling array of attribute light balls and 2 amethyst treasure chests. The situation has changed, this son of a bitch. Withdraw. Another man in a blood robe in the middle stage of the 9th level reacted in a flash and spontaneously ignited the 2 War Chi Yuanfu to burst out the extraordinary power to break the shackles of the slow rune. This kid is just pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger. Judging from the strength he showed in Xiaodan, they also speculated that this child can only match the strength of the 3 early stage 9s at most. The 5 of them came, and they were almost 90% sure to win him. Unexpectedly, when he actually fights and concocts medicine, it is completely different. Come if you want, leave if you want? Lin Chen's mind moved, and the 2,000 talent points suddenly disappeared. Launch. The ultimate return and the second ultimate moment. Choke. I saw one of Lin Chen's 3 clones, a dragon roar, burst out in his hand. And a pitch-black single sword jumped out, holding it in his hand. The blade was like a dark night, and there was endless darkness inside it. The other 2, who were both physically and mentally connected, escaped into the void, respectively assisting Wanzai Xian Qinglong to stop the 3 early stage 9s. 7th order swords? When he saw the eternal night battle knife, the blood-robed man lost his voice in shock, then he gritted his teeth fiercely, and suddenly pulled out a skeleton blood knife and slashed and slashed. The blood is full of energy, the horses are trained across the sky, the blood Chi swordsman swallows the 8 wastes, and the anger rolls away. Between the blood and energy, thousands of miles of space split open with shocking cracks. Soul slaughter. Lin Chen's phantom avatar flashed the blade, his pupils flashed a silent blade, and the dark blade slashed horizontally. The eternal night turned into a silent dusk, annihilating all the life around the world, draining all the energy of the blood chi, and slashing at the blood-robed man. Soul-slaughtering Shiwei exploded away, smashing the blood-robed man's defense, and severing his arm. What a terrifying attack, with a cultivation level that is not in the middle stage of Yuan Zuanjing's 5th level, it can perform such a terrifying attack. When the blood-robed man was horrified, he was about to escape into the void. And escape when a dragon spear pierced through and stabbed out violently. Only then did he realize that the young man in front of him was only a clone. The blood knife was blocked, the deep twisting power and 8 kinds of heavenly tribulation war energy ran through his body. When the corner of his mouth was bleeding, before he had time to escape, the blood-robed man's heart suddenly shattered. Well, what's this about? The man in the blood-robed robe stared at Lin Chen before he died, and a large number of attribute light balls and several treasure chests rolled out of his body. Even Lin Chen himself was stunned. Although he killed a mid-9 layer just now, it was a surprise by the restraint of the slow rune and the sneak attack. This mid-9th layer breaks the shackles of the slow rune. Although Lin Chen and the phantom clone have both used the ultimate moment, it still takes a few killing moves to take him down. How can he die with one shot? The host triggers the Emperor Destroyer talent and has killed the target enemy in seconds. When the system popped up the screen, Lin Chen shook his head and laughed, feeling that he triggered the Emperor Destroyer's 0.1% chance of instant kill, which is a bit too lucky. Seeing that the 2 mid-level 9s led by their own team were killed by Lin Chen in a flash, the 3 early 9s instantly lost their will to fight, and they all showed their magical powers and wanted to escape. Lin Chen, who reacted extremely quickly, and another clone formed a seal with their hands, and broke out 2 moves of Shure's wrath, which shook the 3 people's mental strength and broke their consciousness. Boom! The other 2 clones and Wanzai Xian Qinglong swarmed up. Lin Chen took advantage of the last 30 seconds of the clone and his own final moment to end, using all his strength to besiege the 3 early stage 9. The 3 phantom clones, plus Lin Chen's deity, and Wanzai Zuanqinglong, and the other 2 are in the state of the ultimate moment. The 3 Yuanzuan realm. In the early stage of the 9th level, can't withstand it for long, and they were defeated and killed in only a few rounds. The ultimate moment is matched with the ultimate return, and my strength has skyrocketed several times. Lin Chen sincerely sighed that before the ultimate return to the original talent, his fighting spirit recovery would not be enough to support the body and another clone to start the ultimate moment perfectly. But now, as long as he has enough talent points, he can add the ultimate moment to all 3 phantom clones. I don't know how much the combat power has turned over. The host gets 300 talent points, 450 Heavenly Dao points, 190 cultivation essences, 2800 blood energy, 41 water energy, 34 wood energy, 39 thunder energy, 3500 battle chi essence. The host obtains the light ball of the power method attribute, and obtains the low-level purple-level combat technique meteor wind sword technique. The host opens the amethyst treasure chest to obtain God Killer talent fragment, 1/3. The host opens the amethyst treasure chest to obtain 10,000 talent points. When he took away the attribute light ball and all the treasure chests, Lin Chen's eyes showed ecstasy. I'm coming. Start again. God Slayer talent fragment. Ha ha ha. It's cool. Hurry up and get the other 2 together, and I'll hit 10,000 people in a group fight, Brother Chen. With a burst of pride, Lin Chen couldn't help laughing wildly in the sky, turning into a stream of light and swept to the sky. 2 days later, Shenzhou, Luoyang City. Luoyang City is one of the main cities in charge of the ancient Luo family in Shenzhou. Today's Luoyang City is full of people and is in full swing. There is no other reason, because today is the day that Luofu selects the people who will participate in the selection of the Tsang Tower team. Most of the high-level officials of Luofu are performing their own duties. This time, Luofu will bring 2 Tianjiao from Luojia to enter, so this announcement is issued. In Shenzhou, only the powers with strong background are eligible to get the places to participate in the selection competition of the Sky Tower, and only through the selection can they enter the Sky Tower. Luoyang City, the entrance of Luo Mansion. In front of the Luo Mansion, the beautiful woman was dressed in a dress, with a valiant appearance, a very beautiful appearance, short blue hair, and a sword across her waist, like a sonorous rose blooming on a cliff. She waved her jade hand and shouted to the crowd. There are still 3 places left for Luofu to enter the Sky Tower this time. The minimum cultivation base is the 8th level of Yuan Zuanjing. This cultivation base requires that the restless crowd gradually calm down. The 8th level of Yuan Zuanjing is a very powerful elder in the ancient family. This participation requirement is too high. I come. A stream of light blazing came, and the silver-robed youth held a single sword and cupped his fists. Huh? So young? Nonsense, so young can have the strength of the 8th level of Yuan Zuanjing? Dozens of Yuan Zuanjing people in front of Luo Mansion cast doubtful glances. And even the short-haired beauty couldn't help but glanced at the silver-robed youth and said indifferently, You hide your cultivation base and release it. At the request of the beauty, the silver-robed youth lifted the intertwined energy fire net in his body, and when the real cultivation base was released, many Yuan Zuanjing suddenly showed sarcasm and sneered. The third level of Yuan Zuanjing? No matter how arrogant you are, you have to be a little self-aware. This little brother should have water in his head. It's time to find a pharmacist to take care of it. Many Yuan Zuanjing laughed, and among them, the lowest cultivation level was also in the middle stage of the fourth stage. In this late stage of the third stage, are they taking the lead to compete for these 3 places? Could it be that he can still have the strength of the 8th level Yuan Zuanjing in the late third stage? This is simply a fantasy. Humph. What's your name? The short-haired beauty scolded coldly. This person is obviously here to make trouble. The silver-robed youth shrugged and said with a light smile, I'll hold my head high. What? Master? The 2 Yuan Zuanjing 6th layers couldn't help laughing. Master? You are shameless. Dare to call yourself a master at the 3rd level of Yuan Zuanjing? This is Shenzhou. Do you think you are living in a barren little place? The Yuan Zuanjing in the crowd burst into sneering ridicule. This high-headed Your Excellency is naturally Lin Chen after disguise. Just when Lin Chen was about to release his Wanzai Zuanqinglong to show his strength, an elegant and pleasant neutral voice slowly came out of Luo Mansion. He passed, and our number is full, no more recruits. This understated sentence immediately stunned everyone present. The high level inside Luo Mansion actually let this kid pass? What happened to this? The most important thing is, suddenly add a sentence full of people? Is it because after having this kid, I don't need to recruit others? Even Lin Chen and the short-haired beauty in front of Luo Mansion were stunned. The former was completely unexpected, while the latter was astonished by his sister's absurd decision. What the hell is my sister thinking, really? With a light anger in her heart, the beauty waved her hand and said coldly, as I said just now, Luo Mansion has enough people recruited this time, please go to other places to find a team. Lin Chen's eyes narrowed, and the radiance of the purple-golden pupil flashed past, and found that there was not only the aura of the Emperor of War in Luo Mansion, but also a taste that he was familiar with, but he couldn't recall anything. It's weird, I don't know anyone in Shenzhou, how could it pass me through? Inexplicably? Could someone see through my strength? But under normal circumstances, even the Emperor of War can't see through Lin Chen's true combat power. On the bright side, he only has the cultivation level of the late third stage and the refining realm of 100,000 dragon power. If it is placed in the 8th stage of Yuan Zuanjing, the field is far from enough. And what surprised Lin Chen was that this short-haired beauty made him feel a little familiar, but he was very sure that this was the first time he had seen this woman. How can this kid pass? Is this cheating? What's your name? It's just passed when people pass by, hurry up and find the next one, it's so damn bad luck. I'm not convinced. What is the reason for your kid to pass the selection requirements? Several Yuan Zuanjing people who were not convinced rushed to Lin Chen and scolded him in a deep voice. That slightly ordinary face raised a very rude smile. No way, who made me look handsome? Handsome and powerful people are so popular. Grass. This tall head is so shameless. Grandmas, if it weren't for the fact that Luoyang City couldn't fight, I would have to cut him into 8 pieces. In the secret room of the restaurant, Lin Chen turned on the system. System, I want to activate the fusion function and fuse all the exercises. The host has a total of 229 intermediate blue-level combat techniques, 589. Advanced blue-level combat techniques, 205 top-level blue-level combat techniques, 19 semi-purple level combat techniques, 21 incomplete purple level combat techniques, and low-level purple level combat techniques. 5 kinds. All. Fusion will cost 89,400 Heavenly Dao points. Is the host fused? 5 kinds of purple level combat skills. In the past, Lin Chen couldn't imagine it at all, but after killing the 5 members of the Ning family at the 9th level of Yuan Zuanjing, he first picked up the light ball with the purple level cultivation technique attribute, and then found 2 purple-colored light balls from the nailing ring tier combat skills. Lin Chen's brows trembled, and with a little excitement, he emitted a bright light. Okay. Lin Chen's Heavenly Dao value dropped sharply by 89,400 points, consuming 1/3 of his Heavenly Dao value. 2 days later, he will participate in the trials with the powerhouse recruited by the Luo family. Before entering the Sky Tower, the more cards the better. Boom ding. Boom. Congratulations to the host for triggering the ultimate special reward. The fusion result comes with a scroll of alchemy fingerprints. The fusion furnace suspended a scroll with a strong purple light, and a scroll of blue and purple jade. Purple rank intermediate level superior combat skills, 8 desolate. Fingers mobilize the fighting spirit to condense the prehistoric energy. The higher the condensed prehistoric energy, the stronger the power. The 8 kinds of prehistoric energy gathered together, the power is close to the purple rank advanced. Semi-purple alchemy handprint, Shantian hand, the handprint is profound. And the transformation can be shocking. Cultivators need mental power above the middle stage of the law. Lin Chen's expression was filled with uncontrollable ecstasy. He gathered so many exercises to fuse at the same time, and finally got the middle-level combat skills of the purple level. This half-purple alchemy handprint is completely unexpected, but I want to keep it. If I can collect 1 or 2 more rolls of blue-rank top-level alchemy handprints, maybe I can fuse the purple-rank alchemy handprint. Purple alchemy handprint. This thing is completely priceless. The same is true in Danzhou, because no one will sell such a heavyweight treasure, unless it is a handprint of unknown origin or cannot be cultivated normally. To put it bluntly, if an ordinary pharmacist didn't have the chance to go against the sky, he would never have the chance to touch the purple order alchemy fingerprints in his life. Lin Chen's current medicine refining skills are not in a hurry for high-level medicine refining handprints, but it is better to keep them in one breath and fuse them in the future to hit the purple order handprints. Cultivation of the 8 desolate fingers first. This fingering method is completely born from my 9 tribulations of creation. Inheriting the 8 desolate fingers requires 9,900 points of martial arts essence. Does the host confirm the inheritance? Lin Chen, robbery? He slaughtered hundreds of Yuan Zuanjing and more than 50,000 martial arts essences collected by the 2 war emperors. Why does this cost 10,000? It is no wonder that some strong people have practiced 1 or 2 purple level exercises for hundreds of thousands of years. This difficulty is really terrifying. Resisting the urge to beat the system, someone Lin issued a firm order. Massive inheritance memories poured into his mind, and Lin Chen's more than 90 spiritual seeds were quickly absorbed. In less than a day, the inheritance of the 8 desolate fingers was Successful. According to Lin Chen's speculation, the power of the 8 desolate fingers was at least 5 times stronger than all the low-level purple-level combat skills he had cultivated, and the upper limit was unknown. The middle-level purple-level combat skills are really perverted. I really don't know what the high-level and top-level purple-level skills look like, as well as the legendary orange-level exercises. As long as someone in my forest doesn't die, one day I will see oranges. The Peerless style of the step. Technique. With pride in his heart, Lin Chen swallowed several pills in one go and started to practice. This time, he was going to attack the 4th level of Yuan Zuanjing in one breath. Before arriving in China this time, Lin Chen had specifically inquired about the situation in China, the location of the sacred monument in the town boundary of Edict Xinxianlong No. 47 that he was looking for was located in the extreme eastern region of China. And there, it is the area governed by the descendants of the gods. And there's more than one. To be precise, it should be the descendants of false gods, and the true descendants of gods have never appeared in the Kyushu mainland. Even if they are descendants of false gods, Lin Chen has already seen their talents. If they are only descendants of false gods of the same age as him, such as Sol Mabai, they are naturally not his opponents now. But if the other party is a descendant of a pseudo-god who has practiced for hundreds of years and thousands of years, it is really unknown who will die if they encounter it. The most important thing is that if Lin Chen, who doesn't understand the situation in the extreme eastern region, rashly gives up the opportunity to enter the Sky Tower, and goes to look for the sacred monument of the town, once his intentions are discovered by others, he will be provoked in an instant murder. The choice between the two, Lin Chen naturally chose to enter the Sky Tower first. After 2 days and 1 night, on the 3rd day, the east gate of Luoyang City, 5 strong men stood in the air, the previous short-haired beauty with a slender waist and a sword, a green shirt like the wind, and a heroic appearance. When she saw the high head arrived, she couldn't help frowning. She has been brooding about this for the past few days. Why did my sister recruit such a person into the team, and not to mention other people? Can this kid still be able to top 3 Yuan Zuanjing 8 layers by one person? This is too outrageous. The team selection competition of the Songqiong Tower can have up to 10 people forming a team. The strong people in the Luo family already have a stable position and can no longer participate. This time, the 2 Peerless talents in the family are about to enter the tower for training, and they can only recruit foreign aid. Lin Chen's face was a little ugly. Of course it wasn't because he was injured, but because he was suffering. Yes, he has eaten almost all the medicinal pills that Xiaodan has refined in the past few days. A large amount of energy is accumulated in his body, and even if he is on the road while refining, it will take several days to absorb it. When the other 5 strong men saw Lin Chen flying, there was a sneer and sarcasm on the corners of their mouths, and Lin Chen was not surprised by this. However, when Lin Chen looked at the Peerless son headed by everyone, he was completely stunned in place. He was wearing a light blue shirt, his eyebrows were picturesque, his lips were crimson, his eyes were like stars, and he was holding a white feather fan. His slender figure could be noticed by both men and women. The dimples on the cheeks are now charming. Stay safe, Your Excellency Gao Shou. It was her? Luo Qingyu. When she was in the Holy Fire Realm, Lin Chen also fought a dragon battle with her, and finally ended the battle by abstaining in exchange for half of the exercises. When someone Lin was amused, the short-haired beauty asked, curiously, "Sister, cousin, do you really know each other? Turns out they are sisters. No wonder I looked at that young lady with familiar eyes, and her feelings were Luo Qingyu's sister. I don't know that it is acquaintance. In a certain region, almost no one does not know His Excellency Gao Shou." While pursing his lips and chuckling, Luo Qingyu stared at Lin Chen, someone. Lin couldn't help laughing when they saw acquaintances meet, that's natural. Back in the day, I was taller than someone who was handsome and invincible all over the world, someone more handsome than me. There is none, I am invincible. And lonely, and can only come to China, to have fun. Before he was finished, Lin Chen hurriedly refined the majestic and vast medicinal power in his body. At this time, a large amount of energy was condensed into crystals in his meridians, causing him to feel a bit of pain. Seeing that the brother young master of the Luo family looked down on this son so much, several other Yuan Zuanjing 8th level powerhouses couldn't help looking at him curiously. Let's go. In this team competition, a total of hundreds of teams participated in the selection, and only a quarter of them were able to enter the Sky Tower. I also hope that everyone will not reserve their spare strength and try their best. The Sky Order will only be awarded after 30 years. Once, you don't want to wait another 30 years. Luo Qingyu smiled lightly, and the strong men immediately cupped their hands and clasped their fists seriously. Everyone flew up into the sky and flew towards the west. Along the way, although Lin Chen still had a lot of doubts about Luo Qingyu, he took it into consideration and kept refining the energy in his body frantically, and it was rare to calm down. Millions of miles away from Luoyang City, a deep and quaint pitch-black tower gradually came into view. When approaching, the might of the Holy Spirit, like the origin of civilization, suppressed all the powerhouses flying in the nearby area, and everyone had to walk down the ground. This is respect for the founder of the Sky Tower. At the entrance of Songqiong Pagoda, the vast viewing platform is hundreds of thousands of feet wide, and thousands of Yuanzun realm powerhouses gathered here. Only with the strength of the Battle Emperor level, entering the Sky Tower does not need to pass the battle selection assessment, but there are other standards. Hundreds of thousands of spectators gathered outside the viewing platform. Every session of the Tsong Tower selection competition is very exciting, and no one wants to miss it. Lin Chen followed Luo Qingyu and just finished registering his name, but the sound of air conditioning was frantically rising and falling in the audience. There is a team, but from the beginning, it has attracted everyone's attention. That is the Mo family from the extreme eastern region. This family is a descendant of the gods. The team is led by 2 late stages of the 9th level of Yuan Zuanjing, and 7 early stages of 9th level. This lineup is already the strongest level in terms of cultivation. However, this is not the most feared thing. The most frightening thing is that a young man in blood in the team, Mo Zixiao. He only has the cultivation of the late 7th stage. But he is a true descendant of God. In this tryout, almost no one wants to face them. However, just when someone Lin was not very interested and wanted to concentrate on refining the energy in his body, his eyes suddenly widened. Lin Chen almost jumped up with joy. His eyes were fixed on the blood-robed youth with 2 swords, the descendant of the pseudo-god, Mo Zixiao. Lin Chen could see very clearly that not only did there exist a large number of attribute light balls in his body, but also a golden hook-shaped shard was spinning at the position of his heavenly spirit cover. The verve of this fragment is unparalleled, and it reigns in the world. It exudes the aura of slaughtering the emperor and destroying the saint, and it is a talent fragment. And Lin Chen will never admit his mistake. This fragment is the fragment of the Godslayer's talent. Luo Qingyu and the other powerhouses on the side suddenly looked stunned. They were astonished to discover that the Lord Gaosho stared at the legendary descendant of the god with the look of a wolf discovering his prey. And he took a deep breath. Where the fuck is this lunatic? How dare he have the will to fight against the descendants of the gods? Lin, someone, actually encountered 2 Godslayer talent fragments in such a short period of time. This luck is called explosion. Lin Chen's excited mouth trembled, and he shouted excitedly in his heart. Damn, the descendant of this pseudo-god is made up today. It's not easy for anyone to speak so much. If he is not ranked, then he will wait until he enters the sky tower. In Lin Chen's eyes, a fierce light is revealed. The Godslayer's talent fragment is worth taking all risks for him. Moreover, in the sky tower, it is one of the few areas that the family forces of the descendants of the gods cannot control. If you enter it, it is not them who have the final say. Seeing the fierce light in His Excellency Gaosho's eyes, everyone realized. It's not fighting at all. It's more like the look of a wolf about to go berserk looking at its prey. This fucking treats the descendants of the gods as prey? When everyone was shocked, His Excellency Gaosho wiped the saliva from the corner of his mouth, very hungry, and swallowed it fiercely. His eyes never left Mo Zixiao. Those who traveled with him instantly felt their scalps go numb. Subconsciously back 10 steps. Crazy. Must be crazy. A third-level Yuan Zuanjing regards the descendants of the gods in the late 7th stage of Yuan Zunjing as prey? Even a character of this level, even in the late stage of the 9th level of Yuan Zuanjing, or even a half-step emperor, may be killed by him. This kid is too dangerous. Why don't you suggest kicking him out of the team? I guess he should be a country bumpkin somewhere. He has just come to China. And he has never heard of the name of the descendant of God, and he mistakenly thought it was an ordinary 7th layer late stage. Damn it, if this son didn't know Luo Qingyu from the Luo residence, I would never form a team with him. If I offend the Mo family, my 9 lives won't be enough. The corners of Yuan Zuanjing's 8-layered mouth twitched wildly, and it was a ticking time bomb with such a dangerous person. At this time, 2 green-robed swordsmen stopped in front of Lin Chen and sneered. Boy, where are you from? Could it be that you haven't heard of the legend of the descendants of the gods? Don't offend that lord, you want to die later, but don't drag us. Lin Chen was startled, and subconsciously said, of course I know the legend of the descendants of the gods. The descendants of the gods are born supreme, with excellent talent in the root and bones, and the power of the divine veins in the body, which penetrates the sky and the earth. The 2 sword cultivators were stunned. Feelings, do you know? How do you know that you are still drooling at people? It looks like you want to kill people in minutes? This is not the brain water, this fucking sea. Right? Okay, don't mention it again. The first round is about to start, and we are ready to fight. Luo Qingyu took a deep look at Lin Chen with a deep meaning, and then smiled lightly. The strong men did not dare to make mistakes, and clasped their fists respectfully. Sister, is this person too dangerous? A beautiful woman with short hair, Luo Weier said with a secret voice. Transmission with some worry. Hee where, if you have seen or heard of his legend, you will know that this kind of behavior is very normal for him. The rules of the entire Kyushu apply to everyone, but only him is special. Luo Qingyu smiled gracefully. Luo Wei'er was surprised that her sister had never praised a person like this, let alone the same age and the opposite sex. The lottery began on the spot, and everyone held their breaths. The opponents who were drawn would determine their future in the Sky Tower. Most people thought silently in their hearts, don't win the Mo family, don't win the Mo family. His Excellency Gao Shou, we must win the Mo family. We must win the Mo family. As soon as the results came out, the Luo family's battle against Uxiamen was a top-notch force in China. Everyone in the Luofu team breathed a sigh of relief and said with a smile, "Great. There is still a chance." His Excellency Gao Shou's mouth twitched slightly, shook his head, and laughed. "Forget it, I still have a lot of energy in my body, and it's not suitable for fierce battles right now." Lin Chen and others entered the ring number 26. The outside world seems to be only 1,000 feet in size, but stepping into it is vast and contains a small world. It's the expansion of the space set by the Battle Emperor. It's really mysterious. Lin Chen sighed in admiration, staring at the beauties in front of him. Several of them were holding high-level swords, and the sword intent was awe-inspiring. Some were a full set, and there are 10 people in total. The highest is in the late 8th stage of Yuan Zuanjing, and the lowest is in the late 7th stage. Number 26. Start. The referee of the half-step Battle Emperor suddenly snorted coldly, and the fighting spirit surged violently, wreaking havoc in the entire battle space. Countless battle chi handprints and various high-level combat skills are blooming one after another. The woman of Yuesha Jianmen held the sword and pulled it out. The sword energy was vertical and horizontal, the finger-ons ripped apart the void, and the silver snake like lightning flashed across the sky. The 2 swordsmen led the team to kill. 3 of their 8th level late stage are handed over to us, and please ask Master Luo Qingyu to lead the others, to besiege the others. The 2 sword cultivators spoke very calmly. The 2 brothers joined forces. And they had a good heart. Luo Qingyu nodded slightly, the white feather fan swept away, and several meteor-like stars were scattered like a sky, blooming around the battle space, blocking the 4 people on the opposite side. "Give me their left wing bag." "Damn, where is that arrogant kid?" When Luo Qingyu's team was fighting, some strong people couldn't help but curse. As soon as the voice fell, an extremely strange moan resounded throughout the audience. "Quick! Hit me hard, keep going, don't stop." "Ah. Cool. That's right there, push hard." "Ouch, it's comfortable." The spectators outside the arena and the powerhouses in the number 26 ring all twitched at the corners of their mouths. The short-haired and concise woman wearing the 6th order high-level blazing fist was embarrassed and annoyed, and she punched His Excellency Gao Shou's chest violently, smashing him into the air. His Excellency Gao Shou, who fell to the ground, twitched all over, chanting words while twitching. "No way. It's so comfortable. Oh my god, it's killing me. Neuropathy." Many spectators and the powerhouses who participated in the battle on the 26th ring frowned wildly. Are you here for the knockout round or just to enjoy it? In other words, being beaten isn't even fun. Where did this pervert come from? Even after being beaten, you keep calling you cool? In the eyes of others, His Excellency Gao Shou was being beaten and lost his mind. But in his own opinion, it was really cool. Of course, it wasn't because he was a pervert, but because when the woman attacked him, the energy in his body that had been in the crystal form accelerated a little. Lin Chen, who discovered this anomaly, immediately understood the reason. The energy of his meat shell is as strong as a wild beast, and a certain stimulus from the outside world can help him refine these solidified energy faster. Damn, if I take another beating to refine all the medicinal power accumulated by the medicinal pills, I have to break through the 4th level of Yuan. Zhuanjing on the spot. Thinking of this, Lin Chen stood up straight with a carp, his face showed a smirk, swallowed his saliva, walked towards the woman, and waved his hands to indicate the woman. Miss, come on. Give me a few dozen more punches, oh no, a few hundred punches. Use force, must force, don't pity me, because I'm handsome. Looking at His Excellency Gao Shou's crazy and perverted smile, all the spectators and the powerhouses in the competition felt a chill in their hearts. Crazy. Must be crazy. Crazy. You're either abstaining or not participating in the competition. What's the matter with you? You're still going to get beaten up by others. Why did Luo Fu recruit such a lunatic this year? This guy is simply mentally ill, and he is not very sick. Some spectators couldn't help but curse, and even the strong team of a team was embarrassed. Get together and give people a beating? Don't you have a brain? Sister, what is he? Luo Weier is full of doubts. This is obviously a person with an abnormal brain. From the moment he entered the venue and stared at the descendants of the false gods, this kid's behavior was normal for a moment. What kind of unpredictable hidden powerhouse does this look like? This is simply a pervert who has just been released from prison. Leave him alone, let's keep fighting. Luo Qingyu smiled lightly, although there were doubts in her beautiful eyes. She believed in Lin Chen from beginning to end. Young Master Qingyu is right, let's leave him alone, at least from the results, he has already delayed a 7th layer late stage for us. The 2 sword cultivators scolded in a deep voice, and all the powerhouses immediately retracted their minds. Yes, as long as they solve the opponent in front of them, they are still 1 step away from entering the Sky Tower. As long as you can enter the Sky Tower, there is a bright avenue in front of you. Many strong people began to fight hard, and the audience's surprise and abuse were only temporary, and they soon turned their attention to another battle. However, only the short-haired woman became more and more frightened. Lin Chen rushed up again and again. He wanted to avoid him, but he followed him completely forcing himself to take action. The most terrifying thing was that every time he punched him, not only did his vitality not decrease, but Ling became stronger and stronger. Every punch of his own will cause strong and powerful energy fluctuations in his body. He is getting stronger. There is absolutely no doubt about it. Is he getting stronger through his own attacks? Beaten to become stronger? This is simply unheard of. It is not only the parties who noticed the anomaly, but also some hidden old monsters with shrewd eyes. Something's wrong. Have you ever seen someone who was so violently attacked in the late 7th stage, still unscathed? Besides, this son has not even activated his defensive combat skills, and there is no high-level defensive treasure on the bright side. Even in the middle and late stages of the 8th layer, you can't be as hard hitting as him without taking 100 punches. Some of the hidden old men immediately discovered the abnormality and fixed their eyes on the tall head. Possessing 2 healing secrets, the true water returning origin technique and the wood spirit essence origin technique, plus Lin's talents of life growth And steel iron bones, his defense power is terrifyingly high. For him, this 7th-layer late-stage attack can really only be regarded as the level of only feel the pain, but not much damage. Even if there is damage, it is a matter of the 2 healing secrets recovering in an instant. But this level of attack can just stimulate the medicinal properties that condense into crystals in his body. Xia Yingyue was embarrassed and angry when she threw out another punch and slammed into the opponent's back. This hooligan was simply a beast. If you run away, he will follow. If you don't make a move, he will do something to yourself, either by touching your thighs or your hair, or by touching your waist and neck. Anyway, he just wanted to be so angry that he had to beat him. He was a jerk. How can anyone be so cheap? Since you want to die, then I will fulfill you. Tianyuan Qi devouring method. Long, Shao explosion fist. Xia Yinyue's battle aura surged into the sky, and the 8th battle energy Yuanfu within her body was a little illusory and completely condensed. The fist wearing the dragon tooth glove burst into a roaring dragon roar in the sky, and the flame dragon-shaped fighting spirit lingered on the fist. Wind, and punched the high head with an expectant face. Boom. 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 The fist wind slammed into Lin Chen, and the lingering flame dragon shape continued to explode on someone. Lin. Ah. I can't do it. Your Excellency. Gao Shou flew out backwards, slicing through the void into a falling arc of a meteor, and the soothing moan once again made everyone feel chills. When he fell to the ground and twitched, everyone saw that this guy finally stopped moving, thinking that he would finally no longer have to hear that weird moan. Xia Yinyue was out of breath. The 8th battle, Qi Yuanfu in her body disappeared and returned to an incomplete state. This was her strongest attack. The power that erupted when she stepped into the initial stage of the 8th stage for a short period of time was enough to knock back the first stage of the 8th stage. If even this trick can defeat him, then Xia Yinyue believes that it can only be left to others to deal with. Can't you get up at last? When Xia Yinyue was about to leave, a stronger wave of war energy suddenly came out of the silver-robed figure lying on the ground. Boom. Lin Chen, the 4th battle Qi Yuanfu, the condensation is complete. The 4th level of Yuanzuan realm. Finally comfortable, all the medicinal powers have been refined before stepping into this realm. Standing tall, from the massive amount of battle Qi essence gained from killing many strong men all the way to swallowing 27 medicinal pills, many accumulations have entered the 4th realm. The 4th level of Yuanzuanjing is indeed different. It is a watershed. The flow of my battle energy has formed a connected state in the 4 battle energy palaces. The tsunami is just a thought. Seeing someone intoxicated, Lin, all the spectators and powerhouses who had noticed him before were all dumbfounded. What technique is this? Can you break through the cultivation base after being beaten? Seeing this scene, Luo Weier's eyes trembled slightly. After so many times in the late 7th stage, he not only did not have any damage, but also broke through the realm? Seeing him unscathed, Xia Yinyue's teeth trembled slightly and her eyes were lost. How is it possible, a blow that can shake even the middle stage of the 8th layer, he actually... Your Excellency Gao Shou. If you don't make a move, we will have no chance of winning. The stunning young man on the side pursed his lips and smiled at him. His style was unparalleled and charming, and the high-headed Your Excellency waved his finger. No problem. Tear. When the purple phoenix wings fluttered a little, a flash of shock flashed Behind Xia Yingyue, so fast that she couldn't react at all. For your help, I'll be gentle. When the woman was embarrassed and angry, the dragon force exploded slightly, knocking Xia Yingyue unconscious, pushing her with both hands, and teleporting her to the edge area. One blow to clean up the late 7th stage? Is this kid hiding so deep? Everyone in the Luofu team was surprised. What kind of freak is this kid? It's being beaten and leveling up again, and it's killing the 7th layer late stage in seconds. New breakthrough realm, you have to get used to it. This battle can just be used to warm up. Lin Chen's figure flashed in an instant, and the expressions of all the powerhouses at the 8th level of Yuan Zuanjing changed greatly. No. He's coming. Stop this kid. Damn it, it's too deep. As soon as the words fell, a shocking lightning flashed in front of Luo. Where, a fist wind flattened the world, and angrily beat the body of an early 8th level. Bang! The domineering fist style turned the 8 kinds of heavenly tribulation battle aura to penetrate the old man, his battle aura defense shattered, rolling down a few attribute light balls and retreating a dozen steps at the same time. His expression was full of disbelief. A blurry phantom suddenly flashed in the distorted space, and an old woman in black in the middle of the 8th stage, who was good at assassination, stabbed with a dark red short knife and stabbed Luo wire. Between stepping on the gang and moving, Lin Chen's toes jumped, hugged Luo wire, and while his body was spinning, Lin Chen's legs were like a strong wind and thunder, and he kicked away. The rotating thunder tribulation and wind robbery battle gas turned into a wind and thunder blade, cutting and flying the black-clothed old woman's short knife, and then the second leg smashed like lightning, and slammed the black-clothed old woman into the air. The space reinforced by the Emperor of War was constantly distorted. Luo wire stared at the ordinary face of the young man in a daze, and the corner of his mouth had that sly smile from beginning to end, as long as he stayed by his side. A sense of security seems to come naturally. The powerhouses from Luofu and Uxiamen immediately separated and retreated. The 4th level of Yuan Zuanjing, with one leg and one punch, repelled the 8th level early stage powerhouse. Is it still one-sided to fight at level 4? This bizarre scene was like an invisible big hand grabbing everyone's throats. And even the shock made it hard to breathe. This kind of talent already belongs to the level that can only be achieved by the top saints and saints in the ancient families of Shenzhou. There are few rivals under the descendants of the gods. Have you hugged enough? Luo wire came back to her senses and said coldly. The situation is urgent, you can't blame me. The high head who shrugged his shoulders laughed and added a sentence in his heart. The waist is soft and the legs are thin, which is really good. I didn't expect Your Excellency Gaoshou to be so powerful. We were clumsy before. As expected of the person chosen by young Master Luo Qingyu, this time we can enter the Sky Pagoda safely. Your Excellency is truly worthy of the name of a master. Yuan Zuanjing's attitude towards Lin Chen suddenly made a 180-degree turn, and all of them smiled beside him. Luo Qingyu smiled lightly. Need help? No, stand aside, I'll take care of these guys. Lin Chen raised his hand lightly, making everyone's heart throb. The many medicinal pills Lin Chen took not only increased a large number of his elemental attribute values, but also high-quality body-refining medicinal pills. His dragon power was already 200,000. In addition to the talent bonus of divine power, that is 250,000 dragon power. With pure power alone, it can be compared to the late stage of the 6th stage. In addition, after stepping into the watershed of the 4-layer realm, pure power plus 8 kinds of calamity fighting spirit, with his many purple level exercises, now he can do it without relying on a series of trump cards such as Huang transformation and characteristic runes. Face the absolute majority of Yuan Zuanjing 8th level head-on. You delay the others, let's get rid of that kid first. Before the two old women could finish speaking, a shocking purple flame swept in between the space distortions, and both palms broke through the air and pushed out. Not good. The second old man secretly screamed in his heart. The backhand condensed the energy handprint of Shenru Wanyue, and the old palm shot out. Unexpectedly, the young man's 5 fingers are surrounded by 9 spirals of dark energy, like a dragon's roar. His palms smashed the energy fingerprints of the second old man, causing the two to vomit blood and retreat, the dark dragon's energy swaying and spinning. Let's blast the two away with enough energy. Rolling attribute light balls levitate into the void. Let's do it together. Seeing that the 2 early 8th layers of their own family were shaken back, the 3 late 8th layer old women suddenly shouted, and the sword light and fists were released like lightning, crushing Lin Chen and leaving. A single sword jumped out of his hand, the dragon power erupted, and when several kinds of heavenly tribulations were in motion, Lin Chen slashed horizontally, and the sword energy spun vertically and horizontally into a monstrous storm. Soul Light Thousand Deserts. The roaring earth robbery and wind robbery tornadoes ravaged the audience. In the late 8th stage and below, all were injured by the knife chi and fell to the side. The remaining 3 8-layer late stage are still struggling to support. In the tornado of sword chi, swords, lights, swords, and shadows collided and whistled. Afterglow and shadows flickered vertically and horizontally, and 4 figures collided one after another. No, look, what is this kid doing? The discerning old man discovered the abnormality. I saw that in the knife chi tornado. His Excellency Gaosho's figure flashed like lightning and jumped at an extremely fast speed. Only a few people could capture his figure. He held a knife in one hand and slashed, and in the other, he drank a lot. Domineering and arrogant. Seeing this scene, some of the older generation's strong brows jumped wildly, and the corners of their mouths shivered a few times. 1 Yuan Zuanjing 4th level battle against 3 8th level late stage players. Can they still drink while fighting? How crazy is this, and how disregard for people. It's now. The eyes of the 3 late stage 8th layer old women exchanged glances, and a wave of battle aura that was several times more terrifying than them ripped through the void. The white-haired old man holds a 3-foot green front in his hand, pierced through the void, and pierced through the void with a sword. The faint plum blossoms were blooming in all directions, and the ghosts and gods made it easy. It is the purple-class swordsmanship of Uxiamen. A sword plum blossoms. Everyone in the Luofu team was suddenly shocked. This old man was still in the early stage of the 8th stage. Why did he suddenly rise to the middle stage of the 9th stage? It's the 4 and 8 invited by Uxiamen. Damn it. The mid-9th level and the late 8th level are not the same order of magnitude. When the hearts of everyone in the Luofu team jumped, the 3 kinds of heavenly tribulations detonated, and Lin Chen's cultivation level rose sharply. From the early stage of the 4th level to the early stage of the 5th level. His jug disappeared in an instant, turning into a stern sword light, and the flowing sword light that was sharp to the extreme pierced out, reflecting the young man's understated smile. charging rune extreme water light. The sword broke through the sky, and when the watery sword light and the plum mark sword light collided, the space crystal wall cracked a faint crack, overturning the airflow in the entire battle space. Lin Chen, who was stabbed with a sword, has not stopped his offensive. He slashed and slashed with a single sword in his right hand. In this offensive, charging runes were launched in succession twice, 3 in the late 8th stage and 1 in the middle stage of the 9th stage, and they were blasted and seriously injured on the spot. The moment he saw the silver-robed youth standing proudly in the field with a sword in one hand and a knife in the other, the audience was silent. 4th level realm kills 3 late 8th level and 1 mid-9th level with one move. The tone of some hidden powerhouses trembled. The 8th level realm and the 9th level realm are completely two concepts. And he is a spike. Could it be that he touched the realm of the descendants of the gods? Is this person also a descendant of God? Just as the horrified voices of many powerhouses continued to rise and fall, Mo Zixiao, who had always remained indifferent, opened his eyes slightly and glanced at Lin Chen and Taichung. The corners of his mouth outlined an arc of disdain. Little ant, it's just a unique secret technique. It doesn't even have the breath of the gods, and I want to be confused with this seat. A few old men next to him immediately greeted them with smiles and said, "That's natural, the young master is unparalleled, and the swordsmanship is invincible. In this Kyushu, no one at the same level can be the enemy of the young master's sword. Humph. Ants, if you let this seat meet you, kill them with one sword." With a dismissive flick of his sleeves, Mo Zixiao continued to close his eyes and rest. In the ring on the 26th, the half-step emperor referee took a deep look at Lin Chen and declared, "In the first round of screening, the Luofu team wins. The host obtains 480 points of heaven, 300 points of martial art, 800 points of talent, 40 points of ignition energy, 55 points of wood energy, 3 points of spiritual power, 3,000 points of battle spirit essence, 1,100 points of blood energy. The host has obtained 7 light balls with the attributes of the exercise method, 1 low-level purple level combat technique, and 6 half-purple level combat techniques." Lin Chen took away all the attribute light balls, and before he could look at the attribute bar, a light screen continued to pop up. The system has detected a new version, Tiandao Pickup System version 5.0. which is expected to be launched. Level 5 characteristic rune function. Decomposition function, opening the 4th blood state, talent evolution function, etc. System update conditions, 800,000 points of Tiandao value. 400,000 points of intermediate level martial arts essence. System update? Someone Lin shivered with excitement, and before he had time to revel, he almost fainted when he saw the attribute value requirement. 800,000 Heavenly Dao value? Where can he find it? I took out 400,000 intermediate level exercise essences. I'm obedient. He only collected less than 60,000 intermediate level exercise essences when he activated his Godslayer talent. Damn, this system is getting worse and worse. After calming down, Lin Chen exited the system and looked at the powerful people in the Luofu team. All of them looked at himself with admiration and awe. Strength, capital wherever he went. Lin Chen, who showed his strength, everyone realizes that this seemingly crazy young man is their unreachable powerhouse. You only shot now, and it almost caused us to lose. How are you going to compensate us? Luo Qing said with a sneering smile. Someone Lin patted his chest and smiled. Confidently, then make up for the fact that you don't have to shoot later. Stand aside, and I will blast any team by myself. As soon as this sentence came out, many elite teams who ended the battle early cast their eyes with resentment and disdain. This tall leader is indeed very strong, but is it not arrogant to single out any team? This year, there is the Mo family. The team of the descendants of God is pressing the field here, and they haven't said anything yet. Don't, Your Excellency Gao Shou, let's get through this together. The two sword cultivators immediately laughed, and His Excellency Gao Shou waved his hand and walked off the stage. With me here, there is no difficulty. To be honest, someone from Talon really wanted to single out all of them. These powerhouses are all treasure houses of moving attribute light balls. He doesn't want the other powerhouses in the team to help him. Sister, who is he? When Luo Wire asked through voice transmission, Luo Qingyu made a silent gesture. When he returned to the waiting area, Luo Qingyu told his sister Lin Chen's legend. Starting from the sacred fire realm until the gods in the back descended to the earth with 4 hammers, and then to the 4 consecutive championships in the Tianling ranking behind every deed, let alone put it in Lingzhou, even if it is put in Shenzhou, it is at the level of creating history. Luo Wei was so shocked that her heart swayed. Is this something that the high head with an unruly face could do? Among them, it also includes his record of fighting against 4 emperors alone and destroying hundreds of Yuan Zuanjing realm. When Luo Wei, who has always been mature, heard this, his mind was almost blank, and he was stunned in place. This, how to destroy hundreds of Yuan Zuanjing people at the 3rd level of Yuan Zuanjing realm. Not to mention fighting against 4 war emperors. I remember that there was a half-step battle emperor's descendant of the gods who challenged the powerhouses in the early stage of the battle emperors. 1st level. At most, they could only fight for more than 100 rounds, let alone defeat. He, who is he? He? How did you do it? The trembling Luo Wei panicked several times for a while, but calmed down a little after Luo Qingyu's consolation with a smile. Sister, are you saying that the 5 spirits of chaos that we cultivated is also the next one we got from him? Well, although he is not a descendant of God, he is far more than a descendant of God. Luo Qingyu stared at Lin Chen, who was cultivating with his eyes closed, and smiled sweetly. So, young Master Lin Chen is the person we want to befriend with all our Luofu. The battle lasted a day and a night, and all the teams were selected just now. After a long rest, the second wave of draws was ushered in. If the same number is drawn, the 2 sides are in a hostile relationship. The second round is the last round. As long as you pass this round, a bright road will be placed in front of you, Yuan Zuanjing. This time the lottery was drawn first by the Mo family, and their team drew the number 24. Everyone is reciting in their hearts, don't draw number 24. Nima, if you go against the descendants of the gods, their 7 early stage 9s and 2 late 9s lineups are already the strongest in the game. At Mo Zixiao, no one can beat him. When it was Luo Fu's turn, there were only 6 teams left to draw, and another number 24 lottery had not yet come out. That is to say, including the Luo family team, one of the last 7 teams will face the Mo family. To the descendants of God. The fact that Luo Qingyu's fair and slender jade hand reached into the lottery box, the powerhouses of the Luo family team are all silently reciting. Number 24. Number 24. Someone Lin at the back of the team was panting heavily, his breath trembling. and he roared in his heart. Number 24. Number 24. You fucking give it to me. It must be number 24. Under everyone's attention, Luo Qingyu drew out an arrow, and the number on it appeared impressively. 24th. What a special jackpot. The faces of all the foreign aid powerhouses in the Luofu team instantly lost their blood, and they were as pale as paper. There was an uproar in the audience, and the dark horse of the Gao Shou, who was born out of the sky, fought against the strongest Mo family. Sitting in the VIP seat, Mo Zixiao raised the corner of his mouth slightly, sketching a sneer of cat and mouse. At the moment, his sneer suddenly froze, and the corner of his mouth twitched. Great! The silver-robed youth in the field jumped up excitedly, waving his fists. Excitedly. The audience outside the viewing platform looked like they had seen a ghost. And they applauded when they drew the descendants of the gods. The other powerhouses of the Luofu team wanted to cry without tears, and couldn't help but curse in their hearts. Are you crazy again? Hello, sister. That's the Mo family, whether we want to abstain or not, how can we fight? The two-sword cultivators said with trembling voices, who knew that the eyes of His Excellency Gao Shou on the side were full of ferocity. How to fight? Fight like this. You have to fight. Fight hard. What I'm fighting is the descendants of gods, and I'm going to beat the gods. Everyone's scalp is numb, they are the descendants of God. Take your head to fight someone? But for someone Lin, that was really good. The space inside the Sky Pagoda is infinite, and its area can be compared to the level of the Kyushu continent. If Mo Zixiao entered the sky, it would be more difficult for him to find a chance to do it than to find a needle in a haystack. At that time, that is to watch the second Godslayer talent fragment go away. The duck to the mouth flew. But if it is now, someone from Talon has a 100% certainty to get this talent fragment. Once, when Lin Chen saw Sol Mabai, the descendant of the gods, his first impression was amazement and shock, but now, after learning the truth about the Kyushu continent, he only had hatred and disgust for this so-called descendant of the pseudo-god. This is a group of people who invaded and enslaved the continent of Kyushu. And now they have begun to take root in Kyushu. If no one can stop them, sooner or later, Kyushu will become a plaything for those pseudo-gods who ran out of the holy prison. Lin Chen didn't want to be the savior of the world, but he also didn't want to see the continent he was in fall into the hands of these criminals. Now that you can't do a false god yourself, can you still be a descendant of a false god? Luo Qingyu hurriedly covered Lin Chen's mouth, annoyed. Keep your voice down. Don't put my Luo residence on the opposite side of Mo's family. Even though the current Luo Qingyu was disguised as a man, the faint fragrance poured into Lin Chen's breath, only to slow down his fighting intent a little bit, and someone Lin grinned wickedly. If you want to organize me, you can hold me tighter. I don't mind if you plug my mouth with your lips. After all, you are so handsome, and I can do it as a boy. Only then did Luo Qingyu realize that she was clinging to Lin Chen, and rolled her eyes at him, charming. It seems this seat has been underestimated. Mo Zixiao stood up abruptly, a storm brewing with Peerless sword energy whistled in his eyes. Anyone can see that this descendant of the gods from the Mo family is angry. Feeling Mo Zixiao's murderous aura, Lin Chen turned around abruptly. When his eyes met, his murderous aura became awe-inspiring. I saw that His Excellency Gao Shou very calmly extended his middle finger to Mo Zixiao to show his friendship. Seeing this, Mo Zixiao's mouth twitched wildly. Some viewers couldn't help Gasping for air in secret, this high head is so crazy. When encountering the descendants of gods, let alone the top saints and daughters, even the entire ancient family has to avoid 3 points and dare not offend. Don't take action on any of you later, let me abuse him. I will cut off his hands and feet with my own hands, and it will be hard to quench the hatred in my heart. Many viewers keep away secretly, who knows what the consequences of Mo. Zixiao's anger will be. Just wait and watch the show now. Now, please enter both parties on the 24th. The referee announced indifferently that everyone in the Luofu team panicked. To fight or not to fight? To fight is to die. And it will also offend the Mo family. If you don't fight, you will have to wait another 30 years to fight. I'm sorry, young Master Luo Qingyu, I'm taking my leave. Me too, I don't want to die. Offending the Mo family, there is no possibility of mixing in Shenzhou, I'm sorry Miss Luo Weier. The 5 Yuan Zuanjing stage 8th level early stage recruited by Luofu all chose to leave the team on the spot. This is nothing short of adding to the woes. Seeing this situation, the powerhouses of the Mo family who came to power couldn't help laughing again and again. At this time, the old referee frowned and announced to the 2 Luo Qingyu. Sisters, Team Luo, are you still fighting? The upper limit of the team competition is 10 people, but there is no minimum limit, you can still choose. Sister, this? Luo Weier couldn't hold back her breath, but Luo Qingyu stared at Lin Chen and asked Lin Chen solemnly, are you sure? Lin Chen turned his neck and smiled lightly. Just a little bit, there is a 90% certainty, and I won't talk about the remaining achievements. My advantage is that I am low-key, and I am so humble that I am embarrassed. Hearing this sentence, Luo Qingyu smiled happily and nodded to the old referee. Well, we're running for election. As soon as this statement came out, everyone was shocked. 3 on 10? This is still 3 young juniors fighting against the Mo family's 9 old monsters, plus a descendant of the gods. What is this expansion? Everyone was shocked and trembling, this was too cool. When you come to the stage, just cheer for me by the side. Lin Chen loosened his muscles and bones, his eyes flashed with a rare seriousness and excitement. I don't know, how many attribute light balls? Will there be 9 Yuan Zuanjing 9 layers, plus a pseudogod descendant? Boom. Before he came to power, Lin Chen's body emerged from 5 kinds of detonated calamity fighting spirits. His cultivation base has temporarily stepped into the middle stage of the 5th stage, from the early stage of the 4th stage. The old referee glanced at him in amazement. This man had such a mysterious technique. The 4 characteristic runes were ready to go. Lin Chen jumped up, the space on the ring suddenly expanded, and the 2 women followed closely behind. If it wasn't for the young master to torture and kill this kid himself, this old man would really want to kill him personally. How dare you look down on my Mo family? The leader of the late stage of the 9 stages laughed coldly, and the old referee waved his hand immediately. Start. Boom. 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 At the opening moment, the battle situation changed rapidly, and almost everyone did not react. 3 gray and white talismans descended from the sky and sealed the universe. Lin Chen's intermediate rune energy dropped sharply by 18,000 points. 15,000 points are spent on runes of slowness. The moment the space became solidified, the disbelief of all the powerhouses of the Mo family stayed on their faces. This offensive came without warning. There was no fluctuation in the fighting spirit, including Mo Zixiao. They didn't react at all. At this moment, the dragon energy in the viewing platform is vertical and horizontal, forming a mysterious blue field, and a vast and stalwart Xian Qinglong is born. 3 silhouettes shrouded in secluded azure brilliance flashed over, the spear tip pierced, the sword edge slashed across, and the sword exploded away. The shocking offensive happened only in an instant. Azura's wrath. Bright demon sacrifice heaven. Extremely K Shuiguang. Soul. Slaughter. Boom. 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 The ultimate moment plus ultimate return plus penetration, charging, slowing, and phantom runes are activated at the same time. Lin Chen's offensive made everyone present instantly change color. Even the half-step emperor is no exception. The 9 members of the Mo family at the 9th level of Yuan Zuanjing, except for 2 who were seriously injured in the late 9th stage, were all blasted away from the arena. 4 people fell on the spot and 5 people were seriously injured. There was a scene that made everyone stand up with a bang and slammed the air. The 4th silver-robed youth in the ring stood proudly in the arena. His silver robe was rolled up, his brows were domineering, and he pinched Mo Zixiao's neck with one hand, lifting Mo Zixiao in the air like a chicken. It seems that with just a little effort, this mighty descendant of the gods can die. Spike. Kill the whole team. A 4th level of Yuan Zuanjing, kill 9 9th layers of Yuan Zunjing, and capture a descendant of a god alive? Is this fucking human? Those 5 foreign aid powerhouses who chose to lead the Luofu team in the previous step, even their eyes are about to pop out the next moment. Luo Weier lightly covered her lips with her hands, and the trembling of her beautiful eyes was full of surprise and shock. The 4th layer of Yuan Zuanjing killed the 9th layer of Yuan Zunjing in seconds, and the descendants of the gods were captured with one hand. When she heard her sister talk about Lin Chen's legend, she was still a little hard to accept, but now when she saw this scene, her cognition was completely overturned. The strong men standing in the audience are even more numb. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they would never believe that this child would be the 4th level of Yuan Zuanjing. This kind of terrifying means, I am afraid that no one can use it except the Emperor of War. The attribute light balls scattered in the sky are scattered, and there are countless treasure chests floating in the void. This is the attribute of 9 Yuan Zuanjing 9th layers, and the number alone exceeds 200. The host gets the God Slayer talent fragment, February 3rd. In front of everyone, Lin Chen smiled lightly, and with his strength, snapped Mo Zixiao's neck. Do not. Luo Weier exclaimed subconsciously, and Mo Zixiao, who had suffocated her breath, disappeared into a puff of smoke. Fake? Everyone was stunned. If you, the descendant of a false god, die so easily, then I really doubt that you are a waste. Lin Chen clapped his hands, and said with a light smile, anyway, the fragments of God-killer talent have been obtained, and he is not in a hurry now. What did you say? False god? As if provoked by Lin Chen, the figure hidden on the other side of the void distorted and emerged. Mo Zixiao's face growled horribly, as if a wild dog had been trampled on its tail. Isn't it? What kind of stuff are you, don't you know? Lin Chen clapped his hands, swept his eyes, and the 3 avatars who launched the final moment were aggressive at this time, and they had already suppressed the 2 seriously injured late-stage 9s. I'm afraid it only takes a moment to decide the winner. Are you that kind of person? It seems that you will surely die today. Mo Zixiao's expression gradually became frantic, one of his two swords was suddenly unsheathed, and a dragon roar moved the sky. Descendants of false gods have the memory of innate inheritance from the moment they are born, that is, people or forces who know the truth must be killed. Lin Chen's eyes gradually became serious. Mo Zixiao was different from the previous Soul Mabai. Soul Mabai is an extremely young type, only about 30 years old, but Mo Zixiao is a descendant of a pseudo-god who has cultivated for more than 100 years. His divine veins have entered a period of rapid growth. To be precise, it should be the peak sacred vein. Lin Chen once looked up ancient books. After the battle of the emperor, if he could condense into the body of a saint, his body would travel through the sky and the earth, modify his own bloodline factors, change his life form, and his bloodline would begin to transform, and his descendants would gain the inheritance power of the saint's prestige. The more powerful the holy realm, the more powerful the power of blood will be, blessed by its descendants. The criminals who escaped from the 19th holy prison of the holy realm are all at the peak of the holy realm. Even if their holy bodies are damaged, their bloodlines are still second only to the real gods. The burning fighting energy was as hot as a fire, and the sharp sword energy cut through the void. Mo Zixiao's cultivation level briefly entered the middle stage of the 8th level. He activated the power of the pseudo-god's bloodline. Through Lin Chen's previous strength, he has clearly recognized the strength of this opponent. Boom! The 5-Dragon Dynasty Emperor Spear flashed and held, and the ultimate moment was activated. The Qinglong turned into a streamer and entered Lin Chen's body, and his dragon power climbed to 680,000. In terms of fighting, I'm my ancestor. Brother Chen will beat you up today. It's not easy for anyone to talk. Brush. Tear. Boom. There was a terrifying sound of space tearing, a gun and two swords collided and exploded, and the dark shadow of the gun flashed at a high speed mixed with the dragon force that shattered the galaxy to stab Mo Zixiao's head, heart, legs, and abdomen. The sword's edge rotated and blocked dozens of shots. The sword's edge swiveled and slashed across the middle, slashing at Lin Chen. The sword's edge slashes the space crystal wall, like a broken vacuum zone. The gun body bounced up, and Lin Chen, who swung the sword blade, moved like a thunderbolt, and flashed behind Mo Zixiao in an instant. A dark dragon palm with 680,000 dragon power was charged, piercing the rune and punching out. Mo Zixiao defiantly stretched out his left hand into a claw, surging with the blood of the sword glow and demonic energy, sharply reaching into the sky, ruthlessly grabbing between the 5 fingers of Lin Chen's lingering 9 dark dragon patterns. Bang! Bang! The earth-shattering explosion ravaged the audience, and everyone outside the venue held their breath. A figure retreated a little embarrassedly. It was Mo Zixiao. His palms were ripped apart. Some strong men who have feared and admired the descendants of God since birth can't help but take a breath. In the head-to-head confrontation with Lin Chen, Mo Zixiao was actually at a disadvantage. Lin Chen secretly ran the 2 healing secrets of true water Guiyuan and wood spirit essence, and the recovery speed was extremely fast. He mobilized the 2 runes of charging and penetrating, and started the whole process. The 2 of them turned into 2 divine lights, the shadows intertwined, the spear and sword shadows flickered vertically and horizontally, and the explosions danced wildly, shaking the entire arena. Thousands of devils pierced the heart. The golden war gun in his hand swayed and danced. Lin Chen's spear tip exploded, and the shadow of the gun spread out in the sky, like a peacock. Opening its screen, advancing layer by layer. Flying drink sword waterfall. The 7th order, low-level sword, Mingyue Jiuxiao sword, swept out, the sword slashed into the sky, and when a sword light ripped through the void, the silver sword chi rushing down from the head formed a sword waterfall, and slashed away at the spear shadows in the sky. God Shadow Wind Demon Legs. Coagulation Finger. The shadow of the battle-like legs mixed with the wind and thunder collided with the blood-colored fingers that flew to the sky. Shura's Wrath. Myriad Soul Sword Wind Art. An unprecedented fierce battle erupted from the arena. Luo Wei'er and Luo Qingyu retreated again and again, and they retreated to the edge of the battle space before they were slightly away from the battle range of the two. The corners of the mouths of the older generation of powerhouses outside the field trembled. It was terrible. The fighting specifications of these two young people have surpassed the ordinary late stage of the 9th stage of Yuan Zuanjing, and they are close to the half-step emperor. Lin Chen is not the same now. Compared with the first time he encountered the descendants of pseudogods, Soul Mabai, Lin Chen's current background, apart from his cultivation, can already be on an equal footing with these descendants of pseudogods. Whether it's war weapons, combat skill grades, practice collections, talent levels, characteristic runes, and Lin Chen, they are far more than they used to be. Thinking back when he faced Soul Mabai, he didn't even have a real purple rank combat skill or 7th rank weapon. Even the talent has only one destiny. But now, in front of him, this descendant of the pseudo-god, who is admired and worshipped by hundreds of millions of people as the descendant of the creator, is far from being as aloof as he used to be. If someone in the forest wants to hammer him, he will definitely be able to hammer him over. No, he has already activated the bloodline of the peak of the Holy Realm. Why hasn't there been any change? Just when Lin Chen was puzzled, a sword light like silver frost pierced through the void and shot from behind him. Be careful! Luo Qingyu exclaimed in worry. Lin Chen's purple-golden eyes sensed the attack of the killing in advance, and moved out of the stepping gang at full speed, worthy of dodging the sneak attack of the sword light. I saw, a figure exactly like Mo Zixiao appeared behind him with a 3-footed green blade in his hand. The breath he showed was actually on par with Mo Zixiao. All the older generation powerhouses were shocked. In order to fight against this high head, Mo Zixiao even activated his divine veins. Seeing this scene, Lin Chen was instantly happy. You play with my avatar? Playing clones? Lin Chen is his ancestor. Boom! A phantom clone appeared, and Lin Chen consumed another 4,000 talent points to continue to activate the ultimate moment. The Mo family's team, now there is only one late-stage 9th layer who is struggling to support, and the 2 phantom clones that last for the ultimate moment are chasing and attacking all the way, not giving them a chance to breathe. This is the power of your bloodline. Lin Chen suddenly smiled. He could feel that Mo Zixiao's avatar had a similar effect to his phantom avatar. The avatar of this seat is not comparable to your indiscriminate tricks. Mo Zixiao's expression was icy cold, and the strength of his bloodline power doubled. Choke. The 2 Mo Zixiao held their swords and slashed, the sword edge slashed diagonally, and the sword edge cut across. 2 silver frost sword lights swept diagonally, like the Milky Way falling. When the sword light flashed, it merged into one sword, and the sword illuminated the Shenzhou, sweeping the galaxy for tens of thousands of miles. Azura's Wrath. Bright demon sacrifices to heaven. The 8 kinds of heavenly robbery angered the sky. Lin Chen turned into a brilliant demon, and stabbed away with a golden gun in his hand. The clone held the 6th order top sword, and slashed down with both hands. Held high. When the blade slashed down, a burst of purple-black blade chi dashed wildly, dividing the light of heaven and earth. Sigh. Boom. The confused energy explosion ravaged the entire battle space, turning the world upside down. The 4 gods are fighting together in an instant. Mo Zixu's swordsmanship is superb. The tip of the sword is like a mad dragon going out to sea, and 100 swords are fired in a row. The power of each sword is like a dragon and snake swinging its tail. Method. Both hands spun the golden guns, the blades slashed horizontally and rolled. Counter-challenged and slashed, the sword, the sword, the sword, the sword. The gun and the wind dance collided with countless sparks that shot into the void. The 2 fought fast, fighting from the sky to the ground, smashing all the space crystal walls into a vacuum wherever they passed. Mo Zixu, who has a clone to fight, has at least doubled his strength. He and his clones work together to fight together, and they have a good heart, and the close coordination of swordsmanship can be said to be seamless. In the past, among the descendants of the pseudo-gods of the same level, his bloodline was often able to occupy many changes and styles of play. Even if he encountered the top descendants that he could not fight against, he could still be invincible. However, Mo Zixu met an opponent today. Lin Chen's phantom runes are no worse than his clone. In terms of cooperation and tactics, Lin Chen even has the upper hand. If it wasn't for the cultivation base to be strong in the front line, Mo Zixu at this time would have already fallen into the disadvantage. When the swords and guns collided, when the weapons of both sides bounced off their hands, a gray-white talisman was born. The slow rune is activated, solidifying the space. Lin Chen suddenly attacked, and a dark dragon palm roared in rage. Just as the dark dragon palm was about to hit Mo Zixu's chest, his avatar burned with blood-colored flames, and suddenly broke the shackles of the slow rune, holding a sword across the sword body, blocking it in front of the main body, and endured it. Live in Lin Chen's dark dragon palm. 9 dark dragons strangled through the avatar and passed to the main body. The corners of the avatar's mouth bleed and retreated violently. Lin Chen was also forced back by the reversal sword energy of his sword. Whose clone is the trick? Do you think you can suppress me with 2 low-level swords of the 7th rank? Lin Chen sneered while secretly running 2 major healing recipes to heal the cracked palm. Stop talking nonsense, this seat will be slaughtered. Before he finished speaking, Mo Zixu vomited blood again. His expression was full of disbelief. At this time, his internal organs were actually destroyed in a mess. Suffered extremely serious internal injuries. What's going on? Is it because of that palm? No, this seat has a 7th order treasure body protection. How could it be so easily broken by him? Master, this son's attack is very strange. Every move has a strange penetrating power that ignores our battle or a defense, Pucci. Just after reminding Mo Zixu, the only surviving late-stage 9-layer-old man, he vomited blood violently. He actually recovered so quickly? I can't fight this kid for a long time. There must be one move to kill him. Mo Zixu violently burned the power of his bloodline, and his avatar's injury recovered as fast as before. This is his bloodline characteristics. As long as the bloodline power is still there, his clone not only has the strength comparable to the main body, but also has a stronger life toughness than the main body. In some ways, your bloodline characteristics are not as good as the descendant of the pseudo-god I killed before. Suddenly, Lin Chen's mouth showed a hint of a smile, and he secretly transmitted a voice to Mo Zixiao. What? Did he kill other descendants of the gods? Mo Zixiao's pupils trembled, and the wrist holding the sword trembled slightly. No. He must be intimidating this seat. If you want to shake my mood, you are too tender. This sword, I will let you taste what despair is. Mo Zixiao and his clone's body burst out with the Peerless sword intent of fighting the sun and the moon. At this moment, the situation of the entire Tsangqiang Tower venue changed suddenly, and the spiritual energy within 10,000 miles began to tremble. When the expressions of the older generation of powerhouses above the viewing platform changed, the half-step emperor's referee narrowed his eyes. It turned out to be a purple-level intermediate swordsmanship. Purple intermediate. This rank, placed in Shenzhou, is also the existence at the top of the pyramid. Many old-fashioned battle emperors who have been famous for tens of thousands of years have never had this level of practice, and it almost only exists in the category that is possible to hold at the fourth level and above of the battle emperor. If it wasn't for Mo Zixiao being a descendant of God, he would never have been able to cultivate to this level of cultivation. With Mo Zixiao's background, from his mind to the kendo and the seventh order swordsmanship, the purple rank intermediate swordsmanship performed together. With the blood clone, the combination of two moves, such power, even a half-step emperor has to run. Purple level intermediate combat skills, do you think you have it? Lin Chen sneered. He put away the 5 dragons dynasty imperial spear and issued an order to the system. System, start the ultimate return. Consume 2,100 talent points to activate the ultimate return talent. The vast fighting spirit instantly filled Lin Chen and his other phantom avatar. When the violent and vast heavenly robbery gathered together and transformed into prehistoric energy, the situation of heaven and earth changed again. The throats of all the audience made a gurgling sound, as if they were pinched by an invisible big hand. This kid actually has a purple level intermediate combat skill? Some older generation Yuan Zuanjing almost fainted from anger. When the hell did the purple level intermediate combat skills become Chinese cabbage? If some old warlord level monsters who have been famous for tens of thousands or even 100,000 years saw this, they would have to go crazy on the spot. There are 2 kinds of purple level intermediate exercises that even they can't get, and they are all on the younger generation. You actually have it? Very good, it seems that you are indeed worthy of this. Seats full effort. Mo Zixiao's expression changed slightly. He was holding the avatar of the Mingyue Jiuxiao sword. Above the body, it turned into a beam of light and shot straight towards Xiaohan. The combination of 2 swords is unparalleled in the world. Unprecedented. Silver sword energy gathered at one point, the sword tip dotted the void, too. Thin line like silver sword lights shot through the void, and the sky collapsed. Die. This is the true strength of this seat. Ha ha ha. When this sword broke out, Mo Zixiao looked up to the sky and laughed. Geeky, brother Chen, I can break you with one finger. Lin Chen and his phantom avatar were imposing in the sky, the prehistoric energy condensed by the fire robbery and war energy, surrounded by 7 kinds of heavenly robbery and war energy. The fingertips point to the void, and the 2 fingers of wildfire energy across the sky are in the air. Born. The wildfire energy pushed his fingers horizontally, and under everyone's Attention, he crushed Mo Zixiao's silver sword glow in just half a breath. Buried. Mo Zixiao panicked. Why is there such a big gap between the two middle level, purple level combat skills? But in Lin Chen's eyes, this gap is simply normal. In terms of proficiency in combat skills, he has already inherited the 8 desolate fingers perfectly, and with this finger, he has exhausted all the fighting spirit in one breath. With 4 times the power of the rechargeable runes, 4 times the power of the ultimate moment, and a phantom clone that perfectly replicates Lin Chen's strength, he, Mo Zixiao, will have to peel off his skin if he doesn't die. Today, Mo Zixiao used a lightning-like defensive attack. His avatar held a sword in front of him and repeatedly used sword tactics to cover his retreat, while his main body mobilized crazy movement techniques to try to escape from the area covered by wildfire energy fingers. 2 fingers shoved horizontally, shaking the entire battle space. Boom! Boom! The energy fingers blasted the space barriers of the battle space, and the energy storm swept through the space of hundreds of thousands of meters, almost sweeping the audience on the stage. 5 half-step Emperor Elders shot at the same time, blocking the energy aftermath of the explosion. Lin Chen's other 2 phantom clones flashed past, urging Wan Yuxian Xinjia to protect himself, and plowed into the energy storm. 1 sword and 1 knife pierced through the last breath of Mo Zixiao's clone. The 2 avatars had snatched away Mo Zixiao's avatar's Qingming broken soul sword, the 7th order low-level sword, and from this moment it belonged to someone from Talon. Lin Chen showed his fierceness, and rushed towards Mo Zixiao with his 3 clones. At this time Mo Zixiao, who fell on the other side of the ring, broke his left leg and disappeared, and the blue 7th order treasure, Sea Emperor armor on his chest became dull, but it saved his life. Mo Zixiao knew immediately after the avatar fell. Feeling Lin Chen's strong murderous aura coming, Mo Zixiao showed a look of panic and fear for the first time. He was born in the extreme eastern region of Shenzhou, and is extremely noble. A true born supreme. Everyone around him worships and protects him like a god. Everyone around him, whether it is Yuan Zuanjing or War Emperor Realm, all surrender to him and respect him from the bottom of his heart. Death is such a thing to him. For a character of this identity, he has never thought about it, and it has nothing to do with him. But at this moment, he truly felt the fear of death. The other party really wanted to kill him. And there is no plan to show mercy at all. No, no. I surrender, I surrender. I surrender, don't kill me. Clang. The moment Mo Zixiao screamed in fear, the war gun that he swung down was blocked by 2 old palms. The Mo family team has already conceded defeat. The young people of the Luo family team, you won. According to the regulations, you must not pursue any more. When the 2 referees pronounced the verdict, they both sighed and sighed in their hearts. Although the Tsongqiong Tower is not under the control of the false gods, if Mo Zixiao was killed, it would be quite troublesome. What makes them sigh is how many years it has been. Finally, there is a young man who can shake the descendants of God. The corners of the audience's mouth twitched hard, but they actually won? 3-10, no, it should be 1-10 to be exact. This Gaosho singled out the entire Mo family team. The next sentence of the high head made the audience feel numb in their scalps, regardless of age. Grass. Seniors, can't you guys shoot later? Let me take advantage of a miss and kill me. When Lin Chen regretted, even the 2 referees twitched slightly, co-authoring This kid, even the descendants of the gods, planning to kill him? This sentence fell into the ears of many older generation powerhouses and felt their scalp tingle. Those are the descendants of the creator. Who the fuck dares to move? This kid actually wants to kill Mo Xiao? This is not the degree to which a newborn calf is not afraid of tigers, and this courage is completely about to turn the sky. Someone Lin really intends to kill this guy, it's better to charge some interest to those false gods first. What's more, this guy is full of treasures, and he also plans to get another 7th order sword. Hey, look, what is that? Wet. No, Mo Xiao peeing his pants? At this time, Mo Xiao's body was trembling with fear, and an inexplicable liquid flowed out, causing many audiences to sigh for a while. Master Yuan Zuanjing Jiuzhong, who had been seriously injured and retired, immediately protected Mo Xiao. They were holding a space jade slip in their hands. They were about to crush it, and the old referee blew it over with a flick of his sleeves. This is the Sky Tower, not your eastern region. Could it be that you still want to call people to make trouble? Several referees warned in a cold voice that the injured patriarch Mo gritted his teeth, put away the space jade slip and took away Mo Xiao. Even if the war emperor in the family was called, I am afraid that he would not be able to defeat the guardian of the Sky Tower. The forces, on the contrary, will be suppressed. People from the Mo family, listen up. Suddenly, Lin Chen's voice suddenly shouted. He lifted the disguise of the phantom cloak, and the face of a younger, immature boy surprised everyone. My real name is Lin Chen. Go back and tell you old dogs of the Mo family, if any of you don't agree, come to me. I have no hobbies, the only hobby is the servants of gods who like to beat you shit. Descendants of the gods, don't ask me why I, Lin, are so handsome, I'm just hanging. Lin Chen's domineering burst of laughter made the corners of the audience's mouth twitch fiercely. Like to beat the servants of God? Descendants of God? What a goddamn hobby. If this were to be transmitted back to the Far East region, it would have turned the sky upside down. This sentence is equivalent to declaring war on all the descendants of the gods. Like to beat the servants of God? Descendants of God? The key is that this kid really doesn't look like a bragging. You said he was bragging? Just look at the moment when he was drawn to the Mo family in the team competition. He was so happy as if a century-old bachelor wanted to marry a daughter-in-law, so happy that he almost jumped up. He looks like a lunatic who likes to beat the descendants of gods. Lin Chen. Luo Qingyu had a complicated expression and sighed. Lin Chen's move must be to attract the Mo family's attention to himself, so as not to harm the Luo family. In this matter today, Lin Chen and the Mo family have settled a never-ending Liangzi. As long as Lin Chen dares to take a step out of China, he will be besieged by the Mo family's war emperor. Okay, what a Lin Chen. My Mo family has written down that if you dare to abolish my young master, our family will never die with you. Dare to offend the Mo family, there is no place for you in this Shenzhou. Okay, next time, remember to bring a few more batches of descendants of the gods here. I will give you a 5-star praise. Someone Lin smiled and waved goodbye. That look almost didn't make the few remaining Mo parents get angry. The eyes of all the powerhouses looking at Lin Chen are even more horrifying. Does this make people bring more groups of descendants of the gods next time? Are you a Chinese cabbage when you are a descendant of God? On the pound? Devil. Hey, Lin Chen, Lin Chen? No. I remember the name. At this time, some well-informed powerhouses lost their voices, as if they were reminded of some shocking secrets. Lin Chen, from Lingzhou? That young man who fought 4 war emperors? 4 battle emperors in 1 dozen? Nonsense. You don't even dare to write like this, are you kidding me? There were stormy waves outside the viewing platform. Lin Chen didn't care about it. He touched the ground all over the place, and his attributes were soaring. The host gets 55 ignition energy, 550 Heavenly Dao value, 400 rune energy, 700 talent points, 900 Gong technique essence, 3570 blood energy, 5000 battle chi essence. The host has obtained 9 light balls with the attributes of the cultivation technique, 2 types of low-level purple level combat techniques, and 7 types of semi-purple level combat techniques. The host opens 5 amethyst treasure chests to obtain 20,000 talent points, 20,000 rune energy points, 20,000 points of martial arts essence. The harvest this time has not only not caused Lin Chen to lose rune energy and talent points, but it has soared over 40,000 talent points and Heavenly Dao points have been harvested in a row. Luo Weier looked at him blankly. Just what happened in the past few days has completely subverted her cognition. Seeing that Lin Chen, who was scrambling all over the ground, had nothing to do with him, Luo Qingyu shook his head helplessly. When Lin Chen first arrived in Shenzhou, he got into trouble with a family of descendants of gods. It will take him another period of time. I am afraid that this Shenzhou will be turned upside down by him like Lingzhou. He actually succeeded. We lost the opportunity to enter the Sky Tower, and have to wait another 30 years. The 5 powerhouses who had left the team complained incessantly, and a referee treated them coldly and sneered. You bastards also want to enter the Sky Tower. This young man has given you a chance, but you don't even have the courage to face it, and you don't even have the courage to go upstream. How can you continue to advance in the martial arts? The struggle for heaven and earth, your achievements in this life are nothing but this. Hurry back to the world and continue to be your overlord. In the face of the scolding from the half-step emperor referee, even though the 5 were unwilling in their hearts, they did not dare to talk back. They asked themselves that they were not as broken as Lin Chen. When their opponents chose Mo's family, they only had one thought, which was to leave a way for themselves. As everyone knows, boiled frogs in warm water will not break the limit when people have a way back. Whether it's life or martial arts, only by pressing everything down can there be a ray of possibility to see hope. But it's just a possibility. Taking away all the attribute light balls, Lin Chen's cultivation level just entered the middle stage of the 4th level. The fighting skills of the middle level purple rank are fierce. I only used a kind of fire robbery to transform the energy of the prehistoric world, and I was able to directly defeat Mo Zixia swordsmanship. The reason is, but if you can transform the 8 kinds of battle energy into the 8 desolate fingers emitted by the prehistoric energy, that might be so powerful. The corners of Lin Chen's mouth couldn't help but rise slightly. I'm afraid this can flatten thousands of miles of mountains and rivers with one finger. A day later, the selection competition to enter the Sky Tower officially ended, and only more than 200 people entered the Sky Tower. The most shocking thing about this trial is that the Mo family lost. Especially Mo Zixiao, the descendant of the gods of the Mo family, the mighty swordsman wizard Mo Zixiao, was defeated by a young boy who was born out of nowhere. Lin Chen, from Lingzhou. This name will destroy the entire Shenzhou with the momentum of a storm in the next very short time. Shenzhou, which has been silent for hundreds of thousands of years, will set off people who dare to challenge the descendants of the gods for the first time. However, these have nothing to do with Lin Chen for the time being, because the interior of the Sky Tower is completely closed, as long as Lin Chen does not come out in the Sky Tower. Even if all the descendants of the gods are dispatched, it is impossible to force him out. This is your reward for passing the trials: 50 sky coins, a yellow rank trial token. Remember, when you enter the Sky Tower, everything must be done according to the rules inside, otherwise no matter what your status is, those who violate the rules will die. A group of judges warned many strong people who passed the trials, and then issued a roll of jade slips, a sheepskin bag, and a yellow token to everyone, with the many rules of the Sky Tower engraved on it. The next moment, the referees slammed open the entrance door of the Sky Tower, and a space passage extended out. Many powerhouses could not wait to flood into the space channel, and Lin Chen and others followed closely. Taking advantage of entering, Lin Chen and the three read the rules and jade slips. Inside the Sky Tower, there are 10 major cities, each of which has primitive descendants, and there are countless villages and tribes. No outsiders can harm the descendants inside. The currency in circulation in the main city is not the spirit crystals from the outside world, but the sky coins. The sky coins buy many treasures of the Sky Tower. Here, as long as there are enough sky coins, even the purple level, intermediate, advanced, purple level alchemy fingerprints, and the 7th level intermediate, all of the above treasures are available. This is just the tip of the iceberg. The most attractive thing is the many trial secret realms of the Sky Tower. These secret realms are divided into 5 levels: yellow, green, blue, and purple. The trial secret realms in the tower are all created by the heavens and the earth. The lowest yellow level secret realm can attract all Yuanzuan realms, while the green level secret realm is suitable for Yuanzuan peak or half-step emperor. It is said that you choose the top one that suits you. The green level secret realm has an increased chance of breaking through the Emperor of War. And the most advanced Purple Order secret realm, even the 7th level or above Battle Emperor, can benefit endlessly. It is conceivable how rich the Sky Tower is. The powerhouses contained within the Sky Tower can almost be compared to the entire Kyushu continent. It is the last miracle of Kyushu mankind. And its origin is even more mysterious. A ray of light shined through the space, and more than 200 strong people, including Lin Chen, all arrived in a new city. Sai. At the moment of entering this city, everyone's power is sealed inside the body by a beam of light from the 9 heavens, and the fighting spirit cannot be released. Losing their fighting spirit, although everyone was mentally prepared, there was still a moment of panic. This is the inside of the Sky Tower. Only Lin Chen was calm, and when he looked around, his eyes lit up. The three of Lin Chen walked all the way to the main hall on the street. On the way, the interior of the city was peaceful. When Lin Chen urged Zijintong, some of the people coming and going were from the natives of this place, but some were from the Yuanzun realm, from outside. And there were even individual war emperors walking on the street. In the 10 major cities, no one can release the fighting spirit, no matter what kind of grievances and festivals, even the hatred of killing the father, the hatred of annihilating the family, cannot fight in the main city. Otherwise they will be seated by the strong in the main city. Bomb it yourself. Stepping into the hall, it was overcrowded, with countless strong people coming and going. This is one of the many heavenly palaces in the main city, where tasks can be issued or accepted, and treasures or exercises can be purchased. When the three of them sat to the side and flipped through the roster in their hands, they were amazed. Purple rank intermediate level exercise Xiang 9 Suns art, price, 300,000. Sky coins. 7th order low level weapon, Yunhai Tianlan, the price. Purple level intermediate and advanced exercises, 7th level intermediate. And advanced weapons, purple level alchemy fingerprints, etc., the rare treasures in the Kyushu continent are dazzling to see here. When looking at many secret realms, it is even more staggering. There are 10 frost prisons, 9 tribulations meteor wind abyss, true yang haokong secret realm, and even the high-level secret realms that help the war emperor break through the realm. It's just the price of entry, either tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of sky coins, to buy a trial token. The price is also mind-blowing. When Lin Chen closed the roster, he took a deep breath as expected of a world where the powerhouses of the entire Kyushu continent are flying moths to the flames. It really is a different world. It turns out that the yellow rank trial token we rewarded is worth 1,000 sky coins. When the two girls were surprised, Lin Chen suddenly asked Luo Qingyu, by the way, I still don't know why your progress is so fast. Now she is at the 5th level of Yuan Zuanjing. Thinking back to the time when she was in the sacred fire realm, she was only at the peak of her cultivation. Now that it has only been 2 years, her promotion speed is actually faster than that of someone else. Actually, it's all thanks to the way of mind that you gave us, which has made Wayer and I have a new breakthrough. In addition, I saw from you before that the battle energy of the heavenly tribulation was transformed into a special energy bloodline, and I found the accurate in order to cultivate us. The family did its best in Luofu to cultivate the two of us, and we are what we are today. Well, now my sister and I both have 4 and 5 types of robbery battle bodies, and the mental method you gave us is indeed very powerful. Luo Wire nodded. Lin Chen shook his head and laughed. He asked with a smile, have you decided on the next itinerary? Well, our sisters are all practicing the mental methods you taught us. We plan to go to the 5 elements trial secret realm, which is the most suitable for us. How about you? Luo Qingyu looked at him curiously, but someone Lin smirked. Me? I won't enter the secret realm for a while. I'm going to protect the world. Protect the world? The two girls looked at him in amazement. My lord, I'm going to be a cleaner. I'm proud of doing charity work. What? A strange thing happened today in the number 6 main city of the Sky Tower. The cleaning task issued by 7 battle emperor level powerhouses was accepted by 1 person at the same time. You must know that all areas within the main city cannot use war energy, and the territory of the warrior emperor is very broad, and it is simply thousands of rounds of wars to do hygiene and cleanliness here. Even more tired. Who is this warrior who dares to take on such a task? In the Shanchue villa, the 2 Yuan Zuanjing 8 layers stared at the young man in front of them in disbelief. You are the one who took over the cleaning task of my master? You're so young, can you do it? The young man smiled confidently. Man, how can you not? The Shanchue villa covers an area of more than 100 square kilometers. In the outside world, it can be obtained by any heavenly astral realm, but in the main city of the Sky Pagoda, that is the level that can only be obtained by the wealthy at the top. Lin Chen strolled here, bent down and picked it up, picking up 2 silver and Cyan light balls. The host gets 1000 rune energy, 47 wood energy. That's right. Lin is not here to clean up. He is here to pick up attributes. Since Lin Chen stepped into the third level of Yuan Zhuanjing, the powerhouses around Yuan Zhuanjing have rarely dropped attribute light balls, but this does not mean that they will not drop. The powerhouse of the Battle Emperor level, the attribute light ball dropped, is the king. Which of the main city territories purchased by these old-fashioned war emperors has not been famous for a long time? In this territory mansion, they have entertained all kinds of powerhouses. Although the attribute light balls they left behind are not as many as those dropped during cultivation, they are better than the years. For a long time, the accumulated quantity is quite complicated. As for sanitation? Small things, just leave it to his phantom clone to do it. Seal the fighting spirit? Ban the release of fighting spirit? Yes, you can't use fighting spirit here. But someone's clone of Talon doesn't need fighting spirit. He relies on the unique rune, he only needs to keep a wisp of fighting spirit in the clone without urging or using it. Lin only needs to take a walk, look at the scenery, and occasionally pick up attributes to grow at the fastest speed. In the past, he never had the chance to enter the Battle Emperor level training site. Now, he can take away the attribute light balls dropped by the Battle Emperor level when he walks in a leisurely manner. What is this called? This is called walking, can also be upgraded. Throughout Kyushu, who has such operations as my brother Chen? Shanshui Villa, Liang Mansion, Qinjianmen. The 6 Battle Emperor level territories were all turned around by the cleaner who was born out of nowhere. Most importantly, his cleaning task has not fallen. With the help of 3 phantom avatars to start work separately, he was stunned to clean up the territory of the Emperor of War, and even the strong guards sent him away before and after 2 attitudes. Among them, Lin Chen got a lot of spiritual energy attribute light balls in Qinjianmen, and his spiritual energy increased by leaps and bounds, and the intermediate spiritual energy attribute value skyrocketed by 30 points. This value has more than doubled from before. The number of spiritual seeds has skyrocketed to more than 200, and it is not far from the Dharma phase. Realm's culmination stage. Yuntian Mansion, this is the mansion of Yun Padian, a veteran of the Tsong Qiong Tower, and it is also the last mansion that Lin Chen needs to clean. The host gains 2 points of intermediate mental power and 32 points of wood energy. In the back garden of Yuntian Mansion, Lin Chen still took away the attribute light ball here. At this time, what he didn't notice was that 3 heads were sticking out from the wall outside the back garden. It's this kid. Look, he's not carrying out his mission at all. He's just groping the air and the ground without rules. What is this operation? That's not right. He didn't take any panacea. Why did his mental power rise out of thin air? This kid's mental strength is still on the rise. It's not wrong, he was like this in Yentianfu. This is too weird. He didn't take medicine pills, and he didn't get any treasures. His mental power could rise so fast. It doesn't seem surprising to see his expression. The 3 Qingpao people are lurking in the dark. They are the old guards of Qinjianmen. They have been rewarded by the War Emperor of Qinjianmen with their incomplete spiritual training secrets, so they are very sensitive to spiritual power. Although the cultivation base was temporarily sealed, the spiritual perception was not lost, not to mention that the three of them had practiced the secrets of spiritual cultivation. Brother Fu. It's confirmed, this kid really has 3 figures who are suspected to be clones to help him complete the cleaning task. At this time, 3 figures appeared quietly outside the back garden and said excitedly, "Sure enough. I was right at the time, there must be a big opportunity for this kid. Remember his spiritual aura, if he leaves the main city, we will immediately find a chance to be him." Brother Fu, whose eyebrows were full of evil spirits, made a gesture of wiping his neck. Lin Chen didn't know that he was being targeted. He touched Yan Tianfu's attribute light ball all over, and was about to leave, passing a pond and stone mountain. Eh? There seems to be something wrong with this thing. Suddenly, he glanced at the stone mountain in the pool at random and found that the stone mountain with a shape similar to a stone tablet was engraved with extremely light lines, as thin as hair, and the curved lines were trickling. When Lin Chen curiously urged Zijintong, his expression changed slightly. Grass. Found a treasure? Looking at it with the naked eye, there is no energy fluctuation in the rocky mountain, but under the reflection of Lin Chen's purple and golden eyes, a very mysterious pattern appears. Unfortunately, my battle aura has been sealed. At most, I can only use the purple gold pupil double realm. If I push it upwards, the battle aura will have to be sealed, which is against the rules. Lin Chen secretly cried in his heart, but he immediately took out a pen and paper and quickly recorded Shirshan's lines. The texture of the stone mountain is finally drawn into a catalogue of yin and yang poles. Inside the poles, there are countless intricate and fine lines. In addition, there are a series of characters, golden prison mountains. Long Kai Longguan. The water in this pool is a spiritual spring, and the lines that the spiritual spring has flowed before are only about 1/5. Lin Chen drew the lines that the spiritual spring had flowed through before, and then immediately put away the catalogue, pretending that nothing happened, and left Yuntian Mansion safely. Returning to the task hall, Lin Chen submitted these 7 tasks, each of which has 100 to 130 sky coins. It happened that Lin Chen met the Luo Qingyu sisters in the hall. Within 4 days of Lin Chen completing the 7 tasks, they had returned from the secret realm of the 5 elements trial. Their breath and cultivation were completely different, but they could not be released. Lin Chen, we have taken on a team task, and the reward is very high. Would you like to join us? Luo Weier took out a quest scroll and handed it over, and in a rare way, he took the initiative to invite Lin Chen. He was about to decline, but his eyes suddenly narrowed. Golden Prison Mountains, hunt down 10 6th-order high-level beasts, the Golden Falling Tiger. The task coefficient is high, it is recommended that the team perform it. The task reward, 1,500 sky coins. Golden Prison Mountains? Lin Chen had an idea and patted his shoulder with a palm. Are you 2 little girls serious? Can this little guy hunt down the 6th order high-level beasts with us? 4 figures appeared behind Lin Chen, green robe and linen, 2 middle-aged men, and 2 white-haired old men. Hee, Captain Qing, that's a bad statement. Why don't we give young people more opportunities? What's more, if you have 1 more person on this trip, you will have 1 more helper, right? The white-haired old man showed his yellow teeth and smiled deeply. Yeah, Captain, at least this kid can share the attention of the beast for us. It's a big deal that we will give him less sky coins. Captain Qing's deputy smiled. Don't worry, I'm a body cultivator, and I won't hold you back. I've participated in this mission, and my disadvantage is that I have too many advantages, such as respecting the old and loving the young, liking beautiful women, etc. I'm always rushing to fight. Up front. Someone Lin suddenly said with a smile. Captain Qing snorted coldly, and after his remarks lowered the reward that Lin Chen could share. He let Lin Chen pass. At this moment, Lin Chen and Luo Qingyu looked at each other and smiled knowingly. 7 people formed this team. After a little preparation, they officially left the mission hall. Before leaving, a few ghostly figures followed them. In this operation, the mantis caught the cicada, the oriole was behind. The oriole, there was the hunter, and behind the hunter, there was Lin Chen. Leaving the main city number 1, the seal of the battle aura in the body is automatically lifted, and Lin Chen's 4 battle aura Yuan Fu burst into a more powerful battle aura fluctuation. The attribute light ball that Lin Chen harvested the most in the 7 cleaning tasks this time is elemental energy. Except for light and darkness, all of his 9 attributes have reached a value of 600 to 900 points. In addition to that, that is the doubling of the spiritual seed. The large increase in the element energy attribute value will mean 2 problems. First, the power of the attributes attached to Lin Chen's heavenly tribulation battle chi will be greatly improved. 2. Lin Chen's heavenly tribulation battle body will gradually move to a higher level, and the exercises that depend on the heavenly tribulation battle body will advance by leaps and bounds. Whether it is the Shura Jiuhuang transformation or many combat skills, the power will skyrocket. Although Lin Chen did not directly break through the cultivation base this time, his fighting spirit strength can be said to have doubled several times. On the way to the Golden Prison Mountains, Lin Chen curiously opened the status bar of the system. Host, Lin Chen expand the status bar of the exercises. Cultivation progress, soul slaughtering, 100%, Azure magic spear, 100%. 8. Desolate fingers, 100%, Azure Jiuhuan transformation, 50%. Taisher Bible, 99%. Mind method, top purple rank, 9 tribulations of creation, 98%. Possessing exercises. The 9 tribulations of creation is actually the top of the purple rank. My mother, looking at the top purple rank exercises in the history of Kyushu, I'm afraid you can count them with one slap. Lin Chen's heart trembled. No wonder the 9 tribulations of creation even had designs in the field of mathematicians. He actually forgot to open the status bar to check the practice method before. And now he realizes what a powerful mental method he has practiced. If my last light-type robbery battle body can be condensed and completed, I don't know if it can reach 100% proficiency in this mental method. While thinking about it, the 7 people flew to the Golden Prison Mountain range. The mountain range was endless, several times wider than the outside world. The inner space of the sky tower is completely different from the outside world. The space here is so stable that only the Emperor of War can tear the space apart, and the aura is extremely strong. The spiritual energy of the Tsangqiong Tower is more than 10 times stronger than that of the outside world. It is said that because the top of the tower is connected to the source of spiritual energy from the outer starry sky. Outside Kyushu, the beasts and treasures here are extremely strong. Is there a secret method to use spiritual power to hide? There is indeed a set. Although I don't know who you are, since you are eyeing me, Lin Chen, you are itching for a hammer. The light in Lin Chen's eyes flashed, and there was no movement in the hidden aura behind him. The 7 people flew into the mountain range, where the energy of the metal attribute is strong, which is very suitable for the cultivation of people with the fighting spirit of the metal system. Hey, something's wrong, those 10 golden falling tigers are gathered together. Suddenly, when the captain of the Qing dynasty suddenly felt bad, the aura of the beasts hundreds of thousands of miles in the mountain range burst into the sky. No, we are surrounded by beasts. It's the beast tide. The 2 sisters Luo Qingyu exclaimed in unison. Hundreds of 6th-order vicious beasts emerged from the mountain range, and all of them were vicious beasts above the 6th-order intermediate level. Boom! 10 golden giant tigers, with a height of several thousand feet stepped out. And the Tiger King, headed by them, turned a bit of wisdom with his savage and brutal eyes. Has their Tiger King advanced to the 6th-order top peak? Oops, this Tiger King has activated his intelligence and united all the beasts around here. The 2 white-haired old men said gloomily, countless fierce beasts attacked. Like an overwhelming sea, either from the sky or from the land. The ones rushing to the front are all ancient vicious beasts like the profound armored wolf king and the blue armored ghost leopard, which are at the 6th order intermediate or advanced level and are good at defense. Captain Qing found that something was wrong, he turned his head and ran away. Without saying a word. He originally grabbed this mission with the intention of using these teammates to borrow knives to kill people and complete the mission. Unexpectedly, this Tiger King has actually evolved. Luo Qingyu glanced at Lin Chen, wanting to wait for him to express his position. Lin Chen said immediately. Let's go. We also withdraw. Without further ado, the people who were surrounded by heavy siege quickly retreated to the outside world. Roar. When the golden meteor Tiger King was roaring furiously in the sky, the attack of the beast tide was extremely fast, and they began to outflank everyone. Under the command of the Tiger King, these beasts are like a terrifying army, attacking 7 people fiercely and orderly. Captain Qing and the other 2 white-haired old men were both at the 8th level of cultivation, and they quickly fell into a fight. Lin Chen took the 2 sisters, the dragon force exploded, and the boxing and leg shadow swept out, crushing the many beasts that attacked the 3. Seeing that Lin Chen's combat power was so terrifying, the 2 elders on the side couldn't help but cast a stunned and fearful look. The 2 women urged the Huijia battle body, decorated the void with 1 finger, and repelled the 2 high-level 6th-order beasts. Lin Chen was a little surprised. These 2 girls are also at the 5th level of Yuanzun, and the fighting strength is quite fierce. When are we going to start? Luo Qingyu said to Lin Chen through voice transmission. He smiled lightly and said, "Don't worry, the big fish is still behind." Before the words were finished, 3 figures suddenly appeared like ghosts. The 3 of them are all in the realm of the midninth layer. Abandon him. Then take it away. One of the 3 figures flicked his sleeves and knocked back the sisters and the 2 daughters. He drew his sword and stabbed it out. The sword light flashed vertically. How long did you think you could endure it, but now you can't do it? Lin Chen's mouth curved into a sneer. He knew from the very beginning that these guys had followed them since they left the city. However, the 2 white-haired old men in the same team should have noticed it long ago, but they didn't remind Lin Chen, which shows that this action is each with their own minds. 2 figures flashed past. It was Lin Chen's phantom clone. The dragon force rolled and roared, slashing with his sword, and slashing and dancing with the sword in his hand. Extreme K Shuiguang, Soul Light Thousand Deserts. When the Jiuhuang transformation, quadruple transformation and the charging rune were launched, the sword light slashed and smashed all the combat attacks. The sword light turned into a sandstorm from all directions, and surrounded the three people while confounding them, blocking them all back off. Lin Chen's cultivation has skyrocketed from the middle stage of the fourth stage to the peak of the middle stage of the fifth stage. If you perform the 5-layer transformation, you will enter the later stage of the 5th layer. Not good. There's something wrong with this kid. Damn, this is not an attack that can be performed at the 4th level of Yuan. Zuanjing. The sword chi storm locked the three of them inside, piercing their battle chi defenses again and again. These three were the Qinjianmen guards who had previously coveted Lin Chen's secret, but the attached brother had not yet appeared. If it is Lin Chen before entering the Sky Tower, the activation of the rechargeable rune is not enough to trap the middle stage of the 9th layer. But his current Earth energy attribute value is as high as 740 points. It's nearly 10 times more than before. The power brought by the transformation into a tribal battle body is unimaginable. Back then, Lin Chen, who had never even arrived in Shenzhou, did not have a single energy attribute value of over 100 points for many intermediate elements. But now, except for light and darkness, all 9 attributes are above 600 to 900 points. The combat power is advancing by leaps and bounds. Kalfu brother, this kid is his mother, pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger. Do you still want to call someone? Boom. The explosion resounded like a sound wave, and Lin Chen's 2 clones wore the Wan Yu Xianjin armor. This was a defensive combat skill that was launched after the 740 points of Earth energy attribute value were converted into the Earth robbery battle body. Even the strong feel the level of scalp tingling. In the flash of swords, lights, swords, and shadows, within dozens of rounds, Lin Chen cooperated with the 2 clones to kill the 3 of them. Even the 2 white-haired old men showed a bit of jealousy with such a terrifying combat power. Is this kid so strong? Captain Qing and his deputy were stunned. This was originally thought to be a target used to attract the attention of high-level beasts, but they actually killed 2 mid-9 layers on the spot? Roar. The blue dragon roared, and Lin Chen's 10,000-year-old Xian Qinglong was born, sweeping away all the beasts around. This kid still has a blue dragon? 10,000 years of Zuanqinglong released the Zuanqinglong domain. The dragon energy is vertical and horizontal, and the space is particularly heavy due to Qinglong's 700,000 dragon force. Help me kill these beasts. Lin Chen instructed the 2 girls. They nodded slightly. The 2 clones, one on the left and one on the right, strangled all the 6th-order beasts with swords, lights, and swords, and the chi and blood attribute light balls were maddening in the sky. At this moment, Yuntianfu on the other side. The middle-aged man in the tiger robe stepped into the mansion, and many guards shouted respectfully, "Welcome Lord Yunpadian." Well, you all go back. As soon as Yunpadian raised his hand, when the many guards retreated, he looked at the stone mountain pattern in the Lingqi in his back garden. In this spiritual pool, there are 5 elements of energy, and the energy of the water system is the most abundant. His expression flashed faintly hideous and hysterical cruelty. Soon, the energy of the 5 elements cycle will be filled with the last water energy. After a while, as soon as the secret record is published, this emperor will be able to personally take away the relics of the 2. By Dan Huang, In the past Japan, you exchanged your alchemy handprint for your fame, and you were shameless, and now that you are dead, your handprint still belongs to the emperor. Captain Qing saw that Lin Chen was so brave, he blocked hundreds of beasts by himself, and led his people away quickly, but the two white-haired old men disappeared in secret. Brilliant demon sacrifice heaven. The five-dragon dynasty imperial spear slashed out violently, and Lin Chen, who turned into a brilliant demon, killed the king of the golden cloud tiger and left. A gray-white talisman stunned the golden cloud tiger king, so startled that it kept roaring in horror. Boom! The tip of Lin Chen's spear penetrated the head of the golden meteor tiger king from the front. It was as strong as it could compare to the peak of the 9th level. The Tiger King fell, and the besieged beasts quickly turned into a pot of porridge. Before 2/4 of an hour, they were all solved by Lin Chen. The host gets 3,540 points of qi and blood energy, 4,100 points of qi and blood energy, 2,040 points of qi and blood energy. The host gets 55 points of gold energy, 80 points of gold energy, 35 points of ignition energy, 44 points of thunder energy, 800 points of battle spirit essence. The light balls dropped by the 6th order intermediate level fierce beasts are not many for today's Lin Chen, but the victory lies in the quantity. The beasts are full of qi and blood, and his pure power has soared again, reaching 400,000 dragon power. 400,000 is increased by the divine power, that is 500,000 dragon power. The Wanzai Zuangqinglong has only increased by 10,000 dragon power, and its level is now at the top of the 6th order. Unless it is a beast with a very good bloodline of the same level, it is difficult to meet its growth needs. Be honest, what are you trying to do when you enter this golden prison? Mountain range? Someone Lin touched his chin and looked at the two girls. They looked at each other. Actually, we once had an ancestor who lived here, and we also want to take advantage of the team to come in and look for opportunities. In that case, let's go. With me here, everything is not a problem except for the Battle Emperor or the 7th Order Beast. Lin Chen waved his hand and looked in the direction where the two white-haired old men disappeared before. The light of Zijintong flashed past, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. The two goddesses fell in love with each other, and took out a battle aura. Jade slip, which was covered with cracks, but if the war aura was stimulated, it would still glow with a ray of light. According to the dimness of the jade slip, the two women looked for the exact location. At the same time, the extreme eastern region of China. There are 30,000 sacred mountains and fairyland all over. Even the aura attached to the air you breathe is pure and sweet, like a miracle. This is where the descendants of the gods and major families live. No, it should be said that it is the place occupied by the pseudo-god family. This is the paradise of the descendants of the gods, and it is also the first stronghold where they began to dominate Kyushu. Thousands of trillions of people have been influenced by them, worship them as gods, open temples and build temples, build statues to worship, and worship them with incense every year. However, there is a piece of news that has swept the entire Far East region. Recently, Shenzhou swordsman on a sacred mountain, the snow-clothed youth, with a very noble face and temperament, with a 3-foot green front, sneered with his sleeves. The one who fought was the descendant of the gods. Humph. It's a joke. After defeating Amo Zixiao, I really thought I could replace me. I'm a mere mortal. And I will meet him in person at that time. In the dragon family of Shenzhou, the void condenses the dragon cloud, and Above the clouds sits a woman with colorful divine flowers flowing all over her body. Mo Zixiao is the most mediocre among us, so loud. If this young lady catches him, he will be thrown into my hell cave to be dismembered. Jian family, Long family, Mo family, Lei family, Wang family. The 5 families of false gods have all exploded. Lin Chen, from Lingzhou. This name is like a plague, sweeping the entire Shenzhou. Those powerhouses who once worshipped the descendants of false gods. As God scolded them one after another. Lin Chen, from Lingzhou? Unexpectedly, he has already arrived in Shenzhou. I just heard about his legend 10 days ago. At that time, I didn't believe it. I didn't expect him to kill Mo Zixiao as soon as he arrived in Shenzhou. Too strong, can history be rewritten? No. It's not that simple, even if he is amazing, but here is Shenzhou. Even if he hides in the Sky Tower, the powerhouses of the 5 great families will order the descendants of the gods in the Sky Tower to besiege him. At that time, if he wants to escape, I am afraid there is nowhere to escape. The land of China is surging. Song Pagoda, Golden Prison Mountains, 100,000 miles to the south, a line of sky and 2 canyons. Unexpectedly, the ancestors actually sat here. Being able to retrieve the ancestral token, our trip in the Sky Tower is also a little more guaranteed. In the narrow gap in the first line of the day, a sapphire-like withered bone was sitting here, and the 2 Luo Qingyu women took back the nailing ring on the withered bone. The Battle Emperor's lifespan is approaching, and there is no escape from life and death. Seeing this withered bone, Lin Chen's 5 flavors were mixed, and the 2 women found the remains of their ancestors on this trip, which has been considered to have completed the purpose of entering the Golden Prison mountain range. After taking away the dead bones, Luo Qingyu solemnly clenched his fists at Lin Chen. Sir Lin Chen, thank you for your assistance, this kind of grace is unforgettable. I thank you on behalf of the entire Luo family. Lin Chen jokingly smiled and said, hee, thank you is not necessary, you have a lot of calculations in your heart, and you have made so many things. After taking a mission. You mean, other people have other purposes in coming here? Luo Weier was startled, and Lin Chen snapped his fingers. Smart, I'll take you to a good show. The Golden Prison Mountains, 300,000 miles to the north. 2 valleys shaped like a moon surrounded them. At this time, the surroundings were dilapidated, and 3 figures stood in the air. I can't believe that your kid is hiding so deeply. With the strength of the 9th level peak, you can still quietly be Qing Xiaoquan's lackey for a year? These 3 people are the 2 white-haired old men from before, as well as Captain Na Qing's deputy, Ji Xiaoxing. His smiling face revealed a cold chill. Being a lackey for a year, it's worth getting the news of the fallen land of the 2 emperors, haha. And the 2 of you, just die. The strength of the 2 white-haired old men is far higher than the previous 8th level late stage, and the real cultivation base is the 9th level middle stage. But Ji Xiaoxing didn't know what kind of secret technique he used at the peak of the 9th level of power at this time. Boom. The sudden finger hole penetrated Ji Xiaoxing's fighting spirit, the corners of his mouth bleed suddenly, and his expression revealed disbelief. The same is true of the 2 gray-haired old men. How can there be third-party forces? When the 7 figures appeared, Ji Xiaoxing used his body technique to evade, and roared with his eyes cracked, Qing Xiaoquan, are you not dead? I knew you weren't loyal to me, so I already told the information to Senior Xia Yudian, but you gave me and the seniors a good show. Captain Qing, one of the 7 figures, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and couldn't help sneering. Oh? That's the secret place where Bai Dan Huang and Tianjian Emperor fell. It doesn't look fake. The gray-robed old man headed by 7 people stared at a stone gate in the valley. It was engraved with dense and mysterious patterns, and there was an aura that even his half-step emperor would not dare to act rashly. The atmosphere in the audience was frozen to the extreme. Unexpectedly, a place suspected to be the fall of 2 war emperors would involve so many complicated and disordered abacuses and powerhouses. None of the people who can become the 9th level of Yuan Zuanjing are fools. But far beyond their own imagination, the scope of this matter is extremely complicated. All the Yuan Zun realm in the audience are in a state of tension, and those who have the ability are the cultivation bases above the middle stage of the 9th layer. If they are at the same level, they will pull the other party to perish together with the mentality of death, then they are completely able to do it. Suddenly, the vision suddenly changed. A palm of the hand circulated the qi of Gengjin, which was as sharp as a blade, and slammed through Qin Xiaoquan's heart. What? The second old man and Ji Shaoxing were shocked. They even killed their own people? Since you have come here, you are naturally not needed. The gray-robed old man sneered, and Qin Xiaoquan was in a state of restlessness before he died, which was terrifying. Kill these guys, the old man will do it himself. The gray-robed old man of the half-step emperor said sternly, with a wave of his sleeves. He suddenly grabbed a giant hand of dozens of acres of energy and grabbed it towards Ji Shaoxing. Shoot. Take care of this troublesome guy first. Give those 2 old things to us, don't leave them alive. Otherwise, if the news is leaked, we will all die. Of the remaining 6 people, 4 are in the middle stage of the 9th level, and 2 are in the late stage of the 9th level. To enter the War Emperor realm, you need to condense the 9 War Qi Yuan Fu in 9 different acupoints of the body. After forming the cohesion of the War Qi Yuan Fu, you need to condense the small heaven and earth of the 9 Yuan Fu into the actual War Qi crystal. 3 battle spirit crystals were condensed. In the middle stage of the 9th level, they were condensed into 6 battle spirit crystals, and in the late stage of the 9th level, they were condensed into 9 battle spirit crystals, which were half-step emperors. The half-step emperor is twice as strong as the ordinary late-stage 9. In the end, the 9 battle gas crystals are shattered one by one, absorbing the crystal energy of the 9 Yuan residences of their own, and it is the moment to step into the battle emperor. Success and failure, see life and death on the spot. The terrifying chaotic battle started in the Golden Prison mountain range, and many Yuan Zuanjing 9th levels fought each other. Even if the inner space of the sky tower was stable, it turned tens of thousands of miles into flat ground, and it was a mess. A quarter of an hour later, the battle was decided. Among the 6 people, 1 was seriously injured and 2 were slightly injured. Ji Shaoxing and the 2 white-haired old men were dying to fight back, and they could not avoid the suppression of the half-step emperor, and they all fell. The shocking cracks and abyss all around the mountain range were affected by the battle, but only the 2 valleys and the stone gate were not affected in the slightest. Finally got them. This place is not damaged in the slightest. It must be protected by the breath of the emperor, and our guess should be 80% possible. Just when the gray-robed old man was excited, a burst of cheerful applause sounded all around, instantly making everyone vigilant. TSK, 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 wonderful, very exciting. If it weren't for the lack of a kitchen here, I would really like to fry 2 small dishes with a bottle of brave to the end of the world to watch this Mission Impossible drama. The boy and 2 beauties emerged from the sky at the other end, making the expressions of the 6 people instantly gloomy. Someone Lin walked like a leisurely court, and said very indignantly. You said that you are doing so many operations when you take a mission? You old generation Yuan Zuanjing, you are all dirty playing tactics in your heart. Or I just got a bunch of them. Stealing, supernatural powers rely on touching. Girls rely on flirting, people are handsome, with arrogance in their words. Their heads are huge and iron, and Brother G is. Stop, stop, stop. The gray-robed old man's mouth twitched wildly, and when he raised his hand. Why is this kid so cheap? Moreover, when he was lurking in the dark, he didn't even notice it at all. The 6 hearts are connected, and one eye meets, instantly unfolds the movement, and turns into a flash of afterglow swept towards Lin Chen. Lin Chen smiled lightly, when the 5-layer transformation blessed the Qinglong possessed and activated the charging rune, the Azura avatar. Entrenched above his head suddenly shook, angered, and the moment when the spiritual sound roared away, he turned around and swept his legs, and flashed out. The endless wind robbery and battle gas legs in the sky. God shadow wind demon legs. Shura's wrath. Boom. 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 The 9th level Yuan Zuanjing realm hidden in the void was shaken and vomited blood in an instant. The mental shock is mixed with Lin Chen's terrifying robbery and savage legs, each of which contains 710,000 dragon power, which is simply a man-made natural disaster. What? This young boy actually possessed such strength, the gray-robed old man was about to take action when he was shocked, but a gray-white talisman was born and stunned him. The 2 phantom clones held Eternal Night and Qingming Broken Soul in their hands. 1 sword and 1 sword danced like a sword, slashing with swords, cutting off the upper and lower bodies, and rolling down a large number of attribute light balls. The half-step emperor of a lifetime was instantly beheaded to the ground. 7 7th order weapons. This kid actually has 2 7th order weapons? Not good. Withdraw. The remaining 5 wanted to escape, and Lin Chen and his clone did not give them a chance at all. Kill on the spot. All the strong fell, and in the end, only Lin Chen and his sisters remained. They landed in front of the quaint stone gate between the 2 valleys. This stone gate is guarded by an unusual aura. Luo Qingyu was amazed, and when she touched the stone gate, there would be ripples in the space that would pop her fingers away. Looks like it's here. Lin Chen, who was comparing the catalog, was a little surprised. This is a catalog of 5 elements of energy, and it is necessary to run 5 kinds of fighting spirits to activate. Lin Chen could not have imagined that he would find the secret recording location he obtained in Yintian Mansion so quickly. The 2 sisters looked surprised. Lin Chen had only been at the Sky Pagoda for a few days. How could he know of such a treasure land that would trigger battles among the powerhouses? Lin Chen moved successively metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. 5 completely different attributes of war energy, when the earth robbery war energy runs, a bipolar picture of yin and yang appears in Sherman, reflecting the 5 kinds of light. Boom. The colorful light instantly ingested the 3 of them and disappeared. The moment the 3 of them disappeared, the Golden Prison mountain range was crumbling, and a terrifying energy aura came from the northwest, which enveloped the entire mountain range. The world was spinning, and when the 3 reacted, they had already arrived. In the valley. The war marks in the valley are all over the place, all of which are shocking. Battle marks. There are 2 pale blue skeletons here, with a nailing ring hanging around them, and the weapons they used in their lifetimes. Sensing that there was a living being entering, Zisha's blurred longbow pulled away and aimed at the 3 of them independently. The bowstrings and arrows congealed themselves, and the lasing shot turned into a dozen arrows of meteors, shooting 3 people away. A war bow of the 7th rank. Lin Chen's eyes lit up, he slapped his palm away angrily, and then unfolded a note of Shura's wrath, forcibly suppressing this war bow. There has been a battle of the 2 emperors here, and both sides have fallen. Luo Weier said in amazement. At this time, 2 extremely thin spiritual wills slowly came out. Later, can inherit our inheritance. But, you can only inherit from either of the 2, otherwise, you will explode and die. This seems to be the last obsession of the 2 war emperors who are life and death rivals, but this is completely different when it comes to someone Talon. Huh? Can only inherit the same thing? Only children make choices. I, Lin, want all of them. Can you only get one when you have 2 inheritances of the Emperor of War? What a joke. This is not in line with my good habit of dipping in the rain and dew. There are a few attribute light balls scattered here, but the light of each attribute light ball is dazzling. It is a level that Lin Chen has never seen before. Lin Chen released Qinglong and took it away. The host obtains 4 points of spiritual power, 120 points of water energy, 99 points of light energy, 4,400 points of martial arts essence, 6,500 points of battle spirit essence, 3,450 points of rune energy, 1,500 points of heavenly energy, 1,890 points of talent. The element attribute value, the essence of fighting spirit, and the spiritual power have soared again, and the spiritual seeds have soared to more than 500. The host has obtained a total of 98 points of intermediate mental power. Congratulations to the host for entering the spiritual power of the Deshang stage of the Dharma phase realm. The host has obtained a total of 89,500 points of intermediate combat spirit essence. Congratulations to the host for entering the 4th stage of the Yuanzuan realm. When the system light screen popped up, Lin Chen couldn't help but take a breath. As expected of the attribute light ball dropped by the Emperor of War. It's so fucking cool. Once Lin Chen used God Killer to kill powerful enemies, he could not drop growth-type attribute light balls, and even consumption-type attribute light balls would only drop part of it. So in fact, Lin Chen has not yet felt the full attributes of the real battle. Emperor's battle damage drop. Boom. The purest wave of battle aura bloomed from Lin Chen's body, illuminating the entire valley like a new moon rising. His body glowed with endless light, energy, and his whole body transformed into a bright white light, the vastness condensed into the last one. Kind of robbery battle body. Light tribulation battle body. The 9 types of robbery battle bodies have been transformed. Lin Chen clearly felt that his 9 heavenly robbery battle bodies formed a kind of connection, which was a kind of integrity, which represented that the mental method was about to become complete. This is the light tribulation battle body. Ha ha ha. I made a big profit this time. Lin Chen was ecstatic. He clearly felt the condensing of the 9 types of heavenly robbery battle bodies, which made his war energy Yuanfu expand by 1 point, and the capacity of war energy in the Yuanfu is wider. This is the robbery battle body transformed by the light energy bloodline. Unexpectedly, his mentality can reach such a point. Luo Qingyu was amazed, but Luo Wei'er was completely stunned. Lin Chen just stood there, with a scroll of his Qinglong. He himself made a breakthrough in his bizarre cultivation? What is the principle of cultivation? He first walked to one of the skeletons holding a broken white roulette, and the system immediately popped up a light screen. It has been detected that there is spiritual information left by the powerful warriors of the Battle Emperor. If you consume 18,800 points of intermediate level exercise essence, the inheritance can be accelerated. The light screen that popped up from the system made Lin Chen's mouth twitch slightly. I have only 9,900 points for an intermediate level purple level combat skill, and you're almost at 20,000? Now Lin Chen is facing the update system, and the essence of the exercises is extremely lacking. Damn, I have to use the martial art essence I picked up just now, that's all. Let's see what the inheritance of this war emperor is. After confirming that 18,800 points were consumed, when Lin Chen put his palm on the skeleton's arm bone, a huge amount of memories flooded into his mind. This sapphire skeleton is actually a 7th-order pharmacist? It is a real Dan Huang. These inherited memories are all derived from his experience in refining medicine, and they all flock to Lin Chen like a tide. This memory is in no way inferior to the many medicinal recipes and handwritten notes that Lin Chen had collected in the Han family. However, Lin Chen now has more than 500 spiritual seeds, and the spiritual seeds are rapidly rotating in the sea of consciousness. With the method of systematic inheritance, the absorption of these memories is very fast. The Golden Prison mountain range outside was reduced to a sea of fire at this time. Hundreds of thousands of feet in the sky, purple flames rolled and swept across the sky. On the other end, there are thousands of thunders and thousands of miles, the sky is falling and the earth is moving. Miscellaneous bird, how dare you steal this emperor's eggs? I'm a purple phoenix, and I don't know how much nobler bloodline is than you. If I were a stray bird, what kind of rubbish are you? Sharp hissing and swearing came from the sky. This was too unprecedented. Behemoths slaughtering together. When the purple flames burst into flames, the entire sky was bombed. A head shaped like a goshawk, tens of thousands of feet in size, the seemingly flexible feathers reveal an indestructible edge, like a steel knife, and the whole body is full of thunder and lightning. The other one flaps the giant wings of the great wilderness, rolls the monstrous purple flames, and sways in the sky, burning the surrounding space to twist and crack. It is beautiful, and the dancing tail feathers are light and graceful. Even mortals can tell that the latter is more noble. This is a world-leading battle of 7th-order beasts. My God! Why are the 7th-order beasts fighting here? It's over, they unfold the magical powers of the 7th-order beasts, and we can't escape outside the Golden Prison Mountains. Can we just wait to die inside the mountains? Many powerhouses in the Golden Prison veins wailed everywhere, and the strength of their Yuan Zuanjing was simply unable to stop the 7th Order fierce beasts from fighting. Even if it is a half-step emperor, there is only one dead end. The two giant beasts collided again, and countless purple flames and thunder lights danced and rioted in the sky. The aftermath of a battle that collided from time to time came down, and the sky was torn apart. Two angry 7th Order beasts, everyone can only pray that they can quickly get away from the Golden Prison Mountains. Inside the valley, the inheritance lasted for a whole day, and the second daughter protected Lin Chen without disturbing him. When Lin Chen opened his eyes again, there was a hint of seeing through the red dust in his eyes, and then he buried deep in his pupils. A pill emperor, how vast he has learned in his life. Lin Chen has completely inherited his medicine refining skills and experience, as well as some undisclosed secrets of seventh-order pill recipes. It is rude to say that the current Lin Chen, even if only the blue level advanced alchemy fingerprints, can challenge the refining of seventh-order medicinal herbs. Fortunately, I didn't move the nailing ring in the first time. The top-level nailing ring used by the pill emperor is dangerous. If there are different mental powers trying to erase the mental imprint inside, I am afraid it will explode automatically. Lin Chen wiped a cold sweat. He also learned this information from his inherited memory, as well as the formula and method to open the Baidan Huang nailing ring. After reciting the formula and the handprint, a gentle ray of spiritual power entered and opened the nailing ring. Lin Chen's mental power was swept away, and there were hundreds of thousands of sky coins inside the nailing ring. There are also 10 volumes of seventh-order pill recipes, and a volume with a deep purple light. Lin Chen opened it, mentally read, and his expression changed suddenly. Purple level low-level alchemy handprint, thousands of spiritual transformations? Lin Chen opened the system tremblingly. He swallowed, and pressed the fusion function start button. Consumes 16,500 Heavenly Dao points, and begins to integrate the alchemy fingerprints, the blue level top level, purple gold Tongxian seal, the half purple level Shantian hand, and the purple level low level middle level. Thousands of Hua Lingyin. Lin Chen is just waiting for this opportunity. He wants to fuse the Xiaodan Club Champion prize he got before with the half-purple alchemy handprint that he accidentally fused together. Using the purple level low-level middle-grade handprints to fuse, the final product is at least the purple level low-level high-grade. The fusion is successful, and the host obtains the purple level low-grade high-quality alchemy handprint, Fortune Wan Ling. This alchemy handprint has been successfully cultivated, and contains a first-line ultimate method of refining medicine. Purple level low-level best. Lin Chen almost cried out in excitement. Throughout the entire Kyushu continent, there are only a small number of 10 middle-level alchemy handprints in the purple order. There are only 2 types in the Kyushu continent, only Danzhou, and one of them is still incomplete. The top purple rank has never appeared in the history of Kyushu today. That is to say, Lin Chen's fusion of the all spirits of creation this time is second only to the 10 existing mid-level purple handprints in Kyushu. Cultivation after the fact. With this handprint, refining the 7th order medicinal herb is just around the corner. After putting it away, Lin Chen went to another fallen war emperor. Lin Chen, this. Luo Qingyu was worried, but it wasn't because she wanted to profit from it. Lin Chen and their sisters were very grateful for helping them find the remains of their ancestors safely. What she was worried about was that Lin Chen ignored the warnings of the 2 war emperors. Don't worry, it's all right. Lin Chen smiled casually. After the system's inheritance function consumed the spirit of the practice, the spiritual aura that belonged to the pill emperor had already been completely eliminated. For a fallen emperor's will, it is impossible to detect it. When he placed his palm on the remains of the second emperor, a dazzling amethyst treasure chest was suspended from the skeleton. Lin Chen touches the treasure chest, and the system pops up a light screen. The host has obtained the combat skill Moonlight and Shadow, the rank, purple rank, low-level superb. Lin Chen, with his mouth slightly opened, was stunned in place. A complete purple level low-level extreme body technique? I'm obedient, this Value is comparable to the purple level intermediate attack combat skills. Lin Chen's blue level top level movement and purple phoenix wings are almost outrageous. Dare to ask the purple level low level best, what is the speed? It has been detected that there is a spiritual inheritance left by the strong warriors of the Battle Emperor, which can consume 3,800 points of the spirit of the exercise to accelerate the inheritance. Lin Chen, who was looking forward to it, consumed another 3,800 points of martial arts spirit. This time, it is the inheritance of archery and combat skills. Purple level low level best combat skills, purple light and 10,000. Thunder arrows. A little thunder light turns 10,000 arrows, and the arrow shoots the sky, covering the sky and blocking the sun. The arrow is like a violent wind and rain. It is a lore group attack, killing skill. It's a purple level low level best practice technique again. Lin Chen's heart trembled. This is the background of the two emperors who have been fighting all year round in the Sky Tower. Perhaps because the spiritual realm is not as good as that of the Dan Emperor. The Battle Emperor left very little spiritual inheritance. He has successively acquired body techniques, attacking combat skills, alchemy, fingerprints, over 200,000 sky coins, 7th order war bows, and Lin Chen smiled like a rose. In the end, Lin Chen passed on the combat skills left by the Second War Emperor safely. He spent another half a day, consuming 15,000 points of martial arts essence, and inherited the movement technique of moonlight laning. In just 3 days or so, Lin Chen has made rapid progress. It can even be said that the combat power has more than doubled. The second Emperor of War was named Emperor Yun. When Lin Chen opened his nailing ring, there were still about 80,000 sky coins in it, as well as a few healing medicine pills, and a green level trial token. In the end, at Lin Chen's insistence, the 2 women and 1 man shared 30,000 coins in the sky. Boom! The valley began to shake violently, collapsed suddenly, and the space enchantment scattered all around also disintegrated. This space has been maintained by the last ray of war and coercion of the War Emperor for a long time. Lin Chen took the 2 skeletons away, and when the valley collapsed, he buried the 2 imperial skeletons under the green hills. Just after burying the bones of Emperor Yun and Emperor Dan, the terrifying high temperature instantly rose between heaven and earth. What passed into Lin Chen's ears was the wailing of many powerhouses. Why, the true flame purple phoenix has killed the thunder goshawk and still wants to besiege us. I'm not reconciled. I've already exchanged the green level trial token, and I'm about to hit the Battle King. Did I fall here? The deaths of many powerhouses are reflected in front of the 3 of them. And when the sea of fire is in the sky, there is also a super huge flame phoenix. That is, the 7th order beast, the true flame purple phoenix. The faces of the 2 sisters suddenly changed. A genuine 7th order fierce beast, comparable to the strength of a battle emperor. Lin Chen's pupils trembled slightly, staring at the body of the true flame purple phoenix. The entire mountain range was burning with purple flames, and the heavens and the earth were blocked, and there was nowhere to escape. Quack, stupid human race, this phoenix killed that waste goshawk, and now it's natural to swallow you all to heal this phoenix. The fighting spirit of your human race is a great supplement to our beasts. Xingyan Zihuang laughed wildly, and the sharp hissing was full of disdain for the human race. As a 7th order vicious beast, it has gathered enough wisdom to speak out. What should I do, a 7th order beast? Even if we are seriously injured, we are not opponents. We can't even break its defense. How can we escape? Seeing many hysterical powerhouses trying to counterattack attacking, the true Flame Purple Phoenix didn't bother to dodge. Luo Weier's expression showed a hint of despair for the first time. The distance between Yuan Zuanjing and Battle Emperor is too big. Fight, and win. Suddenly, Lin Chen was so excited that he took out the 7th Order War Bao, inherited from Emperor Yun Zihong. Then, he suddenly urged the 5-layer change of Jiuhuang change. Lin Chen's cultivation has skyrocketed from the 4th stage to the 6th stage. It has crossed 2 realms in a row. Because of the increase in element attribute value, his Shura Jiuhuang transformation has also risen with the tide. Phantom Rune, the ultimate moment. The ultimate return. In an instant, 12,500 talent points were consumed, and Lin Chen suddenly activated the Phantom Rune and the ultimate moment, as well as 2 extreme returns to fill the fighting spirit. This time, Lin Chen actually activated the ultimate moment of 3 clones and the main body at one time. Boom! Lin Chen's 3 clones acted impressively, attacking in 3 different directions. What's the point of bullying a group of muggles? Try to bully Lao Tzu. At this time, Lin Chen's 3 clones suddenly burst out. The attention of Xinyan Zihuang instantly shifted to the 3 avatars. Some strong men who escaped from the tiger's mouth hurried away. Boom! 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 The 3 major avatars held the 6th Order intermediate swords, war knives, and war guns, urging all kinds of crazy smashing of the real Flame Purple Phoenix. A human race who is proficient in avatar skills? You are courting death. The real Flame Purple Phoenix flapped its giant wings slightly, and more than a dozen lines of purple flames shot away, each of which was enough to easily penetrate the defense of the 9th level peak of Yuan Zuanjing. Brush. 3 white lights like moon shadows flashed past, and the attack of the true Flame Purple Phoenix was thrown into the air. It was stunned for a moment. This tiny human race has such a powerful speed? Boom! Boom! Countless thunder tribulation battle auras and light tribulation battle energies converged into arrows like the scattered flowers of a goddess, descending from the sky, madly pouring onto the body of the true Flame Purple Phoenix. I saw that on a high mountain tens of thousands of miles away. The boy's silver robe was rolled up, his hands were drawn, the bow was drawn to the full string, and the fighting energy gathered and condensed to form an arrow, and another round of bombardment. Countless arrows were poured on the true Flame Purple Phoenix, and it didn't bother to avoid it at all. Because this kind of attack can deal with the late stage of Yuan Zuanjing 9th layer, but for its 7th Order fierce beast, even if it is seriously injured, it is impossible to hurt a single feather. Boy of the human race, I think you are courting death. When Xinyan Zihuang roared in disdain, several more swords slashed away, slashing towards Xinyan Zihuang's eyes. Annoying flies, get out of here. The real Flame Purple Phoenix violently spit out a bunch of purple flame tornadoes, burning the world. Lin Chen's 3 avatars were in the final moment, took another step, and disappeared in place like a ghost. This is the power of the Moon Shadow Longguang movement technique. It is extremely difficult to cultivate the low-level and top-grade body technique of the purple rank. Lin Chen not only cultivated this body technique to perfection, but also superimposed the power of 4 times the power technique of the ultimate moment. There is no doubt that Lin Chen at this time, in his strongest state, already has a speed comparable to that of a low-level war emperor. But this is not enough. If he can't break the defense, no matter how fast he he will be consumed to death. The purple level movement technique consumes a lot of money. Lin Chen's 3 clones are like annoying flies, constantly harassing the true flame purple phoenix, completely angering it. Constantly launched a mad attack on the 3 clones, destroying the entire mountain range into a mess. It was a new round of pulling the bow and shooting, and hundreds of arrows poured down like a rain of arrows, all of which hit the true flame purple phoenix. But still, nothing works. Luo Qingyu, who had retreated 100,000 miles away, looked at Lin Chen with deep doubts. She can't see through Lin Chen, and she has a certain understanding of Lin Chen's strength. Although the current attack is not weak, at least if Lin Chen really wants to kill this true flame purple phoenix, he will definitely be able to come up with a stronger attack of several grades. But he just didn't show his full strength. He didn't even take out his 7th order swords and swords. Can't see through. Totally invisible. What is he trying to do? Is it just to provoke each other and make everyone die faster? No, he's not the kind of guy to do that. This kind of attack that can't even break the opponent's defense is not even a scratch. Lin Chen is such a smart person, he should have enough motivation to do anything he does. But this time, Luo Qingyu couldn't even figure out his motives. Each of his attacks could not hurt the true flame purple phoenix, and it only angered it again and again. Young Master Lin Chen, what are you trying to do? Luo Qingyu murmured in her heart, her beautiful eyes flashing with a faint splendor. Not only Luo Qingyu, but even those powerhouses trapped in the mountains are full of doubts. What a fast speed. This is almost catching up with the Emperor of War. To be able to display this kind of abnormal speed in the late stage of the 6th stage, this is at least the speed that can only be possessed by the middle level purple level movement. Purple rank intermediate. My God, this child can actually possess a purple rank intermediate body technique. Is this the fucking time to be amazed? This kid is still madly angering the true flame purple phoenix. Isn't this courting death? This person has a sick mind. He can't even break the defense of the true flame purple phoenix. What is he shooting at? Fuck, look at this kid, he's still laughing? This Nima is crazy. While many strong men fled, seeing Lin Chen standing tall and standing on the top of the mountain, the corners of his mouth could not stop rising wildly. Countless Yuan Zuanjin 9th level, half-step powerhouses suddenly felt their scalps tingle. Are you crazy? Either you fucking don't make a move, it's not enough to make a move, you can't even break other people's defenses, on the contrary, you have angered Xinyan Zihuang. Does this mean we can't all die together? Mortal. Enough. Ben Huang will crush you to death. The true flame purple phoenix screamed in anger, flapping its wings, and turning into a sea of purple flames that swept all directions. Fire pillars of thousands of feet broke out from the ground, flew into the sky, and attacked the 3 phantom clones. Such a terrifying offensive made many strong men retreat again, and almost all of them shrunk in 2 directions. The faint afterimage of the moonlight flashed through the void, and the moonlight laning body technique was urged again, and the 3 avatars madly avoided the burning range of the fire pillar. While dodging thousands of fire pillars, the void above his head suddenly swept past several purple flames, burning the unprepared clone to nothingness. True flame purple phoenix is starting to get serious. Although the speed of the 3 avatars is strong, they are beginning to fall into the disadvantage in front of it. In less than a quarter of an hour, the 3 clones were wiped out. However, Lin Chen took turns, killing several waves of arrow rain. Next, it's you. Xinyan Zihuang roared, and when he slammed into Lin Chen in the distance, several swords pierced across the sky, slashing towards Xinyan. Zihuang. What? There is actually a clone? Seeing the three figures standing above his head again, the true flame purple Phoenix was completely furious. The flies of the human race are really annoying, let them all die. The true flame purple phoenix flew into the sky angrily, and suddenly slapped its wings, and the tens of thousands of meters of purple flame tornado slammed into the direction of Lin Chen's body. The terrifying temperature burned the mountains and boiled the sea, shattered the stars, and when the purple flame tornado slaughtered Lin Chen, possessed his body, and the terrifying dragon power helped him unfold his purple phoenix wings, and the faint moonlight afterimage flowed all over his body, as fast as jumping space. Brush. Boom. The purple flame tornado was destroyed all the way, leveling thousands of miles of mountains and rivers, and all burned to nothingness. Only a piece of scorched earth remains. Call out. Call out. Call out. The rain of arrows that swirled and shot struck again, and slammed into the body of Xinyan Zihuang like a violent storm. Damn, why aren't you dead yet? When Xinyan Zihuang looked up, she was instantly stunned. Behind Lin Chen, there is actually a pair of true flame purple phoenix wings that is related to it. Good boy, you dared to take the wings of my clan, it seems that I must kill you today. The real flame purple phoenix flaps the void, and when the purple flame rolls, its speed is also extremely fast, passing through the space crack in the void. The afterimages were chaotic, and two afterimages flashed wildly in the sky. So fast that it was unimaginable. Covering the avatar, the deity shoots arrows, and hundreds of arrows burst out every time. But every time, true flame purple phoenix doesn't bother to dodge his attack at all. When the afterimages were intertwined and flashed, the arrogant laughter of the young man resounded throughout the Golden Prison mountain range. Ha ha ha. Come on, come and fuck me if you are so dissatisfied, let's see who dies first. Ha 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 ha. All the powerhouses hiding on both sides suddenly felt their scalps numb, and the corners of their mouths twitched wildly. How dare a person in the late 6th stage of Yuanzun stage dare to call out the 7th order beast, the true flame purple phoenix? This is not called a newborn calf that is not afraid of tigers, this is a fucking madman going crazy. After more than a dozen attacks, Xinyan Zihuang screamed frantically, human. Let me catch you, I have to take you. Before the words were finished, a rain of arrows shot down one after another, concentrating its feathers again. Sigh. At this moment, the true flame purple phoenix's heart burst, and a burst of vitality was completely extinguished. When its eyes rolled, its beast pupils were full of disbelief. How possible, how could Ben Huang die at the hands of ants like you? That vast and huge body slumped down, shattering the earth's veins, rolling down countless attribute light spheres, piled up into mountains, and dazzling. Its beast pupil light quickly disappeared, and its vitality continued to fade, as if it was a dead look. At this moment, all the powerhouses who were still scolding Lin Chen for being a lunatic were instantly stunned. One by one, their eyes widened, and the corners of their mouths trembled and twitched. Dead? That mighty 7th order beast, the true flame purple phoenix, actually died? How the fuck is this possible? Even if it is seriously injured, its vitality is still strong. It didn't reach the level of falling at all. And even if it is seriously injured and died, it is impossible to die so completely and so neatly in an instant. But the question is, how did it die? The silver-robed youth slowly landed, stepping on the head of the true flame. Purple Phoenix, that used to despise everything arrogantly. He looked up at the sky with a sad and lonely look in his eyes. Dare to ask this young master, what kind of arrows are you using? A half-step emperor stepped out of the void, clasped his fist solemnly, and asked with a trembling voice. He didn't answer right away. He took out a homemade cigarette, lit it on fire. With his fingertips, took a gloomy sip, spit out a faint smoke ring, and laughed at himself. Lonely. Lonely? These two words are reflected in everyone's heart. This moment is destined to be unforgettable forever. Even the basic defense of the seventh-order fierce beast could not be broken. But in the end, he was able to instantly kill the true flame purple phoenix. This archery is called lonely. The half-step emperor murmured in fear. It turns out that he shot a lonely. The darkness that enveloped the golden prison mountain slowly faded away. The sky was clear, and the faint sunlight reflected on the boy's melancholy but handsome cheeks. The smoke ring floated into the void, lingering into two words. Lonely. The Luo Qingyu sisters lightly covered their red lips with their hands, and their hearts trembled in shock. Yuan Zuanjing 6th level kills 7th order beasts in seconds? What is this concept? It is impossible for a powerhouse of the second level of the Battle Emperor to do this, as Lin Chen can do so simply. Because the death-defying counterattack of the true flame purple phoenix is enough to seriously damage any Battle Emperor below the second level, cultivation level, or even die together. Because it is the true flame purple phoenix of the Emperor of Birds, no one knows what kind of trump card it will hide in the tens of thousands or even 100,000 years of its growth. Lin Chen's record of killing Xinyan Zihuang in an instant is enough to be recorded in history for eternity. No wonder he was able to fight the four emperors alone during the drastic changes in Lingzhou. Luo Wei'er muttered to himself, killing the seventh order beasts in seconds. If he can fight the four emperors alone, no one will. Dissatisfied. The more than 400 Yuanzun people who survived the battle between the two great seventh-order beasts looked at the silver-robed boy above the corpse of the true flame purple phoenix in amazement. This may be the most mysterious and magical combat skill they have ever seen. Failed to break the defense, but can instantly kill the seventh-order beast. His newly mastered purple-level arrow skill, Purple Light 10,000 Thunder. Arrow is a combat skill with an ultra-high attack frequency. Using this feature, Lin Chen can bet on the 1000th chance of the Emperor Destroyer's talent in battle. 100 times the attack does not trigger. What about 1000 times or 10,000 times? As long as you can hit the opponent, the possibility will not be zero. There is always a chance to trigger. Because he underestimated Lin Chen's attack, True Flame Purple Phoenix didn't bother to hide at all, so Lin Chen's talent for destroying the Emperor could fill the probability with quantity, but if the opponent was prepared, then Lin Chen couldn't rely on this talent. Moreover, it is very difficult to fight against the strong human race. The human race does not have such a huge body of beasts. At best, this is a strange move. The condition for this strange move to be activated must also be that the other party cannot capture Lin Chen's body. All three clones activated the ultimate moment, plus the purple level movement technique to delay the injured True Flame Purple Phoenix. Blood-red light spheres were all over the ground, some exuding strong blood energy, some lingering with faint purple light, and the flames burned Like a ball of light with purple flames, this is an attribute light ball that contains the power of blood. With one release of the blue dragon, he frantically collected all the attribute light balls for Lin Chen. This time, it was the 7th order beast that Lin Chen killed himself, and all that dropped were complete attributes. Unlike the original Godslayer, it has the side effect of reducing the drop of attribute light balls. The host gets 8,050 chi and blood energy, 1,000 heavenly value, 1250 talent points, 2390 rune energy, 100 ignition energy, 4,500 fighting spirit essence, 7,500 chi and blood energy, 1350 purple phoenix bloodline. The system prompts the host to obtain the purple phoenix bloodline attribute value. Please ask if it is completely absorbed. There is one bloodline position left in the host's bloodline column. Sure. When Lin Chen confirmed, the brand new power of blood was integrated into his body, his purple phoenix wings spread out, becoming translucent and splendid. And the purple-red light was shining brightly like gems, flowing over every feather. Lin Chen allowed countless purple phoenix bloodline attribute values to be integrated into his body. His body had the purple phoenix wing itself, and the fit for this bloodline was extremely high, and there was almost no rejection. The most important thing is that the massive amount of chi and blood energy is continuously absorbed and refined into the body, and Lin Chen's pure power is soaring in a straight line. 410,000, 420,000. Wanzai Zuangqinglong shared a part of it, and the dragon veins opened wildly. At this time, the purple light was brilliant, a beam of light spread out, and the amethyst treasure chest with a faint orange light was suspended in front of Lin Chen. This is the only treasure chest that exploded after the fall of the true flame. Purple Phoenix. Lin Chen reached out and touched it. When the treasure box was opened, it turned into light and shot into Lin Chen's eyebrows. Active talent, dominate the world. Cooldown, 30 days. Consumption of talent points, 10,000 points or more, depending on the overall strength of the host. This talent can greatly strengthen the host's attack. After releasing the talent of King's Landing, it will enter a state of accumulating energy. The more enemies you kill, the stronger your strength will be, the energy attribute that will continue to be accumulated, the more the attribute value. The higher the increased attack power, and the accumulated energy has no upper limit. New talent. And this is a new talent with a cooldown time limit. Lin Chen's eyes lit up, with the ultimate moment as a lesson from the past. Lin Chen would not easily underestimate any talent he picked up. With a wave of his hand, the faint aura of Gengjing cut open the head of the true flame purple phoenix, and took out its 7th order vicious beast core. Without further ado, Lin Chen swept away the corpse of the other Julei goshawk, cut off the inner ferocious beast core, and got 2 7th order ferocious beast cores. Even if he took it back to the Sky Tower and sold it, he could exchange for a lot of sky coins. All the powerhouses watched him take away the 7th order ferocious beast core, and suddenly they were a little bit eager to move. You want to rob? At this time, Luo Weier and Luo Qingyu stood in front of the strong man, and deliberately shouted loudly at everyone. Don't you want to try his arrows to kill 7th order beasts? A simple sentence, in an instant, all the powerhouses were shocked. Even the 7th order beasts were killed in an instant, so what would happen to them? Wanzai Zuangqinglong released its body and devoured the flesh and blood of the true flame purple phoenix. Lin Chen once again took away the attribute light spheres scattered around the corpse of Julei goshawk. Because it was not killed by Lin Chen himself, its attribute light spheres were much less than those of true flame purple Phoenix. The host obtains 6,400 points of blood energy, 95 points of thunder energy, 500 points of rune energy, 480 points of talent points, 1,000 points of Heavenly Dao. Lin Chen's mid-level qi and blood energy this time has collected 300,000 points all the way. The qi and blood contained in the 7th order fierce beast is so strong that both he and Qinglong have made rapid progress. In the end, the dragon veins in Wanzai Zuanqinglong, who swallowed the flesh and blood of 2 7th order beasts, skyrocketed by 24,000, advancing to 980,000 dragon power. Pure strength can match the peak of the 9th level, and full firepower can fight against the half-step battle emperor. 1 million dragon power is the watershed for body refinement between the emperor and Yuanzuan. Lin Chen's own pure power absorbed the blood energy of the two beasts, soaring to 700,000 dragon power. And then increased by the divine power, it is already 875,000 dragon power. Lin Chen opened the system panel in a single thought. Tian Dao Pickup System version 4.0. Host, Lin Chen. Cultivation, late stage of Yuanzuan realm, 4th stage. Ultimate strength, 875,000 dragon power. Intermediate blood energy, 728,700 points. Intermediate battle spirit essence, 512,600 points. Intermediate spiritual power, 142 points, Dharma vision stage. Intermediate cultivation essence, 71,050 points. Intermediate runic power, 145,119 points. Tian Dao value, 191,480 points. Talent points, 226,200 points. Intermediate element energy, fire 1895 points, earth 805 points, wood 784 points, gold 940 points, water 1158 points. Lightning 1382 points, wind 785 points, light 890 points, dark 88 points. Cultivation method status bar, open or not, bloodline status bar, Qinglong. Bloodline, 350,000 points, Zijintong bloodline 10,000 points, True Flame. Zihuang bloodline 180,000 points. Passive talents, 30% reinforced iron bone, 100% life growth, 25% divine power. Emperor Destroyer. Active talents, the ultimate moment, the ultimate return. And the King of the World. Trait runes, slow rune level 4, penetration rune level 4, charge rune level 4. Phantom rune level 4. Treasures in possession. With a thought, the newly reborn Zihuang wings stretched open, flowing with purple-red veins. When the veins throbbed, the sound of the phoenix whistled faintly. The former purple phoenix wings, despite their prestige, can still be seen as a dead thing at a glance. Today, the purple phoenix wings on Lin Chen's body are like genuine real flame purple phoenix. What's more, what's different from the past is that the purple phoenix wing, after possessing the bloodline, has raised the upper limit, and if Lin Chen's dragon power continues to grow, the effect it brings to Lin Chen will continue to become stronger. What is even more mysterious is that Qinglong, who swallowed the flesh and blood of the true flame purple phoenix, also has purple phoenix wings? 1,000-year-old Zuanqinglong, with purple phoenix wings flapping behind it. Whoever sees it will be full of surprise. This has something to do with Lin Chen's absorption of the third type. After the integration of the Qinglong bloodline and the purple phoenix bloodline, The improvement brought by him is even greater than that of Lin Chen himself. At this time, the Qinglong's blood and vitality are many times stronger than before. Not only is the dragon veins wildly open, but more importantly, it inherits the characteristics of the true flame purple phoenix, which only belongs to the strong vitality of the purple phoenix. New supernatural powers, purple phoenix nirvana, true flame recovery. A new memory emerged in Lin Chen's mind, and his Qinglong awakened to new bloodline, supernatural powers. Violet phoenix nirvana stands to break through, and when it is on the verge of death, there is a chance to regenerate itself from the ashes and make a breakthrough in strength. True flame recovery is to increase one's own vitality, similar to Lin Chen's wood spirit essence. The two fallen seventh-order beasts brought great benefits to Lin Chen. This son, the old man dared to ask, "What is your name?" The half-step emperor who asked the previous question respectfully clasped his fist, and his attitude has completely treated Lin Chen as a battle emperor. Level powerhouse. I don't need you to be handsome. Handsome name, Lin Chen. Lin Chen smiled casually, and the old man said gratefully, "Thanks to Mr. Lin Chen for his life-saving grace. This old man is a member of Inua City. If you have no family or sect, you can consider my Inua City. Of course, we will use the highest standard of reception for the son. Silvermoon City is not one of the 10 major cities of the Sky Tower. Inside Songqiong Pagoda, there are also some strong people who are not used to cultivating under the premise that their own cultivation base is sealed in the body, and like to be free in the outside world, so they all set up their own sects, expand their territories in the outside world, and establish sectarian urban areas. If you can make friends with such a talented young genius, it will definitely be a great help to Silvermoon City. Okay, if there is a chance, I will definitely visit." Lin Chen waved his hand and smiled, then turned around and swept towards the bodies of the two beasts. Huh? I seem to have heard the name Lin Chen. Lin Chen in Lingzhou? I also remembered it. I heard this name when I left the Sky Tower a month ago to collect casting materials from the outside world. It is said that Lingzhou has undergone a drastic change, and a young man who can challenge the 4 war emperors was born. My name is Lin Chen. Challenge 4 war emperors alone? Numerous powerhouses kept pumping up and down their air-conditioning voices. Seeing that Lin Chen took away the most valuable parts of the two beasts as it should, and then left with their heads held high, 10 half-step emperors and hundreds of Yuan Zun realm present, none of them. How dare anyone stop him? Who the hell dares to stop him? Judging from his ability to instantly kill the true flame purple phoenix, he has the strength to challenge the 4 war emperors. But the question is he only at the 6th level of Yuan Zuanjing? The descendants of the gods can't even surpass the Yuan Zuan realm to challenge the Emperor of War. He hits 4 with 1 Yuan Zuan realm 6 times? This is so, what's wrong with this world? Lin Chen was amazed, put away his purple phoenix wings. I am afraid that from this moment onwards, the speed of a certain Lin's movement will no longer be invincible at the level of Yuan Zuanjing in the current Kyushu continent. The two women followed Lin Chen, and some strong men hesitated a little and chose to follow behind Lin Chen. But they kept their distance very far. Young people like this one, killing impermanence, whether it is an enemy or a friend, is unknown. These few days are so abnormal, even the 7th order fierce beasts that have always been entrenched in their lair have suddenly had a life and death duel. Hitting the Golden Prison mountain range. If this encounters another 7th order vicious beast, At least the enchanting character Lin Chen is here. That, Lin Chen. Can you tell me how you did it just now? Luo Weier still couldn't help but be curious, her blue eyes flashed with brilliance. I said just now, I ejaculated lonely. Lin Chen shrugged, how could such a thing be clear? Just as Lin Chen and the second daughter were flying away from the golden prison mountains, 5 figures intercepted the 3. Damn it, kid. Where is Lao Tzu's people? Brother Fu, isn't this kid the one who killed our people? Don't talk so much nonsense, Brother Fu, we will avenge our brothers. Kill this little bastard and pry out his secrets. The 5 Yuan Zuanjing 9th layer later surrounded the 3 of them, blocking all their escape routes. Oh? Essence secret art? It turns out that the people who attacked in the beast tide just now are your subordinates. Interesting, this time I will kill them all. Lin Chen's fierceness was revealed, the purple rainbow war bow flashed in his hand, and the quadruple transformation was displayed in an instant. The cultivation base is temporarily promoted to the middle stage of the 6th layer. Damn this little bastard, he really found our whereabouts. I want to see today, what kind of waves he can turn up in the middle stage of Yuanzuan realm. We will suppress this kid with all our strength later, don't give him a chance to resist. Brother Fu gave orders, the fighting spirit between the 5 people was surging, and the sky was surging, as if a war was about to be triggered. At this time, the group of strong men who followed Lin Chen in the distance was suddenly shocked. How did his figure stop? When many of the powerhouses were a little bit motivated to stare, what caught the eye was Lin Chen's action of pulling the bow and string. This action instantly made the souls of countless strong people feel cold and horrified. The corners of his mouth twitched fiercely. They will never forget that the true flame purple phoenix who killed the same level died under this boy's bland bow and string. No. Young Master Lin Chen is going to ejaculate. My mother, he's going to ejaculate again. Master Lin Chen. Don't shoot, we haven't run yet. Many powerhouses were so frightened that they hurried away, retreating frantically, while constantly using battle chi voice transmission. Huh? Shoot a loneliness? Just when Brother Fu was puzzled, Lin Chen suddenly let go of his bow drawing hand, and the 870,000 dragon power exploded in an instant, and the arrows spiraling out of light and thunder robbery swept out, as if the sky was falling, bursting out. 5 people. No, not good. What kind of attack is this? When the 5 people were shocked, they frantically activated their life-saving weapons and fled like birds and beasts scattered. But Lin Chen's arrow speed is so fast that anyone of the 9th level of Yuan Zuanjing feels despair, and when passing by, it easily penetrates all their defenses. The thunder light penetrated the entire sky, and when the light robbery and war swept past, all 5 people fell. In this move, purple light 10,000 thunder arrows, Lin Chen launched the penetrating and charging runes, matched with the purple level low-level superb archery and the 7th level war bow, plus Lin Chen's high element attribute points, the power exploded. You don't need the ultimate moment to kill 5 late stage 9s. After the Qinglong swept away and took away their attribute light ball, Lin Chen took away the Qi nailing ring, gave it to the 2 girls beside him, and walked away. Those Yuan Zuanjing people who followed behind patted their chests, gasping for breath, lingering fears in their hearts, and cold sweat pouring out. They are now afraid to see the action of this young man pulling his bow. Can you not be afraid? As long as they have seen the scene where he killed the true flame purple phoenix in seconds, let alone them, even the Emperor of War would be shocked. Lin Chen turned back to the main city number 1 and went straight to the mission hall. This time he received 200,000 sky coins, enough for him to buy some top treasures to help him become stronger. The same is true for the 2 Luo Qingyu sisters, who found the remains of their ancestors, not only inherited a large amount of inheritance, but also received 30,000 coins from the sky as a gift from Lin Chen. If you want to gain a foothold in the Sky Tower, only strength is the foundation. Otherwise, if you are targeted, you will be the fish on someone else's chopping board when you leave the main city. Guiyuan 5 Spiritual Qi, taken from the 5 elements destruction vortex in the outer starry sky, contains the ultimate 5 elements energy, which can be used to repair the original rank of the weapon. The price, 90,000 sky coins. 7th level low-level high-grade swords, Tiankui's magic sword, the righteous way. The sword is unparalleled, and there are special bonuses against the demons. Price, 60,000 sky coins. Green level trial order, you can enter the green level trial secret realm once. Selling price, 10,000 sky coins. Lin Chen bought all these 3 things in one go, spent 160,000 sky coins, and all of a sudden he only had 50,000 sky coins left, but he didn't regret it at all. After spending 1,000 sky coins again to buy a high-level space training room, Lin Chen fell into a closed state. When he opened the system, he clicked on the fusion function. System, I want to integrate the Guiyuan 5 Spiritual Qi and the 5 Dragon Dynasty Emperor Spear. The system has received that this fusion belongs to the fusion in the casting step, and only consumes 8,000 Heavenly Dao points. A group of colorful and splendid energy floated up and merged with Lin Chen's 5 Dragon Dynasty Emperor Spear into the fusion furnace. Boom. Ding. After the next breath, the system pops up a light screen. The fusion is completed, and 90% of the original power of the 5 dragons Dynasty Emperor Spear has been restored. Ranking, 7th Order Intermediate. High Grade. 7th Order Intermediate Top Grade. Lin Chen's Wulong Dynasty Emperor Spear has been restored from the quasi-7th rank to the ranks of the 7th rank weapon, and it has been restored to the 7th rank intermediate. This rank can be sold in the Sky Tower, at least 250,000 sky coins can be sold. However, Lin Chen will not sell it. This gun can be said to be one of his lifebloods now. Then, Lin Chen asked the system again. System, if I activate the fusion function and use 2 swords as the main fusion material, supplemented by other weapons, will I be able to fuse high-end swords? The system answers the host, yes. Auxiliary fusion can also add 7th order or 7th order beast core and other materials, which can increase the probability of high-level weapons appearing. Okay. I want to integrate. I want to focus on Qingming Broken Soul Sword and Tiankui Demon Sword, Tianling Aurora Eye, Yinyang Holy Wheel, and supplementary. Plus the Fierce Beast Core of Zhu Lei Goshawk, Long Qingshi. Blue Devil Mine, Lei Yuan, Profound Essence. Tianling's Aurora Eye is a quasi-7th order treasure of Soul Mabai. The Yin and Yang Holy Wheel is a strange 7th order treasure that he consumes life force to quickly restore his wounds and fighting spirit. This thing needs to sacrifice life force to use it. Lin Chen has a system of picking up the genus of heaven, so it is impossible to use this thing. In addition, he has also added 10 kinds of 7th order rare minerals. He believes that this fusion will definitely be able to fuse a brand new 7th Order Intermediate Sword. It's just that I don't know if it's a 7th order intermediate low grade or high grade. All the materials and weapons indicated by the host have been registered. This fusion will consume 65,800 Heavenly Dao points. Are you sure about the fusion? Sure. At the moment when the order was issued, all the materials and weapons, mainly 2 7th order swords, were all integrated into the fusion furnace of the system. Boom ding. When a light screen appeared, Lin Chen's expression changed from shock to ecstasy. Stunned at the end. The Golden Prison Mountain Range, the two figures are majestic and shocking. Floating in the void. One person's red robe is like blood, coquettish and charming, like a ripe peach. The other person is carrying a single sword, with gloomy and cold eyebrows. It is the owner of Yuntianfu, Yun Padian, in the early stage of the 2nd level of the Emperor of War. At this time, Yun Padian stared at the vast and huge corpses of 2 7th order vicious beasts, as well as 2 collapsed valleys, with endless anger surging in his pupils. The inheritance of Emperor Baidan and Emperor Yun was taken away? Who is it? Who did the good deeds? Yun Potion's anger stunned the universe, and the crystal wall in the 100-mile space was instantly shattered into a vacuum by his fighting aura. The stone mountain of the 5 elements that he finally found, after collecting the 5 kinds of energy, each energy is slowly integrated into the stone mountain in turn, and the aura of the sun, moon, and stars must be used as a guide to get the stone gate of the cave that opens the fall of the 2 emperors. To this end, he also specially bought Yuntian Mansion, which is located directly opposite to the stars, sun, and moon, and placed the stone mountain in the center of his mansion, to attract the aura of the sun and the moon. No one in the main city could see through the secrets of Shirshan. But there is a sparseness in the 100 secrets, and he could never have expected that a person with a top-level treasure appraising skill would sneak in the cleaning task that he arbitrarily awarded Lin Chen. Brother Tian, don't worry, there should be a drastic change here. The 7th order beasts will not easily leave their territory, since someone kills them here. It is very likely that the person who took away the inheritance did it. With our connections, we can find it with a little investigation. The beautiful woman in red robe soothed his emotions, but her wonderful eyes also flashed a bit of viciousness. She approached Yun Padian because she wanted to share the secret, but she did not expect that after years of preparation, she would actually make a wedding dress for others. Fuck. Go back to the main city, I will take out this bastard with my own hands. Lin Chen's secret order for the trial of the yellow rank selected the secret realm of the 5-element trial, and he was sent to a secret realm divided into 5 areas. The 5 basic attributes of gold, wood, water, fire, and soil are divided into 5 areas. Lin Chen walked all the way in these 5 areas, constantly harvesting a large number of 5-element attribute light balls. The host gains 2 fire energy, 4 wood energy, 3 gold energy, 1 water energy. Although these attribute light balls are of average quality, they are better in quantity, and different trial secret realms have different rules. The secret realm of the 5 elements trial has a special half-step emperor management. Although war can be released here, no one can have a private fight. A token can only enter the secret realm for 3 days, so Lin Chen must race against time. Lin Chen even released the shrunken Wanzai Zuanqinglong and 2 phantom clones, and swept away all the attribute light balls. The clone and Qinglong are responsible for collecting the attribute light balls, while Lin Chen's body is practicing in the secret realm of the 5 elements. The energy of the 5 elements here is extremely strong, which is very suitable for Lin Chen's 9 tribulations of creation mental method. The 5 elements secret realm, the top of a volcano, Lin Chen sat cross-legged here. Let the fire energy scorch him, proudly not moving. The energy vortex of the 5 elements was inhaled into the body. Lin Chen was not satisfied with the status quo, and took out the 6th order peak medicine pill that he had previously refined, 10 calamity forging body pill. This pill has the miraculous effect of refining the body and breaking through the realm. Lin Chen's current cultivation base can completely absorb it by himself. In the 3 days of today, I'm going to break through the realm. Lin Chen swallowed the 10 calamity tempering body pill in one go, and the for War Qi Yuanfu madly absorbed the energy that turned into a fire dragon. Like energy. Sneak into the Yuan palace and absorb it wildly. This violent fire energy not only made Lin Chen's fighting spirit rise rapidly, but his pure power also soared. 3 days passed in a blink of an eye. In the secret realm of the 5 elements trial, all of Lin Chen's 5 element attributes increased by more than 400 points. In the last half hour, when Lin Chen was about to leave the 5 elements secret realm, a fire dragon-like breath roared in the trial secret realm, causing many experts to be surprised. Congratulations to the host for stepping into the initial stage of the 5th level of Yuanzuan realm. Lin Chen exhaled, his pure power has climbed to 750,000 dragon power. A 25% increase in the power of the gods, that is about 940,000 dragon power. Sure enough, 1 million dragon power is an important watershed. I, who once launched the Godslayer, the pure power contained in the million dragon power that erupted on my body far exceeds my current self. It seems to be between 940,000 and 100 dragon power. There are not many gaps, in fact, there is a shocking gap hidden. Lin Chen clenched his fists, got up and teleported away. Returning to the trial hall, Lin Chen was about to use up his newly purchased green level trial token, and the amazed comments of some hurriedly passing old men caught Lin Chen's attention. Hey, the old demon went out for the first time this time, is this kid stupid? In alchemy? Your memory is not very good. Right now is the day of the Donzhou Peak Pill meeting. It is said that the top 3 rankings this time will also be able to obtain the 7th order intermediate top quality weapon, the 7th level intermediate top grade pill recipe, and a group of colorful saints. The alchemy handprints of Yuan and Z rank. Damn, purple order alchemy handprint. If this is placed in the sky tower, at least it can be sold for his mother's 1 million sky coins. I heard that the colorful holy source is not a mortal thing. It can make people's spiritual power break through on the spot. Legend has it that it can make people enter the heaven-penetrating realm from the spiritual power of the law phase. How many treasures that alchemists dream of. The heated voice made Lin Chen stunned. Peak Dan meeting? The last time he represented the Yang family in the Xiaodan meeting, he seemed to have won a place in the competition. Damn, how can I miss someone Lin in this Dan meeting? Lin Chen licked his lips, his eyes showed a touch of excitement. Just looking at the top 3 treasures, getting 1 or 2 at random is a heavyweight treasure. Leave the Sky Tower first, and come back after participating in the Peak Dan meeting. After Lin Chen made up his mind, he left immediately and went to buy a permit to leave the Sky Tower. Songqiong Pagoda, number 1 main city. Lin Chen hurriedly walked on the street. He ran all the way, and found out that the registration time for the Peak Pill Club was less than 7 days away. Huh? Isn't this kid Lin Chen, who beat Mo Zixiao, a descendant of God, a few days ago? He ran to Hall 2. Could it be that he bought a permit to leave the Sky Tower? Quick! Go and inform the Mo family about this information. We will definitely have a big harvest. When some eyesight powerhouses saw Lin Chen's figure, they were immediately ecstatic. Take out the license you have already purchased and run to the teleportation space channel. Cleaner Lin Chen? This kid also beheaded the true flame purple phoenix, using the purple level movement technique? Looking at the large amount of information collected by his subordinates, Yun Padian smashed it into pieces, and his hideous face revealed deep anger and killing intent. Unexpectedly, Yun Padian has gone on a journey of cultivation for more than 10,000 years, and fell into the hands of a young man. This kid is the only person who has entered his mansion in a short period of time, and he appeared in the Golden Prison mountain range in just a few days. And he also controls a purple level movement technique. Before Yin Huang was alive, there was a purple rainbow war bao named to move one side. The real flame Zi Huang shot by this sun was Yin Huang's war bao. Everything is clear. The inheritance of the two emperors has been taken away by this boy. Lord Yun, our informant, witnessed that kid went to buy a departure permit, as if he wanted to leave the Sky Tower. At this time, a guard rushed to report, and Yun Padian suddenly stood up and said with a wicked smile, "Mother, it's just right. This time I have to crush his bones. Quickly call me all the guards of the 9th level of Yuan Zuanjing. I want to capture this kid alive." According to the eyewitness information, this sun also has a purple level movement technique. Just in case, Yun Padian intends to bring all his forces out of the nest this time. Giggle, if you still have nothing to do in the main city, and you leave voluntarily, don't blame us for being rude. The coquettish beauty stared at the young portrait on the information, licked her scarlet lips, and smiled sensually but charmingly. Shenzhou Majiao branch, Longtang. At this time, a group of elders are retreating. Suddenly, 2 guards from the Mo family rushed to report. Seniors, this time we received an urgent news report that Lin Chen has purchased a leave permit and is ready to leave the Sky Tower. Huh? Lingzhou Lin Chen? Humph. This child has only been in the Sky Tower for a few days, yet he dares to bring it to the door himself, summon the branch staff, and dispatch all of them. 2 obscure and hoarse voices came from the Dragon Hall, and the other voice hesitated. Should we notify our family first? Will it be insufficient just for you and me? Lao Gan, when did you become so timid? Do you really believe in the legend of him and Lingzhou? Even our great descendants of gods can't beat the Emperor of War by leaps and bounds. The boy, can you still turn the sky over? What's more, this place is still hundreds of millions of miles away from our headquarters. When the news spreads, this kid has already run away. We will go out now to capture this kid and come back for the young master to concoct. The figures of 2 old men, one blue and one blue, appeared in the air, and the old man in blue grinned. Lin Chen, from Lingzhou. The Emperor will come to meet you in person. I will let you come to Shenzhou. If you dare to offend me and other great descendants of gods, death will be a relief for you. Lin Chen's action caused an uproar. The situation changed suddenly. Lin Chen, who got the permission to leave, couldn't wait to rush to the teleportation channel. A permission order to leave the Sky Tower also cost 500 Sky coins, but he can enter directly after coming back next time, and no assessment is required. Just as he teleported away on his front foot, hundreds of troops rushed on his back foot. I'm going? Are these menacing men going to rob? Yun Padian led the team and brought all his family and horses. What do they want to do? Hey, there's a good show to watch. The old man heard that Yun Padian was collecting information about Lin Chen kid recently. The kid just left the Sky Tower, and these guys rushed out. The powerhouses lurking in the main city watched in secret, and among them, there was a black-robed figure that was different from the crowd. This slender figure is like a ghost in the main city where the battle aura cannot be used, except that his eyes can clearly see his figure, but he can't feel a trace of his breath. Some of the older generation's powerhouses, and even the war emperors, saw this black-robed man. Their pupils could not help shrinking slightly, showing a look of shock and even fear. If Lin Chen was here, he might be able to recognize that the black-robed man he encountered in the Yen capital of the Heavenly Spirit Ranking Conference. That day was exactly this person. Under the cloak, a pair of magnificent purple eyes turned a bit of spiritual energy, and muttered to himself. Lin Chen? The teleportation space channel only lasted for a quarter of an hour, and then Lin Chen was teleported to the entrance of the Sky Tower. Returning to Shenzhou again, when Lin Chen just appeared, the people gathered at the entrance of Songqiong Pagoda took a look at random, but they suddenly froze in place. The handsome face of this young man. So familiar. Isn't this the Lingzhou Lin Chen who claims to specialize in fighting the descendants of gods? My mother, this should be Lin Chen, right? He only entered the Sky Tower for a few days, and ran out so quickly? Could it be that he has some force in the Sky Tower to support him, and dare to run out so blatantly? Now the whole Shenzhou is looking for him. When many pedestrians were amazed, some of the strong people were just around the corner, and there was a desire to shoot. As long as you catch Lin Chen and present it to the descendant family of God, you will have everything you need, including purple-level exercises, thousands of spiritual crystals, and 7th-level weapons. Hey, man, it's not good to be too handsome. You can become the focus of attention wherever you go. Lin Chen lifted his bangs and couldn't help but took out an ancient mirror to take a picture of his handsome face. At this time, the space transmission channel behind him slowly fluctuated, and a group of people scolded. Damn, this Lin Chen shouldn't have run away. No. How long did it take for him to enter the space passage? We followed. Lord Yuyun Padian is here, and he can't escape today. I seem to hear someone from behind saying I'm handsome. Someone. Lin turned his head smartly, and smiled confidently. Those who want autographs stand on the left, those who want a hug stand on the right, only beautiful women. Before the words were finished, the more than 100 people who had just appeared were stunned. Lin Chen was also stunned in place. More than 100 elders stared blankly at him who waved, and the middle-aged cold man at the head, his expression was extremely gloomy and hideous. Hey, why does this big brother look familiar? Oh. It turned out to be Yun Padian. He seems to hate me because I am so handsome that his concubine falls in love with this handsome guy? It doesn't seem to be. I am grass. Cloud breaking the sky? Both sides reacted in just half a breath. Yun Padian raised his hand suddenly. Fighting spirit everywhere. Lin Chen unfolded his purple phoenix wings in an instant, patted it a little. His figure flashed like moonlight, and rushed out of the entrance of the sky tower. Flashed to thousands of miles away. Boom! Lin Chen had just left, and the space he was in instantly collapsed into a vacuum. The terrifying aftermath of the battle overturned many of the powerhouses present, and everyone was stunned. This war emperor actually kills him as soon as he meets him. How do you feel that this kid Lin Chen not only has no power in the Sky Tower, but has provoked a powerful war emperor in such a short period of time? Damn, why is this kid so fast? The corners of Yun Potion's mouth twitched slightly, and his pupils shrank when he saw the purple phoenix wing behind Lin Chen. Purple phoenix wings? Chase me. Fuck, I'm going to roast his chicken wings when I catch this kid. With a wave of Yun Potion's hand, he split his wisp of fighting spirit too. Everyone's speed increased sharply, and they dashed in the direction of Lin Chen's separation in an instant. This guy went mad and came to mess with me. Did he see that I was the one who took away the inheritance of the two emperors? Lin Chen turned into a beam of aurora like a sonic boom. When passing through the void, he turned his head slightly to look at the encirclement that the two war emperors and hundreds of people behind him had spread out on him. The speed is getting faster and faster. No, I can't keep it anymore. Lin Chen exerted the possession of the blue dragon, and the dragon force was urged to the maximum. He injected it into the purple phoenix wings, and the wings rolled with purple flames, and the throbbing veins burst out with fiery temperature. When he was going to compete with Xinyan Zihuang in speed before, Lin Chen also needed to rely on the ultimate moment talent to activate in order to burst out with a speed comparable to that of a low-level war emperor. But now, just relying on the purple phoenix wings and the moonlight lantern shadow movement, Lin Chen has already matched or even surpassed the speed of the battle with the real flame purple phoenix. One after another terrifying sonic boom resounded through the sky, and Lin Chen traveled thousands of miles in China, only breathing for a moment. His movement is in the same vein as Emperor Yun's moonlight step, but why is this kid able to perform so fast? Seeing that Lin Chen had a tendency to throw himself away, Yun Padian waved his hand and issued an order. Take Wanfeng pill and take down this kid no matter what. The eyes of many strong men met, and a sixth-order high-level pill was transferred from the nailing ring, swallowed in an instant, and the speed skyrocketed. Yun Padian took the lead alone, and when he was running his mind, he suddenly accelerated his speed. There are streaks of light like stepping on the stars under his feet. This is his half-purple level movement method, fighting and stepping on the star. With the strength of the Emperor of War, the speed is quite fast. Just when Lin Chen was about to launch Zhou Huang transformation to get rid of these guys, a shock came from hundreds of thousands of miles away. Damn it, I found this kid Lin Chen. Open a circle for me all, the old man wants to live. Take it back and give it to young master Imo Zixiao as a gift. Another 100 masters of the Yuan Zun realm appeared in the void, and the two elders headed by them were still at the battle emperor level. It's from the Emo family. What's wrong with me? If this is a welcome ceremony, the scene will be too big. Lin's mouth twitched wildly. For war emperors in one breath? His Godslayer fragment isn't ready yet. What's going on here? Suddenly, Lin Chen looked at Yun Padian and the others behind him. He smiled. Laugh as coquettishly as ever. He deliberately slowed down 1 minute and kept his figure not far in front of Yun Padian and the others, making him look like Yun Potion's group. Before Yun Padian could react, someone from Ta Lin pulled out a sixth order sword weapon and activated several types of calamity battle bodies. Brothers, come with me. We are fighting the Mo family, and we are fighting the descendants of the gods. What gods of shit, all the fucking gods are. Farts, beat me to death. As soon as this sentence came out, the strong man of the Mo family was completely angry. Grass. 2 war emperors just want to beat our Mo family? I see that you have eaten shit on top of it. I don't know what the sky is. Your grandmother is a jerk, beat me hard with these bastards. This kid brought 2 war emperors, and he dared to provoke our Mo family. The blue-clothed old man of the Mo family burst into a rage, and took the strong man of the Mo family to kill the people in Yunpadian. Yunpadian was stunned, the corners of his mouth twitched wildly. Wait a minute, everyone from the Mo family. I'll wait for your mother's head, look at the knife. The earth-shattering explosion of war energy resounded through the sky, and the 2 forces instantly exchanged fire. It's up. It's all up. Just because of Lin Chen's words, before the Mo family could figure out the situation, they fought with Yun Potion's people in the dark. Lin Chen, lu la la la, la la la, la 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 la. La 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 la. La 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 la. La 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 la. La 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 la. La 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 la. La 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 me la. La 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 la. La 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 la. La 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 my heart. As soon as the 2 sides exchange fire, they can't help but say it, meeting is doing. For war emperors and more than 200 yuan Zuanjing fought each other, and the sky over the Lingyun mountains burst into a dim sky, which is quite a sign of the end of the world. Yun Padian and his party chasing and killing Lin Chen was originally aggressive and killing intent. When Lin Chen pretended to join their team, he completely created a scene. He led a group of people like the Mo family to challenge. As a result, it was precisely because of the hatred that the Mo family had against Lin Chen that the 2 sides had no time to talk, and the war started. Instantly, Lin Chen, like a nimble loach, escaped from the battlefield in 2 or 3 strokes. He put away the purple phoenix wings, held a single sword in his hand, slashed and slashed, and slashed into the crowd. That's Lin Chen, don't let him run away. Dare to hurt our young master Mo Zixiao, kill him. Abolish him and dedicate it to the young master. Many half-step emperors locked on Lin Chen, and slapped him with a backhand. Some combat skills burst out, bursting out a stream of light like fingers. Lin Chen's moonlight laning movement was like a rainbow, and every time he stepped out, a faint moonlight was flowing to move the void. Even without the purple phoenix wings, Lin Chen's movement and speed are definitely not at the level that a half-step emperor can chase. What's the matter? Is it that your Mo family only has this kind of ability? With a playful expression on his face, someone Lin slashed to 9th level Yuan Zuanjing realms with a backhand, forcing them to retreat again and again. On the other end, the 4 war emperors fought in an instant. The space crystal wall cracked open like a giant python, and a huge hand of stars grabbed the beautiful woman beside Yun Padian. The latter bit his silver teeth lightly, waved his sleeve robes in a row, and pointed with a slender hand. The energy finger light that broke the clouds, and the sky ripped apart the universe, and shattered the big hand of the stars. And it was another ghost and God's sword. Clang! Boom! The sword light turned into a meteor and fell, and after ejecting the bloody sword, Yun Padian held a 7th-order sword weapon and shouted inspiringly, "Your Excellency, don't make a mistake. We are not the same as Lin Chen. Although you guys are powerful, but you don't cover the sky with one hand. Fuck you. Not a gang? Then you are still with him." The blue-clothed war emperor of the Mo family couldn't help but slash another knife. The red sword glowed like a horse and practiced vertical splits, slashing in all directions. Yun Padian was so angry that he stabbed out with a sharp sword, and when he shattered the sword light, he kept retreating a few steps. The countless aftertastes of the sword energy scattered over the mountains and leveled the earth veins hundreds of miles away. "No, Lao Yu, look at those guys who are catching that kid. They're not a group, we've been tricked." Another old man and Xingyi of the Mo family suddenly drank coldly, which made the people of the Mo family suddenly startled. The old man in blue stared at Lin Chen's figure, and found that everyone's target was him, and they were not a group. "It's still this old man who is sensible. I said earlier that we are not a group. That kid is my target. He stole my things." Yun Padian hurriedly said that he didn't want to offend the Mo family, but the most important thing right now was Lin Chen. If this makes the scheming kid run away, it won't be so easy for them to find him next time. "Good boy, you dare to play with the applause of several of our war emperors. It's a bit of a ghost, but I have seen through you. Give me death." The blue-clothed old man turned his palm into claws, controlled the crane to capture the dragon, and grabbed it in Lin Chen's direction. "Everyone stops, the other party is not our target." When the old man in Xingyi drank coldly, the two sides finally let go to the other side, and both sides suffered casualties. The space froze, Lin Chen's figure was bound to the ground, and as soon as the Emperor of War made a move, the strength of Yuan Zuanjing was difficult to compete head-on. "Boy, your good show has made the old man and others go round and round." The 4 war emperors swept to Lin Chen's side, and the blue-clothed war emperor sneered. "Your Excellency, this son stole my things. Now I only need him to return what I deserve. I will leave immediately, and he will be handed over to you." Yun Padian clasped his fists in a neither humble nor arrogant manner, and a strange light flashed in his eyes. The second old man moved in his heart. The man's aura has not been put away. He must have already expressed his attitude. If the two of them disagree, I am afraid they will be violent. The 2 elders are naturally not afraid of these 2 people. If the high-end powerhouses of the Mo family are all here, they will get him Yun Padian to speak in that round, but if there is a fight now, it is the key to let this kid run away. Well, that's all. Even though there are some secrets on this kid, we are still more important to our young master Mo Zixiao. The blue-clothed old man pushed and controlled Lin Chen in front of Yun Padian. "Ha ha ha ha." Suddenly, someone from Lin looked up to the sky and smiled, looking at Yun Padian with a hint of pity and jokes in his eyes. "Damn it, brat. What are you laughing at?" Yun Padian, who was so angry that his veins were exposed, was furious. "I laugh at you all being big idiots, one by one. You have lived for so many thousands of years. Are you afraid that you will live back in the belly of a dog?" Lin Chen's laughter was full of ridicule and sneer, as if he was completely Out of the way, as if he hadn't been caught at all. You dare to humiliate the seat, I think you are courting death. Originally thinking of returning Lin Chen to the Mo family in its entirety, Yun Padian waved his hand in uncontrollable rage, and his fighting spirit cut off one of Lin Chen's hands. A strange thing happened. Although Lin Chen's arm was broken, there was very little blood. They even noticed a trace of strangeness in Lin Chen. Something's wrong, this kid doesn't have a nailing ring on him. At this time, the beautiful woman of the War Emperor, beside Yun Padian, suddenly exclaimed in shock. Everyone's eyes swept away, and there really was no breath of nailing ring. Hey, the feeling of being handsome and smart is really boring. When Lin Chen shook his head, Yun Potion's pupil shrank. Could it be? He slapped it with a palm and slapped Lin Chen into nothingness. Sure enough, his figure disappeared into a wisp of smoke. Fake? This is a clone. This kid ran away? The two war emperors of the Mo family had a gloomy expression. When the two of them fought, their attention was always on Lin Chen. When did he escape? Why? Is there no movement at all? The most important thing is that his avatar is completely indistinguishable from true and false. It can be completely faked. We were careless. It was mentioned in the information. This son's avatar skills are superb, comparable to the power of the blood of the young master. The old man and Xingyi sighed. In the vast Shenzhou, where are they going to? Find Lin Chen? No. He can't run away. Yun Padian suddenly grinned. The direction he fled as soon as he left Songqiong Pagoda is Danzhou. If I go to Danzhou at this time, if I guessed correctly, this son went out and left Songqiong Pagoda to attend the peak Danzhou meeting in Danzhou. As long as you arrive at the site of the Dan Club, to take him down, it's only a matter of turning over. At the moment when the two sides scuffled, Lin Chen secretly cast the phantom rune. He deliberately put away the purple phoenix wings, and when he mixed into the battle of several half-step emperors, the blue dragon possessed the body too. Cast blue dragon's shadow to eliminate the whole body's breath. Gotta turn around. After unfolding the camouflage function of the phantom cloak, he went to the Sunset City in Shenzhou at the fastest speed, and took the space channel to leave Shenzhou. In the same way, Yun Padian and the others, who had noticed Lin Chen's intentions, pursued them all the way to Sunset City, followed by Lin Chen, and entered the space passage. In the space passage, Lin Chen devoted himself to cultivating the Tai Shi Bible. While improving his spiritual power, he spent 6,000 points in the intermediate level exercises and inherited the 4 volumes and 7th order pill recipes. The next peak pill meeting will gather all the refining giants in Danzhou. And this competition is not limited to the younger generation. There will be many famous masters, giants, and maybe there will be some hidden old monsters who have been refining medicine for tens of thousands of years. Comparing with people of this level, the 6th order, top-level medicinal pills are definitely not available, only the 7th order. To tell the truth, even Lin Chen doesn't have much confidence in being able to get the first place. His goal is only the top 3. System, I want to learn the seal of creation. Inheriting the wonderful spirit seal requires 19,000 points of intermediate level exercise essence. Is the host sure? Shit, it's nearly 20,000 points. If this goes on, when will someone be able to collect 400,000 points to update the system version 5.0? Thinking of the many rewards of the Peak Pill Club, Lin Chen gritted his teeth. Sure. The system has received, deducting 19,000 points of intermediate level. Martial arts essence, and is inheriting the purple level low-level top grade. Alchemy fingerprint fortune Wanling for the host. During this time in the space passage, in addition to inheriting the alchemy handprint, Lin Chen continued to grind on the inheritance memory of Emperor Bai Dan and the experience of alchemy handwriting absorbed in the Han family. When these massive amounts of knowledge meet and merge, Lin Chen will continue to give birth to new ideas and new knowledge of medicine refining. Help his refining skills go further. In addition, his Taisher Bible has not fallen, and he cultivated nearly 700 spiritual seeds in a few days. Spiritual power to the next level. 6 days later, Danzhou. This Peak Dan meeting was held in Xingdan City, Danzhou. It was jointly held by many world-renowned medicine refining families in Danzhou. Attract countless powerhouses from the Kyushu mainland to come. There are not too many rules to participate in this conference, but each Kyushu alchemist can only participate once in a lifetime. And the minimum standard for participating in the conference is a pharmacist with 6th order strength. After numerous selections, the lowest person to enter the Peak Pill Club is a 6th order senior pharmacist. Anywhere in Kyushu can be called a master-level pharmacist. Holy Pill City, number 3 VIP area, the top executives of the Yang family are looking forward to it, and the beautiful and pure woman headed is even more beautiful, looking around, unable to hide the anxious expression. Could it be that young master Lin Chen really doesn't plan to come? This is the pinnacle alchemy meeting. How many alchemists have dreamed of an opportunity? This little guy doesn't look at my Yang family's face, but also on the face of this alchemy meeting. What should I do? Did our Yang family just retreat without a fight? We got the quota, but all the elders of our family, the senior alchemists above the 6th rank, have all participated in the Peak Pill meeting. Humph. If this kid doesn't come, then let the young lady do it. There is nothing ashamed. After all, the young lady has touched the top 6th order medicine refining skills. At least no one dares to talk about my Yang family. The top of the Yang family snorted in disappointment. It is the last half day of registration, and this kid has not appeared yet, and I am afraid that he will not come. Xingdan City, the central square, there are 4 rows of seats arranged side by side, and there are 2 rows of seats in the void, which belong to the VIP seats. At this time, the number of alchemists who entered the venue has exceeded 10,000. These 10,000 pharmacists are all from all continents in Kyushu. Of course, nearly half of the alchemists in it are from Danzhou. It can be seen how terrible the pharmacist in Danzhou is. In the venue, the 4 young men and women in the center had outstanding temperament. The men were born supreme, with arrogant expressions. The woman is either a sinking fish or a geese, or she is beautiful, and the pride between her eyebrows is even more than the former. They are the strongest alchemists in Danzhou. It is a strong contender for the top 10 in the Peak Dan meeting. You said that young Feng, who used 9 pill furnaces to refine medicine, will come? The light and graceful girl in green clothes in the arena turned her slender jade fingers, played with the ends of her hair, and mentioned it casually. When will Miss Min pay attention to this kind of crooked stuff? He can only refine the 6th order peak medicine pill, and there is still a huge gap between us. White clothes with feather crowns, jade belts around the waist, and the corners of the mouth raised in a contemptuous arc between the fan held by the young master. Yo, listening to your tone, it seems like you can use 9 pill furnaces to refine medicine at the same time. The young man, biting an elixir berry, said strangely, which made the young man in white a look of anger rolling in his eyes. Okay, no one is here, what's the point? This time our opponents should be those seniors. The lady in the blue dress with long hair and waist waved her hand, her glamorous and noble temperament and long, slender, snow-white legs attracted the attention of countless men. For every contestant entering the arena, the referee from Danzhou will personally announce. Outside the venue, the arrogant registered old man put away the registration roster and slowly stood up and announced. The registration for this summit conference is officially closed. Boom. A sudden palm pressed his roster back to the table, and the boy's breathless voice came. I, Yang Fengfeng, sign up. With a simple sentence, all the people present turned their heads and stared at his figure and left. This name is too loud in today's Danzhou. It is no less than the top geniuses of many medicine refining families. Are you Yang Dingfeng? Looking at the undisguised youth in front of him, the registered old man was a little shocked. Are you Yang Dingfeng? Yes, he is the one who represented my Yang family in the Peak Pill Club. To be precise, it should be Lin Chen. Yang Qinger moved slowly and quickly walked to Lin Chen's side, pursing her cherry lips lightly. There was a hint of resentment. Why are you coming now? We all thought you were going to abstain. I met a group of crazy suitors on the road, they kept asking me for autographs. Hey, I'm so annoying, they kept shouting for something to kiss, hug and hold high, and I wasted my time accidentally. Yes, it's really annoying to be too handsome. Lin Chen said half-jokingly. If the people from the Mo family and Yun Padian heard this, they would be so angry that they would become so angry. Suddenly, there was a series of ups and downs in the crowd. Wait a minute. Lin Chen? Yang Fengfeng is Lin Chen? Could it be Lin Chen from Lingzhou? At the summit hall, Lin Chen entered proudly. The last entrant, the representative of the Yang family, Lin Chen, from Lingzhou. This name seemed a little out of place with the representative of the Yang family. A large number of spectators looked at the entrance of the passage with surprise and doubt. The young man walked slowly, facing the gazes of millions of strong men. The clouds were light and the wind was as solid as a rock, and every step was very steady. Strange, isn't the representative of the Yang family that Yang Dingfeng? How could it be Lin Chen's name? No. Lin Chen is Yang Dingfeng. The two of them are originally one person. This is the news that the old man just received from the entrance of the venue. Lin Chen, Lingzhou. This son, isn't he the young man who fought the 4 emperors alone? I've heard of the upheaval in Lingzhou. At such a young age, it's impossible to compete with a battle emperor-level powerhouse even if he cultivates from his mother's womb. There may be a lot of secrets hidden in this kid. No matter whether there is external help or not, in this world, others will only pay attention to whether you have power, not where your power comes from. A new wave of heated discussions broke out in the auditorium, and some of the royal-level seniors in Danzhou all cast their sharp spiritual gazes, and they were bound to see through everything about Lin Chen. The ordinary pharmacist was stared at by so many eyes, and he had a nervous breakdown long ago, and he was scared to the point of shit. This is the pinnacle Dan meeting. The emperors gather, and the peak powerhouses are more terrifying than the last. Lin Chen quietly ran the Taisher Bible, and all the mental pressures quietly disintegrated from him, which surprised many royal-level powerhouses from ancient Danzhou families. He was calm, letting those strong men see through everything about him, including the Wanzai Xian Qinglong in his War Qi Yuan palace, calm and composed, as if he didn't care at all. His trump cards are all in the system, so why not let you see through these external things? It's a very mysterious practice. It can divide the mental power into multiple strands, and relieve the pressure caused by me. This child is extraordinary. I can't see through. This young generation is a bit interesting. In addition to the War Emperor of Danzhou, a group of top alchemists from Danzhou cast their eyes on Lin Chen with war intent. Refining medicine is the home of their Danzhou. How can this make people from other states come out on top? A young man in a white coat with a feather crown walked out with a fan blocked in front of Lin Chen, and sneered, "You are Lin Chen." Roll. Lin Chen didn't even look at him, so angry that the white-clothed Sun Qiqiao was smoking. "You. What are you? I don't talk to people who are not as handsome as me, just walk away." Young master in white. The girl in green next to her covered her mouth and smirked. She was really cute. The young man in brocade on the other end watched the young man in white slump, and his heart felt dark for a while. Many experts in the auditorium were amazed and praised that this son still did not lose his edge in the face of Danzhou's top talent, and he was indeed the #1 dark horse outside of Danzhou this year. Young Master Lin Chen of Lingzhou, I hope this time you can bring us a legend like you were in Lingzhou, otherwise I will be sorry for your reputation. The blue dress lady's tone was cold, and she stared at Lin Chen with squinted eyes. "As you wish. Lord Yun, I saw that kid." "Humph." Sure enough, he came to participate in the Peak Pill Club. Following Lin Chen, another group of people filed in and entered the audience venue. It was the Mo family, Yun Padian and others who were chasing after Lin Chen. They all walked into the venue with their respective men and horses. When they found Lin Chen's figure, they were not bad. They just sat in the front row of the auditorium facing Lin Chen's direction. "When the Dan meeting is over, I'll see where this kid is going to escape." The old man made him unable to fly. Dare to play with the old man and not crush a few of his bones, the old man's hatred will not be relieved. The blue-clothed old man stared at Lin Chen's back grimly and fiercely. At this moment, someone Lin suddenly turned around. His competition position just happened to face the audience seat of the Mo family and others. "Hey! Isn't this the big bosses of the Mo family?" Suddenly, someone Lin was elated and said with a wicked smile, "Didn't you guys just want to hunt me down? Come on, I'm in front of you now, come and fuck me. Don't stare at each other with big eyes. I'm standing in front of you right now. Could it be that your Mo family, which is known as the descendant of gods, dare not even move my little Yuan Zuanjing?" After saying that, Lin Chen patted his buttocks very arrogantly. "Come on. Hit this. If I, Lin, frown today, my surname is Mo with your surname. What's the matter? Hit me fast. Don't you want to fuck me? Hit me here, take out your fists, the size of sandbags, and hit hard. Why don't you talk? Come on. I beg you to hit me, I'm so anxious. Hit me. Now." Many viewers were stunned. The entire Yang family was also stunned. The old battle emperor, who was still praising Lin Chen's son just a moment ago, was also stunned. Lin Chen's unpredictable appearance a moment ago suddenly collapsed in everyone's heart. Where the fuck did this neurosis come from? Did the Yang family really invite the wrong person? The two war emperors of the Mo family, Yun Padian and others, were in a collective rage, and their killing intent skyrocketed. How dare this kid dare to provoke them so blatantly? What makes the corners of the mouth twitch even more is that one person is not enough. Lin Chen also created a phantom clone, doing the same action as him. The two Lin Chen kept slapping their faces with their hands and moved past the auditorium. Sighed. Hit this with a hammer, and it will bloom. With a knife, it will be in two halves. With a sword, a stab will make a hole. Masters, what's the matter with you? Weren't you guys very aggressive a few days ago? Why don't you lift them up now? I've beaten you all with my handsome face, why don't you do anything? Men, what should I do? When it's hard, it must be hard, don't turn into bones one by one. Look at your idiots, Rubbish. The Mo family's blue-clothed war emperor was so angry that his mouth was about to twitch. So fucking deceiving. This kid relies on the scene of the Peak Dan meeting here, relying on his identity as a contestant, so that everyone dare not touch him. The Pinnacle Pill Fair is jointly organized by all the ancient families of medicine refining in Danzhou. A family that is stronger than the Mo family, who are descendants of gods, would not dare to offend the entire Danzhou. If you do it here, you are flouting the rules set by many aristocratic families in Danzhou, and you will be attacked by all the medicine refining families. Apart from their own accumulated strength, the ancient family of Danzhou can be said to be the most appealing force in the Kyushu continent. With their terrifying number of pharmacists, and even those hidden seventh order alchemy giants, they can call on many powerful people in the Kyushu continent and even inside the Sky Tower to serve them. At that time, one Mo family and one Yun Padian would not be enough to see. Unless the descendants of the five gods join forces, or the Soul family hidden in the dark, it is impossible to compete with the ancient family in Danzhou. Seeing the other party throwing the rat taboo, someone Lin became even more arrogant. He took out the long chain and arrow, and even played and sang in front of the Mo family and others. You sent me away, thousands of miles away, you are silent, black and white. Why is this still being sung? In the eyes of others, Lin Chen's behavior is simply unreasonable. It's like the brain is sick. Even the Yang family has some doubts about life. Did Yang Qinger admit the wrong person? Is this really that Yang Dingfeng who is superb in refining medicine? But in the eyes of the Mo family, Yun Padian and other powerhouses, this kid is simply dead. I'm so fucked up. The blue-clothed old man was about to get up in a rage. And the urge to fight erupted. Third elders. Patience. Patience. If this fights here, we will cause trouble. For our family. I bear with you Malgobi. This kid Lin Chen was playing, singing and dancing in front of them. Many of the Mo family's powerhouses worked hard to make their violent third elders temporarily suppress their anger, and even Yun Padian almost couldn't hold back his rage. Get started. They have become war emperors, how have they ever been insulted like this? Grass. When the Dan meeting is over, I must smash this kid into 10,000 pieces. Don't give up this kid. It's hard to get rid of the hatred in my heart. Just when someone Lin was planning to sing "What Kind of Man Are You" to the powerful people, a referee warned Lin Chen through a voice transmission. Contestant Lin Chen, this is the Peak Pill Club, not your personal performance show. Please put away your inappropriate behavior, otherwise I will make you lose the right to participate in the name of violating the rules. Seeing the referee's warning, someone Lin could only sigh regretfully. I only showed 7 or 8 kinds of talents, and there are 99 more talents that I want to show to everyone in the Mo family. People who heard this sentence twitched their mouths. You have already driven the 4 war emperors crazy with these 7 or 8 types, and there are 99 more types? Are you still a person? A white-robed old man with immortal style stepped out of the void and smiled brightly. The rules of this alchemy meeting are still the same. I think everyone understands that the materials are self-contained, and there are no restrictions on medicinal pills. The highest grade and highest quality are listed. We have the most complete pharmacists in Kyushu to identify the contestants. Absolute notarization is guaranteed. Time limit, 30 days. All contestants, please come up with your masterpieces of the highest level. The white-robed old man waved his hand, and 10,000 alchemy masters started the furnace. Only one person started the furnace, which also caused many strong mouths to twitch. When they saw the 9 pill furnaces in front of someone Lin, some old-fashioned powerhouses almost yelled at them. Why did you come with 9 pill furnaces? Did you make a mistake? This is the Pinnacle Pill meeting, do you dare to say that it is by the way to participate in this kind of specification? Someone Lin took out more than a dozen of his nailing rings, scratched his head, and smirked. I'm sorry, I've been a little poor recently, so poor that only the pill furnace is left. After all, he put away his 9 pill furnaces, which eased the expression of the individual grumpy referee. No matter how talented this child is, if he dares not give his all to participate in a competition of this size, then he is really insulting the Peak Pill Club. At this time, Lin Chen faced a very serious problem. He wasn't kidding just now, he was really poor. Fuck off. I actually forgot to prepare the medicinal materials. I was thinking of going to the outside world to urgently buy a batch after leaving the Sky Pagoda, or going directly to the Yang family pharmacy to get it, but there is no time to prepare. Lin Chen, who was in a cold sweat, was in trouble. He was not short of 7th order medicinal materials, and he had hundreds of kinds. But every 7th order medicinal material has extremely complex medicinal power, and it must be matched with many auxiliary 6th order medicinal materials to neutralize its medicinal properties, and finally it can be perfectly integrated into the medicinal pill. For the 6th order medicinal materials, Lin Chen only had 1,000 plants left. This number could not meet the starting requirements for refining the 7th order medicinal herbs. Lin Chen simply lay down on a soft chair, his hands resting on the back of his head, shaped like a salted fish. His eyes stared at the sky, and his inner thoughts kept surging. Once the Dan meeting begins, the contestants will be prohibited from having any contact with the outside world. It is too late to ask the Yang family for medicinal materials. How to do? Could it be that he tried his best to run out of the Sky Tower too? Come here to be embarrassed? Hey, if handsome can be used as a medicinal material, I still need to worry about not enough medicinal materials? Seeing that Lin Chen was lying motionless in the venue, some senior officials of the Yang family and the veteran battle emperor from Danzhou couldn't help frowning wildly. What the hell is this kid doing? Could it be that he can't make medicine? Or did the Yang family find the wrong person temporarily? Judging from this kid's subtle mental power manipulation technique, he should be a high-level pharmacist. How could he not be able to refine medicine? The senior members of the Yang family, is this kid okay? Miss, are you looking for the wrong person? It doesn't matter if you can't get too high a ranking. At least don't let our Yang family be embarrassed. At this moment, Yang Qing'er's pretty face changed slightly, and she exclaimed. Could it be that there is a lack of medicinal materials? Yang Qing'er woke up the dreamer with a single word, and the senior management of the Yang family also came back to their senses. Back then, at the Xiaodan meeting, Lin Chen refined 28 medicinal herbs in one breath, and the number of medicinal materials used was unprecedented. At the same time, in order to collect the treasures of heaven and earth, he even helped others to concoct alchemy in the street. When Yang Qing'er stared at the eyes of the Mo family and others looking at Lin Chen, she realized that something was wrong. Young Master Lin Chen may have really encountered trouble on the way here. And he didn't have time to prepare the medicinal materials. Too bad. What should I do now? Is that kid still? Ha ha ha. It's just a humiliating waste. Refining medicine is not a battle. It's not a level that can pass the test with the help of external force. The 4 top talents in Danzhou all cast different gazes, and the young man in white even sneered with disdain, and his heart was filled with joy. A handprint of alchemy to inhale dozens of medicinal materials into his 7th order pill furnace. It seems that I have no choice. I didn't expect that it was just an idea at first, but now it has become my only hope. Lin Chen jumped up from the bench, his eyes restored to the same tenacity and fighting spirit as before. Burning the faith of breaking the boat and sinking the boat. Finally, under everyone's attention, he took out the 7th order pill furnace, White Dragon Crane Furnace of the White Pill Emperor, causing many hidden pharmacists in Danzhou to nod their beards. This son, is he finally going to show his true strength? But the next moment, experts from all walks of life in Kyushu and alchemists suddenly stood up in shock. His eyes were fixed on Lin Chen. I saw him holding the 7 stars revived flower, Xingyao Thousand Demon Vine, and blood-dropping purple gold marrow 3 tier 7 medicinal materials, and they pushed them into the pill furnace without any auxiliary medicinal materials. Is he crazy? With only the 7th order medicinal herbs, with such domineering medicinal properties, how can he stabilize the medicinal power to concoct pills? Bullshit. This kid must be messing around. How can anyone refine medicine like this? The energy contained in the 7th order medicinal materials cannot be fused alone. Amidst the uproar and ups and downs in the audience, there was only one sitting on the platform in the void, which was 100,000 zhang high, and the old eyes of the 3 white-robed old men rarely flashed a gleam of light. They had been silent for 100,000 years. A hint of interest. The trick that Lin Chen will use next is countless times more difficult than refining the 7th order medicinal pill itself. But he had no choice. Without the medicinal materials, he had no choice but to take the risk. He is willing to be cut all over, dare to pull the emperor off his horse. Only using a small amount of heaven and earth treasures to refine high-level medicinal pills, I am afraid that is the only trick. Well, I can't be wrong. To use such stunts, even the old guys from us have to use all our strength. I can't imagine that this young man is not yet 21. And he is so young that he would dare to use this method. There are many talents in the history of Kyushu, and there will always be 1 or 2 ghosts born. Let's wait and see. After all, that kind of stunt consumes a very terrifying number of mental power. Perhaps only a few people know that the current Lin Chen is not crazy, but is Giving it a go. With a slap of both hands, Lin Chen's hands flashed with lightning, and the first was 1,000 instant thunder fingerprints. One after another, the thunder tribulation war energy escaped into the elixir furnace, and the impurities of the three major seventh-order medicinal materials, Qixing resurrection flower, Xingyao thousand demon vine, and blood dropping purple gold marrow were initially removed, and their energy was torn apart. Shelter. The seventh-order medicinal materials are extraordinary, and each plant has a method of automatically protecting its master. The natural energy shield can protect their pure aura and spirituality from being lost and can grow safely. Once their energy shield is torn apart, it means that this medicinal herb will gradually lose its medicinal properties and medicinal power in a short period of time. Thousands of thunders, thousands of hands in an instant. The speed of Lin Chen's handprints was 1 point faster, and his hands turned into endless afterimages. Thousands of afterimages of handprints dazzled people. A grid-like thunder calamity enveloped the medicinal materials in the pill furnace, preventing the loss of medicinal properties, and at the same time, a ray of electric arc pierced into the medicinal materials like a needle tip, carefully drawing out some of the essence inside them. When part of the essence of the three medicinal materials was extracted, Lin Chen waved his hand again. 2,000-year-old earth pulp spirit fruits were thrown into the pill furnace, which made many alchemy masters tremble. 5 seventh-order medicinal materials were refined together, and no auxiliary medicinal materials were put in to neutralize it. What if he got the friar? Hey, it's a very powerful technique. The blue order high-level handprint uses a half-purple order flavor, which is interesting. Old Man Chi, what do you think? Sitting in a row of auditoriums behind the Yang family, the old man in green robe among the 5 or 6 old men asked with a smile. The red-browed old man next to him said with a chuckle, on the technique alone, this sun is no longer under you and me. The preliminary calculation should be at the level of the 7th-order beginner, but the trick he uses is difficult, extremely difficult, to the point where the old man dare not even imagine it. What's the success rate? There is no success rate, and it is an absolute failure. With the spiritual power of his Dasheng stage, I am afraid that if he persists to about 1/5 of the process, he will have to exhaust all his spiritual power. At least this guy is brave. This kind of stunt, I don't even dare to think about it. These old men obviously sensed Lin Chen's intentions. What is he going to do? Min Qingluan, one of the 4 great talents in Danzhou, asked curiously. The girl's expression was full of doubts. Don't care what he does, don't use auxiliary medicinal materials to refine 7th-order medicinal materials, unless he is an 8th-order pharmacist. It is impossible to do it. Jiyu of the 4 great talents shook his head and said, although he was curious about Lin Chen, he absolutely couldn't do it. That trash will definitely lose, this time let's divide the outcome among the 4 of us. Zhao Baiyu of the 4 great talents sneered, and the fingerprints of both hands suddenly changed. The 10 fingers quickly turned into afterimages, and the terrifying spiritual power and the fighting spirit of the water dragons were injected into the pill furnace, and the situation in the world changed. Suddenly. Purple alchemy handprints? It's the Zhao family's purple rank low-level mid-grade Tianlong watermark. Min Qingluan pouted as if reluctant to admit defeat. Is the low-level and middle-rank purple rank very powerful? The slender and white jade hands twisted and turned, and the 4 fingers formed a ring. The sky dropped the phantoms of birds and beasts that flew up. One by one. Vermilion birds, Xian birds, Baifeng, etc., were lifelike and amazing. It's the handprint of the Min family's 100 birds and phoenixes. Legend has it that it is still a low-level high-level purple level. Since this is the case, I can't lose. Jiyu smiled, his hands shook. Suddenly, turned into the air, and when he pushed horizontally, the waves and clouds rolled, and the wind rose. Ji's family's Tiandan wave turning tactics. Purple rank low-level middle grade. My God, there are 3 purple rank alchemy handprints, born in one breath. The 3 of the 4 great talents stunned the audience as soon as they shot. But the 4th person, the blue skirt beauty Han Yushi, never looked away from Lin Chen from beginning to end. Why, what is the belief that he will not admit defeat that makes him insist on such an unreasonable thing? That is obviously a stunt that only the 7th order high-level refining giant can try. How ignorant is he? What can he do with his spiritual power in the Deshang stage of the law phase? There are at least 10 people in the field with complete spiritual power, but it is impossible to touch those techniques that only exist in legends. While everyone was still wondering why Han Yushi didn't show his strength, there were several sudden changes in the atmosphere from the other side of the venue, and 3 Purple Order alchemy handprints were born. These are 3 veteran pharmacists from several other big states, and their sharpness is also no weaker than that of the 3 great arrogances of Danzhou. The venue is completely boiling. Every pharmacist is very interesting. This is the pinnacle of Danhui. But at this time only one person has completely escaped this noisy world. That is Lin Chen. He's never been so focused. Entered the state of refining medicine with all my heart. After the preliminary refining of the 2 earth dark pulp spirit fruits was completed, Lin Chen suddenly switched to the alchemy fingerprints. Wan Monlei hand exchange for good fortune Wanling seal. The 7 fingers of both hands are on the side, and the pure white light robbery gas is transformed into energy airflow, starting from the fingerprint. Boom! The sky is rising. A stalwart phantom stood proudly in the void. The phantom's face and expression were like Lin Chen's, dancing with domineering intent, and the hand seals were exactly the same as Lin Chen's. Another purple alchemy handprint? Many powerhouses cast their shocking eyes at Lin Chen. Judging from the momentum, this son's alchemy fingerprints seem to be much stronger than the 6 types that are currently displayed in the audience. Yun Padian was a little shocked and ecstatic. Pill Emperor Bai has a purple level alchemy handprint, but it seems to be far from such a handprint. How can this kid have so many secrets? Although I don't know what you want to do, but relying on your spiritual power to use the law of heaven and earth to absorb spirits, it is too small to underestimate the thousands of years of medicine refining history in Kyushu. At this time, Han Yushi sent a voice transmission to Lin Chen, but Lin Chen smiled casually. In one's life, there are always so many difficulties. It is necessary to keep moving forward. Why should you care about those cumbersome common sense? I only know that the thrill of a person's turnaround in a desperate situation will make you so happy. When Lin Chen grinned, his palms trembled, and an even more earth-shattering scene swept the entire Peak Pill conference venue. One after another, the energy of the spiritual energy Tianhe formed a vortex and gathered in Lin Chen's pill furnace. At this moment, many pharmacists above the 6th rank and all the 7th rank pharmacists finally came to their senses. What exactly did Lin Chen want to do? A hidden seventh-order medicine refining giant lost his voice, and his tone was trembling. He only uses seventh-order medicinal materials as the main ingredient, with heaven and earth as the furnace, spiritual energy as a supplement, good fortune as power, and chi transformation to channel spirits. This is the method of heaven and earth to absorb spirits, and only a seventh-order advanced pharmacist is qualified to touch the field. Hearing the reclusive alchemy giant speak in shock, many pharmacists snorted coldly. This is a method that only existed in the primordial period or the early ancient era, when the geniuses were born in large numbers. It is said that in that era, there was a legendary figure who predicted that no matter how amazing and brilliant you are on the road of seventh order pharmacists, if you can't use the magic of heaven and earth, you will never be qualified to step into the ranks of eighth-order pharmacists. This is too crazy, isn't it? How old is he? How dare you try to touch this field? It is impossible to succeed. This technique itself is more difficult than refining a seventh-order medicinal pill. What's more, the ancient powers who used the law of heaven and earth to absorb the spirits are all advanced to the spiritual power of the Tongtian realm. How can he have enough mental power to maintain him in the realm of the law? Some hidden pharmacists who have heard of the method of absorbing spirits from heaven and earth shook their heads again and again. Lin Chen's move was completely whimsical. It turned out to be the method of absorbing spirits from heaven and earth. This kid is too crazy. The Yang family's patriarch was amazed. As a seventh-order pharmacist who has been hidden from the world, he knows very well what this stunt means. Boom! More than a dozen fire pillars shot up into the sky, crushing the audience with momentum. Hundreds of medicinal materials were smelted into the elixir furnace, and an old man in yellow robe suddenly became the focus of the audience. Purple rank intermediate grade alchemy handprint. My God! It seems that the alchemy handprints awarded by the top 3 are only low-level and middle-grade purple, right? Many powerhouses are suffocating cold air. This level of alchemy handprint has been placed in the top of the entire Kyushu. That figure seems to be the old man Qingyang, right? It should be that he went to find an ancient ruins a few years ago, and he was seriously injured and closed for thousands of years. He must have obtained this middle-level purple-level alchemy handprint in the ruins. The 3 white-robed old men sitting on the platform in the void caressed their beards and smiled, and the appearance of the middle-level purple handprints completely pushed the Peak Pill Guild to the pinnacle. Stronger than the 4 great arrogances are also suppressed to bleak. As time passed by, everyone was silent at the feast of medicine refining brought by the alchemists. On the 5th day, a bursting sound attracted many eyes. Bang! The energy vortex exploded, and the sound of energy shattering came from Lin Chen's pill furnace. Lin Chen himself was shaken back hundreds of meters by this energy, and the corners of his mouth bleed. The energy in the pill furnace continued to spread to the void, dissipated into a cloud, and wandered between heaven and earth. Fail. The 5-day method of absorbing the spirit of heaven and earth failed. Just after switching to the 2nd step. Hey, it's still too tender in the end. The courage is commendable, but the accumulation is not enough. If he can give him a certain amount of time, maybe this son can achieve great things. But now, this field is too early for him. The 3 old men sitting on the stage in the void shook their heads and sighed. After this failure, Lin Chen almost lost his qualifications for the competition. If he wants to recover the consumption this time, it will take longer time. And there will not be much time left for him to refine the medicine. Of course, there should still be some top-level pills for refining sixth order pills so that he won't lose too ugly. This son is afraid that he will be at a loss. Perhaps this time refining medicine will become the biggest demon in his heart, and he will not move forward. To fail in such a situation, it is not something that ordinary strong people can bear to accept this blow. If it is not good, his life's achievements will stop there. The 6 hidden 7th order alchemy masters who had seen through Lin Chen's thoughts before shook their heads and sighed. Just as the sea of people sighed with pity for Lin Chen wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, but the fighting spirit in his eyes became stronger and stronger. It seems that my speculation is not wrong with the predecessors of Bai Dan Huang. The method of absorbing the spirit of heaven and earth is divided into 3 stages, and it is the most difficult to change the state of spiritual energy each time. My lord, I'm not finished yet, I can still practice with spirit essence. Yuan Fa. Ultimate return to Yuan. Consumes 1600 talent points and activates the ultimate return, which is making up for the host's loss of fighting spirit and spiritual power. Unexpectedly, the next moment, Lin Chen slammed the carp and stood up. In his eyes, there was a more tenacious fighting spirit. He grabbed it with one hand, and another 6 kinds of 7th order medicinal materials stood in the air, thrown into the pill furnace. What? How did he get over so quickly? That's not right. Isn't his mental power exhausted long ago when he used the method of absorbing the spirit? Why is he still alive and powerful now? This? He's laughing wildly. My God, what a tenacious state of mind. When the powerhouses from all walks of life were shocked and lost their voices, the corner of Lin Chen's mouth outlined a mad smile. There was a kind of ruthlessness that was barefoot and not afraid of wearing shoes. Failure is shit. Are there still few things that I have failed in someone? A man who is afraid of failure is not qualified to be the most handsome in Kyushu. Phantom clone. Ultimate return. The talent point and the rune energy were reduced by another point, and Lin Chen transformed into a clone with exactly the same breath as him. The 2 people have a good heart, and they share the same handprint. The mental power of multiple manipulations grows wildly, and with the movement of the alchemy fingerprints, the medicinal materials in the alchemy furnace can be refined faster, and the 2 work together perfectly. Boom! The situation between heaven and earth changed suddenly, and another energy, Tianhe, turned into a vortex of spiritual energy and gathered on the pill furnace. At this moment, all the 7th order pharmacists in the audience suddenly stood up. Can he still practice? Or the law of heaven and earth? He is not rashly slamming into the wall of the law of heaven and earth. He is indeed a challenge that he has the ability to launch. Aura is constantly increasing, faster and more accurate. His 7th order medicinal materials are refined faster. It is the spiritual energy of heaven and earth that has been transformed into auxiliary energy into the pill furnace, replacing the 6th order medicinal materials to neutralize the medicinal properties. For the first time, the 3 white-robed old men sitting on the platform in the void were excited. He broke through that bottleneck. He completed the switch from gathering spirits to condensing qi. It's too powerful, immediately summed up the experience from the failure and fought back with a more violent momentum. It's just, how did this son recover his intensely depleted mental power in Such a short period of time? Lin Chen is indeed the spiritual power of the Deshang stage of the law. In theory, he does not have the ability to leapfrog the law of heaven and earth, to absorb the spirit, but his Taisher Bible can realize the manipulation of multiple spiritual powers to refine medicine pills, can achieve far beyond the same level of refining skills. Not to mention, a phantom clone that can do the same thing as Lin Chen. However, the only thing he lacks is the persistence of spiritual power, but this is also made up for, that is his ultimate return to the original talent. Han Yushi on the side stared blankly at the uninhibited smile hanging on the corner of the silver-robed youth's mouth. No matter how amazing and brilliant you are on the road of seventh order pharmacists, if you can't use the magic of heaven and earth, you will never be qualified to step into the ranks of eighth order pharmacists. This phrase originated in ancient times. Staring blankly at the silver-robed youth in the venue, many hidden alchemy masters had such an incredible thought in their hearts. Could it be that this child can still step into the eighth order pharmacist? That is a holy level pharmacist. Damn, this kid is really capable. If he is allowed to grow up over time, he will definitely be an overlord in the Sky Tower. He must not be allowed to grow arbitrarily, and must be obliterated in advance. Yun Padian, who was sitting in the auditorium not far from Lin Chen, had a gloomy expression on his face. The temperament that Lin Chen showed this time had already made him feel troubled and very fearful. If this son becomes an eighth order pharmacist, he might really become the #1 enemy of my MO family. It seems that the goal of this action needs to be changed. Dedicating it to the young master is second. If you can't capture it alive, you'd better stay on the spot. Obliterate. The blue-clothed battle emperor of the MO family also showed strong killing intent. According to the regulations, all means of refining medicinal pills belong to the pharmacist's own ability. Lin Chen's move did not violate the regulations, but caused a new round of heated discussions. A clone that can complete such a high-precision thing as auxiliary medicine refining, perhaps only the blood power contained in the so-called descendants of God can do it. Did you go back and call someone? At this time, the blue-clothed war emperor questioned the two half-step emperors beside him, and the latter nodded respectfully immediately. Mo Ying and Mo Ming have already been photographed, and they rushed to their home as quickly as possible. Yeah. But my family is very far away from Danzhou, and I still need to enter the space channel every time I come and go, and I may not be able to come in the remaining 25 days. Even if it's just us, we must do everything to kill this son. The blue-clothed battle emperor, Yun Padian, and the others looked at each other, and everyone tacitly agreed and reached an agreement. It doesn't matter what they are captured alive, they just want Lin Chen to die. With his invisible clone skills, he can have the same power as his own young master Mo Zixiao, and he can even become an assistant alchemist. The four war emperors who are enemies have noticed it, the infinite possibilities contained in Lin Chen. In the venue. Are you kidding me? Could it be that a wild dog who is a halfway monk can still use the magic of heaven and earth? Will this holy son be defeated by such a person? Zhao Baiyu, one of the four great talents of Danzhou, had a gloomy expression. His alchemy fingerprints accelerated again, and he poured a lot of medicinal materials into a frenzy. Although Zhao Baiyu's talent for refining medicine is rare, he is narrow-minded and difficult to achieve great things. It seems to be smooth sailing. But in fact, if he encounters a blow or is stronger, he will fall faster than anyone else. In terms of this character alone, this kid Lin Chen doesn't know how many times he is better than him. At this time, Lin Chen had already devoted himself to his phantom avatar. Between the two kinds of good fortune myriad spiritual seals, the handprints are ever-changing, and the spiritual vortex in the sky is condensed again and again, from the size of 10 acres to the size of 100 acres, and it continues to expand. In the vortex of spiritual chi, the energy suitable for pure and pure is mobilized, and it is transformed into a ray of energy like a piece of training, and shot into the elixir furnace. The seventh-order medicinal materials in the Bailongjinghe furnace, Yunhuang, destiny flower, sky blue devil vine, and red blood ginseng fruit, the essence of medicinal power revealed after the energy shield was torn apart, rolled into a fist sized within the energy group. The energy vortex of flying clouds in the void completely obeys Lin Chen's mobilization. The handprint changes, the fingertips point, the energy of heaven and earth is transformed into his most ideal form of aura and injected into the pill furnace as auxiliary energy. This kind of domineering arrogance like a commanding world makes many young pharmacists yearn for it, and their hearts are full of longing and worship. This is the method of absorbing spirits from heaven and earth, where the eyes can reach, the fingertips point, obey the order, and turn it into the aura of alchemy. As time passed, more and more pharmacists focused their attention on Lin Chen, who was the only one in the venue who performed the method of absorbing the spirit of heaven and earth. It was amazing. Another 5 days have passed, and Lin Chen has already displayed the talent of returning to the extreme 7 times in succession. Even though the Taisher Bible can be divided into multiple spiritual powers, Lin Chen's foundation is still in the Deshang stage of the law, and he can't stand such a terrifying consumption. Yuan. There is no need to refine the medicinal power at all, and directly replenish the spiritual power and the consumed fighting energy. On the 11th day of the peak pill meeting, the alchemists in the venue had already entered the formal stage. After some initial steps failed, they immediately switched to refining lower-level medicinal pills. If the person who fails at this time period will not have enough time to refine a new 7th-order medicinal pill. Boom! At noon, a terrifying sound wave of energy exploded. Blocked by the solid space crystal wall barrier, it failed to cause casualties to the audience and other contestants. What happened? Exploded? Who blew up the elixir refining? How could it be so terrifying? It's Lin Chen's direction. No way. Everyone looked closely, the broken energy vortex dissipated, and the thick energy smoke slowly dissipated. He failed again. This is the 2nd time. It's over, this child is young, and he is still a little far from the law of heaven and earth. The 3 white-robed old men sitting on the platform in the void slowly closed their eyes, shook their heads, and sighed. Well, at least his shinching and medicine refining skills are at the top level of the younger generation. If this kid has enough medicinal materials, maybe even the 4 little guys in our dojo are not his opponents. Yang Qing'er bit her teeth lightly, staring at the figure of the young man, who was shaken by the explosion. The senior members of the Yang family sighed deeply. This son, even though he is defeated, he is still honored. At least these 2 attempts, he has proven himself. No one will underestimate him. At this moment, Lin Chen stood up again, patted the dust on his body, and while he was treating the injury with the essence of wood, he took out a homemade cigarette and lit it, took a deep breath, and looked casual and peaceful. When he walked to the pill furnace again, the surrounding void slowly trembled, and this time it divided into two clones? After a large number of audiences were slightly startled, a terrible thought emerged in their hearts, and they suddenly took a cold breath. Could it be that he still wants to continue? Boom! This time, the three immortals of good fortune were activated at the same time, and the three spiritual phantoms stood thousands of feet in the sky. Almost everyone who watched Lin Chen's current situation stood up in shock. Even the three white-robed old men sitting in the void were stunned in place. Does he still want to continue? My God, is he still human? How did he last so long? When Lin Chen challenged the law of heaven and earth for the third time, he completely shocked everyone. No one would have thought that he would be so strong. If this were another seventh-order alchemy master, my mind would have collapsed long ago. Practice for me. Putting in 10 kinds of seventh-order medicinal herbs, Lin Chen glanced at his 213,400 talent points, he smiled lightly, and activated the ultimate return. Again. At the moment when the 3 kinds of good fortune seals were displayed at the same time, everyone was suddenly cold. The 2 avatars auxiliary refining medicine is still flowing, without a gap or stagnation. What kind of fairy-level clone stunt is this? The energy vortex gathered again, descending endless auxiliary spiritual energy into the pill furnace, and the visions were full of visions. The speed of refining medicine, this time, is more than 4 times faster than before. 2 assistant pharmacists of the same level assisting Lin Chen, the cooperation is even more seamless, and the efficiency is not as simple as 1 + 1. Is it really possible for him to create miracles? Suddenly, the white-robed old man sitting on the platform in the void suddenly said such a sentence. It's too difficult. But I don't know why, in this young Lin Chen, people always feel that as long as he hasn't given up, the success rate will never be 0. This old man has not looked at anyone for 100,000 years. It's strange to have this kind of temperament. In the venue, Lin Chen is in control of the myriad spiritual seal of creation. This alchemy Madra is very suitable for Lin Chen to use the method of absorbing the spirit of heaven and earth. It can absorb a large amount of heaven and earth aura to improve the spirituality of medicinal materials, and virtually solve many problems for Lin Chen. Not to mention that the 3 kinds of good fortune seals are displayed together at this time, that kind of power, controlling 1,000 miles of spiritual energy for one's own use, it is easy. The method of absorbing spirit is divided into 3 steps: gathering spirit, condensing qi, and then absorbing spirit. I have completed the first 2 steps before, which further proves my conjecture. When switching to the last step of absorbing spirit, it is necessary to divide it into multiple lines of control. The larger and larger spiritual energy will be incorporated into the pill furnace, and then the energy required by the main medicinal material will be distributed to each medicinal material. Even though he was in a state of embarrassment, the ups and downs of the audience still did not affect Lin Chen. He seemed to be alone in the pill furnace in front of him. The more he understands, the more Lin Chen feels the incredibleness of the law of heaven and earth. He has thought about these issues before. The 6th-order medicinal pills are already so difficult to refine, so what about the 7th order? How much energy need to be expended? And how is the more top-level 8th-order medicinal pill refined? Now, Lin Chen has faintly touched this answer. Take heaven and earth as the furnace, energy as medicine, good fortune as work, and gasification as spirit. This may be the first and most important step in becoming an 8th-order pharmacist. This method of accepting spirits is the most critical watershed for pharmacists. Time passed by, and on the 14th day, Lin Chen successfully switched from gathering spirit to condensing energy. On the 19th day, Lin Chen finally entered the nailing stage, shocking the audience. Could it be that the law of heaven, earth, and spirits, which has not been born in 100,000 years, is going to reproduce the heaven and earth with the hands of this young man today? On the 20th day of the peak pill meeting, there were many visions. So beautiful. What is this? I have never seen such a beautiful view in my life. When many young audiences screamed and screamed, the crowd in the venue began to burst into cheers. At the Danhui site, splendid and magnificent rainbows began to appear in the sky at a height of tens of thousands of meters. More than 10,000 meters. Across the sky. These Xiaohangs all came from the pill furnaces of many top alchemy masters, a total of 8 people. They have already condensed the young pills, and they can be sure that there is an 80% chance of successfully refining the finished pills. Among these 8 people, there are the 4 great talents of Danzhou. This is Dan Hong, the dream that countless masters of alchemy want to pursue all their lives. When the elixir transforms to the 7th rank, the spirituality of the elixir is so high that it has already been integrated into this world, and it will no longer be punished by the energy of the heavens and the earth, and no more pills will be born. Instead, a beautiful Danhong will emerge. It is said that there are 16 pill rainbows in the 7th order pill, and every 4 pills is divided into a grade. 1 pill is a low-level 7th level pill, and 16 pills are a top-level 7th level pill. Some veteran alchemists at the peak of the 6th order shook their heads and sighed a few times. This is the height they have always dreamed of reaching. Hearing the amazement of these veteran alchemists, those young alchemists stared at the Danhong in the sky with longing. This is the view that only those who stand on the top can see. Compared with the visions brought by the 6th order young Dan, the 7th order young Dan, which has made the Dan cloud condense and the Dan thunder rolls, it is more attractive. At this moment, a more unusual momentum detonated the audience. Boom! Boom! The earth-shattering mushroom cloud rose up, and the scene was extremely spectacular. The strong aura spread out like a wave of energy, melted into the sky, and finally disappeared into the sky. When everyone looked back, they saw that a few thousand meters away from the White Dragon Crane Furnace, the figure of a silver-robed boy was covered in blood. It's Lin Chen. He still failed. 3 attempts were made, and all 3 failed. Although there are many secrets in this child, it is still the spiritual power of the Deshang stage of the law. Yeah, if he enters the perfection realm of Dharma signs, and then cooperates with his 2 avatars to refine together, maybe this method of absorbing spirits can really make this kid reappear. In any case, this son's performance in this peak pill meeting is enough to be remembered in history. He just entered the final step of receiving the spirit. And he is only 1 step away from condensing the young pill. The 3 white-robed old men sitting on the stage in the void exclaimed, Lin Chen's tenacity and perseverance have been recognized by everyone present. He just lost to age and to youth. As long as you give him another period of time, he will definitely step into a new realm. Unfortunately, young Master Lin Chen's spiritual realm is still a step behind the 4 great talents in Danzhou. Some of the senior elders of the Yang family shook their heads and sighed, but the head of the Yang family laughed. Elder Yang Feng, his spiritual realm is 1 step worse than that of the 4 great talents? Let me ask you, how many years have the 4 talents in Danzhou cultivated? Not much, it's only less than 200 years, very young. What about little friend Lin Chen? He also. Then elder Yang Feng was completely stunned. Only then did he realize that he subconsciously equated Lin Chen's age with the 4 great talents of Danzhou. In fact, they are not the same people at all. Yes. He is only 20 years old. Not even 21 years old. At the age of 20, he has already reached the stage of the Dharma phase realm. And he dares to challenge the law of heaven and earth that has not appeared in the world for 100,000 years. Compared with the 4 great talents of Danzhou, this is much stronger. Given time, if you give him another 10 years, with his character, wouldn't it turn the world upside down? Young Master Lin Chen, you have done a great job. At this time, Yang Qing'er gathered up her courage and cheered for Lin Chen. From the 2-row audience stage, Lin Chen patted the dust on his body and blinked at the members of the Yang family. Yeah. Even if he retires now, no one will question his strength. He just has bad luck and didn't bring the medicinal materials. No, on the contrary, there are already many old monsters present who have taken a fancy to this son's potential. I am afraid that his legend will sweep across the entire Danzhou and even Kyushu with a more terrifying storm. Hey, look, why did he go up again? Just when everyone was amazed at Lin Chen's bad luck, he actually walked towards the White Dragon Crane Furnace again? What does he want to do? The alchemy meeting has already reached its 20th day. At this time, even some of the higher quality 6th order top-grade elixir cannot be refined. I saw that someone Lin held out his thumb smartly and smiled indifferently. A handsome man never backs down. As soon as the voice fell, the 3 clones landed again, and the audience was shocked. Can his avatar increase even more? Good show, just start now. Lin Chen's pride was soaring to the sky, and when he was laughing freely, with a wave of one hand, more than a dozen 7th order medicinal herbs were melted into the pill furnace at the same time. His hands quickly formed seals, the 3 clones made the same handprint, and the 4 spiritual phantoms appeared, suddenly fitting into the pill furnace. Countless strong mouths twitched wildly. The 4th time. This child even wants to challenge for the 4th time. Is it crazy to fail 3 times without giving up? His clone can actually condense 3? If it is assisted by 3 clones, is there really such a possibility? It's not that simple. Although this child has completed the last step of the transformation of absorbing spirits, there is still a long way to go before the formation of the young pill. Besides, how much mental power must be consumed to maintain the method of accepting spirits from heaven and earth to condense pills? No. The last white-robed old man said solemnly, even they had challenged this stunt. The degree of difficulty can be called walking against the sky. Extreme return. When Lin Chen launched the ultimate return, his talent point had dropped to below 140,000 at this time. In order to verify his experience in the previous test, he has already consumed 80,000 talent points. It's an all-or-nothing gamble. Stepping out of the realm of mortals, there is a price to pay. Now that I have paid the price, Brother Chen, I can't make a 7th order pill. It is to invest in 5 7th order medicinal materials, without any medicinal materials to help neutralize the medicinal properties. So fucking crazy. At the same time, refining more than a dozen 7th order medicinal materials, he is not afraid of frying? 21 days, 22 days, 23 days. Lin Chen still maintains the state of heaven and Earth in an orderly manner. From gathering spirit to condensing gas. On the 26th day, the transition from condensing chi to nailing was smooth, and there was no stagnation at all. At this time, Dan Yin rolled over in the venue. Dan Lei was vertical and horizontal, and the sixth order top-level medicinal herbs had already been born. On the 28th day, the endless Ruihua glow rose to the sky in the venue, and the sky was rolling with red rainbows. The seventh order medicinal pill was born. Who is it? Whose seventh order medicinal pill was born? It's the four great talents of Danzhou. I saw the four arrogances in the center of the venue. Zhao Baiyu's medicine pill was born first. That dazzling Danhong was reflected in pale yellow, and it was a seventh order low-level low-grade medicine pill. Boom boom boom. When the wind whistled and vibrated, Jiyu and Min Qingluan's Dan furnace fluctuated violently, and Danxia shot up to the sky. In the Dan cloud, at a height of 10,000 feet, two dazzling Danhongs burst into the sky. Both of them were 7th rank low-level middle grade. Two 7th order low-level mid-grade medicine pills were born at the same time. Damn it, if it wasn't for Lao Tzu being influenced by that guy, how could he not play well? Zhao Baiyu was resentful in his heart, and his eyes flashed with murderous intent to look at Lin Chen not far away. Hee, the little guy in Danzhou is still a monster, but the old man won't let it go. A black-robed old man who was dozens of miles away from the four suddenly laughed strangely, his hands shook. Danxia rushed straight to Xiaohan, and in the rolling Danyun, two bright Danhongs appeared again. Another 7th order low-level mid-level? No. And there, the strong man with sharp eyes exclaimed, there is a very pale blue in the black robe old man's red rainbow. 3 Danhongs. It is a 7th order low-level high-grade. Humph. Our Danzhou's top spot is not that easy to pull off. Han Yushi snorted coldly, patted her jade hand, and Danxia rushed into the sky. Again. The surging Danyun showed 3 Danhongs, and only the third one had very light lines. Another 7th order low-level high-grade. Experts from all walks of life showed their magical powers, and the scene of the Dan Club screamed again and again. The momentum of those 6th order medicinal herbs was suppressed to a dim light. At this time it was the home ground of 7th order medicinal herbs. In the end, the Qingyang old man, who had been famous for a long time at the beginning, actually refined the 7th order low-level top-grade elixir of 4 Danhongs, overwhelming the audience. The atmosphere of the audience was instantly pushed to the climax. However, for those alchemy masters who were watching the battle in secret, they were staring at the silver-robed boy under the energy vortex. His spiritual power is as solid as a rock, and all the spiritual energy of the 10,000 Dao has been incorporated into the pill furnace by him. Condensed into a young Dan. The situation changed suddenly, and the aura of the audience suddenly blew in the direction of Lin Chen. Even the 3 white-robed old men sitting on the platform in the void were shocked and lost their voices. It's about to condense the young pill. This son has really come this far? His mental power has been fluctuating repeatedly in these days, from exhaustion to recovery, just in a blink of an eye. This is too terrifying. 7th order spiritual medicine pills are he didn't recover as fast as he did. It was difficult for the 3 of them to understand how Lin Chen persisted from this method of absorbing spirits. Of course, only Lin Chen knows the answer, that is his ultimate return. This time, the full-power phantom clone has consumed his ultimate return more than 30 times, and his talent points have been reduced to less than 100,000 points. Boom. In the void above Lin Chen's head, Dan clouds began to surge, and the bright Danheng rays began to gather. The many refined essences in the pill furnace are integrated into a fist-sized young pill. The young Dan cohesion succeeded. However, at this moment, the spiritual power that Lin Chen wanted to maintain for the method of absorbing the spirit of heaven and earth suddenly increased. His four spiritual phantoms suddenly began to show signs of shaking. Lin Chen's face turned pale at a speed visible to the naked eye. Not good. This kid can't stand it anymore. Could it be that the young Dan, which has finally been condensed, is about to fail again? Just as the three white-robed old men were regretful, Lin Chen's robe suddenly shattered. The turbulent fighting spirit and spiritual power suddenly exploded. It's not over yet. The ultimate moment. Lin Chen and even the three avatars, with green and serene brilliance appearing all over his body, actually entered the state of the ultimate moment at the same time. The turbulent energy of the pill furnace began to calm down in an instant, and the mental power that was about to be stretched seemed to be like a duck to water, and once again became able to absorb the energy of the spiritual vortex in the sky to assist in condensing pills. However, Lin Chen's talent points instantly consumed 11,200 talent points at this moment, for final moments of 2,000 points, and 2 times of extreme return. To replenish the consumed fighting spirit and spiritual power. The ultimate moment can't increase spiritual power, but it can double the effect of Lin Chen's Taisher Bible. He controlled the final nailing stage. And because of this last doubling, the winner was decided. Damn, it's a terrifying consumption. If it wasn't for the fact that I had 220,000 talent points before, and there are not enough medicinal materials. The 7th order medicinal herbs really cannot be made. When Lin Chenan was shocked, he changed his handprints again. 4 mental phantoms protruded out of the handprints and suddenly pressed down, and many auras of heaven and earth were absorbed into the pill furnace. Even the large amount of energy that escaped from Lin Chen's refining failure was compressed back. Because of Lin Chen's crazy intake of spiritual energy, the Dan Yun in the venue decreased rapidly, and the Dan Lei of thousands of 6th order pharmacists did not have time to descend. It was sucked away by Lin Chen. It stabilized. It's starting to condense the finished medicinal pills. The 3 white-robed old men couldn't help but leave the platform in the air, wanting to witness this moment with their own eyes. Lin Chen's cold sweat poured out. The ultimate moment will not reduce his burden but will increase consumption. The frequency of his ultimate return. Talent is more and more frequent. Everyone stared at Lin Chen with almost bated breath. Could it be that there is a miracle against the sky in this family? The method that even the 7th order senior alchemist can try, can it still be performed from a young man in his early 20s today? If this was in the past, no one present would even dare to think about it. No matter how many 7th order medicinal herbs were born again, all the audience and even a large number of contestants stared at Lin Chen in a daze. Come out for me. Hun Yuan Long Yang Pill. When he suddenly drank, Lin Chen propped up his hands, and Danxia rushed straight into the sky. The aura vortex finally turned into a funnel-like rotation and was incorporated into the pill furnace. The next moment, the Danheng in the Dan cloud surged again, and the second Danheng appeared. Shining aura brilliance exploded from the pill furnace. Bang! Fire again. Why did this kid blow up 4 times when he made a medicine? It's over. The fluctuation of this explosion is not small. Will it blow up? The medicine pill Some of the excited powerhouses even wanted to rush into the venue to see the final result. When the thick smoke dispersed, Dan Yun was still there. Dan Hong has already surpassed 4. The boy is naked, his streamlined muscles hide explosive power, and he is holding the long-incised medicinal pill in one hand covered in blood. He is panting, but his eyes are flashing with strong vitality and excitement. Wu Dao Danhong was listed on the top of Lin Chen's head, and all the audience stood up impressively excited. The 4 Danhongs are the 7th order low-level best. What about the 5? It is the 7th order intermediate. 7th order intermediate low grade. Is it actually a 7th order intermediate? There seems to be only one difference between Si Dao Danhong and Wu Dao Danhong, but the actual gap is equal to the gap between the triple battle Emperor and the quadruple battle Emperor. There is a huge gap between the two. He actually, really succeeded. Han Yushi stared at the young man's figure in a daze. His slightly thin figure seemed to have a fighting spirit that was enough to open up the world. From the very beginning, Han Yushi didn't think that Lin Chen would be successful. She always believed that people should be self-aware. But Lin Chen's sentence, there are always so many difficulties in a person's life, and it is necessary to keep moving forward, is deeply engraved in her heart. Everyone only pays attention to Lin Chen's use of the method of absorbing spirits this time, but they don't care about the pills he refined. In fact, if it wasn't for the challenge of the 7th level intermediate, he would have succeeded in refining it long ago. I didn't use any 6th order medicinal herbs to help neutralize the energy of 7th order heaven and earth treasures, but refined the 7th order intermediate medicine pill. This child's history in the Kyushu continent is both unprecedented and unprecedented. A genius, we may be witnessing the rise of an 8th order pharmacist. This kid is really full of arrogance. This old man didn't work as hard as he did when he participated in the Peak Pill Club. The 3 elders who were suspended in the void were amazed, and one person even transmitted a voice to Lin Chen through the air. Kid Lin Chen, I'm Han Ming, the ancestor of the Han family in Danzhou. Our Han family has a collection of medicine handwriting and handprints from ancient times. If you have a chance, you can come to my Han family to discuss medicine refining. At this time, the other 2 elders sensed the mental fluctuations from Han Ming, and immediately changed their color. The old fox reacted quite quickly, throwing an olive branch so quickly. The other 2 also sent out mental fluctuations. These 3 medicine refining giants, who have always been at a high altitude, have favored a young man for the first time. Thank you for the invitation, seniors. Lin must have a chance to discuss it. Lin Chen grinned, put the medicinal pill and suspended it in front of him, secretly running the wood spirit essence method to treat the injury. Success. He really succeeded. For the first time, Yang Qing'er burst into tears of joy, her beautiful eyes staring at Lin Chen's eyes became more and more tender. Lin Chen. Lin Chen. Many spectators and alchemists cheered Lin Chen's name. He is the last method of absorbing spirits, pushing the Peak Pill Guild to the top. A legend that only exists in ancient times, but everyone present today is fortunate enough to see it once. It is not an exaggeration to say that this life has no regrets. After the last day came to an end, the Dan meeting officially ended. With Lin Chen's method of absorbing spirits and his 7th order intermediate medicine pill, it was a successful conclusion for this Dan meeting. This year's Peak Pill meeting is destined to go down in history, passed down through the ages, and immortalized. There is a name that will always shine on the history of Dan Club. Lingzhou Lin Chen. This name will sweep the entire Kyushu after the peak pill meeting. This young man who is only 20 years old has created an unprecedented miracle with his own hands. Throughout the primordial era, the ancient era, and the ancient era, he was not as good as 1/10 of his heavenly favored son. Even the descendants of the gods are not qualified. Almost no one in the audience was dissatisfied. In terms of spiritual power, he didn't even reach the consummation of the Dharma phase realm. As for the alchemy handprint, there was also an old man in Qingyang with a purple level intermediate handprint. In terms of age, he is the youngest in the audience. But he didn't have many discerning features like this, but he made a bloody path and conquered everyone by relying only on the skill of refining medicine. As far as Lin Chen is concerned, aside from the numerous refining giants who value Lin Chen, there are still many powerhouses who are eyeing him. In the eyes of the outsiders, his avatar's unique skills, the secret method to quickly restore his combat energy and spiritual power, and his alchemy fingerprints. These are all rare opportunities. Other pharmacists have a strong enough background, but he, Lin Chen, doesn't. The ranking of this peak pill meeting: number 1, Lin Chen, 7th rank. Intermediate low rank. The second, Qingyang, the 7th rank low-level top grade, the 3rd ranked, Han Yushi, the 7th rank low-grade high grade. 4th place, Zhang Sun, 7th order low-level. Mo family and Yun Padian, who were sitting in the auditorium, had an extremely strong killing intent in their eyes. If this son is not killed, he will definitely be the number 1 enemy of my Mo family in the future. The blue-clothed old man's expression was icy cold, but there was still a bit of shock in his expression that he had witnessed the birth of the 7th order intermediate level low-grade medicine pill. He is not qualified to enjoy this kind of medicine pill. It was actually refined in the hands of such a young boy. It can be seen how terrible his future potential is. He can't wait to pray that the Dan meeting will end soon. This son, his Mo family, will kill him. Just when all eyes were on the champion Lin Chen, he suddenly seemed to have returned to his previous inexplicable state. In front of everyone, he started madly grabbing at the ground and air of the venue. What kind of forehead is this? Seeing Lin Chen stroking all over the ground with a smirk on his face, the corners of the mouths of many strong people twitched. This kid's behavior is really not ordinary strange. Lin Chen's mouth was about to turn over with laughter. There are spheres of light with spiritual attributes everywhere. In the past, Lin Chen, apart from encountering some of the pharmacists at the time in the early days, when he later faced off against various pharmacists, most pharmacists were not as spiritual as him, and basically did not drop many attribute light balls. But this time is different. In this summit hall, there are at least 7 people whose spiritual realm is higher than his. These people are in the state of refining medicine with all their strength. And they drop more and more attribute light balls one by one. The host gains 18 points of spiritual power, 17 points of spiritual power, 11 points of spiritual power, 18 points of spiritual power, 5,004 points of battle spirit essence, 10 points of ignition energy. Not only is Lin Chen collecting the attribute light ball, but also his 3 clones are grabbing randomly. The intermediate mental power attribute value has skyrocketed to more than 300 points, and Lin Chen's spiritual seed has skyrocketed to 2,000 again. Touch the peak of the Desheng period. It's cool. If I go to the place where the 7th order medicine refining giant of the ancient family in Danzhou specializes in refining medicine, I have to advance to the spiritual power of the perfect state of the law. Lin Chen sighed from the bottom of his heart, but unfortunately this idea is not realistic. With his current strength, if he enters any ancient aristocratic family, isn't that a little sheep entering the tiger's mouth? There are too many trump cards revealed in this Peak Dan meeting. It is inevitable that some people will be careful and go to any one of them without authorization. Inside the ancient family, if someone comes to close the door and beat Lin Chen, it is really over. You still have to rely on yourself. Lin Chen put away the small thoughts in his heart, and when he turned around, he found that the strong people in the audience were all staring at him with surprise or greed. It seems that my spiritual power promotion has been seen through by these old monsters. Lin Chen laughed dumbly, his heart was very open, the soldiers coming to block the water and the earth to cover. Lin Chen had his own plan. I actually touched the air for a while, and my spiritual power has grown significantly. I have never seen such a mysterious spiritual cultivation method. The secret of this child is very big. Han Ming sighed in his heart, this kid has become the target of countless powerhouses after today. The back waves of the Yangtze River push the front waves, young man. You did a good job. At this time, a secret voice transmission was sent to Lin Chen, the eccentric Qingyang old man. Lin Chen immediately clenched his fists, where, senior is also very powerful, but I, Lin, have a little better luck, look like handsome people are lucky after all. Haha, you're not lucky, funny boy. Old monster Qingyang shook his head and laughed. He didn't have any airs or arrogance, but he was loved by these old guys. This conference is officially over, please accept the awards in order of order. As the champion, Lin Chen was personally awarded by the 3 major alchemy giants. The first prize included the colorful holy source and the extremely precious 7th order intermediate grade pill recipe. For this championship, Lin Chen consumed more than 120,000 talent points in total, and by the end of it, he only had 98,000 talent points left. The consumption of talent points this time is greater than any battle of Lin Chen. But he has no regrets at all, because these are proportional to the results of the harvest. Under all the hot and envious gazes, Lin Chen accepted these 2 superb treasures. The colorful holy source is placed in the sky tower, and at least more than 1 million sky coins can be sold. This object is a divine object that can be encountered in heaven and earth. And there are very few treasures that can break through the spiritual power, let alone this kind of divine object that can break through the bottleneck between the spiritual power of the law and the sky. The rewards for the 2nd place are the purple level, low level, mid level alchemy fingerprints and the 7th level intermediate level best weapons. Although old monster Qingyang already has a purple level intermediate level alchemy handprint, who would dislike too many alchemy handprints? Putting it in the sky tower for sale, this item can also be sold for about 700,000 sky coins, which is a huge sum that even the Emperor of War is moving. Not to mention the 7th order intermediate grade best weapons. As for the follow-up, the rewards are naturally not low. The peak pill will end in an unprecedented way, and everyone will be silent in the domineering aftertaste of the youth commanding the heaven and earth, and they will not be able to extricate themselves for a long time. When leaving the arena, Lin Chen once again activated the wood spirit essence and the ultimate return to the original talent, and once again adjusted his state to the peak. Because next, there is a big battle waiting for him. This little guy is really terrifying. Compared with him, the Peak Dan meeting of our session was like a fight between children. Blue is better than blue. It's the age of young people. The 6 alchemy masters who thought that Lin Chen could not successfully perform the law of heaven and earth to absorb the spirit at first couldn't help but sigh. Young Master Lin Chen, congratulations. Peak Dan will be the first, from now on, my Yang family will rely on you to take care of me. The Yang family patriarch walked over with a smile and clasped his fists. Lin Chen laughed. Yang patriarch is very polite. Lin, would also like to thank the Yang family for giving me this place to participate in the Peak Pill Club this time. The senior members of the Yang family on the side continued to echo and praise, and Yang Qinger looked at Lin Chen even more tenderly. Little friend Lin Chen, I need help from my Yang family, this time. Patriarch Yang, whose eyes narrowed, secretly transmitted his voice. Lin Chen was stunned and said with a smile, no, my enemy family is very powerful, and it is inconvenient to involve the Yang family. At this moment, a faint spiritual sound transmission came from behind Lin Chen. Again, little guy, you seem to be in a bit of trouble. Do you need some of our old guys to help you settle it? It was the 3 most powerful white-robed elders in the Pill Society. There is no need for the 3 seniors to do something. Lin Chen, do something and don't do something. I naturally have to solve the trouble that I caused myself. The 3 old men only glanced at the boys back in surprise, with great interest. The Dan meeting was over, and many strong men were staring at Lin Chen secretly, but he did not secretly cast a spell to escape or hide, but left openly and flew to the direction of Shenzhou. This made all the powerhouses who were eyeing Lin Chen act quietly. The Mo family and Yun Padian looked at each other and followed closely behind. Half a day after the end of the Dan meeting, Danzhou, the Soul Burial Mountains. The gloomy mountain range is filled with gloomy air. Lin Chen just arrived at the height of the Soul Burial Mountains. He laughed loudly, and the sound was transmitted thousands of miles. Everyone, I know I'm handsome, but what's the matter with you guys following me? Lin Chen, don't have any special hobbies. You kid doesn't even use conspiracy and tricks, but you dare to come out alone. Do you really think you can beat all of us? The Mo family's blue-clothed war emperor led a stream of afterimages, and more than 200 Yuan Zun plus 4 war emperors appeared outside. Everyone, today is my Shenzhou Mo family's affairs. I hope some people will not interfere. This son has a life and death feud with my Mo family. The old man has asked the Mo family for help. Those who intervene will be regarded as my Mo family's mortal enemy. The old man and Sing Yi transmitted his voice through the air, and the war chi shrouded the sky 100,000 miles away, and those who were peeping in the dark were also a little surprised. The Mo family, the descendant of the Shenzhou god, is a hard bone. Why did this kid get into the Mo family? Hey, I originally wanted to help him. Forget it, this kind of favor is not something we can help. Many powerhouses hiding in the void sighed, and the Mo family did not dare to mess with the Peak Dan meeting because the Dan meeting was organized by all the medicine refining families in Danzhou. But if it were 2 or 3 ancient families in Danzhou, not only would his Mo family not be afraid, but he would be able to stably overtake each other. Yuan Fong, how do you see? Hee, this child has a plan, let's just wait and see what happens. After all, this is the only seedling of the 8th rank holy pharmacist in Kyushu. If he dies here, we are also responsible. Above the Soul Burial Mountain, someone Lin flicked his fingernails, and then spoke in an astonishing way. Don't worry, today I just want to kill everyone here, or kill everyone, or kill everyone. Because I, Lin, will definitely not die. Lin Chen smiled confidently, and the blue-clothed war emperor was furious. The monstrous battle gas turned into a black fog that swept the sky and covered the earth. He stretched out his hand and grasped the void, and the seventh order level ghost-headed sword appeared, slashed out with a sharp knife, and the black on slashed at Lin Chen. Hit me to death. Yun Padian and the beautiful woman in red were fighting furiously. These guys actually murdered a 20-year-old young man. All the spectators were astonished and stunned. The ultimate moment 5 changes. When the 5-layer transformation of Jiu Huang transformation was activated, Lin Chen's cultivation level temporarily advanced to the peak of the 6th layer, and when Zijintong saw through all the flaws in the attack, Lin Chen Yuiguang Laning urged. Boom boom. The figure turned into a faint moonlight, and when the purple phoenix wings fluttered, it swept thousands of miles away, and the expressions of the blue-clothed war emperor and Yun Padian changed in shock. Is this child so fast? What's the matter with the movement speed that even this seat can't match? It's much stronger than when he was chasing him that day. When they were chasing Lin Chen before, Lin Chen just used the purple phoenix wings and the moonlight lantern shadow movement, and he didn't even take out the 5-layer transformation. Not to mention now add a trick to the ultimate moment. At the moment when dodging the attacks of many war emperors, the situation suddenly changed. System, activate the talent of King's Landing. Consumes 10,000 talent points to activate the talent of King's Landing, and has entered a state of accumulating energy. The more enemies you kill, the stronger the attack power of the next host will be. Energy accumulation, 0 points. Cooldown, 30 days. The ultimate moment. The ultimate return. Lin Chen's shoulders were shaken, and 3 phantom clones stepped into the air. They held swords, knives, bows, and moved to move into the realm of Yuan. Zun. A terrible massacre unfolded in an instant. When the Mo family's Xingyi war emperor was about to act, Lin Chen pushed out with both hands, and a gray and white talisman that suppressed the ancients was born. Slow rune. This time, Lin Chen consumed 46,000 rune energy instantly. Hit a rune of slowness like never before. When the space where the 4 great war emperors was solidified, the expressions of the 4 people changed color. What is this attack? Even the space becomes slowly solidified? The next moment, Lin Chen's index finger's blue sea aurora ring shines brightly. This is the life-saving trump card left by the vice president to Lin Chen. It can issue 3 attacks equivalent to the second stage of the second stage of the battle emperor. Blue sea aurora. A beam of aurora penetrating the stars, sun and moon burst out, and the 4 great war emperors were still bound by the frozen space at this time, and there was no chance to escape. Boom. The aurora shone across the sky, and a terrifying energy storm swept across the 4 war emperors. Among the 4 of them, the Mo family's blue-clothed war emperor and Yun Po were geniuses in the early stage of the second stage. And the remaining 2 were only in the middle stage of the first stage. This blow is enough to hit them hard before they are prepared in advance. However, Lin Chen didn't expect this blow to kill them at all. His goal is to have all the enemies present. While Lin Chen was delaying the 4 great war emperors, the battlefield on the other side ushered in a bloody riot. Purple light 10,000 thunder arrows. Soul light 1,000 deserts. The dust tornado-like sword chi storm twisted a large number of Yuan Zuanjing constantly eroding their battle chi defense, and the arrows of light and thunder robbery lingered through their defensive treasures, and all the powerhouses were shocked. Lost. Especially Lin Chen's third avatar, holding a white sword in his hand. The whole body is as bright as jade, with a faint blue-white brilliance flowing. Easily penetrate the defense of the 9th layer of Yuan Zuanjing, and even beheaded on the spot. The sharpness of his sword has shocked countless strong men to flee in horror. Beheading the middle stage of the 9th level of Yuan Zuanjing, accumulating energy, 150 points. Beheading the initial stage of the 9 layer. Accumulating energy, 100 points. Whenever someone dies, the energy accumulated by Lin Chen's talent for reigning the world becomes even more prosperous. 7th rank intermediate grade swords? This son actually possesses such a sword. My God, how can he control it? The avatar held a white sword, the frost was like snow, and when the faint white light circulated, the sword edge reversed and fell, and it was another Yuan Zuanjing 9th layer late stage fall. This white frost blue rainbow is a 7th order intermediate grade sword that Lin Chen used to focus on 2 low-level 7th level swords, and a large number of weapons and materials were added. The strength of this 7th order intermediate grade sword, even Lin Chen felt lingering fears. Every time the sword pointed, there would be a Yuan Zun realm who had cultivated for thousands of years or even 10,000 years. Fell. It is more than 10 times stronger than a 7th order low-level weapon. According to common sense, Lin Chen's strength is not enough to dominate the 7th order intermediate grade swords. But the newly integrated weapons are like newborn babies. When they are spiritual and pure as a blank sheet of paper, Lin Chen only needs to drop blood to recognize the master, just like a child recognizes his father. Just followed Lin Chen. It is more that it recognizes its own master in Lin Chen, rather than Lin Chen surrendering to it. Roar. The dragon energy is vertical and horizontal, transforming into the Shanqing dragon realm, suppressing the actions of many Ming Yuan Zuanjing. Qinglong slaughtered angrily, biting off 3 early stage, 9th level Yuan Zuanjing. And then with a swing of the dragon's tail, crushed a late 8th level stage. When Wanzai Zuanqinglong used the shocking dragon swim technique, the purple phoenix wings behind him slapped and swept to the other side of the battlefield like a cyan lightning. It was 2 Yuan Zun realm powerhouses who fell. After the Wanzai Zuanqinglong with purple phoenix wings, even the ordinary half-step emperor may not be its opponent. Qinglong, who is perfectly integrated with offense, defense, and speed, shocked even the ancient powers who watched the battle. What kind of dragon race is this? How can it be the purple phoenix wings of the true flame purple phoenix? Could it be the mixed bloodline of the dragon and phoenix family? No. The mixed bloodline doesn't have the pure bloodline of the Wanzai Shanqing dragon. Like it does. Even those war emperors who have lived for hundreds of thousands of years are surprised. There are too many secrets in this boy Lin Chen. Extremely Ke Shuiguang. Lin Chen's phantom avatar fired several purple-level sword skills in a row. And the water-light sword light emitted by Baishuang Qinghong pierced the heart of a half-step emperor, beheading him on the spot. The Mo family and Yun Potion's men were almost in a predicament of being slaughtered on one side. When Lin Chen flapped the purple phoenix wings, the dark dragon palm smashed many bodies of Yuan Zun again and again, and it was almost impossible to prevent it. The more than 200 Yuan Zuanjing were all above the middle stage of the 8th level cultivation, and they were completely beaten by Lin Chen, his 3 avatars, and the Wanzai Zuanqinglong. If these 200-strong men were united, Lin Chen would not be able to slaughter them at all, but they were either the loose cultivator Yuan Zuanjing, who was recruited by Yun Padian in the Tsangqiong Tower, or some Kaching elders that the Mo family was looking for. There is no cooperation or tacit understanding between them. It's just a mess of sand. The most fatal blow is that this plate of scattered sand also encountered Lin Chen, an existence with a low-level purple level and superb movement technique. The 3 clones with extremely fast speed, each move activated the charging rune and the penetrating rune, superimposed under the power of the ultimate moment, completely formed a one-sided massacre. Almost 10 breaths are not enough, and the number of Yuanzun realm powerhouses on the scene is almost half. When the energy storm at a height of tens of thousands of meters disappeared, the silhouettes of the 4 war emperors appeared. Except for Yun Padian and the blue-clothed battle emperor, who suffered minor injuries, the rest of the 2 were quite miserable, especially the old man in sing-clothed from the Mo family, whose arms were about to be blown off. If it weren't for the presence of 2 early stage 2 war emperors, perhaps the other 2 would have fallen on the spot under Lin Chen's blue sea aurora. Let's not get together, let's split up and defeat him. Lin Chen, you are courting death. The figures of Yun Padian and the blue-clothed old man trembled slightly, and disappeared when the space moved. Stop his clone from slaughtering our people. The old man and Xingyi shouted to the beautiful woman, the 2 nodded and stomped their toes, wanting to support the one-sided slaughter battlefield. Million Thunder Sword. When Yun Padian moved the space, he pulled the 7th order sword weapon, and the thunderous sword chi slashed Lin Chen away, attacking him from all directions, not giving him a chance to escape at all. Lin Chen's purple phoenix wings slapped, and when the moonlight was disillusioned, there was a boom. Countless thunder swords slashed and exploded, completely smashing into the air. Sun Luo's star-piercing hand. A ray of light like a star fell across, Lin Chen's figure just appeared, the old and dry palm turned into a half-shang-sized green energy claws, tearing the void, and grabbing Lin Chen's back. If this blow hits, Lin Chen will probably fall on the spot. Sigh. The energy claws slammed down, severing the central area of the soul burial mountains alive and tearing it in half. This time, he fluttered in the air. Again, Lin Chen's figure was just an afterimage. Damn it. How can this kid be so fast? Even the few war emperors I know are faster. The blue-clothed war emperor cursed in his heart, and while the war was released, when he was looking for Lin Chen's figure, he was surprised to find that he had already swept to the other 2. In this scene, many strong people were shocked, and a Yuan Zuanjing dared to take the initiative to fly to the direction of the 2 war emperors. This kind of behavior is completely suicidal. Be careful, you 2. That kid is heading for you. When the battle air was transmitted, the 2 of them accelerated to surround Lin Chen, the beautiful woman in red robe and the old man in green clothes. Turned around instantly, just as they were about to face Lin Chen, he slapped the void with one hand. The rune energy dropped by another 28,000 points. The 2 gray-white talismans shot out, and the space they were in and the speed of their own fighting spirit suddenly became like a turtle's speed. This trick again? When the 2 were terrified, they were about to activate their defensive combat skills. With a flash of golden light, Lin Chen held the Wulong dynasty Emperor Spear. From the neck of the old man in green clothes, there was a sound of creaking, bones breaking. One shot blasted the 2 of them, and the sword light strangled like an Electric snake. Lin Chen slapped the purple phoenix wings, and it disappeared into a stream of light, and the sword light flew into the air. The three avatars on the other side are constantly slaughtering the remaining less than 100 yuan Zuanjing. The sphere of attribute light in the sky is occasionally absorbed by the flashing clones, and Lin Chen's attributes continue to rise. Suddenly, Lin Chen's first clone made a false push with one hand, and he consumed 40,000 points of rune energy to solidify a large area of space. When the Baishuang Qinghong was pulled, the sword qi danced wildly, and the purple rainbow war bow shot out hundreds of arrows of thunder tribulation. Light tribulation and war qi bursting, almost in a blink of an eye, all 40 yuan Zuanjing ninth layers fell. Lin Chen's body held a golden battle spear and rushed towards Yun Padian. When the latter's expression changed slightly, his sword shot out like a dragon, shooting thousands of thunderbolts. Unexpectedly, Lin Chen's fleeting figure turned into an afterimage. The afterglow of Leimong smashed his afterimage, and a slow rune with 16,000 rune energy hit Yun Potions back in an instant. Oops! When Yun Padian screamed badly, before the fighting spirit could break through the shackles of the slow rune, Lin Chen's 5-Dragon Dynasty Emperor Spear slammed head-on. The tip of the spear was about to smash on top of Yun Potion's head. Lin Chen's eyes changed in an instant, and when he stepped on the sole of his foot, it turned into a few afterimages like a split light, and the dry palm sticking out from behind Lin Chen grabbed the air. Damn, this kid is as slippery as a loach. The attack again and again made the old man in blue burn with anger. If they were to fight head-on, Lin Chen wouldn't even be able to take their palms. But his strange tricks can make their war spirits run extremely slowly, and they can freeze the space capital, making his sneak attacks succeed again and again. At this time, the clone released a slow rune with 16,000 rune energy, destroying the remaining Yuanzun realm. It shocked the 4 war emperors who had not recovered yet. Are they all dead? In just a few minutes, all the 8th and 9th layers of Yuan Zuanjing, and even a few half-step war emperors, were all wiped out by Lin Chen. Lin Chen's speed has an absolute advantage, not to mention that his every move activates charging and penetrating runes, completely killing all Yuan Zuanjing. But the price is also very heavy. Lin Chen now has 5,100 rune energy points left, and the previous 140,000 points have all been consumed. These 5,100 points are obtained by his clone, absorbing the attribute light balls dropped by the dead Yuan Zuanjing. With talent points, Lin Chen only has less than 70,000 points left. In order to delay these 4 battle emperors, Lin Chen almost did everything. If the rune energy cannot be replenished in time, then in the future when he encounters a battle emperor level powerhouse, in addition to the speed of movement, the only way to deal with it is the 2 moves, Blue Sea Aurora left by the vice president. Although the 2 first-tier battle emperors were seriously injured, they still had the power to fight. Not to mention that there are still 2 double war emperors. No matter how fast Lin Chen's movement is, if he loses the help of the slow rune, sooner or later, he will reveal his flaws under their siege. At that time, any battle emperor can kill him in an instant. Damn, this kid didn't even reach the 7th level of Yuan Zuanjing after using the secret technique, yet he killed our people completely one-sidedly? Yun Padian hasn't regained his senses so far. He wanted to kill Lin Chen, but when he looked back, his entire army had been wiped out. This kid's movement is very strange. If he wants to escape, we can only stop him. I don't believe that his secret technique of blocking the space can be used indefinitely. The blue-clothed war emperor laughed in anger, the war energy in his palm surging and disillusioned, shattering the space crystal wall within 100 miles. The beautiful woman in red robe and the old man in blue robe hovered beside Yun Padian, and the two of them, Lin Chen and the 4 war emperors, faced each other across the air, but Lin Chen smiled casually. Everyone, it was very uncomfortable to chase and kill me just now, but from now on, you don't need to chase and kill anymore. While chatting and laughing, Lin Chen suddenly motivated the talent of King's Landing. At this time, the talent of Journey to the World has accumulated 28,500 energy points. Lin Chen removed all his clones, and when he put away the Wulong dynasty Emperor Spear, he launched the Extreme Return to Yuan, and when he returned to its heyday, the surging and condensed fire robbery and war energy transformed into prehistoric energy. Lin Chen mobilized 9 kinds of calamity battle bodies, and 4 kinds of calamity battle chi were transformed into prehistoric energy and gathered on his fingertips. June Lindian launches will increase the host's next attack. Charging, penetrating runes. 8 desolate fingers. The 2 major attack runes superimpose the ultimate moment, and then support the world. With this finger, Lin Chen took out everything he had. When Lin Chen pointed it out, the 4 kinds of prehistoric energy were intertwined and condensed into a huge energy finger, like a polar star falling into the world, crushing everything. With this finger, Huang bows his head. This finger will rule the world. Destroy hundreds of millions of living beings. Not good. Go back. What kind of combat skill is this? Everything happened very fast. When the 4 war emperors realized that the problem was not good, it was too late. They could not have imagined that Lin Chen, who could only rely on his movement to escape in front of them, would have such a terrifying attack. The 4-colored energy fingers straddled the sky and fell straight down, containing the momentum and destructive energy that crushed thousands of miles of mountains and rivers. The 4 war emperors had no time to escape, and the 4-colored energy fingers exploded. Boom. Boom boom boom. The destruction storm that destroys everything spreads to the sky, like a spiral, expanding. The airflow collapsed, the light was distorted, and the cracks on the crystal wall of the space spread all the way, shocking. How is that possible? How could this kid, with the strength of Yuan Zuanjing, emit such terrifying combat skills? Purple rank intermediate? No, even if it is a top-ranking purple ranked, it is not so powerful if it is displayed by Yuan Zuanjing. What's more, the top ranking purple ranking is not a rank that he can cultivate. Even some warrior emperor level powerhouses who were watching the battle hidden in the dark were shocked. Lin Chen's finger is infinitely close to the full-strength strike of the 3rd stage of the battle emperor. The vast and huge mushroom cloud rose up, and the 4-color energy storm spread to the central area of the entire Soul Burial mountain range. This finger completely cut off the central area of the Soul Burial mountains. This finger consumed all of Lin Chen's fighting spirit, and he launched the Extreme Return to Yuan again, flapping the purple phoenix wings at a high speed, unfolding his movements with all his strength, and finally escaped the aftermath of the energy storm of the 8 desolate fingers. When the storm disappeared, an abyss that was as deep as 10,000 zhang appeared, and the area in the center of the energy finger explosion turned into a void of nothingness. The bodies of 2 broken emperors fell down, and 1 arm was broken. They were the 2 war emperors of the Mo family. There are a large number of attribute light spheres in the void, almost hundreds. Yun Padian and the two escaped by chance, but they were also seriously injured. Yun Padian even explained that an arm was here. And the two war emperors of the Mo family have completely fallen. Yuan Zuanjing killed 2 emperors with 1 finger. Forced back 2? All the battle emperor level powerhouses who were watching the battle in secret were stunned. Shocked, speechless. The powerhouse who saw this scene, no one doubted Lin Chen's legend. Judging from the cards he showed, it is entirely possible for him to challenge 4 battle emperors at once. Lin Chen's strike seems to be an all-out strike that is infinitely close to the 3rd stage of the battle emperor, but it is actually even more terrifying. This trick contains the power of his level 4 penetrating rune, and 20% of his attack power is penetrating. If placed in normal battles, this 20% can only threaten the half-step emperor. But if placed in the finger of the blessing of June's landing the world, even 20% is equivalent to the full-scale attack in the late stage of the 1st stage of the battle emperor. Taking on the late-stage attack of the battle emperor 1st layer without any defense? It's hard for these two to die. Wanzai Zuangqinglong wandered in the void, swallowed the bodies of 2 war emperors in 1 bite, and then kept collecting attribute light balls for Lin Chen. 2 serious injuries, 2 attribute light balls dropped by the fallen war emperor. This time, Lin Chen really made a lot of money. Because King's Landing is not like the Godslayer talent that will weaken the drop of attribute light balls, this time it is a 100% drop of the original quality attribute light balls. The host obtains 230 points of Thunder attribute, 4,300 points of Martial Arts Essence, 9,800 points of Rune Energy, 11,500 points of Battle Spirit Essence, 2,300 points of Heaven Value, 8,450 points of Blood Energy, 3,800 points of Talent. The host opens the Amethyst Treasure Chest to obtain 50,000 points of Intermediate Level Martial Arts Essence. The host opens the Amethyst Treasure Chest to obtain 10 Characteristic Rune Evolution Stones. The host triggers a special reward mechanism, reward 50,000 points of Intermediate Rune Energy. The host obtains 23 light balls with the attributes of the cultivation technique, which will be obtained after opening. Lin Chen's attribute value ushered in an unprecedented hurricane. In addition to the attribute light balls and treasure chests that were injured or fallen from the 4 war emperors, there were more than 200 Yuanzuan realm powerhouses. Lin Chen, who had just released the 5-layer transformation, his fighting spirit has been soaring all the way. The mid-5th stage, the late stage of the 5th stage, and the early stage of the 6th stage. In the end, it stopped before the bottleneck of the 6th stage. Lin Chen's cultivation base is firmly at the peak of the mid-6th layer. This improvement is stronger than any Lin Chen has ever done before. Unexpectedly, this son's talent for fighting ability is not inferior to his talent in refining medicine. Throughout the ages, I am afraid that no mortal can achieve the Yuan Zuanjing. Slaughter the Emperor. When many powerhouses were stunned, Lin Chen turned into a streamer and disappeared into the sky. Those powerhouses who once had a lot of thoughts about Lin Chen put away the greed in their hearts. They admit that under the finger of Lin Chen's ruler over the world, their fate may not be any better than the 2 war emperors of the Mo family. Besides, who knows how many times this kid can use this kind of attack. The loss of his fighting spirit can be made up in an instant, and no one can guarantee how many cards he has left. The Yang family and others stood on a mountain peak, and they were in awe. Yang Qing'er's eyes flashed, staring at the direction Lin Chen left, with mixed feelings in her heart. Seeing her daughter's complicated eyes, the Yang family rubbed her blue silk helplessly and indulgently. This boy is amazing. It's not at the level that their Yang family can keep. I am afraid that this daughter of my own will be difficult to find the right person in the future. After Lin Chen left the Soul Burial Mountains, there were still strong men peeping at him secretly, as if hesitating whether to take action. But what bothered him more was the kind of look that made him feel cold. From the peak of the Pill Club, Lin Chen felt that there was a gaze watching him, but with his cultivation, he couldn't tell who was secretly peeping at him. Phantom Rune. Lin Chen's figure suddenly flashed, divided into three himself with exactly the same breath, plus his main body, which were withdrawn in 4 different directions. This move completely stunned those powerhouses who still coveted Lin Chen. 1. After another appeared in the void, some were battle emperors, and some were half-step emperors. They stared at Lin Chen, who fled in 4 directions, and couldn't tell who was real or fake at all. 8 days later, inside the Tsong Tower, Haiyun City, outside the main city No. 1. In a sealed secret room, many torture instruments and blood stains were scattered all over the place, and a miserable scream sounded. No, no. Lord Yunpadian, you and I have no grievances, why are you torturing me? Don't cut off my hand, Lord Yunpadian, I am willing to swear allegiance to you, puff. Yunpadian, I'll fuck your grandma. Sooner or later a person like you will go to hell. 5 or 6 Yuan Zuanjing realm 9th layers were tortured to death by the master in the secret room, and he couldn't rest his eyes. After a long time, the figure of Yun Padian walked out of the secret room. At this time, he was already a one-armed man, his face was full of violence and savagery. The beautiful woman in red robe outside the secret room trembled, nodded slightly, and felt cold all over her body. It seems that I have to find a chance to leave this lunatic. The beautiful woman in red robes was thinking. Yun Padian is almost the presence of many forces in the main city of number 1 that are terrified. There is no other reason. The General War Emperor disdains to target Yuan Zuanjing, but Yun Padian is different. He has a creepy hobby. Whenever he was in a bad mood, he would go out and capture some Yuan Zuanjing to torture and kill. Those Yuan Zuanjing who were caught by him usually end up tragically. This led to Yun Poshan's fierce reputation, which was even more terrifying than many old battle emperors. This kid dares to give me an arm. When I send a message to my eldest brother, the 2 of my brothers will join forces. As long as I catch this kid, I will make him not survive or die. Yun Poshan's facial muscles twitched a few times, and he walked out of the secret room, both ferocious and frantic, followed by the beautiful woman in red robe. Shenzhou Lingma City, the first floor of Shixian restaurant. Numerous guests stared at a silver-robed boy who was gobbling up a meal. That person seems to be the most popular Lin Chen in Lingzhou recently. Right? My God, he actually dares to appear here without disguise, is this crazy? Many strong men in the restaurant were frightened and swallowed, but no one dared to act rashly. Lin Chen's record of killing the 2 emperors with 1 finger has already spread to Shenzhou, and if he does not have the strength of a war emperor, he dares to fight him, that is, courting death. Lin Chen ordered the full banquet of Man and Han, and feasted on it. The previous battles had already made him too hungry. Even if the spiritual energy could resist hunger, it could not resist the appetite of someone Lin. After getting rid of the mountain of food, Lin Chen hiccuped contentedly and opened the system panel. Tian Dao Pickup System version 4.0. Host, Lin Chen. Cultivation, the middle stage of Yuanzuan Realm, 6th layer. Ultimate Strength, 925,000 Dragon Power. Intermediate Blood Energy, 978,000 points. Intermediate Battle Spirit Essence, 936,600 points. Intermediate Spiritual Power, 894 points, the peak of the Deshang stage of the Dharma Phase Realm. Intermediate Cultivation Essence, 165,500 points. Intermediate Runic Power, 275,400 points. Tian Dao Value, 444,080 points. Talent Points, 326,200 points. Intermediate Element Energy, Fire 2554 points, Earth 1050 points, Wood 1098 points, Gold 1175 points, Water 1358 points. Lightning 2782 points, Wind 997 points, Light 998 points, Dark 88 points. Exercise Status Bar, Open or Not, Bloodline Status Bar, Open or Not. Passive Talents, 30% Reinforced Iron Bone, 100% Life Growth, 25% Divine Power. Emperor Destroyer. Active Talents, Ultimate Moment, Ultimate Return, Kings. Landing, Cooldown, 22 days. Trait Runes, Slow Rune Level 4, Penetration Rune Level 4, Charge Rune Level 4. Phantom Rune Level 4. Treasures, 390 Blue Level Combat Techniques, 9 Half Purple Level Combat Techniques, 9 Low Level Purple Level Weapons, 2,899 types of 6th level. Medicinal Herbs, 64 types of 7th level Heaven and Earth Treasures, and 3 types of 7th level low-level weapons. System Update, 5.0 version update requires 1 million Heavenly Dao points and 400,000 points of intermediate level martial arts essence. This time, Lin Chen killed hundreds of Yuan Zuanjing and 2 war emperors, and seriously injured 2 war emperors. The harvest is terrifying. It's more than what the Godslayer's talent had gained at the beginning. In addition to the side effects of the Godslayer, the Yuan Zuanjing killed by Lin Chen this time is all above the 8th level cultivation level, and the gold content is much stronger than the Yuan Zuanjing who faced the Bai family and other powerhouses at the beginning. And after Lin Chen's Wanzai Zuanqinglong absorbed the bodies of the 2 war emperors, the pure power completely stopped at 999,999 dragon power. There is only one step away from the legendary million dragon power. As long as this step is taken, Qinglong is a real 7th order beast. Just as Lin Chen was about to turn on the fusion function, there was a sudden scream from the street outside. No. Young Master Long, the child is not sensible, you have a lot of adults. So please spare him. 1 old man and 1 young man knelt in front of the young man in the dragon robe, and the old man kept apologizing. All the people on the street, men, women and children, knelt down on the ground, daring not to make a sound, for fear of annoying the youth in the dragon robe. I, Long Qingyu, are descendants of gods, descendants of the creator of the world. Seeing me not kneeling is equivalent to disregarding the power of God. The young man in the dragon robe fluttered his sleeves, his expression was extremely arrogant, and he said coldly, as if the fate of the 2 was pronounced. Long Qingyu has been in seclusion for 2 years, and he encountered something very unpleasant just after exiting the seclusion. A mortal, even a mortal, Dare not kneel, the descendant of the dignified God. This is simply contempt for their creator. When the battle gas turned into a knife, when the edge was flowing, long, Qingyu raised his hand and was about to sway the palm of his hand when he was about to rectify the law on the spot. Clang! The sound of the collision of gold and iron sounded, and the silver-robed youth stood in front of the old and the young and grabbed Long Qingyu's wrist. Huh? Where are you, a savage who dared to stop this young master's execution? Long Qingyu was stunned and said with a sneer, Boy, do you know that this young master is a descendant of God? You dare to block me, it seems that you want to die too, don't you? Everyone on the street was stunned. How ignorant is this kid, how dare he stop the descendants of the gods? However, when the strong men in the restaurant looked outside, their hearts suddenly froze. Done. It's really over. It's not that the silver-robed boy is finished, it's that Long Qingyu is finished. In Shenzhou, the title of descendant of the gods can scare any force. Even in Kyushu, the title of descendants of God can deter most of the forces. But there is only one exception. That is the Lin Chen in front of Long Qingyu. Anyone can be shocked by the identity of the descendant of God, but this kid can't be shocked. Not only can he not be shocked, but if the identity of the descendant of the gods appears in front of him, then it is not called deterrence at all, but it is called itch. This is not called deterrence at all, it is called sending sheep into the tiger's mouth. Because he's an iron-headed boy at all. Not only is he not afraid of the descendants of God, but he also specifically picks the descendants of God. However, Long Qingyu has been in seclusion for 2 years, and he has never heard of the character Lin Chen when he left. Descendants of God, it's very hanging, isn't it? I beat the descendants of God. Lin Chen said with a smile. The next moment, he punched him in the face. What? Long Qingyu was shocked and angry. How could anyone dare to attack him? Long Qingyu raised his hands and deployed defensive combat skills, but Lin Chen's punch was as heavy as Wang was subduing, and the earthquake shattered Long Qingyu's defense. He vomited blood and retreated, and while horrified, he gritted his teeth fiercely and pulled out a 7th-order knife weapon with his backhand to slash at Lin Chen. Quadruple transformation. Lin Chen launched the quadruple transformation of Zhou Huang transformation, and the entire Lingma city started a shocking war, and the pedestrians around him retreated. The old man and the young man hurriedly fled after giving Lin Chen a grateful look. Bloodthirsty hidden dragon claw. Heavenly demon slash. When the knife burst out, the dragon pattern knife gas transformed into a real dragon flying and danced. When he slashed Lin Chen, Long Qingyu stretched out another claw, and the fighting spirit was galloping. The knife technique was mixed with claw skills, and the offensive was overbearing and fierce. I'll let you dive into the dragon. I'll let you cut. Lin Chen held the white frost-green rainbow in his hand, and his sword tore apart his many offensives, making Long Qingyu instantly realize the gap between himself and the young man in front of him. The city lord of Lingma City is only half a step emperor. Seeing the battle between Lin Chen and Long Qingyu, he does not dare to interfere more. When Long Qingyu used the power of blood to escape, Lin Chen shot out another 8,000 rune energy. After restraining his actions, he stabbed away with a sword. The endless sword beams shot out, forcing Long Qingyu's trump cards to show up. In less than a quarter of an hour, when everyone on the street witnessed that Long Qingyu, who was in the late 7th stage of Yuan Zuanjing, was directly defeated by the silver-robed youth, and even one arm was cut off, he was completely sluggish in place. Those are the descendants of God, known as the invincible existence in the same level. The arrogance of Shenzhou, no matter how evil it is, can only touch the back of the descendants of the gods. How could such a powerful being be defeated by a young man younger than him? The host obtains 450 points of heaven, 800 points of rune energy, 3,000 points of blood energy, 2,800 points of fighting spirit essence, 2,700 points of martial art essence. When he took away the attribute light ball dropped by Long Qingyu, Lin Chen grabbed the amethyst treasure box dropped by Long Qingyu, and when he opened it, a brilliant purple light entered his body. Host gets active talent, one-time use super full counterattack. This talent can have the effect of rebounding all attacks by consuming talent points, and is applicable to all attacks below the holy realm, including spiritual attacks, pure power attacks, combat attacks, etc. It turned out to be a new talent. From the literal effect, this is a big killer. Counter any attack under the Holy Land? If this is the time to fight against the strong, suddenly such a counterattack will definitely smother the enemy. In all fairness, Lin Chen doesn't have much head-to-head means for facing the battle emperor-level powerhouses, except for consuming a high amount of slow runes to seal the opponent's battle aura or space. Damn, the attributes and talents that fall out of the descendants of these pseudo-gods are one after the other. Lin Chen licked his lips and stared at Long Qingyu with an excited look. You, what are you trying to do? I'm from the Long family. If you dare to kill me, the entire Long family will not let you go. My elder brother is still in Lingma City. Long Qingyu's expression trembled with fear, and when he vomited blood and retreated, he took out a space jade slip while warning Lin Chen. Your eldest brother? Your eldest brother is also a descendant of false gods? Someone Lin's eyes lit up and asked excitedly. That Long Qingyu gritted his teeth fiercely, shut up. Mortals who don't understand honor and inferiority. My eldest brother and I are descendants of the creator of the world, and it's not your turn to speak insults. Then call him over quickly. Lin Chen was very excited, and hurriedly urged, making Long Qingyu completely stunned. Not only was Long Qingyu stunned, but also many of the powerhouses below Lingma City were stunned. Crazy. Must be crazy. Are you still addicted? This is the descendant of God. Provoking one is serious enough. You want to fight two more? Why don't you go to heaven? You should call him over quickly. It's killing me. Lin Chen urged again, making the corners of the mouths of many watching the battle fiercely twitch. You are almost killing people. Are you more anxious than Long Qingyu? Who the hell should be in such a hurry? Those who once prostrate under the majesty of the descendants of the gods. This moment is all impacting their worldview and reason. What happened to this world? How could there be such a monster in Kyushu? Those strong men who recognized Lin Chen's identity frowned wildly. This kid is for real. He only picked the descendants of the gods to hit this sentence. It really is not bragging. Since you want to die so much, then I will fulfill you. Long Qingyu became angry and smashed the space jade slip in just 2 breaths. When the space was distorted, a young man in a jade robe was dignified and arrogant. When he stepped out slowly, the world changed. Huh? Qingyu, what's the matter with you? Where's your arm? Big brother. This kid did it. He also said that he wanted to beat the descendants of our gods. Long Qingyu's previous momentum suddenly disappeared, and he complained to his eldest brother with tears in his eyes. When the jade-robed youth saw the figure not far away, his expression changed slightly and he lost his voice. Lin Chen? Lin Chen, this name is too loud in today's China. It has even reached a point where people and gods are indignant and everyone knows it. Why is it said that people and gods are angry? Because in the extreme eastern region, there are too many believers who are descended from false gods and hate Lin Chen so much. I made a small one and sent a large one. Today, someone from Lin I will cook it together. Lin Chen grinned, urging Jiu Huang to change to the 5th level. The cultivation level temporarily soared to the late 7th level, and the moment when the final moment was activated, the faint moonlight disillusioned the void. The expression of the jade-robed youth changed, his palm slammed into the void, and his 5 fingers grabbed the space crystal wall, trying to pull Long Qingyu back. 9 dragon patterns swirled around his palm, slapped angrily to Long Qingyu's heart, and the dark dragon force penetrated his whole body, exploded into a cloud of powder, and turned into a large number of attribute light balls. Scattered. Lin Chen snatched the chi nailing ring with ease. The youth in Yupao was uncertain. Lin Chen dared to kill his younger brother in front of him? The next moment, the speed of Lin Chen's eruption was so fast that even the jade-robed youths in the later stage of the 8th layer were shocked. 8 water flashes. The young man in the jade robe walked like a cloud of shock, and every step was dotted with a faint afterimage of water and light. When his figure retreated sharply, he took out a blue space jade slip. Comparing with me, you are not qualified. You will not have the opportunity to call people. With the palm of his hand, Lin Chen broke the wrist of the jade-robed youth, and his space jade slip fell into the void. The War Emperor class is still a high-end power in the family of the descendants of the pseudo-god. Damn Lin Chen. Die for me. 5 fingers turned into claws, the young man in the jade robe slammed out with 1 claw, and 3 azure dragon-like claw prints remained in the void. Lin Chen was not afraid at all, urging the 9 tribulations battle body, and the fists of wind and thunder tribulation were swirling around. A violent explosion of 980,000 dragon powers erupted violently. The fists and claws collided, the 2 sides retreated. Lin Chen only took 2 steps back, and the jade-robed youth took 10 steps. There was a flash of lightning, and a cyan dark claw was worn on the hand, which was a 7th-order low-level weapon. The jade-robed youth slammed out with 1 claw, and the giant energy claw shattered the space crystal wall. Qingyu Tear Soul Claws. Death. Extreme K Shui Guang. Lin Chen's Hoarfrost Azure flashed in his hand, and when he activated the charging and penetrating runes, a sword adorned with a sharp water light, severing between the giant claws of energy, and smashing the green claws of the jade-robed youth with a single sword. 7th Order Intermediate Grade Swordsman? Before the young man in the jade robe was shocked, the characteristic of penetrating runes made the afterglow of the sword light cut off his arm. Lin Chen raised Baishuang Qinghong with both hands, and slashed down. A bright jade-like sword light flashed past, and the body of the jade-robed youth was divided into 2. Roll down a large number of attribute light balls and fall on the spot. He didn't even have time to activate the power of his own blood. Now Lin Chen is not what he used to be. In terms of cultivation, after launching the 5-layer transformation, he has entered the 7th layer late stage, and he is not far from the descendants of these pseudo-gods. In addition to his 2 major attack runes and the ultimate moment, he is close to the field of body refinement in the Yuanzuan realm. The limit of the ordinary pseudo-god's descendants encounters him. There is only one dead word. The host obtains 8,990 points of martial art essence, 450 points of rune energy, 1850 points of Heavenly Dao, 85 points of wind energy. The host opens the amethyst treasure chest and obtains 50,000 Heavenly Dao value. The host opens the amethyst treasure chest and obtains Godslayer talent. Fragment, March 3rd. Godslayer talent fusion is completed, and the talent bar of the host connection system can be used. When the system screen popped up, Lin Chen's heart was filled with endless ecstasy. Coming. Another complete Godslayer, the strongest group picked talent in history. Now is not the time to be happy. The descendants of two false gods have fallen from the Long family. I must have noticed the abnormality. I must return to the Sky Tower as soon as possible. Taking away the nailing ring from the jade-robed youth, Lin Chen escaped. Under Lingma City, staring at the direction Lin Chen left, countless people have mixed feelings. When they witnessed the fall of the two descendants of the gods to Lin Chen's hands, they knew that the era of the descendants of gods ruling Shenzhou had undergone unprecedented changes. Less than a quarter of an hour after Lin Chen left, two battle emperor level auras descended on Lingma City, and a monstrous aura erupted. That's a later story. Sky Tower, Lin Chen returned to the main city number 1. Lin Chen, who was walking on the street, suddenly turned his head, the light of Zijing Tong flashed in his eyes, and after finding that there was nothing abnormal, Lin Chen had strong doubts in his heart. Strange, why do I still feel that someone is watching me? This feeling has reappeared since I arrived in Shenzhou. The investigation was fruitless, and Lin Chen went to the secret hall of the trial. After he left, a figure in black robe followed him, and the pupils under the cloak turned with a faint purple on. If anyone noticed this person, maybe even the Qin, be startled. In this main city area where the release of fighting spirit is prohibited, this black-robed figure walks like a ghost, but his feet don't touch the ground. The secret realm of the Heiyuan trial, this is the secret realm that Lin Chen entered with the secret order of the green level trial. The surrounding forest was pitch black as ink, with a strong dark attribute surging all the time, and the world was dark. Host gets 14 dark energy, 9 dark energy, 11 dark energy. Lin Chen walked in the secret territory of Heiyuan, and he took away a large number of dark attribute light balls. As he expected, there are a large number of dark energy attribute light balls here. Lin Chen's 9 types of robbery battle body, but the attribute value of the dark robbery battle body has not been improved. This place just makes up for Lin Chen's major shortcoming. The attribute value of the calamity battle body has increased, and as Yuan Fu can accommodate, the fighting spirit will also rise with the tide. Within 3 days, Lin Chen took hundreds of dark energy attribute light balls in the secret territory of Heiyuan, and the attribute value of dark energy reached 1,880 points. In the inheritance of Emperor Yun, Lin Chen also obtained a green rank trial token. But the secret realm of the green level is suitable for the battle Emperor level, and every opportunity to enter is extremely precious, and Lin Chen does not intend to use it now. It's like a skinny man who can only eat 50 pounds. You give him a chance to eat 300 pounds, but he can only eat 50 pounds. In the main city number 1, in front of the entrance of the mission hall, Lin Chen, who was about to enter the mission hall, was stopped by a thin man with thirsty eyes. Hey, little brother, you are Lin Chen, right? Lin Chen raised his brows, his eyes were cold. What, is there a problem? Sure enough, the reputation is well-deserved, and the whole body exudes a dangerous atmosphere. Hee. Do you want to make a deal with me? The thin, commoner man took out a roster from his arms and smiled wryly. This secret book records the information of the 103 war emperors registered in the main city number 1, including some of their private information. How? Like, I'll sell you 5,000 sky coins. Do you want it? What kind of junk dare to sell 5,000 sky coins? Lin Chen raised his brows, turned around and left. The man in commoner laughed. The price can be negotiated, but I have a piece of news that is more important to you to sell to you, or you may regret it. 3 days ago, the entrance to the outside world of Songqiong Pagoda, the Yunluo Mountains, thousands of miles away. A group of people's shadows are suspended in the air, and their expressions are uncertain. Damn, this kid's clone is too weird. He even broke into the entrance area of the sky tower in front of us. I've heard that this guy has many tricks for a long time, but I didn't expect that he had so many tricks. His movement skills are so fast that even I can't catch up. These dozens of people are masters from all sides of the 5 pseudo-god families, and many of them are powerful warriors. After they received the news of Lin Chen's return to Shenzhou, they immediately came to the area outside the Songqiong Tower to ambush in many places. Level dispatched 6. But I didn't expect it to be easily forced by Lin Chen with the phantom rune. At this moment, an old man in grey robe gave a stern smile. Hee, don't worry, the good show is still to come. The young master of my soul family has already entered the Sky Tower in person. I believe it will not be long before he will return with this kid's head. Several battle emperors around him turned their heads one after another, their expressions horrified. It turned out to be the soul burial heaven of the soul family. This person is a descendant of gods who has cultivated for nearly 1,000 years. The soul family is the most powerful hidden family in the descendant family of gods. He is known as the number 1 expert under the Emperor of War. With the cultivation of a half-step emperor, he can fight against the emperor for hundreds or even hundreds of rounds. His 10,000 soul slaughtering art, the more kills, the stronger the power. Soul burial. Tian's favorite thing to do is to torture and kill geniuses. It is said that he has been waiting for a perfect opportunity to advance to the Emperor of War, so he did not blindly break through the cultivation base. Perhaps, when he entered the Sky Tower this time, he wanted to use the beheading of Lin Chen as an opportunity to break through and step into the realm of the Emperor of War in one fell swoop. Sky Tower, in front of the mission hall. In a very secret alley, Lin Chen and the man in commoner met. Lin Chen frowned. I don't like to be around the corner, so let your farts go. The commoner man smiled and said, Yun Padian, you should know, but Yun Padian also has a hidden big brother, Yun Mingqing. This person has officially left the customs, and he was in the early stage of the 3rd level hundreds of years ago. Battle Emperor, it may have gone a step further now. The nearest main city is his eyeliner. As long as you, Lin Chen, leave the main city, I am afraid that you will be besieged by a large number of powerful people in an instant. With a move in his heart, Lin Chen didn't expect Yun Padian to act so quickly. A triple battle emperor plus a double battle emperor, unless it is a Godslayer, there is no possibility of victory at all. What information do you want to sell me? Lin Chen raised his hand and threw a brocade bag to the commoner man, which was filled with a full 5,000 sky coins. After the commoner handed the dark book to Lin Chen, he laughed. Don't worry, what I do for bailishing you is a reputation. The main city number 1 is huge. Although Yunmingqing is strong, it is impossible to set eyeliners for all exits. There is a map specially made by me on the dark book, which contains 17. His eyeliner has not yet appeared on the exit. The map was drawn the day before yesterday. If you delay it for a few more days, I can't guarantee that the exit on the map will still be safe. The thin man turned and left, waving his hand. Brother Lin Chen, don't die easily. I'm counting on selling more big information to you next time. Lin Chen opened the secret book in his hand, which marked a lot of information on the 103 war emperors, such as their cultivation bases, their territories, the number of cities they owned, their areas of expertise, etc. Some of the information in this was published by the outside world. Hard to get. However, most of the war emperors registered in the main city of number 1 are below the 3rd level cultivation level, and those with the 3rd level cultivation level and above are less than 10. While flipping through it, Lin Chen almost laughed out loud. What kind of stupid roster is this? The Purple Dragon Battle Emperor got the chance to become emperor after 10 years of licking the dog and joining the Xianlong clan? The real Demon Battle Emperor is not very useful, but he is a 5-second man when he chooses a harem over 1,000. Shit, these things can also be investigated, and I'll take it. If I become the Emperor of War one day, wouldn't my name as the most handsome in Kyushu be famous for the sky tower? Suddenly, when Lin Chen saw the information about Yunmingqing on the dark book, a specific note was attached to it. 4 days later, the caravan under Yunmingqing will transport the corpse of a beast at the peak of the 7th rank intermediate level. It will leave from the south gate of number 1 main city number 7, and will be escorted by 30 people from the 9th level of Yuan Zuanjing and 1 strong person from the 1st level of the Emperor of War. Lin Chen's eyes lit up. There is actually news of Yunmingqing's caravan. Isn't this very clear? It's no wonder that this guy came to me, Lin, and he really has the vision. Since you want to trick me, I'll go against you. Lin Chen closed the dark book, the corners of his mouth lifted slightly. This caravan, someone from Talon has decided to eat it. In all fairness, Lin Chen is very short of money now. That is sky coins, all. The cultivation resources that can be obtained here require a lot of sky coins. Lin Chen now has more than 50,000 sky coins left on his body. In fact, there is another way for Lin Chen to earn sky coins, and that is to transcribe his alchemy fingerprints. However, transcribing the alchemy fingerprints is extremely difficult, and requires a lot of mental power to burn out massive amounts of information. With Lin Chen's current mental power, it would take at least a few hundred years if he were to record the seal of creation. The same is true for combat skills. This is why high-level combat skills and alchemy fingerprints are so scarce. After each exercise is practiced by a warrior, it takes a lot of time and energy to record a copy. If I could have a safe place to make alchemy, I wouldn't be so poor with the level of my 7th order pharmacist, Grandma. With a sigh in his heart, he put away the secret book, and Lin Chen stepped into the mission hall. When he came to the hall, many strong people came and went, and not many people noticed him. Lin Chen only took a task manual and sat in the corner, flipping through many dangerous tasks. Hunting the 7th order intermediate level beast, the blue-blooded jade scorpion, the reward, 200,000 sky coins. Beheading the Demon War Emperor, Feng Yunqing, this person has been included in the blacklist of the Sky Tower and cannot enter the main city. Reward: 150,000 Sky Coins. Enter the ruins of the Vault of Heaven and bring back the skull of the ancient relic beast, the pure-blooded scorpion. The reward: 100,000 Vault Coins. If there is a vicious beast core, add another 100,000 Vault Coins. These tasks that Lin Chen looked at are all top-level dangerous tasks in the number 1 main city. It is extremely difficult for even a Battle Emperor level powerhouse to complete. The ruins of the sky are said to be close to the edge of the main city. Territory of Sky Tower number 1. There seems to be the power of the 9 heavens. And the energy of the light system is very strong. Lin Chen's eyes narrowed, and he took over the task of the ruins of the Vault of Heaven. As long as he can improve his light and dark attributes, he will never let it go. Lin Chen's Moonlight Shadow movement technique is a rare light type technique, as well as his Purple Light 10,000 Thunder Arrows. Not to mention that Lin Chen has a stronger 8 Desolate Finger. After taking over the task of the ruins of the sky, Lin Chen put on a cloak to cover his face and left the hall. Before leaving the main city number 1, Lin Chen went to 3 exits to observe and urged Zijintong a little. Sure enough, the map exits marked in the secret book were guarded by cautious personnel. At night, Lin Chen chose to go out of the city, but the imaginary ambush did not appear. The thin man did not trap him. At this point, Lin Chen already knew his intentions very well. At noon the next day, a caravan flew through the sky, and the 7-headed 6th-order vicious beasts on the ladder flew across the sky with a huge beast carrying a gigantic beast. The corpse of the fierce beast was shimmering with cold light, and the dark green scales were permeated with an indestructible sense of metal. If it weren't for a battle talisman in front of the corpse to suppress the aura of the corpse, even the Yuan Zuanjing, who was escorted around, would not dare to act rashly. Get close. The corpse of a fierce beast at the peak of the 7th rank intermediate, the fierceness is unparalleled. Even a top-notch nailing ring would be difficult to put into the corpse of a beast of this rank. A little carelessness would cause the nailing ring to be broken by this violent and ferocious aura. At this time, there was a violent shaking and tremor in the small palace, dragged by the dragon horse team, and a series of unbelievable screams and groans intertwined, and the Yuan Zuanjing, who was escorted, was horrified. It's really slow, it's useless at all, come to the next one. Lazy and soft voices came out slowly, and the corners of the mouths of several strong and powerful Yuan Zuanjing men who were photographed in front of the small palace twitched fiercely. I cursed in my heart, damn, can't you use it a little bit? After a while, the small palace flying high in the sky began to shake again. Passing by, don't miss it, the super powerful Xilongsun will help you 7 in and 7 out, your waist will not be tired, and your legs will not be sore. Hello, so is she. On the top of a mountain under the sky, the young man in silver robe held a banner of 100-years-old brand, ancestral secret recipe, and set up a stall. This strange scene instantly aroused the vigilance of everyone in the caravan. He picked up another jade bottle and shouted, Descendant 10-day Dan, after you are overworked, you can regain your confidence as a man. The sun shines brightly and the sun hangs on the ceiling. A century-old brand, please look for 479511. Oh no, please look for Lin's brand, give me a chance, and give you have a chance, everyone is good, it's really good. This shouting made the small palace stop shaking, and a charming smile rang out all over the sky. Little brother, this place is a dead place, an area where ordinary people don't go. Why are you here? It shouldn't be so simple to sell it, right? Of course I'm here to sell things. In addition to the above treasures, I also specialize in selling gourmet food, such as this mustard mixed with tea eggs. I'll call him Squeezed Egg for short. Do you want me to send a squeezed egg to Miss? The silver-robed youth chuckled, and a chuckle came from above the palace. Little brother, elder sister, likes to be simple and rude, let's say your intention straight to the point. The young man in silver robe stood up slowly and said with a long smile, sister really has good eyesight, I'm here now. The smile slowly solidified, and 2 words were spit out coldly. Robbery. Oh? Is it robbery or robbery? Lin Chen, I. In Yintian Mansion, in Yin Potion's secret room, 2 figures fell into contemplation. It's not right. According to the news from the Dark Guard, this child has already entered the Sky Tower. Why do we put so many eyeliners without even a word? The blue-robed man's brows were cold, and doubts remained in his suffocating eyes. This kid has just obtained the inheritance of the 2 emperors. Could it be that he has purchased a large number of trial secret orders to retreat? Yun Padian on the side hesitated. The man in green robe flicked his sleeves. Impossible, I have already sent 3 troops to stare at the trial hall. This kid went in once, and left after 3 days. My people lost him, and he is very likely to leave the city. The man in green robe is Yun Potion's eldest brother, Yun Mingqing. The top 20 triple battle emperors in the number 1 main city battle emperor list. Lord Mingqing, Lord Padian, we have found the trace of Lin Chen. Where? Yun Mingqing questioned the guard outside the door, and after a moment of hesitation, the guard clasped his fists. At the gate outside Yuntian Mansion. He even brought a ball to shoot there. I heard that it seems to be playing basketball? Invite 2 adults to go out and take charge of singing and dancing. What? The 2 of them groaned, how dare this kid come to the door? At the door, the Yun Padian brothers hurried over. A group of guards looked at the young man in front of him in disbelief, and no one dared to act rashly. The silver-robed boy skillfully played fancy dribbling, very unrestrained, and when he saw the 2, he waved to them happily with a smile on his face. Isn't this the famous Yun Mingqing and Your Excellency Yun Padian? I just left a place for you. You are in charge of singing and dancing, and I am in charge of basketball. How do you say? A group of guards were shocked to see it. This is fucking playing with fire. Seeing that the 2 didn't speak, Lin Chen said again, what's wrong? No. Then why don't we change the way of playing? The 2 did not speak, and the atmosphere was extremely cold. Especially Yun Padian, who lost an arm, his facial muscles are exposed, and he can't wait to jump up and fight Lin Chen to the death. But no. No main city can fight privately, otherwise, it will be forcibly suppressed by the mysterious forces in the tower, and even the law will be rectified on the spot. Yun Mingqing smiled, but didn't laugh. Very good, it really is the back waves of the Yangtze River pushing the front waves. I can wave the most in this algebra, low-key, low-key. Yun Mingqing, a 10,000-year-old fox, doesn't understand Lin Chen's aggressive tactics. He wants to provoke himself, so that he can kill with a knife. Instead, Yun Mingqing calmed down, as if he was in control of the situation. He said indifferently, "You came here to provoke me. It means that you yourself realize that you can't leave the main city number 1, right? Do you want to use a knife to kill someone on purpose? Why are you so smart? It's a pity that I don't have a little red flower to reward you with. There is a little green flower, why don't you put some green on your head? The young man's smiling expression made the eyes of the guards jump wildly. This is not playing with fire, this is the rhythm of blowing up a volcano. Ha ha ha. Lin Chen, just dance. The more you dance, the more panic you are. I have a lot of time here. Let me see what tricks you want to play. Yun Mingqing patted his younger brother on the shoulder, suppressed the latter's anger, and laughed out loud. He already thought that he had completely seen through Lin Chen's trick. Seeing that the old fox was in the trap, Lin Chen's mouth curled into a sarcastic arc. In front of everyone at this time, to be precise, it should be Lin Chen's clone. The two of them were brothers, and none of them even dreamed that in this place where the aura of war could not be released, Lin Chen could still cast a clone like his deity. Because his clone is not a combat skill at all. And neither of them would have thought that Lin Chen had already started to rob his Yun Mingqing caravan outside the main city number 1. As long as you delay this old fox here, everything will be fine. The caravan had left the main city for less than a day and a half. If Yun Qingming was allowed to react, Lin Chen might not have the chance to escape at that time. There is a huge gap between each realm of the Battle Emperor level powerhouse. Lin Chen will not be easily exposed in front of Yun Qingming if he has no absolute certainty. Therefore, the longer his clone delays in Yantianfu, the less trouble he will have. Number 1 Main City, a dead place. Inside the small palace, a slender hand grabbed Lin Chen's neck, and the beautiful woman in red sneered. Yuan Zuanjing dares to rob my battle emperor? Little brother, isn't this Duke Shouxing hanged? With a wave of his palm, Lin Chen's clothes burst. The juvenile streamlined muscular silhouette makes her eyes shine. You are very young, and the capital is not small. The beautiful woman in red robe smiled and continued, but Lin Chen's mouth slightly lifted, revealing a strange sneer. Under the palace, a figure flashed, and the arm was surrounded by 9 dragon patterns, and when it turned to the palm, raising the hand was a palm. Boom! A dark dragon palm overturned the entire palace. It exploded into pieces in the sky, and those men at the 9th level of Yuan Zuanjing were knocked thousands of feet away. 5 changes. All avatars and even Lin Chen's body have performed the 5-layer transformation, and the cultivation base has briefly stepped into the 7th layer peak. When the beautiful woman in red robe was out of her mind, a strong light kicked and attacked, and the rushing dragon force kicked the beautiful woman's chin with a sharp wind and war. This leg forced her to let go of the block, and was kicked several feet away by Eugene before she stabilized her figure. The Emperor of War is still strong in the end. Except for the ultimate moment, I did my best to use the 2 attack runes, and even a close-range hit can't even break the defense. Lin Chen's heart was solemn, and he activated the ultimate moment in a single thought, and his whole body was surrounded by a faint blue brilliance. Although this is a phantom clone, the real strength of Lin Chen is as powerful as Lin Chen's body. Lin Chen has planned to use this clone to test the current self and the Battle Emperor level powerhouse. How big is the gap? This beautiful woman is the first stage of the battle Emperor, and is the most suitable opponent for Lin Chen to test his current strength. I didn't expect it to be a biting little sheep. With this strength, I'm not qualified to rob under my sister. She chuckled coldly, and just after she fell, the beautiful woman in red robe turned into an afterglow and split, and her jade hand, mixed with a chilling, terrifying fighting spirit, slapped Lin Chen's Tianling guy on the head. Tear. When the plain hand took the picture, Lin Chen's whole person turned into a moonlight star and exploded, and the beautiful woman looked surprised. Call out. The wind and thunder robbery swept across like a saw blade, and Lin Chen swept away the mountains and rivers with a whip in anger, hitting her left temple. Broken. The jade finger was slightly lifted, and a disc-like rotating light of war chi shot up from the side of the sky. When it bounced off Lin Chen, the 20% penetration power gave her a little extra energy, but no real harm was done, but the red-robed beauty's eyes were a little dignified. After the whip leg swept, a dark dragon palm with a strong wind and rain slapped the head. The attack was fast, the palm and leg skills were displayed in succession, and then a knee hit in the air, shaking the legs of the beautiful woman with 2 steps. With a sharp swipe of her jade finger, there was a hiss like a tearing brocade, but what was torn apart was the afterimage condensed by the moonlight. Lin Chen appeared elusive behind her, strode into the stars, raised his palms high, and slapped angrily. The beautiful woman in red with a wave of her sleeve robe popped out a jade hand and slapped her face to face. The palms collided, and the 9 dark dragons exploded in series. The shock made the beautiful woman in red robe take 4 steps back, her arms going numb. Lin Chen seemed to have repelled the beautiful woman in red robe, but at this time his arm was covered with shocking cracks and faint bloodstains. Hard bombing battle royal class. Even in the initial stage of the first stage, it is still extremely strong. The current Lin Chen is completely fighting. This son's attack is so bizarre, his pure power is close to a half step. Emperor, every attack has a very strong penetrating power, and even my fighting spirit can't completely resist it, and that peak movement technique, which is close to the battle. The speed of the Emperor, what is this sacred? Shocked in her heart, the beautiful woman in red robe narrowed her eyes, and stared at Lin Chen. I have to say, you are the first to defeat me with the strength of Yuan Zuanjing. I have to say, you are really a monster, can it be said? Are you a descendant of the gods in the extreme eastern region? I'll talk about it when you win. When Lin Chen sneered, he turned into a streak of moonlight and crushed it. Choke. The boy with sharp teeth and sharp mouth, don't think he is handsome. Big sister won't take care of you, you will die today. The sound of the unsheathed sword turned into a dragon's roar, and when a 7th order low-grade sword appeared, it stabbed Lin Chen sharply. And countless sword lights strangled away like a spiral of sword light, forcing Lin Chen to change his body technique again. Attack direction. Forcibly blast a way out of the sword light. Soul Light Thousand Deserts. Pulling out a top-tier 6th-tier sword, Lin Chen held the sword in one hand, dancing and slashing. When the storm of sword energy raged, covering the perception of the beautiful woman in red robe, he turned into a meteor and fell again. It's the God Shadow Wind magic leg. Tear. The sudden snow-white sword light slashed vertically and horizontally, which was a purple-level swordsmanship. In one fell swoop, Lin Chen was cut in half. And the clone disappeared. Huh? Fake? When the beautiful woman looked around, her expression changed slightly. While she and Lin Chen's clones were entangled, all her horses had been controlled by Lin Chen and another clone silently and alive. Young master, spare your life. We just came out to eat in Songqiong Tower. Your son's strength is superb, don't bother with me and other minions. Many Yuan Zuanjing ninth layers suddenly wailed. Lin Chen frowned, grabbed their nailing rings, and said coldly, go away, next time you won't have such a good chance. See who should do things for. Most of these people are in the early stage of the ninth level of Yuan Zuanjing. After killing them, there are not many attribute light balls. They just collect money for Yun Mingqing to do things. As long as it is not a cronies around Yun Padian, Lin Chen is too lazy to kill them indiscriminately. Good boy, capture 39th level Yuan Zuanjing realm. Was that just your clone? The beautiful woman in red robe stared at Lin Chen, who was standing on the corpse of the beast, and said coldly, well, not bad, except for not using the power of high-end weapons and some trump cards. I can play more than 30 rounds with the first stage of the first stage of the Battle Emperor, and the record is not bad. Lin Chen smiled lightly, and the 5-Dragon Dynasty Imperial Spear flashed in his hand. 7th Order Intermediate Level High-Grade Weapon? At a glance, I recognized the extraordinariness of the war gun in Lin Chen's hand, and the beautiful woman in red robe showed greed and became especially hideous. You deserve to come to rob the caravan escorted by the old lady. It's not an ordinary person. If I kill you today, I will make more money than me. Then see who dies first. Number 1 Main City, Yuntianfu. Yun Mingqing looked at the young man in front of him, still a little uncomfortable. Something's wrong, there must be something wrong. Why is this kid still calm and composed now, with a look of ease, without a trace of pretending to be calm? Could it be that I'm being tricked now? Yun Mingqing's eyes narrowed, as sharp as an eagle. Obviously, he has already sensed the abnormality, but he still can't guess what Lin Chen's intention is. A dead place, 1,000 feet high in the sky. The sword light is like a galaxy across, boundless, and its edge can cut through 9 heavens and 10 earths. An aurora was like a star falling into the Milky Way, colliding with a bang, bursting with countless sword glow aftertastes. Huh! Purple flames flashed by the moonlight, the golden war gun slammed down from the top of the beautiful woman's head, sonic booms and screams. The red-robed beautiful woman's expression changed slightly, and she turned her hand and stabbed out with a sword. Boom! Lin Chen's figure appeared from her left side at some point. A shot swept across the sky, causing her blood to churn. Slow rune. When an 8,000-point slowness rune was played, when the space was frozen, the look of the beautiful woman in the red robe was completely horrified, and a rare trace of fear appeared. What kind of combat skill is this? Before he finished speaking, Lin Chen quickly swung the 5 Dragons Dynasty Emperor Spear. 1,000 demons pierced his heart, and turned the spear shadow, like a gust of wind and rain, on the opponent's body, releasing all his strengths. The guns hit the red-robed, beautiful woman violently, and her fighting spirit was blocked by more than half. Lin Chen was 980,000 dragon power superimposed on 2 attack runes, and the ultimate moment, and he beat him. The shadow of the gun was dazzling, and when it pierced her skin and flesh, the attribute light ball rolled wildly, hitting the soft armor in her red robe and veil to almost shatter. Sigh. Ka. The moment she broke through the shackles of the slow rune, the red-robed beautiful woman was covered in blood and looked terrified. Terrible. She has never seen such a perverted Yuan Zuanjing. Even the fighting spirit of the Emperor of War can be as fast as a turtle. This kind of sky-reaching means has never even been possessed by the descendants of the gods. This kid is too weird. If you keep grinding with him, maybe it's me who will die. He can't take the 7th order mid-level peak beast too far. I rush to the number 1 main city at full speed. It only takes less than a day and a half to go back and forth. As long as Lord Yun Mingqing is invited out, this kid will surely die. Thinking of this, the beautiful woman in red robe looked around, only to find that the half-step battle emperor, who was even hiding the caravan's ring, had disappeared strangely. Damn, have you been killed by someone? She gritted her teeth fiercely, and instantly disappeared into the sky as a stream of light, not entangled with Lin Chen too much at all. Lin Chen wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and ran the wood spirit essence method without chasing after him. A warrior of the battle emperor level, with a cultivation level in the early stage of the 1st level, with his full firepower, he could use his movement skills to fight with him. But if you want to defeat the opponent, even taking out the 8 desolate fingers is quite difficult. You must use the high amount of rune energy to activate the slow rune. Relying on slow runes is not what Lin Chen wants. This is one of his trump cards. If he encounters a real strong enemy and the rune energy is insufficient, he may capsize at any time. The host obtains 8,500 points of martial arts essence, 100 points of wind energy, 650 points of heaven, 3,500 points of rune energy, 8,999 points of battle spirit essence, 2,555 points of blood energy. The host opens the amethyst treasure chest and obtains 30,000 rune energy. The host opens the amethyst treasure chest and obtains active talent fragments, no part-time job, the omen of theft, 1/3, inherits the will of the ancestors of Zhou, consumes talent points to use the omen of theft, the host steals the opponent's attribute value once by contacting others or treasure chests, which can only be activated once against anyone. New talent fragments. Lin Chen's eyes lit up. If this talent were to be activated in the main city, wouldn't it make a huge profit? Taking away the attribute light ball dropped by the beautiful woman in red robe, Lin Chen narrowed his eyes, turned to the other side, and sneered. Come out, I know you're here. TSK, 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 it really is a monster. That boy Bailey really guessed right, you really dare to rob Yun Mingqing's caravan. The old man has lived for 20,000 years, and this is really the first time I see you on Xuanjing attack. Retire from the imperial realm. The black-robed old man was leaning on crutches and appeared with 2 men in blue. The sense of oppression on his body was stronger than that of the beautiful woman in red. The other 2 were half-step war emperors. Little guy, let's make a deal. This nailing ring was taken by the old man from the caravan. It contains other core commodities that the caravan transported. This time, how about giving it to you? The old man only needs this thing. The Battle King level old man raised his hand and pointed at the corpse of the beast behind Lin Chen, and smiled indifferently. Even if it is you, it's quite difficult to take it away. The old woman will go back and call someone. I'm afraid she will arrive in 2 days. No matter how good the opportunity is, you have to enjoy it. Young people, those who know the current affairs are Junjie. June, are you a big-headed ghost? Xiaoya, I am the most handsome in Kyushu. And everyone will know it sooner or later. You old man, let me put down the ring in your hand now, or all of you will die. Lin Chen smiled cruelly. Since he participated in the peak pill meeting, he has clearly realized that there is no place for Lin Chen in Shenzhou and even in the Sky Tower. Since he has offended the descendants of the gods, then Lin Chen has no taboos. If you want to trick me, I will go against you guys. Boom. 3 terrifying breaths flashed in an instant. It was Lin Chen's other 2 clones and Wanzai Zuanqinglong. The expression of the old man with crutches was condensed, and the 2 newly appeared figures were exactly the same as Lin Chen, and their aura was not inferior to his deity. Wen Zai Xian Qinglong with purple phoenix wings? How is this possible? Hey! 7th rank intermediate level high-grade swords? No, 7th rank. Intermediate grade best. This is a treasure that is hard to find even in the top 5 of the number 1 main city's battle royal list. How can this son of Yuan Zuanjing control such an artifact? Seeing the clones holding Eternal Night and White Frost Qinghong, the 2 Xingyi half-step battle emperors, beside the old man, paled in horror. One of me can defeat the first level of the war emperor, 3 of me, I don't know if I can destroy the old man like you. The brutal killing intent of the young man completely deterred the old man. With a cane. He didn't use his clone to fight the red-robed beauty before. Just to beware of this old guy lurking in the dark. With the main body and 2 clones launching the 8 desolate fingers. Together, Lin Chen is confident that he can definitely make this old guy eat a pot. His eyes flickered a few times, and he took a deep look at Lin Chen. The old man laughed in anger. Sure enough, you are someone who dares to offend even the descendants of the gods. The number 1 main city has a genius like you. With your ability, I am afraid that you will soon be able to reach the number 2 and number 3 main cities. You made a wedding dress, that's all, your skills are not as good as others. With a flick of his sleeves, the old man on crutches said solemnly, let's go. Walk? Lin Chen and the 2 clones surged with endless fighting energy, and began to transform into the energy of the prehistoric, and the breath of the cracking sky spread to the sky. You? The old man on crutches was shocked. Najia, stay. I won't say the 3rd time. The light from the fingertips condensed, Lin Chen sneered, the gathered breath. Even the old man with crutches, who was in the middle stage of the first stage of the battle emperor, had a wave of lingering fears. This child actually has the intermediate level of purple level combat skills? Damn it, I'm unlucky. Number 1 main city even has a ruthless character like you. With a flick of his sleeves, the moment he threw the na ring to Lin Chen, the old man on crutches took his people away. Lin Chen took the nailing ring and swept away his spiritual power. It was filled with a large number of heaven and earth treasures and rare ores, as well as some medicinal herbs and martial arts. This old fox is also cunning, and the thief will not die. Lin Chen swept a mountain far away, and sneered. He knew that the other party had not gone far. He concluded that Lin Chen could not take away the body of the 7th order intermediate peak beast. Lin Chen grinned when he turned to look at the indestructible behemoth that was shaped like a mountain. Why should I take this big guy away? This is my Qinglong, the most critical step to becoming the Dragon Emperor. The time limit for the ultimate moment has come. Lin Chen and his clone have both been released, but they are still vigilant about their surroundings. Lin Chen jumped up, picked up the spear, and tore the battle talisman that suppressed the corpse. Boom. The ferocity of the 7th order mid-level peak beast frightened the universe. The space crystal wall was faintly twisted, and even dozens of peaks near the dead silent place were crumbling. It's terrifying. This thing should be the magic flame dragon and scorpion at the peak of the 7th level intermediate level. In its heyday, it may be comparable to the battle emperor level powerhouse in the middle level or even later stage of the 5th level. Lin Chen's pupils shrank if his flesh shell and the 9 tribulations battle body were not strong enough. This power could make ordinary Yuan Zuanjing 8th or even 9th layers smashed to pieces. This kind of beast is definitely not something that Yun Mingqing can kill. I don't know where he got it from. Anyway, it's cheaper than someone Lin Chen and one of his clones and Wanzai Zuanqinglong stood side by side. Baishuang Qinghong and Wulong Chaohuang both radiated the strongest rays of light. Break it for me. Lin Chen once again launched the ultimate moment, and the 2-in-1 dragon used all their strengths to stab and tear the most vulnerable part of the magic flame dragon and scorpion. After a series of bangs, the weak part of this demon flame dragon scorpion was torn apart by a gap of hundreds of meters. If this is when it is still alive, with a little breath, even if it is the weakest part, no matter how Lin Chen hits it, it is impossible to shake it. Qinglong, swallow it for me. Devour its flesh and blood, eat it as fast as you can. Lin Chen issued a ruthless order. Qinglong let out a long howl, shrinking into the crack. The dragon's claws tore apart the flesh and blood, and swallowed endless energy. Boom, boom, boom. The 100,000th dragon vein in Qinglong's body began to agitate continuously, exuding endless dragon might. Like thousands of seas merging into one, pouring into the dragon veins. This is the boundary between the 6th order and 7th order beasts. As long as this dragon vein is opened, it will be a step to the sky. Can be called the Dragon King. The shell of this dragon scorpion is also a treasure. It's not inferior to ordinary 7th order intermediate level exotic minerals. Grandmas, peel it off. Lin Chen carried the 5 Dragon Dynasty Emperor Spear, and smashed it. With his pure power of 980,000 dragons, he could only pry the corpse of this fierce beast. One can imagine how terrifying this thing is. 1 person, 1 dragon, 1 prying shell, 1 devouring flesh and blood, and the demonic flame dragon and scorpion floating in the sky like a mountain is decreasing at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the mountains tens of thousands of miles away, the popularity of the 2 Singi people has collapsed. Damn, this kid actually has this trick. We miscalculated. His Qinglong is also terrifying, and he dares to directly devour the body of the demon flame dragon scorpion. Eldarine, what should we do? The old man with crutches on the side was uncertain, and after a while, he sighed. This son's trump card is endless, and his reputation is well-deserved. This time Yun Mingqing and our nemesis are too involved in the transaction. The old master and the others are not easy to take action, and the whole body is affected. Go back and inform the old master. The mission failed. The 3 finally disappeared. A day later, in the main city number 1. In front of Yuntian Mansion, the beautiful woman in red robe rushed back to the gate, and before she could speak, she was frightened by Lin Chen in front of the gate. How could this kid be so similar to the silver-robed youth who robbed her? Seeing the beautiful woman in red robe returning home in a state of confusion, Yun Mingqing's eyes were like lightning, and he suddenly shouted, "What's the matter, Qin Yang, why are you back?" "Master Mingqing, the caravan was robbed, I can't protect it." Qin Yang whimpered and reported. Yun Mingqing clenched his palm, and said coldly, "The person from the main city number 2? No. It's a Yuan Zun realm." As soon as this statement came out, all the strong people and even the guards in the audience set off a storm in their hearts. A Yuan Zuanjing robbed the caravan escorted by the Emperor of War, and also repelled the Emperor of War? Fuck this. The descendants of the strongest gods in all dynasties do not have this strength. Suddenly, Yun Mingqing, who seemed to think of something, finally came to his senses. Staring at Lin Chen. Is it your kid's fault? Ah? What is your Excellency Mingqing talking about? The wind is so strong that I can't hear you clearly? Lin Chen joked and said with a completely disregarded attitude. You are the only one who can challenge and defeat the War Emperor realm in Yuanzuan's territory. There can be no second one. As soon as these words came out, Yun Mingqing himself fell into deep doubt. Since he is the only one, this son is in front of him now, how did he manage to rob his caravan while he was in front of him? The one-armed Yun Padian suddenly burst into shock. He recalled the scene when he and the Mo family were being teased, and said incredulously, can your clone still be used in the main city? Clone? Speaking of which, this son's information does mention that his clone skills are superb. However, this is the main city. Yun Mingqing frowned and displayed his combat skills in the main city. Even the Battle Emperor 9th layer can't do it. Isn't his avatar skill not a combat skill? It's not a combat skill, but it can be exactly the same as the main body, and can even complete alchemy. Together? A chilling murderous intent emerged in Yun Mingqing's heart, and he waved his hand. Move the whole team, he can't take the body of the demon flame dragon. Scorpion. I will personally go and kill this little bastard. Then, what about this kid? A guard hesitated. Yun Mingqing was about to speak. Lin Chen laughed. Of course I'm leaving. As soon as the voice fell, the clone turned into a puff of smoke and disappeared. This scene shocked all the witnesses to frown. This kid can really perform the avatar technique in the main city where the fighting spirit cannot be released? When the matter is exposed, Lin Chen doesn't need to hide it anymore. Leaving directly, you can also let yourself cast one more clone. Damn, if this child is allowed to grow up, it must be a big fatal threat to us. Yun Mingqing has personally experienced Lin Chen's evil spirits, and he has a strong killing intent in his heart. When he was walking, everyone followed behind him, and all the powerhouse's onlookers knew that the outside world was about to roar a bloody storm. A dead place, above the sky. The vast body of the demon flame dragon scorpion has been swallowed by about 70%. I don't know how much blood energy Lin Chen's Qinglong swallowed. The most important thing is that this dragon scorpion has a part of the dragon bloodline, which is very suitable for Qinglong to absorb. Hey! This thing didn't even take away the beast core of the 7th order. Intermediate peak. When Qinglong devoured 80% of the flesh and blood energy, Lin Chen took a deep breath. A beast core of this level can sell for more than 100,000 sky coins. Oily. Rich. The purpose of not taking away the beast's core is to preserve the energy of this corpse. It seems that this caravan has a lot of power involved. Maybe I might even stab a hornet's nest. Lin Chen touched his nose. Since it's done, let's do it to the end. No matter what kind of hornet's nest it is, even if it is a tiger's butt, he has to kick both feet. Lin Chen dug out the inner beast core, the size of a watermelon. The whole body is diamond-shaped, like a refracting crystal, exuding domineering and fiery energy fluctuations. One into the nailing ring. The level of this thing is too high. Even if Lin Chen uses it for alchemy now, it can't fully exert its value, and the one's eye Xuanqinglong, who has not yet become the Dragon Emperor, does not have the ability to devour this thing. Qualifications. The beast core of the 7th order intermediate peak, and the strongest. 6th order fierce beasts are not qualified to refine, unless there is the help of ancient great powers or the same bloodline. Lin Chen's eyes narrowed, and Zijin Tong looked into the distance. Have you already started killing this way? But it doesn't matter, I've done it. Wanzai Shan Qinglong swallowed all the way, and in less than an hour, he devoured the last flesh and blood. The bitten Qinglong turned into a stream of light and returned to Lin Chen's Warqi Yuanfu. This time, Qinglong would fall into a deep sleep and concentrate on refining all the engulfed blood energy. When the 100,000th dragon vein is opened, it will be the time when his dragon emperor will come to the world. Boom! Lin Chen turned into a sonic boom beam, flapping the purple phoenix wings, to cut through the sky. After 3/4 of an hour, the brigade arrived. Boom! The fighting spirit exploded, and the space crystal wall cracked. Looking at the empty corpse, Yun Mingqing was furious. Everyone didn't dare to speak, and they were shocked. They didn't expect this move at all. Lin Chen didn't intend to take away the body of the beast at all, but devoured it on the spot. The problem is, can one person swallow it? It's so weird. Lin Chen. No matter where you are, I will kill you no matter what the price is. The palm of his hand exploded with azure fog, and Yun Mingqing wiped his eyes. And the spiritual energy of heaven and earth gathered, as if the previous aura was reproduced, and he could clearly see the direction Lin Chen was leaving. This is also an extremely rare pupil technique, which can actually gain insight into the direction chosen by Lin Chen's previous breath. In that direction, the ruins of the Vault of Heaven? Ha ha ha. Lin Chen, there is no door to hell, you break in. The ruins of the Vault of Heaven have been in turmoil recently, and there are many war emperors who are willing to sell me Yun Mingqing's favor. When the emperors are besieged, I will just see how big a wave you can make. I'll take one step first, and the ruins of the Vault of Heaven will converge. Yun Mingqing swept to the sky and turned into a streamer. 2 days later, the entrance to the Vault of Heaven ruins. Located on the edge of the main city area of Number 1, a mysterious cave dwelling is erected in a basin. The cave dwelling is like something of an ancient civilization. Giant gates are formed on both sides to shock the 8 wilderness. Inside the entrance of the cave, a group of figures gathered, with a noble and arrogant aura, and there were also 4 war emperor first layer later. Protection. The 5 young people at the head, 3 men and 2 women, are all descendants of false gods. 3 of the late 8th stage and 2 of the middle stage of the 9th stage are descendants of first-class pseudo-gods who have practiced for hundreds of years and are stronger than Mo Zixiao. At this time, the enchantment has not been completely lifted. If I wait to enter, I am afraid that I will not be able to protect the young masters. One of the old battle emperors said cautiously that the descendants of the 5 pseudo-gods from different families all frowned, but they did not dare to break in. The space barrier of the current Vault of Heaven is extremely strong, and only the Battle Emperor realm can enter. In addition, there are a large number of half-step emperors and Yuan Zuanjing of the 9th level peak standing at the door waiting for the disappearance of the war spirit barrier. Most of these people are near the end of their life, and they have no time to collect sky coins to break through the realm. They want to gamble their luck here to see if they can get top treasures and turn over once. Bang! The sonic boom swept through, the figure fell to the ground, and the ground was shattered by cobweb-like cracks, shocking all the war emperors to turn their heads. Damn, this old dog is really chasing him. When the boy who smashed the ground chewed an elixir and cursed, everyone's expressions changed suddenly. Lin Chen? Lin Chen, from Lingzhou? My day. Or him? The expressions of the older generation of powerhouses and the descendants of the 5 pseudo-gods are very exciting. In a blink of an eye, Lin Chen looked overjoyed. 5 descendants of pseudo-gods? Everyone has a special attribute light ball. Of light? Ha ha ha. Well done, all of them. The ultimate moment of superposition of 5-fold transformation, short hair. Fluttering and flying, Lin Chen is like a god descending into the world in an instant, unstoppable. He stepped forward, and the purple phoenix wings flapped into an afterglow. The expressions of the 4 war emperors changed greatly, and they released the sky-covering war aura to block the 5 of them. Boom! A piece of earth robbery was like a mountain rushing into the sky, and when it broke through the ground, it disrupted the positions of the 9 people. Tear! The billowing sound was like a roar of a dragon, and the 9 dragon pattern energy hissed and angrily slapped the back of a black-shirt boy. Pa! Click! Click! The boy's body broke with countless bone-cracking sounds. And when his eyes widened in despair, the divine shadow, Feng Ma's leg swept upside down in rage, and kicked out like an upside-down golden hook. Boom! Lin Chen kicked the descendant of the pseudo-god in the late 8th stage with 1 kick. At the ultimate moment, he added energy and penetrated runes, which was so overbearing. When the surrounding powerhouses retreated in horror, they took a deep breath. When Lin Chen made his move, the breath concealed by the 10,000 layers of fire net art was exposed. This kid didn't even reach the 8th level of cultivation, yet he killed a descendant of a pseudo-god from the Long family? The host obtains 1,000 points of blood energy, 3,050 points of spirit energy, 10 points of spiritual energy, 5,000 points of rune energy, 100 points of ignition energy. Grab a talent shard with 1 hand, and the system light screen pops up. Host obtains active talent fragment, God-stealing omen talent, 2/3, comma. Master Tenger. Damn it, die for me. The Dragon Clan War Emperor, who was lifted up by the shock in the void, burst out with a cry like a mourning concubine. Brush! Brush! Lin Chen's movement turned sharply twice, and the Battle Emperor of the Long family didn't even wipe the corner of his clothes. The other 3 war emperors took action one after another, and Lin Chen's moonlight shadow was like a divine light shuttle, as strong as the 4 emperors joined forces and couldn't touch a single hair of him at all. The snow-clothed woman with cold brows shouted awe-inspiringly, this lowly mortal is weird. I can't keep it, use the power of blood. As soon as the words fell, a leg shadow cut across the waist and slashed towards the snow-clothed woman, her snow eyes filled with incredible shock. The moment before the shadow of her legs blew her away, a cold boy who turned awe-inspiringly came into her eyes. For the first time, she had been admired by countless people since birth, and she showed fear for the first time. Fist, smash. Bang. The host gets 5,000 points of fighting spirit essence, 3,400 points of martial arts essence, 200 points of water energy. The host opens the amethyst treasure chest and obtains the talent fragment. Omen of Theft, March 3rd, active talent, Omen of Theft has been automatically synthesized. When the snow-clothed woman fell, everyone was shocked. With just 2 breaths, they witnessed the fall of the descendants of 2 false gods. The 4 war emperors drank with anger. Shoot! Join forces to start the space blockade, he can't break our space. Enchantment with the Yuan Zuanjing. OM. The space enchantment extending out from the center of the 4 people shrouded the entrance of the cave in an instant, and Lin Chen's purple phoenix wing slapped and disappeared like a ghost. The pupils of the 4 war emperors trembled slightly, his speed is so fast. Even the speed of the space blockade can't stop him by half a minute. It's a pity that old man is chasing after him. Lin Chen, who flashed into the void, glanced at the remaining 3 descendants of pseudo-gods who were still in shock. Yun Mingqing was nearby. And there were 4 war emperors staring at them. He had no time to deal with the 3 of them. It's the ruins of the Vault of Heaven? Then kill it. Lin Chen smiled, lifted the 5-fold transformation, and turned into a stream of light that swept into the entrance of the cave. The older generation who were waiting for the enchantment to disappear completely was shocked. He even dares to enter the Yuanzun realm now? There is a terrifying space storm inside that can't be made up for with movement skills. As soon as Lin Chen left his front foot, a more terrifying aura came from his back foot, and Yun Mingqing was here. This kid actually entered the ruins first? When my people arrive, you will be a bird in a cage. Yun Mingqing overlooked the entrance of the cave and sneered in his heart. Stepping into the tunnel of the cave, the dark and deep tunnel extends to the ground, and a large number of spatial stacking patterns are distorted. From time to time, sharp spatial turbulence like a blade is ejected. Without the strength of the Emperor of War, it is impossible to resist. 9 tribulation eyes. A 9-color pupil light lit up on the top of his head, and now Lin Chen launched the 9 tribulation eyes, which is completely different from the past. The 9 types of robbery battles are complete, and at a glance, he can see through the turbulent spatial flow raging through the tunnel of the cave. Easily. The silhouettes flickered, and Lin Chen easily avoided all the spatial turbulence. Suddenly, a star-like light flickered in the dim passage, and upon a closer look, it was a sphere of attribute light all over the ground. It must be left behind by those war emperors who forced their way into the cave, and it's cheaper than someone from me, Lin. The figure flickered with faint moonlight, and Lin Chen swept through the void where the attribute light ball was suspended, and they all disappeared. The host obtains 9,588 points of fighting spirit essence, 3,400 points of martial arts essence, 89 points of wood energy, 8,710 points of chi and blood energy, 13 points of mental strength, 12,005 points of combat spirit essence. Boom! The more tyrannical fluctuations of war energy spilled out from Lin Chen's body. The 7th war energy Yuanfu has taken shape, and the cultivation base has entered the late 6th stage. Lin Chen, who has been fighting the Emperor's realm and descended from false gods, has finally entered the late 6th stage. It's the end. The rays of light were like blazing sun. After Lin Chen stepped out of the tunnel of the cave, what he saw was a vast and infinite valley. The light was bright, and the shocking energy explosion resounded through the sky. There are more than a dozen ancient stone statues placed around, and rolls of rays of light are rising into the sky, dizzying. When Zijing pupil fixed his eyes, Lin Chen took a breath. These glowing rays of light soaring into the sky are actually all exercises above the purple rank. If you count it carefully, there may be dozens of volumes. If there is a roll of purple level intermediate exercises, it is enough to make any battle emperor worthwhile. Old man Huang Tsong, get out of here. Humph, 500 years ago, the old man was defeated by your last 4 moves, and now I will avenge the revenge of the sword. The 2 battle emperors were fighting, and the aftermath of the battle changed. Even Lin Chen had to step aside. It is the initial stage of 2 war emperors. There are at least 20 battle emperors. What kind of chaotic situation is this? What the hell? Why is she here? Lin Chen's eyes widened. Among the many chaotic battle situations, an elegant figure caught Lin Chen's attention. It was Yan Qianyun. At this time, she was circulating colorful rays of light, and she didn't know what kind of secret method she used, but she was able to fight head-to-head with the late stage of the first stage of the Battle Emperor realm. Not caring about the scattered attribute light balls around, Lin Chen swept away. He could see that Yan Qianyun only used external force, and when the time limit came, he would definitely return to his original cultivation base. Little girl, but at the 5th level of Yuan Zuanjing, how did you get in here? The old man in green robe, who was fighting against Yan Qianyun, said with a sneer. He stretched out his palm and grabbed it. His 5 fingers were filled with flaming flames, and he wanted to capture Yan Qianyun and the secret scroll in her hand. The pretty face was slightly cold, the jade hand connected to the void, and a finger swayed across the flame, tearing the giant hand of flame. Just when he was about to fight back, a gray-white talisman that solidified the space crystal wall blasted the top of the blue-robed old man's head, making him look big change. Tear. Lin Chen, who launched the ultimate moment and the 5-fold transformation, turned into a brilliant demon, fell from the sky, slammed down with a spear. And the spear light intertwined with dark fire penetrated the body of the old man in green robe. Boom. Boom. The spear beams intertwined with dark fire exploded repeatedly, and the penetrating characteristics shattered all his defensive treasures. This shot was almost Lin Chen's full strength. In the face of the Battle Emperor in the later stage of the first stage, he did not underestimate the enemy at all. The moment the tip of the spear slammed on his head angrily, Lin Chen stretched out his palm and touched the opponent's body like a ghost, and a new talent was activated. Consume 5,000 talent points, use the omen of stealing, and steal 30,000 points of heaven. A series of starlight melted into Lin Chen's arm, and the system light screen popped up. 7th order intermediate level high-grade weapon? What a little girl, and a helper. The old man in green robe was injured by a sneak attack by Lin Chen. His head was bleeding, and the slow rune prevented him from deploying the battle chi defense immediately. Damn, it's in the hands of these 2 little brats today. The situation is not good, so evacuate first. Seeing that his injuries were not serious, the war emperor fled immediately. If he was in the outside world, he would definitely break the net with Lin Chen, but in the chaotic situation of more than 20 war emperors, there was always a danger of falling. Lin Chen. Yan Qianyun exclaimed with joy on her face. Lin Chen twitched the corner of his mouth and opened his mouth with one sentence. Big sister, you are fiercer than me. Dare to come to such a place at the 5th level of Yuan Zuanjing? Hearing this, Yan Qianyun covered her mouth and chuckled. The colorful rays of light flowing all over her body were included in her ancient books, and her cultivation base returned to the Yuanzun realm. Lin Chen can enter here with the Eye of 9 tribulations, presumably she also avoided the spatial turbulence of the Dongfu passage with her own arithmetic. Lin Chen cast a doubtful look. Yan Qianyun smiled and said, "This is the ancestor's power I found in Mingzhou, And I can use the ancestors' cultivation. For a short time. Why are you here? Lin Chen turned his back to her, and was alert to the surroundings. There is a secret technique, thousands of gods arithmetic, that is extremely important to my Yan family in the ruins of the sky. I must take it back. It is divided into 2 parts, and I have only one of them. Yan Qianyun praised the ancient and simple secrets in Yang Yu's hand. Lin Chen urged Zijin Tong, glanced at it, and remembered the similar atmosphere contained in the ancient books. While looking around the audience, the two discovered at the same time that the second half of the thousands of gods arithmetic was being fiercely contested by 2 war emperors. Suddenly, a gaze that made Lin Chen feel cold and frightened locked him in. Ah! The fierce and domineering fist blows through the crystal wall of space. Almost in an instant, Lin Chen, who suddenly turned around, pulls Yan Qianyun over, and slaps a dark dragon palm on his back. Boom! 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 The fists and palms collided, and both sides stepped back 10 steps. Lin Chen narrowed his eyes and stared at the star-robed youth in front of him. Half-step Emperor?